I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know
falling in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend. The blend, the blend. The blend, the blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now, instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, think Heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah, don't you know my
Once again, we go into the battlefield. We have warriors resurfacing from the play-ins, going up against giants. So much sacrifice, so much adaptability. And again, this is just the beginning. Let's find out together who will come out on top. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Trump ng magarang pagkisa at sa orang diri saja banget. Dan si Tochi abis gue esula koma gerai etarlam.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. Win is not the Oma. Your Loma.
They'll gamble and they go clear and Tim. 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个击杀之后。
Let today be the start of something new, or perhaps something that's not so new. It's day 2 of the group stage of VCT APAC. I will be your host, Likeable. Allow me to welcome you guys here on our panel. We've got Trix, of course, and a new face on board. We've got Dad Femina. Please indulge and introduce yourself to our audience.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Dad Femina. I'm a caster and an analyst for the local Filipino scene, and this is my first time on VCT broadcast. It's a huge pleasure to be on the same panel with these talented people, and I definitely will do my part in delivering the nitty-gritty on the teams playing today.
Well, we're excited to hear that. We're happy to have you here, and I'm also excited to hear what you'll be bringing here onto the table of APAC. But yeah, a lot of good things have happened recently here on the group stage. After all, it is day number 2. Yesterday, it was Gaming Gladiators versus Prison Esports, Alter Ego versus Global Esports, Oasis Gaming versus Order, and FW Esports versus Fancy United Esports. Almost all of these games, Dad Femina, I know you taught them yesterday, but all of them almost reached, or at least reached 2-0. Like almost all of them, except for the last series of the day. But hey, we're looking at the first game over here, Trix. Come on, walk us through how it all went down in the first series of the day.
In general, we saw that Gaming Gladiators just really being just really being able to do better on, just on their retakes, on taking information. They were doing such a great job in utilizing the agents that they had. We mentioned yesterday that when you pick a KO, you really want that KO to get more pressure on the map. You want more value off of those knives, but it just felt that Griffin just falling a bit short.
Yes, I agree. But here we have Alter Ego versus Global Esports. This was also such a good sight to see. I really enjoyed, again, Kush on that fade. Treating
So
it as
good.
such an initiator.
Yeah.
So good indeed. Oh my goodness. All of these plays on Fracture 2. Okay, I can't get enough of this game. This was definitely one of the series that I really enjoyed yesterday. But hey, Dad Femina, I'm not sure if you were able to catch the games yesterday, but coming up next is Oasis Gaming versus Order. Were you able to see this?
Yeah, actually, I watched like so much of this series, and I just can't help but feel super surprised about how Order performed against Oasis Gaming, one of the top teams of PH. And honestly, this should be like the first spotlight that we have on Order. Definitely one of the, if not the best team out of Oceania, that definitely blew the Filipino team out of the water. This should be the first time that you'll be seeing Order just come into play, and now that they're going to be on the upper bracket of their own respective group, then this win could signify that everybody has their eyes on them now.
Now Tricks, last series of the day. Oh my goodness. This was the only series that actually reached game 3, right? And we were just on our toes over here.
I think Fancy United just doing a fantastic job. The way they were able to hold down those sites, the way they were able to play that aggression. But FWE also, both teams actually were adjusting their playstyles mid-game, and we could see that consistently. When you start watching that match, it doesn't really feel like it's the same team playing at the end of it, just in the way that they take information, the way that they're retaking the sites. It was fantastic to watch, and I love seeing teams adjust mid-game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why we were talking about this yesterday. There was a change of pace from the first 3 series, right? Because towards the end, again, like you said, they kept adjusting mid-round. And obviously, rounds are going to be a little bit slower because of the adjustments, because of how they're trying to be more careful to not commit the same mistakes that they were doing in the previous round. But now that the recap is out of the way, first things first for today. We've got a long journey ahead of us, which is why we need a deep understanding of what the tournament format is like. Luckily for us, Mika Fabs is here to save the day, and here she is with the tournament format.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seated in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
So, we're done with the play-ins. Now we're at the group stage. Up next is the knockout. One step at a time to making it to Masters Copenhagen. Let's head on to the brackets to see what the competition is actually like over here, because yesterday I could not believe my eyes. Like, I was assuming that all of the games would be incredibly wrong, especially after what we witnessed throughout the play-in tricks. But here it is, Group A. Gaming Gladiators took APAC by storm with that 2-0 against Griffin Esports, and I gotta say, that was such a way to start the games here.
It was really great. We've heard a lot of game, and especially thanks to Tash Bunny, who was here yesterday. And Griffin Esports, I thought that they did all right, but it just felt like they weren't capitalizing on the things that they really needed to. You can see they were comfortable on the attacker side, but upcoming we have ONIC against Myth, a match yesterday I said I was looking forward to. because I love watching Myth play, but ONIC just being so solid as a team and really being on top in their internationals. So I'm just wondering if Myth is really prepared for this match coming up.
Well, I gotta say that with what we saw from the play-ins, Myth is just this extra determined group, and I'm really looking forward to how they'll persevere throughout this bracket. Really exciting to see more good things from Myth. But we're gonna be moving on to Group B, Dad Femina. It was Alter Ego that got the same results as Gaming Gladiators, but they were matched against Global Esports this time.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did so much into how their team comp was supposed to do. That Global Esports, although they did the adjustments that they were supposed to do against like Alter Ego, just they were not able to handle the pressure that AE was constantly throwing at them all throughout that series. Honestly, that 2-0 would be definitely deserving on their regard, but Global Esports, since this is they have their second shot at the lower bracket, they could face up against a very tough opponent. Whoever loses in the series against Xerxia and RRQ are gonna have to be well prepared, since Global Esports is still a tier above everybody else in South Asia.
Now we're going to group number C. Oh, forgive me, it's a little bit early. Oh my God, Raph is gonna call me out on that one. I can't believe it. But Order versus the former Order Tricks. We were caught off guard by the absolute beast that is this Aussie team.
I was pleasantly surprised watching Oceania team just come out on top against Oasis. Don't get me wrong, I love Philippine teams. I love watching them improve. But Order just proving why they have so many fans, why people are rooting for them. Really just playing it so well. And then following that, we have that Paper X competition against Boom Esports, which I think is the match I'm actually looking forward to the most.
Last but definitely not the least, Dad Femina. This was the group that broke the 2-0 streak yesterday, as Fancy United ended the series 2-1 versus FW Esports.
Yeah, that match was an absolute banger too. I mean, all three games for both of these teams, I mean, you gotta love what Fancy United has brought to the table here. Not only did they showcase so much of their strengths against FW Esports, that they also showed a very clear-cut identity that this is one of the strongest teams that are going to be heading into this upper bracket. But for our schedule right now, man, I mean, this is going to be one hell of a stacked game, or a stacked day, actually. Look at the games.
Woo! With the fancy brackets all covered, here is the match schedule on your screen today. Once again, we have new teams stepping onto the plate. One for every group, with ONIC G and Made in Thailand to start the day, which I know, Trix, this was the match that you were really looking forward to, as you said yesterday.
Yeah, I was reviewing, today's schedule, and I was looking at all these matches, and I couldn't really pick one that I just wanted to watch. I'm excited to see how Myth performs, because I feel like ONIC G is so solid. But on top of that, I really want to see Paper X and Boom Esports. I feel like Boom Esports has improved a lot, but Paper X just also being so dominant and innovative with their lineups, with what they're trying out in the different maps, and I'm just so excited for all of the matches.
Don't worry, I share the same sentiments. I share your excitement. We'll hold hands together behind the scenes as these games progress. Now, of course, a lot of loaded games are on their way, and we'll have a lot of time to discuss all of these teams individually. So why don't we begin with the first series? Excuse me, again, I'm a little bit tongue-tied. It's a little bit early for me. But also, I think it's from the excitement. The adrenaline rush is always there, and your words just fumble when that happens. But again, first series of the day. We were looking forward to this yesterday. I love seeing Made in Thailand just perform. These guys are amazing. They're all so talented, and I've seen how they were during the play-ins, wherein there were multiple situations wherein their enemy was already leading, and they would somehow find a way to push past. Oh my goodness! I'm so sorry, guys.
We all have
so
those
sorry.
days. It's okay.
But do you get my point, that they're able to push past the limit and win the rounds, win the game at the end of the day, Trick?
I feel like most teams that were coming in from the play-ins, which is also why I was excited for the matches today. The teams that came in from play-ins, you could see that maybe they started off with a bit of a struggle. They learned from their mistakes. We could also tell that they were improving there were times where I was a little worried for some teams, and they proved me wrong. They said, no, we can adjust in the middle of the game. It's not just Boom Esports. And I know I pointed this out a lot. Boom Esports to have that tendency to adjust the way they play, but Bleed also did the same thing. It was a little tighter of a scoreline. I think it was 8-11 or something like that, where Bleed kind of took a step back from the way they were playing and said, it's not working out. We're going to do something different, and ended up grabbing that win from RQ.
Now, Dad Femina, since you are new here on the panel, I would love some fresh Oh my goodness, what is going on? Let me have a sip of water. Let me have a sip of water real quickly.
Oh, good.
Feels a lot better. As I was saying, I would love to hear a fresh perspective from your end. How are you liking the games that we've been having here on APAC?
I mean, honestly, it's just no short of the identity that APAC has to offer, right? We always talk about like APAC being the more aggressive kind of teams, but all throughout this new stage, I feel like we've been growing out of that as of late. If you remember, if you could like observe like how all of the top teams from APAC were compared to in the last stage, they were always holding W. They were one-dimensional, but now that we're heading into this new stage, they were more innovative, more immersive, and I would say as well, in a sense that they not only rely on that whole W playstyle anyway, but they know when to use it. They know when to not pull it out against teams that are really strong against whole W team comps, which is why I really am excited to see these games anyway, considering that a lot of these teams here, especially in the group that we have right now, are, I would say, innovative and experimental as of late as well.
Absolutely agree with you there. Now, it's time for us to introduce the first team that is going to be stepping up for today. They're all the way from the Indonesia Challengers Stage 2. They were the top team there, and they made it into the group stage of APAC Stage 1. But their dreams were crushed early on against Xerxia Esports. They've come back with vengeance, hoping to make it further this time around. Let us welcome ONIC G. Here it is, ONIC G, Monyet, Hero, Severin, Elmi Moore, and NC Slasher, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, the top seed from Indonesia, they're definitely looking to bring that aim-heavy style towards the APAC stage. They were already a force to be reckoned with, and it showed in how they took over the region before its inaugural independent stage. Now, for a lot of the players here on ONIC Gaming, for their playstyle, I just wanted to point out that they have just one simple game plan. Aggressive early fights that can be pretty risky 50-50 at times, throwing caution to the wind to gain an advantage by relying on their own aim after they choke out map control away from the opposition. They also shine with that. They compensate with everything through mid-round shot calling that is so decisive that it just makes up so well with the reckless nature. You would call that like the calm in the storm, if you will, Micah.
Interesting read there. Makes me want to really see this series and like keep my eyes peeled for the aggressiveness that you were talking about. But again, ONIC G just looking out here to crush the competition. And I think Trix does want to add a point to that.
I think when it comes to aggression, some teams tend to overcommit. So I'm going to be watching out to see if ONIC might make that mistake of overextending themselves or being a little too aggressive rather than just, take the pressure, stop, and then regroup.
Okay, now that Trix mentioned it, I really have to keep my eyes peeled. Okay, so for those who don't know, Trix is kind of... What is the perfect term for it, Trix? But basically, Trix really looks out for the mistakes. Not to be too nitpicky, but, she wants all of the teams to improve out here. And that's why we love having her here on the panel. But up against ONIC G is a team that we saw incredibly determined, as I've said before, during the play-ins. They were put in several situations wherein the odds were stacked against them. The adaptability that they displayed and their refusal to give up landed them a spot here in the group stage. And they have every intention of keeping that fight going. Here is Made in Thailand. Here we have it, Made in Thailand. Can I just say that I'm so happy to see WannaFly once again. I love this entire team, Tricks. I enjoyed their play-ins performance, especially with Congret on that KO.
Yeah, we've got Alone Phils, Dellen, Kadoom, Congret, and WannaFly, a team that I feel has constantly been stepping up their own performance. We see that on their defender sides, they've been known to have that fantastic crossfire. They're so good at keeping the opponents back. They push up, but they also know how to move back their defensive line without giving up too much information. They tend to have that aggressive control early on. And when I first noticed that, I was worried about that overcommitment that they might make. But when they played against BME, it looked like they revised it. They were a little more structured. They wouldn't overcommit to it. They started to play a lot more disciplined. They're fantastic at baiting the utility. So I'm hoping to see that today against ONIC G. And I'm particularly looking out for Conga Red's plays because I remember him on that Sky and it was just fantastic with the bait on Killjoy's utilities.
Oh my god, wait, don't even get me started. There were absolute dominant rounds from Congret. I remember several. I can't nitpick or pinpoint the exact game because there are a lot, obviously. And every single game that he's out there, he actually performs, which is why I really find this guy impressive. We usually talk about duelists, but Congret and an initiator, really good chemistry with the rest of the teams over here. But Dad Femina, any team, ONIC G, obviously on the watch list for you, but are you a little bit worried for that team as they go up against Made in Thailand?
Honestly, I've been looking at the past games that Made in Thailand have been playing, and I kind of feel like they're no stranger to how ONIC G actually could play anyway. But considering that they're one of the top teams coming out of their own regionals, ONIC G could definitely have this in bag if they are given the conditions that they have moving forward. They always love to have those early fights, as I said earlier, and if those don't go out of their way or don't go into their way, actually, it's gonna be a bit of a struggle against Made in Thailand. But against all odds, Made in Thailand have also proven that they could also contend against people with the same kind of play style. So this in particular, to me, could become the banger that we are gonna be setting up into our first match of the day.
I feel like it's time for that daily reminder to people that are watching. You've got those proactive plays, you have those reactive plays, and you have the adjustment. It's the recipe for a good team and a top-tier team for APAC Stage 2. But at the end of the day, it's also a matter of playing to your strengths. We've seen teams adjust to opponents playing on their terms rather than forcing it on that team's terms. And I feel that, more teams need to be willing to adjust, but they have to be willing to adjust with the kit that is handed to them.
Well, speaking of strengths over here, Tricks, we're gonna go on the map vetoes, where we'll determine which of the maps that they're strongest at will be revealed or will be played out throughout this series. What do we know about ONIC G when it comes to the map vetoes, Dad Femina?
Well, honestly, ONIC G, looking at their stats all across the board, they definitely are more, I'd say, flexible in terms of where they want to put their, I'd say, pace onto. In their Haven maps, they always have this very consistent force. That's where they find their stride. Since it's a very large map, they can take those early fights since it's very hard for a lot of like other teams to respond to any kind of action around one side anyway. And on split could be the same result as well, especially if you consider the mid control being that pivotal point. So definitely seeing them maybe picking out the one of the more aim duel heavies maps that I would say. Maybe like Haven, maybe like Breeze. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to pull out Fracture here, or maybe band it out against Made in Thailand, since the opposition could also have a lot of tricks up their sleeve anyway.
I think that I am glad to see Myth ban out that split. They haven't exactly had the best run on it, and us considering that ONIC G is, does well on those aggressive maps, maybe on those larger maps, I am a little bit surprised that Myth is actually the one to pick Fracture, considering they don't have a fantastic run on it in terms of their statistical history. And I'm wondering if maybe it's because they've adjusted it, or they've really done their homework watching ONIC G and how they play on it, and kind of have the recipe for success ready here.
If I'm not mistaken, they didn't Made in Thailand pull out the double sentinel last time, Trix?
Yes, on Fracture.
Oh, on Fracture. Okay, well, we've talked about having a double sentinel on Fracture. You're able to block out or slow down the enemy team as they enter into the multiple entry points of this site. So maybe they figured out the correct balance on how to make that composition work, but we'll have to wait and see. Over here on Ascent, I'd say that it's like a 50-50 map for ONIC. They're really good at it, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, there are times that they do struggle a little bit. What I do like about their composition is that they always pull out the KO, and I enjoy myself having a KO on Ascent, especially since we've seen all sorts of these defensive layouts that we need to suppress, right? But here we are, that Femina. Bind is going to be the decider map.
Very interesting. We saw a lot of bind like all throughout the play-ins anyway, and I kind of get that since teams don't want to be initiative on trying to take that map first, and maybe they want to go for it, and maybe in the later stages of the game. And I kind of see that both ONIC and Myth have pretty much a fairly 50-50 chance on that map anyway. So I kind of get that they don't want to go for that point anyway. And looking at the initial picks here on Ascent being that first map, could be that slow tempo playstyle that we could see Myth thrive on, since compared to ONIC, they're kind of more disciplined in my opinion, in my eyes anyway. So Ascent could be the slow banger that we could be expecting out of this series anyway. And once we translate that over to that second map, that's where tempo could translate over, or maybe we could see something different. Maybe they could switch things up, match some playstyles, or maybe, just maybe, we could see some more close games as we head on into the series.
I love seeing these map picks, and I think that now that more teams are starting to bring out that Fade being more comfortable on it, I'm hoping to see it more frequently, just as we've been seeing the KO a lot. I find that as good as KO is, it just feels that it's a bit lackluster for a lot of the teams in the way that they're playing him, not really utilizing that knife. You want to get more information, you want to suppress especially the sentinels or get that early pick. Flush out the angles that you can with his molly.
Fragment.
It's not called fragment, thank you. I was like, oh my god, I can only think of molly. But yes, that fragment nade, it does so much, and pairing it with that flash. But I feel like the playstyle here in APAC, I find that it fits more with that kind of Fade Sky combination rather than the KO, which feels more of something where you have a lineup ready. The KO is far away. It shouldn't always be right next to you.
Yeah,
At least that's my take on it.
I want to add a little bit on that KO pick for ONIC G as a whole. I've seen NC Slasher just pull off so many mid-round clutches, and sometimes he could also carry the team all throughout just one round if you could let him let loose on that KO. And kind of also brings out that perfect balance of being that aggressive KO that can entry frag, even though he doesn't have that ultimate online, but he also is that, at the very least, the supportive KO that you would want to have on a lot of KOs that could become the strength that ONIC G would have into this match. But again, Made in Thailand, they have seen very talented KOs all throughout their regional, so it could become the same type of play that they would be expecting out of anybody else.
Absolutely, and on a map like Ascent, anything can happen. At the end of the day, again, we keep pushing for this. It's the adjustability, the adjustments that you can make as a team that will lead you guys to victory. On their end, they can adjust. But for us, as we move on to the predictions, we can't really change our answers once we lock it in. Yes, panel. We're gonna go to the predictions. Sadly,
I love this part.
Yay! Not too happy about this, of course, but the show must go on. And Dad Femina, as a sort of initiation, you're gonna go first.
Oh man, I mean, all the spotlight, all the pressure is on me, right? Let's say I say something wrong, and it's gonna be something posted online. But I really like that about the panel, right? So I'm gonna be putting out my first prediction here. It's gonna be ONIC gonna be winning out this series. Honestly, I can see the reasons why they're like a top team in Indonesia. It's because they take a lot of what they want. The goals are always set in stone for them, and all the commitments that they want to in that match, they always go for it straight on, like aggressive map control and early duels that will take them the advantage anyway. So maybe against Made in Thailand, they could take them by surprise, despite like the contradictions I've been taking about Made in Thailand maybe facing up against like a similar play style. But again, ONIC, they're just on a different level, and we could like see that play into the favor of them this early on.
A lot of good input over there, but I wonder if Trix feels the same, because she was on board with me. She also saw Made in Thailand play, right?
Yes.
But I don't know if she was persuaded that was good enough going up against ONIC G.
I watched the progress of Made in Thailand. I love the way they've progressed. I love the way they have adjusted. They have really worked on their issues. They play more disciplined than the first series they ever played on APAC Stage 2. But I think it's a tall ask of them to take down ONIC. I don't think it's going to be too one-sided. I think they will give ONIC a difficult time. And I feel if Made in Thailand remembers the things that they did well, which is like baiting that utility and really playing off the bait of the Sentinel utility, not even any other utility, I think that they might be able to stop some of the pushes. But at the end of the day, I think ONIC might just make this one.
Interesting. I guess I'm alone in this. I thought we were together on this, Trix. I'm gonna go for Made in Thailand.
Oh man, you got betrayed.
No. Of course, I know Trix. I love the input that she's had here on the panel. But as I say that, see, I'm the odd one out, guys. Myth is for me. They're the mythical creatures that we love to see here on APAC. I can't believe that I'm the only one that is really rooting for them. So Myth, you better prove me right, because I want to prove my other two panelists here wrong. Just for that purpose alone. Win this game.
I mean, if Tash Bunny can do it like yesterday, you can do it definitely if they do get that win.
Yeah, and to be fair, I'm hoping that all teams are really bringing out their A game. I really root for every single team. It's hard being asked which team I'm predicting to win, because I want all of them to, because they're all doing so well. They're improving so much. And right now, I love seeing this. We have that fade on Myth. I remember I mentioned it yesterday, that having that fade, you want those like smaller maps. You want the Ascent, the Split, the Bind. And the fact that they're bringing it out here on Ascent is great. Paired with Conga Red's KO, which he has been on KO before, and very effective on it, I'm thinking this is a good lineup for them.
I'm looking at this now, and wow. KO, we were hyping the KOs up, and here they are. But again, we always love seeing the fade. Very happy. Though I do think, Trix, that for the most part, you always prefer the fade with like a sky right beside it, right?
I do. I feel like there's more room for combination. But as Dadfem, mentioned earlier, that KO can also have a lot of solo play potential, and in a map like Ascent, which is a little more default, a little slower, it might actually come to their advantage if they play it in a more structured way. And this goes for both teams. I'm not talking only for Myth, but also on ONIC's side, you have Serena on that KO as well. You have NC Slasher on that Astra for that global presence, and I think, as he mentioned, they like to play those aggressive picks that might actually really work out in their favor.
Do you have anything to add to that, Adfem?
I'm really just happy that some teams actually still pick up Astra, despite like a few nerfs coming their way, despite like Omen and Brimstone rising up to the occasion. Sometimes you see a lot more Viper into a lot more maps, but now that it's Ascent, we kind of want that kind of want a bit more flexibility with what we want in our controller that can provide so much more to our team. Now that it's utility heavy when you want to run that Astra, plus it's in combination as well to whatever lineups that you want to put out, since they do pick out that's over here, then it's going to be interesting how much time that they can buy with the Astra alone and how much she can influence the battlefield, especially now that we're on the map of Ascent that we've been talking about as a bit more slow, a bit more time-paced, and a bit more reliant on how they play the tempo that they want. I mean, for whoever is picking the Astra, they're going to be the ones setting the tempo in this game.
I love the Astra picks, man. All of the mind games that you get to play just by placing your star, all of the utility that you can pull out, the concuss, the gravity well, everything, just so much fun to watch. And of course, how it all plays out inside the game is just even more amazing to see. Now, of course, I keep reiterating this because this is so important. Valorant is all about adaptability, and that's what makes it so entertaining to watch. No match is ever the same. Every single team has their own strats and own styles that I can't get enough of. So you know what? I'm getting giddy just thinking about it inside. Let's pass it over to our casters so we can finally begin.
I know I'm not on the panel, but I just want to say, Laika, you are wrong with your prediction, and I feel like Asra here actually wants to put Dad Femina on the ringer here. He has some choice words for that Astra pick and that preference for Astra.
I'm not a fan of it. I don't like seeing Astra too much in our current meta right now. She still has her uses, but you know what? I love my boy Omen. I wish he gets a little bit more love. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Really, you built me up backstage.
Sorry,
like,
man.
I have things to say. Yeah, you know, Astra. I'm so tired of Astra. We've been seeing her for a whole meta for 6 months straight, and then on camera, just like, I don't like Astra.
I apologize. Like, I don't know, man. You know me. I'm not somebody who likes to burn people. I get burned a lot more. You know, that's why some people call me the Human Torch.
Okay, you know what? You get a W on that one. I actually did. I actually hate you for that one. No, not really. But I want to focus on the game. That's right. We're here. Human Torch. My goodness. My goodness. It's only 11 in the morning, and the shenanigans they keep going. We honestly have had our fill of a good rest. Hopefully, Asar has got that drip, the matching cap with the matching coat.
Yeah, and it has a giraffe on top of it. I don't know if you can see it. It's a giraffe.
What are you doing? Yeah, we
showing
get it.
my
It's
giraffe.
a giraffe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
okay, let's talk about the veto. Honestly, I feel like this is a pretty even matchup. Again, considering the maps, Ascent could potentially be the pacemaker for a lot of our maps, but Myth banning out Split is honestly the biggest one here. ONIC have looked unstoppable on Split in the previous leg of our of VCT. Even in the previous APAC, and moving forward, it doesn't seem like they've lost their shine on that at all. So we would have probably loved to see it, but Myth just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, and considering that Myth does tend to struggle from time to time about, you know, even though they play slow and very methodical, I think that is gonna put a bit of stress on them because ONIC does somehow play their own controlled and slow style. So this just means that ONIC, for the most part, we probably won't be looking to be overly aggressive compared to their other Indonesian counterparts like Boom and Alter Ego. So this is going to be at least another, I guess, measure for Made in Thailand. Because again, even though this team has been from the get-go of the group stages has been actually quite good. I wonder how well they can match up to this. That being said, this team still has a lot of experience already previously. I do believe that this team was also formerly attack all around. At least a lot of their roster has actually played from that specific old team. I think for another time, maybe it was Foxy or Corda. I could be wrong. But yeah, this is a team that has plenty of experience in their own region, which we have said before has been one of the strongest regions back in 2020, and coming into this one, still a very phenomenal team to actually compete here in Southeast Asia, because again, they do have that experience fighting other regions.
And talking about them again, just to highlight ONIC, I think they were one of the teams, especially in the last stage, right? The more we looked at them, I feel like they became an analyst favorite because they're just so fundamentally strong. It's very hard to find holes in their games. When we do look at them go for those aggressive picks for that early map control that was brought up by the panel, very good points by the way, is that it's usually being spearheaded by Monyet, who is their wild card. And despite being the title of being the wild card for the team, he's been incredibly consistent getting them results. When he does get that space, it doesn't seem like he's overextending whatsoever. And the rest of the boys over at ONIC are always ready to support. That's also another thing that we have to discuss. ONIC is very rarely left alone, or their players, there's always going to be a support system behind them. And it's always created this deadly spider web for any enemy team that would cross their path.
Well, speaking of all of that, right, the deadliness of ONIC, they actually have had a 7-win streak in the Indonesia region. So it really does goes to show how well this team has been just absolutely performing. You have, again, the likes of Monyet, but other than that, I really do also like the favoring of Shiro in this entire in this entire team. I think he has been such a pivotal player for ONIC. If you've seen some of the way that he plays with the initiators and whatnot, really able to set up and still somehow have so much impact as whether a secondary fragger or as a clutch player. So there really is like the complete package feel that ONIC does bring to the table here. That being said, though, it seems like we are having just a tiny bit of technical issues here, guys. So we're gonna go on a quick break. When we do come back, hopefully we'll get into that first map already, which is Ascent. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, wow. All right. I was a second caught off from the countdown there, Direct.
Yes.
But we're super fine. We're coming back from that quick little break. A little bit of technical issue on one of the teams here, but you know what? It's not gonna prolong for the rest of the day. We're back at it again. We're getting with the ONIC and Made in Thailand best of 3 for the first series again for this one, Raph. And I'm very excited to see how this will unravel, how this will unfold, because both of these teams, I think, are incredibly tactical and thoughtful with how they approach scenarios when they start the match, when they start their matches and whatnot. So this could be a drawn out series that will just show, I think, the technical prowess of each team.
That is true, and you did say thoughtful. Yeah. Asarai, I love that adjective. I just want to ask you, when was the last time you thought of buying lunch for me? I am incredibly hungry. For you to rectify your sins, you can send some over at my address. Don't dox me, though. But yeah, I have to agree, this is going to be a very measured and a calculated approach for both these teams. I think Ascent might be the perfect pick and prod map for them. Great feeling out, maybe potentially similar to what we had yesterday with Griffin and the Gladiators, who had a back and forth first map, but a bit of a stomp on the second map here. As we see both these teams, they ready up. It's actually ONIC on the attacking side, and it's NC Slasher who's on that Astra, which you hold very close to your heart. NC Slasher, if my memory serves me correctly, was considered the best player from that region, from his region, and we might see that again for him to prove to be on top.
Elmimore also of that same caliber, I would say. I did talk about Chiro a lot a while ago, but I feel like there's a lot of incredible talent in the Indonesia region. You know, we talk about Filipino super teams in our own specific areas, but I think you can't also remiss the fact that Indonesia has, I think, 2, maybe even 3 super teams in their own right. I think that was Boom, and now we're seeing one else, which is ONIC. Alter Ego, haven't seen as much. I know that they played yesterday again, but this has been, I think, the long-standing super team of the Indonesia side. Anyways, seems like they're going to pull the trigger as soon as they've already spotted where Kadoom is. And look at the challenge from Munyet. Just no fear on this man, as he is just one sliver away from dropping down. Still, the threat is real. 2 on the site. 1 playing at the back. Nice little bait play, but they know that Wanafly should be here. Rather, not Wanafly, but Alone Fills, and there. Oh my god, Alone! Hitting taps left, right, and center! Once again, he just needs 1 bullet per opponent, and that's good enough. Deland could actually still be in a really cheeky spot here because of the headhunter for Elmimore. But does he know this opponent is already crouched up right outside his door? Oh, so quick, so fast, and Elmimore hits the 1-tap headshot.
Well, that is our fill of 1-taps, both from the entry and the defense of the site. Again, great stuff coming out from everyone here. We talked about ONIC so much, but Made in Thailand, they're here to show you why they are ready for this. But they are also considered a super team. Again, they are very, very, how do I put this? Very old guard in their vibe as a team. They've been together for the longest time. Alone Fills, again, just at the tail end of that highlight, had to suffer the wrath of Elmimore, who's been incredibly clutch. Now moving on to the second round here. I feel like this type of round is actually so interesting when we see the top end, the very, very tippy top, because this is where we see very creative pistol strats. Munyat will do the exact same thing though, but they have to be a little careful with that. Well, never mind. They do open up the site without an issue, without a hitch, as Alone Fills does have that shorty in hand, but this is not the right time to hold on to that dark boathouse. We still see 5 people strong on the side of ONIC. Made in Thailand, they have 2 more players with 2 classics. I would assume that not much can be done, but we've been proven wrong many times on the casting desk. As Conquer Red, he's the first to chime in. He does not get anything else, as Elmimore is too quick on the trade. Now Deland, 38 HP and a Spectre in hand. Potentially going for a save call here, Asarai, or maybe just posting up for exits, but it does look like this exit is going to be leaning towards the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not gonna save, because next round she's gonna have to buy her up, and that Spectre is just stolen away from Severin. What I do want to just again just probably point out for our viewers here who might not have too much viewing of the ONIC matches, even like from recent and then before, Monyet specifically as a player is I think incredibly unique in the fact that if you see how he plays, and I think that this highlight kind of shows one specific factor about him as a player, is that he's very adept at pre-firing and actually guessing quickly and correctly if somebody is right there. And if not, he always just rebounds and retreats so quickly. That's why I think he's so scary, because he just checks all of these angles and has no fear and just knows how to check them correctly, which is kind of insane if you think about it.
What's insane is that we have a round 3 null command coming out from Severine here. Conga Red and the boys, they would want to have that type of utility, but Elmimore, who's still continuing the rampage, finds Kadoo. WannaFly is still up in heaven here, wants to retaliate for the loss of his teammate, but so far a lot of the utility has been blocking out. A bit of a gamble if he swings out here, as Shiro and I believe one more player is holding down the fort, and it's Monyet, like you said, with an instinct. If it's not entering, it's holding it down. He's been doing fantastic at all those jobs. Suddenly these Vandals have not really found their values. This has been reduced to a very claustrophobic gunfight. Dellen finds NC Slasher. Shiro will give him a clue, but the gunfights, everybody's trading very, very cleanly. But ONIC is as clean as it gets. And that is the 3rd round on the board with free upgrades, mind you.
Yeah, kind of nasty on that ONIC sequence. It's well timed. Like, you see other people being able to do that, but nobody does that, I think, as cleanly as ONIC here in APAC. In any case, this is going to be very difficult for Myth now to get things started, especially with Severin just having so much bully power. I think this was one thing that I kind of wanted to see when you do see a composition like this, is if you're going to have something like this, you need to be incredibly aggressive as that entry frag, and Monyet just checks all of the boxes in that regard. There is the cheekiness. I don't know if this is going to get value. Oh, Monyet. That's just how good he is. Fearless through the smoke. They already know that B is going to be festering with Myth players, so why not just go the other direction? And already, pre-fire angle city for Monyet. One coming right out. It's the anti-flank from Severin. Wants to at least widen the distance so that Bucky deals absolutely no damage at long range. Another one lurking again. It's layers upon layers of just them thinning out the herd and finishing off this round. And you know that they're going to win this round just because Phils and WannaFly don't really have no firepower to get things started. That being said, though, maybe the wraparound onto A main could net them some value, but it's going to be a long hauler. And look at how ONIC just placed themselves. They already know that it's a possibility.
I was about to say that ONIC has to be the most robotic team when it comes. It's not that robotic, emotionless. They're just so refined and they're just so well oiled and well choreographed when it comes to their movement. As we saw with them trying to jump up, it's like they have one hive mind that they respond to. And you did mention that the Bucky cannot get any value at a range. Well, my friend, you brought up some very nasty memories that I am glad that we've dealt with. We've all past that point, and the Bucky is just a humble pump action now.
I don't know why I got reprimanded for calling it a mid-range sniper before the nerf happened.
Oh my goodness,
true, right?
Absolutely true, yeah.
Yeah, the right click was...
Come on, man. Come on.
It was so good. I forgot there was this like YouTuber that got super famous because he just abused the Bucky straight up. Like he was a sage and kept always just only using the Bucky. Now I think he's relegated to the judge, but during the heydays, man, the golden days of the Bucky. Oh boy.
Oh yeah.
So much value.
So much value, and honestly, it was much like a Tasmanian devil. Now you have power positions that you have to hold with the Bucky, really make it a one and done weapon. But before, you could just run out, play it like a like a Guardian at times, considering the range. It was really silly. But moving on, we are looking at ONIC still commanding a 4-round lead over Myth. Myth, we know how impressive they can be as a team. WannaFly has been the one to step up. Everybody else has been chiming into. Congred with that explosive fragging power just has not been present, not really given the opportunity as well. ONIC has just been so sharp, and even with a gaze like that through the smoke, it might cut you just a little too deep. But despite them having the early momentum, Aster, I love how reserved they are approaching this They have one lurk presence just trying to maybe pressure, have a little bit of perceived pressure here, as Fluff would like to talk. Missy Fluff, come back. And
Baby, come back.
The bulk of this team is just hanging out of A main. But look at that. Elmi Moore has struck. Been dealt with a bad hand. It's Dellen to be alone on the side here. Like we said, ONIC is incredibly well oiled and very choreographed as we see a flood of players go into A. Made in Thailand, they have to hold this down. Kadum gets some value out of that operator, but the Nightfall is here. They're going to be completely deaf and not going to have the highest of HP pools here. Elmi Moore and NC Slasher, they're doing a wonderful job. They trust their vision. And Elmi Moore, he sees Kadum slide into his DMs, and he tells Made in Thailand, pick up your mans. Get him out of here.
I thought that was going to be a botched round for ONIC, because the timing of a couple of things from Sever was a little bit questionable. First and foremost, the blade, which allowed Conga Red to be a little bit more ferocious. That flash coming into heaven, very not well timed, as he was expecting something. But then Elmi Moore comes into play. That second kill on Kadum, not the most important. The most important one was the shot he took that saved NC Slasher's life, allowed him to plant the spike, and actually, again, put the debuff slow onto Heaven so strong. It stopped Myth from waterfalling onto the site faster than ONIC could have anticipated, and it just really ruined Myth's possibilities at a clutch there. It was very minute, very close, but it could have happened. But Elmi Moore, what a savior, what a hero.
So many things you can put on him right now. Made in Thailand. They would love to put some 7.62s and some 5.56, but all they have are just light buys. And Elmi Moore, despite having a little bit of time, taking his sweet time trying to get that frag, he gets it eventually. Now WannaFly, being the sentinel, they're gonna have their flanks and their sights a little more vulnerable now. Made in Thailand, they are quite proficient with whatever weapons you put. But at the very top level, you need every advantage you can have. Conga Red has that null command. I'm not entirely sure if they want to use that here and now as an equalizer. When Yet already finds alone fills. I can't believe what I'm watching. Made in Thailand don't even get a chance to hold this side. Granted, it's an eco, but not even a single lick of damage has been thrown on its way.
That was kind of nuts, because the past couple of rounds has always been the dash. Yeah, these nuts. Monyet set up to actually go for the double updraft just because they were thinking, oh, maybe they're gonna play cheeky and play close. Double updraft without smokes means that there's no chance that, you know, the defenders can hide in corners without me spotting it. And even if I can't get the kills with the blades, it shouldn't matter at all because my teammates would have all the information that they need. This is the perfect thing for a Jet, right? It's the two specific roles that a Jet does. Is one of them is obviously anti-fragging and clearing corners, but the other one is just getting that information, you know, a glorified Sova drone, mind you, with a little bit more oomph in the trunk. So really good stuff there. I know it's just a save round for Myth, but you do see the thought process that comes out from ONIC.
We've been saying that so many times, right? It's a save round for Myth, but when are they gonna capitalize on their gun rounds? Again, these are what we like to call the high prio rounds because they obviously lead into swings. We try not to get into eco rounds too much, but obviously, you kind of see a lot of the mental. Would equity be a term here that I could properly use? No, I think it's the mental state of the team because, again, when you handle an eco round, right, as the team that's ecoing. Generally speaking, you just want to do eco damage, but then that's where we see if players try to go for the hero play. I'm glad that Made in Thailand is still very much composed despite the deficit that they are being presented. But this is already quite a hill to climb, Basarai.
It feels like they're just one step behind from what ONIC have been doing here. Right? We see everything on the overview cam. It's so different when you see what they are doing, especially that they don't know where Myth are actually playing at. Kind of cray.
Absolutely. Yeah. It almost feels like their sixth sense is running right now with how they're using their utility to be a little bit of a warning, really, to let Made in Thailand know that this is a line you should not cross. This is our part of the map. And once again, ONIC with the discipline of not just overheating is one of the team's more admirable traits. One of its more, I would say, qualities that a lot of teams should emulate. Because sometimes that's just how a lead goes. You overheat, you're feeling yourself a little too much. And maybe that was WannaFly's cue to swing, still kind of holding on to this Log's position. A minute left, Aserai. And now we see the Cosmic Divide be thrown into play here.
This is just Monyet, though. They haven't pushed in. They've only committed 2 players, and they're down and dusted. Myth. All right, yeah. Good paranoia, good null command. It's all going to be the contact. 3, 2, 1, let's push. But they do line up a couple bits. There's still the flash out from Conga Red. Good adjustment from Shiro. But he really has no more position to actually make anything do. Conga Red, is there enough time? Bring him back to life for the weapon?
Yes.
Just in the nick.
I hate the New York Knicks. They're an awful team. I feel like they're not that great of an organization.
Nick of Time is spelled as N-I-C-K, right?
I know, I know.
K-N-I-K. K-N-I-C-K. Yeah.
Is the word phonetically? It sounds very similar, and it just evokes much strong emotions for me, and not much of the basketball fan base. But if we look at the scoreline right now, that is the first round on the board for our boys over at Made in Thailand. This could potentially be a good sign because they haven't buckled yet. They aren't overextending. Honestly, they're not even playing bad, Aserai. It's just ONIC have been playing this to a T, a rhythm that hasn't really been broken as of the moment. But maybe Made in Thailand have to be a little more proactive, as Trix would love to say.
I'll argue that last round, I think ONIC were kind of testing the waters and wanting to force certain ultimates away from the hands of Myth. I think they would want to more primarily get rid of maybe the lockdown, but we'll see how that goes. At least they've taken away the null command, which I think you just don't want in the hands of Conga Red. I think Conga Red is incredibly confident, even more so once he has that particular ability in hand. He's just a fire starter, as it were. But for now, again, just slow processes for ONIC. This has worked a couple of rounds back, but not anymore. Very early. Oh, no, actually, no, it's not early. Might not be a bad thing to have actually used that lockdown right now, but with still 30 seconds, this is still a window of opportunity for ONIC to hit back onto B, and now they know. The KJ's there, and she has no more big ultimates to use. If Severin can hit her with the blade, she's gonna get absolutely deteriorated. No utilities will be had. No. Okay, so he still has a little bit of that. The reposition to the back of the side, but Shiro supplementing with the ultimate gets 2! Alone kills. Okay, no time though. Kadum's gonna have to bring it all the way back. Does he have it? No! Severin wins it! Conga Red! What do you got in you? He's got a bit of fight in him. Okay, he's gotten the tag. This is going to be the reposition from both NC Slasher and Severin. But Conga Red has been spotted at spawn. Severin will be playing as the first contact. Swings out for the Y. And he's waiting for it. He knew exactly what ONIC were thinking, but it's still not going to be enough. So good from both teams.
These gun rounds have been honestly fairly competitive. At least the previous round here, we saw the double up here. And Conga Red, no stranger to the SEA special. You think you're going to fool me by making me think only one person is gonna come out of that angle? Surprise! Oh well, you know, he did lose the gunfight, but I love the clarity of his thought process here. Made in Thailand, this hole has been dug deeper by ONIC G. They've been fantastic, and honestly, they've been playing perfectly. There is no other words to describe how their demeanor has still not changed. As Monyet, he even gets one through the smoke. It's Conga Red who was the survivor of that previous round. Now the first victim. Potentially. ONIC have already secured this round. Elmimore, where did you come from? Finds WannaFly. And Made in Thailand. ONIC G, they're doing their best to make them crumble. To make those pillars look like they're made out of sand. As Kadum and Alone fills, what do they do? What can they do? Oh my goodness, they're resorting to giving this round up, Aserai.
This is such a treat to see, but you can also kind of witness, not kind of, but you can really witness the difficulties that Myth are being approached upon. Shiro's already expecting maybe somebody's gonna updraft, the cheekiness of Kadum to utilize maybe the blades if ever, but wow, just... You know, I rarely say... Whoa! We need to see them. They're hovering on the edge of the explosion. Cheeky. Wow. Anyways, what I was gonna say is, I rarely say clean as can be with how teams execute. Maybe a pristine, stuff like that. But this is just like on a whole different level for ONIC. Just,
that is true.
Everything has been well thought out. Just, wow, I'm flabbergasted.
It's hard not to sound like we're really on the ONIC train. Honestly, again, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm an ONIC fan, but at the same time, that doesn't stop me from being incredibly critical with this team. But what is there to be critical about when they are performing at such a great level here? We know Qeon is such an explosive player, losing that ability to clutch, the ability to scrap really well. It's gonna hurt Made in Thailand. Alone Bills, he salvages the situation the best he can, but Conga Red with that Sheriff gets Monyet. Finally, the onslaught has been halted somewhat, but with WannaFly on that frenzy, it really is looking unlikely. The closest weapon he can take, I believe, is all the way on Jenny, but it looks like everybody on ONIC wants to hit him with that do. So I don't know, man. This round seems like it's going to be over? Question mark? Picks up the Sheriff. This is what dreams are made of.
Oh, wow. Can't even get a kill. Only more just TPs out. It's like, nope. Swipe from underneath you like a rug.
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, it's so hard to ask what can Made in Thailand do to adjust, because they've been using their utility really well, whether it be gun round or eco round. But it seems that the R&D, the anticipation, the research has been very thorough on the side of ONIC G.
Absolutely. I think I said this before, whether it was C Challengers or the first APAC Challengers that we've done here for 2022. Indonesia as a region feels like the fastest to have evolved in Valorant, and this is for me again. Say, you know, for someone from the Philippine region, right? This is kind of crazy again, as you saw with all of the things that they've done. And gotta say, Monyet is probably one of the most valuable players you can ever pick up in this particular APAC region of ours. Just crazy player in his own right. Anyways, Qeon has picked up the operator once more, but if they check the creds for Myth, they should know that there's something up there. Again, they're just trying to feel out where this player might be. Probably not going to be the A site. What's going to be here for the attackers? A big wall. It's going to pop out Dellen. He still does have his paranoia to get things started, but can't really do anything as the blade comes through. Conga Red laying very close to the wire. Monyet gets activated. Nope. There's the quick little trade. And again, the wall just allows them so much firepower here as the attackers WannaFly on a pedestal, able to shoot him down. And now Shiro, they're not going to know. Wait, if he throws that out, he's going to at least notify the rest of the defenders where he's going to be coming out of. And Dellen so close. Maybe the wall just a little bit too spacious for WannaFly to position himself for the double.
Made in Thailand still looking really good. Asarai, a valiant effort to come back into this one. And I know a lot of people will say, oh, this is going to be the 9-3 curse, etc, etc. We've heard that since the beginning of time. But again, a great job of recovering. I love that choice there by, I believe that was Conga Red, just kind of holding down that discipline. He's like, nope. Let that simmer, let that marinate just a little bit more, and we're going to have as much value as we can get. As they do exchange information here, not in the most traditional manner. One gets hit by a 0 point, another gets tagged up by the Haunt. The spooky balloon, as I love to call it, Elmi Moore, undeterred, knows that he only needs to hit one shot. 50 HP doesn't matter to him. The read on Myth, though. I love the discipline yet again. No overextensions whatsoever, but they are losing quite a bit of map control doing this. Do they have any tools to rotate quickly? If we look at their ult economy, it's really not in the best shape. Conga Red is going to be absolutely pivotal for the success of this round.
Absolutely! Dellen! Oh, just... Okay. Tiny bit of crack. But you know what? That's all you need. A little bit of crack, right? Anyways, Congared hits it through the smoke. So good. And this gives him a fighting chance. He has the null command. They can play very much aggressive on the retake. And now they're not going to allow the reposition for ONIC. Cloud Burst just to give a little bit more space onto A main. Elmi Moore here holding the cross. It's really a huge firefight, and the lone fields 2 remain. Congared getting all the information, but Elmi Moore, woo, huge shots. He was lurking all the way from B, and now he just sets his influence to the A side, coming through on short.
Influence indeed, as that operator has found maximum value in that round. Despite taking the earliest bits of damage, he is the one to close it out. Did look very, very good at the start for Made in Thailand there. As you mentioned, they did get hit by those early defender picks. My goodness, I am stumbling my words right now, as this match has been incredibly exciting. But everybody, and I mean everybody, has been contributing in bunches. It's actually Kadun that's been somewhat isolated in these fights. The spacing might be a little problematic on the side of Made in Thailand, which is, yet again, something that we have to highlight on ONIC. Monyet has been going forward without fear, knowing that it's either Shiro or Severine just right on his 6, Asterai. It is one thing to take space. It is another to manage it well as a team. And once again, it's textbook. It's pretty much textbook what we're looking at today.
Absolutely. You know how they say mastering your fundamentals is the key to mastering anything. Wow. There you have it. But gotta say though, Elmi Moore, I think, was definitely one of the heroes of that particular round. He really saved it with all of the presence, or all of these frags that he got to supplement the continual take of ONIC. Because if he wasn't there, I think, like, again, Myth was very close to getting the 3-9, if it ever. That being said, feels like ONIC on defense really did struggle a lot. They were just trying to anchor a lot more. I think they try to fight a lot more, which is not really bad, because I know that if they try to play this post-plant, they'll probably not have the better of it. They know that ONIC's crossfires, refragging is really insane, so trying to stem the bleeding before it actually starts is the best option for them, and it's only gotten them to 2 rounds. It's good enough, but we'll see, again, how this kind of transfers now that they're going to play on this attacking side.
Right here.
I'm glad you brought up post-plant, right? Because if you look at the lineup that Made in Thailand are employing, especially with the presence of a Killjoy, that post-plant is definitely going to be something that ONIC have to consider. We haven't seen that on their attacking side. They've been very swift with the way they've been taking it. And yet again, we see another shorty being fielded, this time on Elmi Moore, who does have, for, well, now 2 rounds in the Headhunter. He hits 1, but he is sorely missing those 2 shots that he had to use to remove that Prowler. Now Delin could potentially find a bunch of frags here. That Paranoia is only going to bait out the reactions with Severine. They cut the head off the snake. And Made in Thailand, despite getting the site, they don't have control over it. But look at this. WannaFly has an excellent cutoff here. Now Elmi Moore burning precious time and burning precious manpower. Now this is looking so good for Made in Thailand here. Severine on 70 health will be eliminated immediately. 2v2, a 2v1 now. NC Slasher, what's he made of? He's made of steel. He is the Superman that ONIC needs. What a clutch.
I'm too shocked for this.
Oh my.
They knew that if they saved a little bit more time, they're gonna allow WannaFly to position for Heaven and just make it an awful push out from A main. So they didn't waste any moment whatsoever to start pushing in the 2 players that were stuck right there. Really quick adjustments from ONIC here, and I love the use of that fragment just so that nobody from the attackers can actually push up to A main and start challenging the rest of the ONIC squad. That being said, WannaFly almost made it happen. I actually didn't expect that was a 2 versus 2. I thought it was a 1 versus 2 with only Monyet, so I was already expecting maybe Myth to already win the round. That being said, both of these teams have actually gone for buy rounds, but ONIC, they're very much prepared for it. They do know that Myth would maybe want to challenge the fact that they don't want to play coming into round 12 with the buy, because, again, they want to play on that match point. Anyways, Delin, nice slow push, actually finds Monyet right there, but Slasher
Phil's getting a little bit too antsy. His team already backed away. What was the point of readdressing the smoke? Because now Elmi Moore is going to catch Conga Red, isn't he? Just a little bit. That's it. And now Deland. Peekaboo. He's challenging. He's about to hit it, but this Spectre just got no bite. He's going to try to chase for it, but there's one waiting around the corner. That's Shiro. And we're already looking at match point 12-2. This is looking kind of crazy for ONIC.
Match point.
This is that, or at least that was the gamble, going for that force buy in the second round. But what choice did MITH really have there? Monyet getting that for early pick again. I would say that's a little bit of a switch up. Typically, we'd see the Jet enter the side first, and then the Killjoy try to come up short, maybe put a little bit of presence towards Tree. But in any case, the Chaos has been a great place for ONIC to thrive, but this is match point. Like I mentioned, they were gambling on that buy to get a little bit out of it. But so far, this could potentially be the map for ONIC already. In Thailand, though, they're not ready to give up just yet. This time, they have a mid-centric attack Aserai. Market will be occupied by Severine. He is only one man against many automatic weapons, but this time he backs off. He sees the danger, he assesses the situation, and just does not want to deal with it as Monyet. You can't spell money without Monyet. He gets 2, he's good for 2. Deland is here for the trade, but what else can Made in Thailand do?
Well, they're trying to readdress the angle once again. NC Slasher holding the corner here. That Phantom will not be a possible pickup for Myth.
Scanning ahead.
They're trying to see something. Oh, that's a beautiful read. Yeah, that recon dart just gives away everything. The paranoia to get a little bit of blind. Wanna fly though, not gonna yield just yet. NC Slasher is in a risky yet worthy spot to maybe get some value. Not gonna happen. And this slow push from Myth working. Although Severin, he's shown his fangs, still has a lot of flash to actually supplement. He's isolated. He's jumping up. Wanafly thought that maybe he can go up above, but he was caught down below, and that is going to be it. Severin, smile on his face. ONIC will take game number 1 very, very convincingly, 13-2.
Defenders win.
It looks like Severine is doing the boy. As above, so below. Everything they need is on the ground as ONIC. They put their foot down and say that they are here for the gold. They want it, Aserai. My goodness, this is their first appearance of our second stage. But business as usual, it seems.
Yeah. So calm for them. They're like smiling and everything, but no stress on their faces. They had such a clean game. And it wasn't, I wouldn't say it was easy. They made it look easy. That's what I'm gonna point it out. Yeah. It's just so clean. You were talking about executions and whatnot, and they just executed everything up to a perfect T. So, guys, game 1 already down for the books. We're gonna go for a break. When we do come back, it's the panel and then game number 2. We'll see how that goes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before.
Raph, I hope you're happy that I am wrong so far, because I'm telling you, I'm also pleasantly surprised at how ONIC is performing. Really great game, really great first game on the side of ONIC G. What a way to introduce themselves over here at the VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Again, guys, welcome back. You're still with the panel, Likeable, Trix, and Dad Femina. Now, Dad Femina, this is your first day of the APAC goodness that we've been talking over here. So talk us through your whole experience.
Well, honestly, like that first match, like watching it from the panel itself, it's just a definitely different experience as a whole. I mean, you get to see the game like up close and personal, and then you get to see like all the nitty gritties. It just gives me like a huge idea of how ONIC just played that game to perfection. You just look at how proactive they have been all throughout that game. If you look at their attacking rounds, which then shows so much of their strength, which is early aggressive map control, and once they get that map control, which was A main and B main for this instance, they explode like some sort of bomb on towards like A side or B side. It's like they're not the spike itself, but they're exploding all throughout their executes all around. And what I like about that type of playstyle is that they don't necessarily have individual people like, yeah, Monyet was like doing a lot of Monyet things, just entry fragging all throughout, but the story behind Monyet being able to do that all throughout and how he has that freedom is because of his teammate backing him up. It's because he's always been traded out if ever that he doesn't pop off, which definitely goes to show that ONIC, not only are they an aggressive team, but they just have that emphasis on team play as a whole.
Yeah, not only that, we could also see, for example, there are so many times that Chamber was on his own, right, in B main, in that attacker start, and we'd see him put that pressure, kind of force Myth to show where they are or get rid of some of the utilities on Myth's side, but also Myth gave up a lot of space on the map, and we could see that just looking at the way the players were moving, what angles they were watching. But ONIC actually didn't take space recklessly. They knew, for example, okay, they don't really need mid control, but they want to make sure that nobody's getting flanked from mid. So you had like the Chamber just watching from mid lane, and I think that was really good of ONIC, and the fact that they were just so decisive, so on point, and it just looked like they weren't doubting their strategies, their plans, nor their teammates.
I just have to like point out as well that not only were they decisively like working on team play all throughout like their own regional qualifiers, as well as like how they have been improving all throughout like the run in their own regional series, that they just proved to us like not only does aggressive team play work, but if you look at how much they just put themselves, how their identity just worked all throughout this Ascent map. I mean, we've been talking about like Ascent being a bit of a slow or a defaulty kind of map, but ONIC just threw that all out the window. Just think about how many times Monyet was given free reign to just make so many multi-frags, how much space he has secured for his team, and how fast they actually execute when they get to pull that trigger.
You know what really impressed me with ONIC though is the way that they do their decisions. It's so fast, it's so quick and easy. And once they do make a decision, it's always the quick team play that we like to talk about. I mean, I think it was around round 8 wherein there was only 20 seconds left on the clock. And WannaFly, before that 20 seconds was there, he actually used this lockdown on B side, which gave the information to ONIC that, hey, the lockdown is gone, we can rush B side right now. 20 seconds on the clock, do or die, let's just give it our all. And by some miracle, they were able to clear the site that Myth was holding, plant the spike down with 1 second to spare. I am telling you, it was unbelievable, but they managed to do it and they won that round.
Adding to that point, you know, it wasn't just the fact that the lockdown went, the lockdown was expended. It was actually the Sova using his ultimate to clear the site to also help his teammates go in, because they didn't need the ultimate anymore to counter that Killjoy lockdown, as we usually see it saved for that occasion.
I mean, we expect like Sovas to use that Hunter's Fury to at least destroy that lockdown, right? But man, Shiro in that particular moment, he didn't even need to step inside the site, but he opened up so much for his team to even push in. If you look at how well they are able to coordinate against with each other, they not only are able to get free reign over the main sides, but they're also like able to brute force so many aggressive duels against members of Made in Thailand that they're not even able to answer back. Yeah, they had really good established crossfires, like especially in the early rounds, but they really lost so much of that control, especially since 5 players are just shooting all over that B site that I don't think they even had a chance to even counter anything out of that.
Moving on to Fracture, I really hope that Myth has that more proactive push that we've been talking about over and over again, because it actually worked for them. It was around round 11. It was the first time that I actually saw this team become proactive, because Kadum was pushing B main with an op, and this forced ONIC to rotate, take on A side instead, and that made all the difference. This was the round that they got the second point of the game, and I was hoping that, hey, I think they finally figured it out. They finally realized that, hey, when we push certain sides, when we take space away from our enemies, then there's a chance for us. We can actually fight ONIC off. But no, coming into the final round of the first half, they didn't push. They held their site once again, which I was really heartbroken to see. But yeah, that's how it was. It was a 10-2 lead for that first half, and ONIC was just proving that for this particular game, they were the well-prepared team. They were the better team for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, we mentioned how like they had like that small window, and that was when ONIC decided to switch things up. They decided to have that lead sat 1 lurker around that mid side, but I feel like that's like a small sort of experimentation that they wanted to try out, maybe. But because they had that one member lurking out, they lose out that one member that they wanted to use as some sort of like trading potential, so that that became like the window of opportunity for Made in Thailand in those previous windows. And you'd say, yeah, maybe this could be the sort of something for Made in Thailand, but ONIC just decides to flip the switch, go back to what they do best on that Ascent map, and it just shows how decisive they are in their calls.
I mean, Ref calling me out over there. I love seeing the proactive plays, and I really wanted Myth to be a little more proactive there. I felt like they really were shining earlier on in the play-in matches and the play-in series, where they were starting to take that information. They were confident, and you could see that confidence in ONIC. I believe it was the Chamber with 5 health actually peeking on a turret, and he didn't even care. He was just saying, no, I still have a lot of health here. I could get an opening pick somehow, and then he falls back, he goes to his teammates, and still, you know, pulling out amazing confidence and frags, putting himself in a position for that advantage. It just felt like ONIC they trusted each other so much, and Myth on the other hand felt like they weren't really sure how to approach this map. They weren't sure if they could win the duels, and I guess for a team like that, I would say just take the duel anyway, because you're going to find out later on, and you have to figure out how to take them better. And this is your chance to play against the top in APAC, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You have to give it all. You cannot be afraid to take that duel. You cannot be afraid to pick that fight. If anything, if Myth is hearing this right now, please take that fight. Because when you do, you punish your opponents when you do so.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to do it. Wow, we sound like motivational speakers over here.
That's good.
Yeah, but it is
Everyone
what it is. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have made it up to APAC if you weren't good, if you didn't have the potential to fight off the best of the best from the other countries, from the other regions that are participating over here. It's just what it is. And moving on to Fracture, I am really hoping that, Myth steps it up. They become unafraid, and they just bring out the Myth that we were hoping to see from the plains. The one that was able to adjust, the one that was able to take those duels, the one that was just fearless at certain points. Right, Dad Pamina?
Yeah, I mean, for Myth and the map of Fracture, this could be their only map. And since this is their map pick, they have something up in their sleeve. I really like the team comp that they could be putting out here. It's just everything is so perfect except for maybe the stage that I kind of want to say that they could have actually picked up maybe a KO that would have supported so much the team that Myth could have. It could also unlock a bit more proactiveness on their side, which was lacking in their Ascent map. But then again, since they want to fall back on having that perfect reset before they want to move in onto that retake scenario, especially for ONIC, who like to take that map control very effectively and very aggressively, then maybe they do have a game plan with the stage up and running for them. But like I said, I would have expected the KO to be more prevalent on Myth's side, but I feel like that's more on ONIC now that they are going to be using that same team comp, and I really like that Fade usage as well.
Rex, you mentioned to me earlier before the game that you preferred to see Congared on a Sky. You feel like he would have been more effective on a Sky, but here he is on a Breach. What's your opinion on that?
I feel like on a map like Fracture, especially if you're running that Neon, although I was kind of expecting the Raze, I'm not going to lie.
Same.
Rather than the Neon, but I think Neon Breach is a very good combination. You've got a lot of opportunities to concuss your opponents and overwhelm them, but on the side of ONIC, you also have that Fade with the Neon too, and I feel like that Neon can really capitalize on people trying to stop the Prowlers from catching them off guard. And I don't know, I feel Congared would do really well on a Sky, but on a Breach and on a map like Fracture, which I find it's large, but in terms of the sites, it's very small. It might actually be more advantageous for them because they can also limit the angles with that Sage pick.
I want to maybe focus my energy on one player, and that's like the Neon that we have for Myth side. Isn't that the first time we're seeing Myth actually pick up that Neon for the duelist? It's pretty ballsy to actually pull it out against like a very proactive team like ONIC, but then again, I kind of agree that they could be pulling out maybe the best agent in this sort of scenario, this Fracture map actually. They do have that same security of having to entry with the same amount of fast push that they would have if you rely on the jet so much, but on a Fracture map, you would want to have a bit more consistency. And with the Neon, I feel like that's going to be putting a bit of I'd say a plug into the flaws that they have in terms of like proactivity, but I kind of want to see them make or break this game before I could make any more conclusive thoughts.
A lot of teams have run the Neon. They've shown how aggressive Neon can be, especially with that speed boost. And it's opportunity for Myth to take that aggressive early control, those proactive plays, and then react to the opponents as well. From what I saw from ONIC, they're fantastic at reacting to utility especially. They know exactly what they are limited to. They know how to push the opponents back. They know what they have or what will come up for them. So I think that if Myth tries to play a little more, put some more pressure on the ONIC side to try and take control of the reins of the map and how the pace is going, it will help Myth and turn to their favor, but it really depends on if it's going to pull through, because again, I don't think I've seen them on the Neon, especially on Fracture yet.
We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. Because of what we all discussed here, I'm really hoping that most of the fights that we find here are not on the site itself, just to prove a testament that it is going to be a proactive defending side over here. But again, quite a show we got here on the first series. It's simply never enough. So it's time for more of the action as we proceed to game number 2. We're headed to Fracture, everyone.
Fracture, the map where we've seen gods bleed, and yet again, maybe that could be the narrative as we head into a second map of a potentially lopsided series. Right, ONIC G really putting up a clinic, but Made in Thailand, they want to answer back, and they have to do it now.
Absolutely, this will be quite interesting to see as well, because I think we're seeing two different compositions come into play. Yes, there is the double neon on both sides, or not double neon, but we're always going to see two neons in this particular match. But there's a little bit of a difference here. On mid side, they will be playing with the double sentinel, while ONIC will be playing with the double initiator. And this is kind of interesting to also point out, because usually you see a double initiator maybe be played on the attacking side, but it's ONIC playing on defense, and then swap that for Myth that are actually playing on the attacking side with the double senti. But I think this kind of makes sense with Fracture, especially with the Sage. You're going to use your wall to securely push in onto sites for a little bit more safety, because again, it's a thick wall that you have to break with the utility. And again, this map really encapsulates defenders pushing out and getting that active map control. And I think the best example that I've been talking about this way again and again is if you've watched the MYSG region with how Paper X play Fracture, it's the best example of you as a defender not staying on the side and actively getting that map control.
Yes, I was totally paying attention to everything you said, Asray. Rest assured.
Aww.
Okay, now I don't want to listen. If that's how... Look what you've done. Look where we are now. The natural order has been disturbed. And now we are heading into a tech pause. But you did talk about, again, backstage, Asray talked about ONIC foregoing that breach, which is an incredibly popular pick on this map, really. Considering that we do see the Sage Neon combo, which I believe has been fielded by multiple teams now. I think it was Xerxia who did it in the previous stage, or was it Paper X? It was a match between them on this very map.
Yeah. I think it was Xerxia that used it previously. But happy to say that the staple for this particular map has the neon. So we're seeing a lot more love with this particular agent. Like everybody's seen it like multiple times, dozens if not hundreds already in the matches that have played in this region of VCT, the other regions of VCT throughout the entire world. And just to kind of add to neon as well, I think it was Trix that mentioned it, that she also would like to see neon be picked up and showed a little bit more love on other maps, you know, as maybe a improvise to the Jet, which I really do also like, because she does things that no other agent can do, and one of those things is being able to flush out particular corners, provided that you do know how to well utilize the relay bolt, which is kind of interesting to say as well, because I think that was the point that I wanted to mention with the double neon that we're going to be seeing here right now. Is it's not her dash, or it's not her slide, it's not her wall, it's her relay bolt that I think really allows you to oppress and take advantage of certain angles and fights. If you're able to position that well while you're sprinting in, it takes a lot of practice and knowledge of the interaction of that relay bolt. So if you can use it really well, you will see a lot more value come out of it.
That Fem and Trix have been bringing up so many good points, and now you brought up yet another excellent point. But I feel like Neon is... she's gonna scale really well into the later life of the game, right? Because right now we're looking at something a little more reliable in the form of a Jet. Immediate space taking, bam. No frills about it. Neon does have a little more specialized kit, but I will say what I've said in the previous episodes, in that she just takes so much execution, which is why I'm saying that she'll scale really well into the lifetime of the game. Hopefully a lot of the teams will see this value, and we might even see her being picked up maybe in a year or two from now, maybe even later. But with that being said, Asray, It's just the margin for error when you run a Neon, it's very, very little. You mess up a relay bolt, you can ruin the whole day for your team, or you just completely whiff, which the latter is much more better. Or rather, much better, my goodness. The talk about Neon, thing about Neon, really giving me a lot of thoughts, maybe mixing up a little bit of my words as this technical pause is still going. But a lot of the questions will be answered when we get into this match, sooner rather than later.
I wonder if we'll see some cheeky Neon tech be used. Because I know that there's one that's been now just kind of going around the net. I think it's a PH player that did that cheeky Neon play on Icebox. Can't remember his name, but anyways. Speaking of which, yeah, there it is. Severin, though. Good punish play. Already he's being chased very, very quickly. But somehow his teammate Shiro and the rest of ONIC are here to fight. Monyet trying to reposition and actually just stops the tower from being still well controlled by the rest of Myth. Elmi Moore comes around from the back. Wannafly does have the spike. Doesn't really have a lot of options left for him. Look at how they quickly just wrap around all the way through A. And I really like this because you can hear the plant on the spike on either side, depending on how deep you are onto the site. So this actually still really nets them a really good spread around. And they can always just play that 2 versus 1, even if Wannafly does plant at 40 seconds. They don't really have to actively search for the man himself. So this will be Wannafly at least being pushed into post plant, which could work if he does at least get 1 or 2 kills. And he does have that TP as well to kind of fall back on.
Absolutely. And a very safe rotation coming in from ONIC here. They do not have tower control whatsoever, so Monyet might have to brute force his presence here as Wannafly goes for the lower end of things. Getting that low ground, doesn't really want to get flushed out, or at least the prospect of getting relay bolted is not on top of his list. So far, ONIC taking a very measured approach in this 2v1 as Wannafly has been spotted out. They do have the information. They want to engage us together, and that's exactly what they do. But now going back to how they rotated out of that one, I really like the thought process of, hey, let's just play CT, or rather, let's play Spawn. We'll get to either site really in the same amount of time, and we're going to have a very respectable crossfire. This is something that me and Black and Blue have talked about quite a bit. Can you actually anchor a defensive scheme using just your spawn as your main points of interest? And I'm glad that ONIC has been using it as a bit of a rotation. It's kind of like, how to put this, Asher? It's kind of like if you're climbing a mountain or if you're scaling a cave, you have designated camps, right? And so far that's
base of operations.
Yeah, like a base of operations. No, like a checkpoint. Like when you're at 600 meters in the climb, you have a safety camp. Yeah. That's exactly how they're using the spawn. And once again, we see the game evolve through our own eyes, and it's really such a treat.
Yeah. I guess that makes a lot of sense too, because you do see other attacking teams actually go through the spawn of the defenders just because it gives them easier access coming in to a site where did that haunt come from? Beautiful timing. Still though, Myth have still yet to get themselves a strong control of the site. They went in for the force buy here and now. Severin so perfect on that flashpoint. Excuse me, not flashpoint, but the flash drive. Now it's only Conga Red and Zelen 2 remain. They're both just stuck on B main and can't push any more forward as the smoke dissipates. So that's their chance for actually being able to fight in this round anymore.
Things have not been very, very pleasant on the side of Made in Thailand, as typically this is pretty much an attacker-sided map. I feel like a lot of people would agree with that. A lot of our... maybe a lot of our coaches have maybe a consensus. Yeah, this is mostly leaning towards attacker, if not 60-40 at the very minimum. But what can Made in Thailand do now? It looks like they have a more split approach. B is something that they've put their eyes on, their sights on. They have a little bit of a broken buy, or rather just a light buy here. Upgraded pistols and not much. NC Slasher being a little bit of a tease here, showing off the widest player model in the game, which also has found a bit of a stable home on Fracture. We don't really see Brimstone that much on other maps. Maybe a stint on Bind, but Fracture has been his calling.
Oops. Severin. He's gonna pop a flash here. Value. Nah, he doesn't want to challenge like 4 players. Looking straight at him. Oh, Severin. Cheeky boy. Cheeky peek. I mean, it's safe to peek like that, but yeah, it's still kind of dangerous. Anyways, kind of interesting that ONIC have yet to really go overly aggressive, but I think it is to the betterment of Myth. As you can see, they're orb farming. Again, if people don't know, but everybody knows, 4 orbs are available on Fracture compared to any other map out there. So if you can get all of these juicy orbs, yes, very good.
Oh, but Aserai, it seems that Severin has not relegated anybody else but himself to defend that. It's been working out well. Shiro gets a ding, but that's all about Shiro for him. Alone Fills gets a frag onto Shiro, but time is running down. Do they have the space to work? And no, that's gonna be it. That's the round right there. And pardon me for cutting you off there, but I just couldn't help but appreciate the cinematic view. I really like that. That was really cool.
Oh yeah. I like this lineup and crossfire for ONIC. It's pretty efficient if you think about it. Again, one holding tower, one holding B main, one holding the arcade entrance so that nobody can flank around. Again, it might not work when Made in Thailand do have their buy round, which is now, but I gotta say, ONIC have been playing bonus for like 3 rounds in a row. Because again, with the force buy from Myth, this has put them in a really awkward spot. And what's kind of, I guess, awkward still about it is because they've lost so many rounds to ONIC. Look at how quickly ONIC or close ONIC are to all of these ultimates. Granted, Myth have been, again, orb farming a lot more. There will be some opportunities ONIC can really explode with these particular abilities when it comes online. But for now, really good push for Myth coming into the A side. I told you how the wall is going to be used just to cross a little bit more safer. And Wannafly on the first contact. This is going to be huge from him. Get at least 1 pick.
He could get both.
So hidden. He can get both, indeed. Oh, he doesn't know. Is he gonna win this one though? He will not.
Close.
Oh, that's a good stun.
Oh my goodness, Munyet. Giving us a heart attack here is Deland. Will try and reinforce his teammates, but Munyet actually gets him. Congared finds NC Slasher. But all the chaos that's happening on this site has been favoring Myth here, Made in Thailand, making a case. But Munyet has been undiscovered. I'll have to get this one out. Made in Thailand, they have a resurgence. A first round much quicker compared to the previous map.
Absolutely. Again, this is their first buy round, by the way. This is kind of dangerous, though.
Was it their first buy round?
Yes. Because they forced the buy round again on the second round, so they have to, I think, weak buy for 2 rounds in a row to make sure that they have enough money. This is honestly their first like buy round with the guns and full util. That being said, this is actually kind of dangerous for them because, again, similar with other tactical shooters with economy, if they do lose this one, an economic reset is going to happen, so they definitely need this one. Aside from just the round itself, right? It is going to be quite important. That being said, Wannafly brings out the Fury with the Tour de Force. The peek out for Elmi Moore will get shut down. It's a battle between chambers. Shiro, ooh, that was close. If that door opened up while he was peeking through drop there, that might have been his life. But the default by Myth coming into the A site once again, it's all pretty good for them. And they can just play so far back if they want to.
Oh, dear.
There it is. The emo rolling thunder. Bills will get at least dropped down, but as long as Conga Red is still alive and not get dispatched, they still have the threat of being able to stop the plant as soon as it happens. But they come through the door, they challenge as quickly as can be, and the seize and the blind. Oh my god, Deland is just still holding on. Need to try to stop the defuse right now, which does happen. The positioning though, NC Slasher into the corner is going to be peeking this, but Wannafly so quick, so ferocious. And Severin, you know that his opponent is just right there. The door has opened up. Deland is going to be close, and he will be good enough to finish off the round.
What an exchange here. Made in Thailand making a case why this is their map pick. Revitalized, reinvigorated, and very much rekitted. However, that was very expensive on the side of ultimates. They still do have that Rolling Thunder. The one that's not going through a phase, Aserai. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's not a phase, Mom. Where are you? But with that out of the way, Conga Red really did prove to be too much of a threat here that had to be immediately addressed by Shiro. But we saw how Made in Thailand handle that storm, handle that pressure. We see a slower approach this time around. They've somewhat caught the scent of ONIC really taking one side of the map. And this time it looks like it might pay off here. If they do that relay bolt into whatever utility that Breach is going to throw out, Elmimore might not have the safety of his rendezvous. He's just outside of the range. But Made in Thailand still going for that patient approach. Trix did mention this is so much map control being given up, and with Kadoom out of the equation, that's their quick site entry and their temporary site blocking removed from the round. A minute left. They do get orbs up. They still have this Rolling Thunder, but I reckon that they want to use that for something else. At the very least, they get that res up.
I love that. He just re-angles one of the rendezvous so that he can just, again, reposition and then look for more. But because they play this so slowly, there's still operator there onto the side. This is going to be very risky, but Shiro is holding on for his own teammate. Good enough for the first kill. There's one just trapped in. Elmimore couldn't do anything because of the flash, and he was caught right out into the open. But still, this is a messy fight between these two teams. Monyet, Zappity do comes out, sees Wannafly, he really chases for it, and he is just zooming, Raph. Zooming. Both of them just re-peek, one above, one down below. And Monyet could not actually hit both shots. Even if he could, they had too much HP for them to get zapped too quickly.
We've talked about it too, how the overdrive from Neon is such an amazing cleanup tool. That when you see that lightning bolt, it becomes such an anxious moment and an anxiety-inducing one. Like you mentioned, Elmimore could have found value in that spot, but I love the read coming in from Made in Thailand. Now this is shaping up to be quite a match here. Both teams now exchanging blows effectively. Potentially yet another round for Made in Thailand, as this weakened armory on the side of ONIC might be the death of them. They don't have that tour de force that could somewhat patch it up. They don't have the overdrive that was expended in the previous round, so they are working with scraps here.
And you talk about defenders, right? Just staying in their own side of the spawn. Look at how Myth are just doing literally the same thing.
Just really
as attackers.
Yeah, they're not interested in, like, you know what, guys, do whatever you want. What can you really do with upgraded pistols anyway? I dare you. Elmimore, with his Headhunter, could potentially do some damage. Once again, eco rounds, they really do rely on your chamber player to find value on his eco, but Elmimore needs nothing but his Headhunter to get two. Made in Thailand. They do recover Asarai, but a very expensive outing already.
Severn has a stinger. This double smoke can actually help him out. Really good flash overall, but just can't capitalize on the shots. The wall to come through, and they're hearing it. The SMG in the hands of Severin. 2 versus... Or actually, no, 3 versus 1. Gonna flash out of this one. The contact, not gonna be as clean as he was probably expecting. Just flashed out, but that angle, I don't think really has that much explosiveness, especially when you flash out of it as the KO. Here we go.
Now we have Wannafly in that operator. A very welcome upgrade to the efforts of Made in Thailand to tie up the series. They're definitely doing much better this time around, and could potentially find the first lead of, well, at least for themselves in this series. We still see quite a bit of ultimates that are at the brink of being usable on the side of ONIC G. Elmimore, who's been making this home, tells Wannafly that you cannot put your dirty loafers in my A main. As Monyet wants to back it up. We see the Prowler find Kadoom, makes him back up just a tiny bit, but with the Operator, he's going to have a little bit more confidence fighting this one. They know that the Operator is there. Monyet, like I mentioned, man, it is just so easy to mess yourself up with a relay bolt like that.
Well, he thought he got it. He thought that they were maybe chasing for the kills. Monyet, again, he loves to peek those angles. He loves the pre-fire fight of it all. NC Slasher gonna be into the corner. Kadoom so quick to just charge right on through, but as there's so much blockage. There's nothing really that he can look for in this one, but that was so clean. Kadum just so far already in the other side of B that Severin just not really expecting him to just catch him off there. I mean, more on Shiro. It's very expensive to try to go for this 2 versus 4. Again, with that sniper in hand, in tow. Back away for the moment. I'm really liking this slow style for Myth. Getting a lot more information. The trades, yes, they're starting to lose at least one player in, but it's not the most important. As long as they can get that Smoker and Breach still alive, I think it's still a very worth endeavor to at least try to get that first contact, get information, and then back away. Oh, no. And more! He got away!
Are you okay? There's just so many moments.
Oh my god!
Up as Kadum was on that hunting party. Still Elmi. What? He barely saw Conga Red. Oh no. They would have loved to have that Vandal, just a little bit of security, but instead they'd run that double op here. They want to be a little more aggressive per se on this round. They probably will dominate both mains, both on A and B, if any of you are wondering. Because they found quite a bit of success here. But they had to stay alive. They're the only ones that can be used as a crutch. And I can never get enough of that space. It's adorable.
Excuse me, I'm still dying.
Aserai regaining his strength here as that zipline debacle was one of the rare occurrences of the game here. Maybe could have been a jousting moment. But we are in the modern age. Such barbaric practices, despite entertaining, are condoned.
Oh. Alright. Monyet. They've actually put Monyet on the operator now. Which is, no, the double op, because Elmore is also on his tour de force. This is, I think, again, the problem that you do see without the breach. Oh, Kadum. Nobody's actually capitalizing. Oh! Fragment for days! Shiro does get fragged off him to the end, but Severin, his blinds have been quite on point. Still one defender holds on to Amen. It's Monyet. It's the shot first with the operator. Spike is already on the A site, but Conga Red, he's going to have to help out his Brody. Ooh, maybe a wall bang can actually expend Alone Fills right here and now. This is very, very interesting to see the interaction of this one. Great flashes overall. Conga Red, does he know what is coming from his behind? Not at all alone by himself. That's what his namesake is for. 3 versus 1. Still on top of the site. They know where he is. Trying to scan where he is right now. And he is playing this absolutely perfectly, if only for just a split second. And ONIC come into play. That waterfall from drop might have worked if Monyet was not if Monyek was flushed out of A main.
What a thrifty round on the side of ONIC here. Maybe taking a little bit of wind out of MITH's lungs. Bit of a surprise tactic. Now, I'm curious if they're gonna adjust to how Made in Thailand are playing, especially when they're just kind of holding up on their spawn here. ONIC, they still want to get that long-range approach with Elmi more. They are not shying away from that, and I believe this is going to be a timeout on the side of Myth. They're gonna mull things over. What went wrong? How did we lose to that eco? Severine, my Serpentine, welcoming everybody to the jungle with that fragment. Absolutely spot on. But everything else here kind of seemed quite scattered. This is also the value of having a sentinel with a lot of uptime. But ONIC were just very, very quick to find Wannafly in that situation. Actually, it's an ONIC timeout. That's interesting.
Well, I guess that they do know that it is going to be a crucial buy round for them. So having the extra time again to just discuss just a tad bit more. Because even though that was a successful round for ONIC, they can't always keep replicating that because Myth will adjust. That being said, this is going to be quite interesting to see how the adjustment now lies, because I think Elmi Moore will be back on the operator, and then Monyet's going to be playing as the rifler once again. We'll probably see that in just a teeny tiny bit here as we do get into play. Yep, there it is. Wanna Fly already looking for the chance to fight into this, and it seems like ONIC are looking to go incredibly aggressive into the fray. Severin and Monyet are challenging, and they are just trapped in their own side of the spawn. They're coming in from all angles here. Shiro, 1 against Deland. Where is he? He's so far away on underground. He will be coming, but this is a very awkward game of hide and seek from both players. I don't think Shiro knows, but he at least wants the safety of a very, very impenetrable wall right behind him. But the timing,
oh my gosh,
so close. They're not
So
gonna
many.
know.
That's right.
He's
I'm
just
sorry to
holding the
cut you
angle.
off again. Oh, we're just so tense. Why are there so many back scratchers this game, man? It's also kind of throwing us off rhythm. It's just pulling on our heartstrings. My goodness. And it feels like this game has been going on forever, but it's only round 11. Oh, man.
There's always a different story to tell each and every round. I think that's why it feels that way, right? Oh my God, Kadum and Conga Red, the KK combination. Whew.
Teleport's ready. You want to play? Let's play.
The Krispy Kreme.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very classic combo, much like our, the donuts that have been mentioned. But that being said, a quick entrance has been made. Severin bringing a knife to a gunfight. He will be down, but he's not out, as Alone Fills is the one to open up this site for them, or at least give them an avenue of safety from CT. Who is there to recover Severin? The time is winding down, and it seems that he is a man on an island. All he's able to do is just be an information giver. But look at this. With that being said, they know that all this pressure is going to be coming from one of two sides. We only have Shiro here from Waterfall. So far, the duels have not been working out. But as soon as I say that, it's Money Monyet finding Alone Fills. Elmimore has an operator, but this is looking like it's going to be a CQC debacle. Dylan finally finds Monyet. This is looking much more difficult for ONIC. NC Slasher and Elmimore, they are unfazed. What the time? Like you mentioned, the time! NC Slasher. Well, that's right. Chaos has been the friend of Made in Thailand.
Last round
And
in the
ONIC
half.
seems to be in a bit of a pickle here. Could potentially be a 2-round lead going into the half.
Oh my goodness. We talk about how each and every round has a different story. What is this? There's just some different type of playbook each and every different reset that we do have. My goodness. And again, man, this is the best that we've seen Myth, at least in this series. I mean, again, it's just 3 games, if that ever. But compared to Ascent, such a different face from this particular roster here. Now, what's there left for the defenders? Not really too much. A couple of them relegated to just very weak weapons. NC Slasher might want to trade up with his Phantom, but no one's near him. They're not going to at least give away the good position that they've already spread out. And this is actually a good question from you and Trix, I think, a while, talking in our chat and whatnot. They haven't utilized too much the second portion of the attacking side of this map, or the other half.
Oh, yeah.
But Myth have kind of done that in the past, 3 to 4 rounds now, or 2 to 3 rounds now.
It truly is the crux of every defender on Fracture. Where are they gonna come from? And Kadum! Oh my goodness, NC Slasher, that's a bit of a jump scare yet again. That's another one to the back scratcher list, as Alone Fills is not gonna have any problems with this plant. Elmimore's the only one servicing a rifle right now. So, that being said, we did mention that they might come into this half with a 2-round lead. Made in Thailand looking fantastic. Monyet using that wall to give them just a little bit of space, but with a lack of firepower, it isn't that intimidating. Elmimore using that crossfire to perfection, finds Alone Fills, but much like the person he just fragged, he is left on his lonesome. Made in Thailand is very much alive.
Now they're going to be going into the defending side here. Wanna Fly. Ooh, I like the play. As a defending chamber, I like the build. You got Shorty and what, 4 shots on your excuse me, on your headhunter plus the trap. Really strong stuff. Now,
Strength.
yeah, I was just gonna say how is this going to work? Because even though we do switch the sides, I still will merit the map control that Myth does have access to. Again, primarily because Conqueror is playing on that breach. So the peek outs from Kadum is gonna be incredibly oppressive for ONIC if they're not prepared to interact against it.
Interaction. Quite a bit has been happening. Very interesting ones. As we mentioned, a lot of shoulder-to-shoulder moments, a lot of heart stoppers. Hopefully everybody has braced themselves for yet another exciting half of ONIC versus Made in Thailand. Made in Thailand, they've definitely made a case of trying to steal this away, or rather find their footing in the series. I can't even really say anyone's really underperforming here. Everybody's been performing, or at least doing the roles accordingly.
Yeah.
The scrambles have been something to really look out for us, right? Once we see all that utility being set, especially on 8, it becomes anyone's game.
Absolutely. Now, excuse me. Now, Moyet, I think, is starting to slow down the pace just a tiny bit. I know that he's 12-7-2, and he looks like he's performing tip-top shape, but there are a couple of rounds that I think he really struggles, especially with that relay bolt throw-out of his. That being said, I mean, you have to grant the mistake of those throwouts because he's been very afraid of how quickly Myth's players' reactions have been to just the dry peaks of ONIC. So, that being said, what does the attacking side entail for Monyet now? Is it going to be easier? Is it going to be harder? We'll have to see.
That is what we are going to witness. We did say that this could be a very, very drawn-out series as Monyet finds the first frag. Alone Phil's very happy to support his team. Don't get too much map control here, but WannaFly, he's been so excited to use this shorty. And he's like a turret right now. He's not giving any room whatsoever. He gets one shot off. But
so
that's all
well
he
read.
gets. Oh, and the timing on that breach denial is really not going to work in favor of Made in Thailand here. They might think that that must be a clear corner by now. NC Slasher could use the smoke as well. But Conqueror, who's been fantastic this game, looks the one to lead the charge. What happened here? Elmi Moore and NC Slasher from the shadows. Not the ability. Absolutely tear apart Made in Thailand.
I mean, it was the 4 versus 3. What was it? I think that was NC Slasher playing on B main. That was Elmi Moore just playing on arcade for that information. And then the 2 left onto the side itself. But other than that, that was such a nice use of the Prowler. They knew that somebody could be on tower and didn't want to risk the fact that, oh, you know, I have to go tower, I have to get this control. But no, not really. Especially with an opponent not really having a flash ability. I think Monyet was able to spot out basically everybody that was playing on A main that could really threaten a B side take here. ONIC didn't really have to get that tower control immediately. They could just go straight for the side itself and then play refrag as much as they want. Such a good read overall. Now, okay, lots of flashes being thrown out. The general direction of ONIC, but no dice just yet. WannaFly, open the door and see what it beholds. Nothing for now. And the rest of the defenders actually going for B, but look at ONIC.
Oh, they walk into it.
You don't see this too often. Oh my goodness.
I just don't know what to tell you, man. Again, there's just so much going on this map. Most of them are intangibles that we really can't put into words. If they find 2 more players, they can honestly still make a mad dash for A here.
Where's this
30
going?
seconds. Oh, but that's just it. There's only 35 seconds and they're already far too deep into this one. NC Slasher and Monyet, despite walking into a stack, they... What was that? What is going on? This map continues to bedazzle. The old razzle-dazzle to confuse as Alone Phil's is left with a shorty. Not to to cap things off, maybe to put a cherry on top, wouldn't it be crazy if we see a 1v5 shorty ace? I know it's a long shot, but this game has proven that literally anything is possible.
This isn't TikTok though, so probably wouldn't say.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're in the VCT, Aster. I am almost 100% certain.
This isn't the TCT, you know, the TikTok Challengers Tour. So,
is that a thing? Maybe you've given you've given an idea to someone. Better patent that. They're starting Asterized, whatever it was.
Wait,
but
anyways, let's look at this replay again. Look at his teammate.
Oh, what is that? What is these?
It's so good. Oh my goodness.
I'm glad there's a lot of
bloody
flavor.
Brilliant. Sorry.
I'm glad there's a lot of flavor in this this match. It's kind of throwing us off rhythm, to be honest with you. It really is. It's catching us off guard. It's been reducing us to the very bare bones of what we are, and that's just absolute fans of the game. And look at this. Yet another speedy take on the side of ONIC. Elmimore finds Kadum wherever that was. And WannaFly tries to hold down the line, but Severine strangles him like a boa. Hungerhead gets the trade, Aserai. But now a 3v4, not looking too great on the side of Made in Thailand.
Shio's holding the cross from Arcade here. If they try to get through, there's a nasty little crossfire that the attackers do have, and as smoke dissipates, this is even stronger than before. Good trades overall. Conquer Red still very much aware of the position. And the Spectre doesn't really have to do fatal damage. He just has to tag them up. So that'll make it easier for her Monyet and NC Slasher to make do with players who are entering the B sites. Very fast, very ferocious. And Myth starting to lose a little bit of luster here, and they're going to be buying on the SMGs. I wonder how well that is going to work. But for now, they are not going to at least get that value from their buy round.
I feel like ONIC is the team that we've seen consistently steal away rounds with SMGs and just upgraded pistols the most. They didn't drop the first 3-round swing, which typically goes 2-1, right? Yeah, sure, you win pistol and then you get your upgrade, you win that round. The bonus typically goes in the favor of the team with a better armory.
On my way.
But ONIC, they've been putting their heads together. They have a fantastic think tank when it comes to developing these strategies. But it looks like it's all business now as they hit the Bravo site. They chuck a bunch of utility here just to clear out the space. And Severine, practical, precise gunplay. WannaFly. Is he gonna find success this time? Yes. Yes, he will. Same for the rest of Made in Thailand as they find so much value, but they are getting reduced to atoms by Monyet on an eco ace. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And look how happy he is. Wait, was that an eco ace?
Yes. He has turned into the thing that we fear. The Eco Fragger.
Hey, man. Frags be frags.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But when you're an Eco Fragger, it's even more special. You gotta just look at using the electric fingers. Not a lot of people can do that, you know.
Go.
You want to play? Let's
Especially
play.
as Neon. Yeah, not a lot. They think that they could, but, you know.
That's the first step. You gotta believe. Think, Aserai. What would you have with no belief? I'd have you. Invincible.
This is this is what Leica's been telling me to do. It's ONIC the Hedgehog, Monyet with the fast plays, but WannaFly goes above and beyond. Pushes out through the smoke, gets 2. Elmimore and Monyet still active. Severine could get picked up. Oh! The smoke dissipates and Lone Fields is right there for the swing. It's all down to Elmimore. Can you really love me as much as this man loves himself? Love me more. Gets the first shot. There's still 3 onto the board. Able to reposition back, but that operator, that's a tour de force. Might make it very difficult for him to start pushing in on through. Oh, he does have a Vandal, though, so this is still pretty much usable. There it is. Peek me. I dare you. Good sir.
Just
challenge me right now. Just do it!
Well, I feel like you're
Nobody's
going for the
doing
Shia one, but I went for the, well, Kadum not letting me finish my story there. I was going to go for the Rorschach one. The Watchmen, absolutely fantastic book. And this is a story to be told, Asarai. Made in Thailand making such a fantastic comeback here. The first map was all ONIC, but this time around they've made it much more competitive. It seems that they're adjusting as quickly as they have been. Again, it's just a masterclass from both these teams, and they really are aiming for the top of the summit. Kadum has finally come alive here. Had a fairly quiet start, but now he's slowly moving his way up the leaderboard. As we see, quite a bit of utility again, trying to flush out a main. Instead, Made in Thailand just puts a wall. Out of sight, out of mind, but where is Monyet? This is going to be a guessing game, as the long hasn't been properly flushed out. He does tag up Monyet. It's Kadum to finish him off. Kadum completely blind, but where's the support? That is so uncharacteristic of ONIC. Instead, they leave. They coagulate somewhere else, and Elmimore could have a massive cutoff. He finds one. Could have been faster, but Wannafly pays the price anyway. Now they're a little hesitant. They try to scramble from CT, but Elmimore, he gets another one on Conga Red. Kadum and Dylan, they have no problem of cutting ONIC down as Severin, it's up to him. 1v2. The plant has gone down. The overdrive still in the pocket here. Could potentially use it.
They don't know.
What is this? The patience by Severin. He gets one. Now it's reduced to 1v1. Kadum has the mobility. He's trying to flush him out, but the time is not his friend.
It is
he has it. Oh my goodness.
Oh my, what a round. Dylan getting the double kill. He thought that he got the frag already to the spike planter and just re-angles back the crossover. We have so much to see again on that replay. First and foremost, it was the cheeky push from Monyet to allow them access to the B site. Elmimore, I honestly thought he could get so much more value from that, but unfortunately, every single other defender went through onto Canteen, and Severin just almost. But this position on Dice, the two boxes, just not really helping out his case, and the other Neon player, the other Blue Blur, Kadum, just able to expend the efforts of Severin.
Yet again, that wall has been expended. Lone Fields does get orb control. They have a 1-up that they could potentially use later in the round. The length of this round, or rather the longevity, the staying power of Made in Thailand reinforced even more, as we only really have one ult that's not online. Conga Red, it's going to be a few rounds before we see that. It's a bit of a deficit to work here for ONIC. It seems that they have to rely on their raw fighting out of that utility scramble. But this is one of those rounds where we're just watching them default. It's fairly innocuous at the moment, but when we hit maybe 40 seconds or so, they might have to commit to a decision here.
Well, they don't want to keep banging their heads too quickly. And you're talking about the lack of time possibly for ONIC. They're looking to go for the B push. No dashes just yet, no slides just yet. And as the trap gets absolutely nothing, you can see two still hunkered down here. That smoke is about to dissipate in maybe about 5 seconds. And this is going to be quite crucial because they need the two-pronged approach. Beautiful fog line coming in from Conga Red. Dylan actually uses the ultimate just to stop them from bleeding into the site. And now there's no more time. It's either save or push to die. And it seems it's going to be the former first, as ONIC might have not enough cash to come into the next round with a full buy.
They definitely will not. Severin taking those shots, not going to help his case. Not going to have the most armor here as Shiro treading very close to that door. Nasarai, we might see, and I honestly believe that we might go for a 3-round series here. ONIC, the margin for error has once again been reduced by Made in Thailand. They have resurged. Everybody has been firing on full cylinders. ONIC, it seems like they're in a bit of a rut, a conundrum that they have to solve very, very quickly.
This is starting to get a lot more problematic for them. Seems Myth, they found the key, and that key is just to save a little bit of that utility, you know, just allow Conga Red to influence the site a lot more, which actually works quite well into their favor. He doesn't have to be in the site at all, because again, that's the range, effective range of the breach. It's very, very far and wide. And now ONIC, they're on this point that, as you mentioned, feeling pressured, need to call the timeout, whether again, to talk about things or just to take a bit of a breather, because it seems like they're overheating a lot more. Monyet, as I mentioned, he's 21 frags right now, but there are some rounds where he really, really lacks that Monyet flair. And again, it's not because he's underperforming. It's more of just how well Myth have been playing the defensive end. So a little bit of a breather might actually help him reset.
Yeah, very well said and very well put. Again, the instinct of Monyet, I don't think it's really dulled, as you mentioned. It's just the nature of the map too, where there's just so many angles you have to worry, despite having all that utility to try and cover that up. You did mention the search, it's going to be far and wide. And a lot of strats they have to really understand on the fly, which is one of the most difficult things to do at the very top level. You'll have to parse whatever you can with whatever's presented to you, and most times it's very little. This wall, they might just kind of wait for this to go down and potentially go for a sands push. That's actually something that we don't see a lot, or we haven't seen a lot from ONIC. They go directly on the side. They kind of leave ropes and sands fairly vacated. But yeah, 5 men strong on this A site approach. They have one to clear out Dish, but so far it's been fairly quiet. Made in Thailand, they must be wondering what is going on. They had a read that it might be B, but look at this. Conga Red might be the one to fall, and that's exactly what happened. You know what, Asarai and Raph? You are talking too much. Let me work. Let me hit my magic. And Wannafly, he finds only more. NC Slasher with a Spectre finds that trade. Cannot unfortunately upgrade his weapon, or... yeah, no, he didn't have the time to do so. The spike has been set. The relay bolt. Oh my goodness, Monyet found a pocket. This is gonna be the false sense of security that Kadum is gonna prey on, but need not utility, as the gun skill is more than enough. Still waiting for that smoke to dissipate. The tap has come. Severin, who's been an absolute unit. Oh my god! Boom! With a spray control to be the hero. But look at his health, Asarai. Look at his health. One single hit could take him down. And we are tied up.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the one big difference, at least setup-wise for ONIC, was we didn't see the Haunt be well utilized by Shiro before, but that one round, he's like, oh my god, Dellen's been spotted, can't really escape from that, but Kadum, dude. Honestly thought he could get the refrag here, but somehow Shiro is like, I'm gonna throw out my utility. It is already up in their faces. Such good timing for Kadum there. Could have actually still won. Granted, he was so low, but one tap headshot is all you need. He placed the relay bolt so well. And oh my god, indeed, Kadum is really griping, chasing down for these kills. When it seems like ONIC are doing the same, and he just got one up by the rest of the team. There will be the resurrection. Wannafly stuck into the site. Can have the TP out if need be, but he's been exposed by the Haunt. So he's going to have to give away the positioning. A site is, again, garnered here by ONIC. And here comes the Zappy Zaps. Oh, Monyet is overheating just a tiny, tiny bit. They're pushing through the smokes, and it's not working for ONIC here. Shiro and Severin to remain. They have so much time. 40 seconds in a 4 versus 2. Severin's going to have to reposition for cheeky little crossfire. If he pops the shot right now, or pops the flash right now, if he doesn't get this kill, he is gonna get absolutely torn apart as the rest of them come right in the waterfall. But Shiro is here, told about how this clutch man can go for the clutch chains, and he hits the shot left and right. The 1 versus 1. Conga Red still has a flash. He can pop it up. The Haunt gives away the positioning. 11 bullets into the chamber, and Shiro hit the 4K. He gets it through the waterfall. What a clutch from Shiro. I thought it was Severin, but Shiro comes up clutch.
Look, man, let's just give it some time to sink. I'm gonna be incredibly candid with you folks. My job, or at least our jobs as your casters, have been so difficult because I just want to shut up and watch the games happen, because the quality of these matches have been insane. To think we're just in the group stages. The APAC competition, man, it's forever gonna go up. And all these boys, all these players, they give us so much faith and so much scares. Wannafly still finds Monyet, who's been pushing the tempo for ONIC. And yet again, a speedy scramble could potentially ensue here. Elmimore, what's separating him from Dellen was that narrow lake of fire. And Wannafly even gets another with a shorty. Still, Pandemonium ensues. Everybody is still fighting, but where's the spike? It hasn't been set. Do they have the leeway to move around? They don't have the man advantage here. As Made in Thailand, they still want to get this. Conquer Red, despite having a Bulldog, might just have to make a move here. He's only 3 orbs away from taking that, but look at Severine. He might have found a divine timing here. A blessing from the gods has been bestowed upon WannaFly. And Kadoom, he senses something. The hairs on the back of his neck, they stand up. Elmimore, closer and closer to clearing out the site, but lying in wait is 2 very diligent MITH players here. Kadoom, he might double dip. What is going on?
30 seconds
Everything has been left up to the fates, but it looks like it's going to be a commitment on the alpha site. NC Slasher puts down the molly. Oh, the whip by Conquer Red, but alone fills. He salvages the situation. All up to Severine. And he saves it, Asarai. No more time yet again.
Oh my god, how does this keep going this way? Severin's just popping shots. He's not gonna get chased down, yeah, even if he makes all this noise on their spawn. That was so close. What a shot from NC Slasher. But you're right, Alone Fills really saved their bacon right there. This one from WannaFly kind of nuts, man. Like the back and forth. They got everything, but that was such a weird like kill with the Tour de Force, right? If you're trying to get value off of the Tour de Force, kills are obviously what you are supposed to get, but if you're too close to it and you want to push forward, the slow actually deters you from getting that value. Anyways, that's not the hero play of the game. It has got to be those 2 consecutive kills from WannaFly, one with the op, one with the shorty.
Are we going to see an overtime? That looks like it might be the likeliest outcome here, as we have yet another weaker armory in the side of ONIC. Made in Thailand, they want to capitalize on this. Potentially a lot of overheats have been happening. This could have been addressed already. They're like, guys, I think we might just be playing at a speed that could kill 6 regular men. But again, guys, these are gods. These are the very tippy top of what we have to offer, the cream of the crop. And so far, it's still basking, baking. A lot of patience being exerted now on both sides. As Conquer Red, he will lead the charge. Kadoom playing a bit of an off angle here on the second floor. They will get spotted out. That relay ball could potentially prove to be problematic, but how does Alone Fills land that? How does Conquer Red get a second frag off that? Elmi Moore. One more. As he jumps down, hits him with a fader. But a 3v3 that definitely has the guns in favor of Made in Thailand. Patience yet again has to be practiced here, as now they know Shira only has that Sheriff, but the shots have been true. The aim has been so sharp, and WannaFly cannot find an operator shot. That's a third one. One more. He's just spamming now. They do deny all the utility, but that's precious seconds. They still haven't cleared up Elmimore. Did they suddenly forget about him? WannaFly finds Shiro. The swing is here, and again the passive threat is just too much. WannaFly.
Wow.
It's 1v1 now.
Whoa.
The patience by Elmimore.
Oh my god, what a read!
Did I say we were going to overtime? I don't know, man. Look.
Still possibly could. It's still 12-11, dude. Still 12-11.
How does ONIC get away with that? How? This is something that everybody has to mull over on the VODs. Whether it be us, the R&D division on both teams.
That was
what
so
a round.
Good. That is one of the craziest things I've ever seen done. Is to sit in the flames, through the fire and flames. And Elmimore, the hero that ONIC needed. He is standing toe-to-toe, side-by-side with Munyet at top frags with 25 and 24 apiece. But my god, what nerves of steel to actually fake the drop and make WannaFly guess. And WannaFly had to. He had to check it just because. Oh.
I feel like the crucial, or something that they really have to discuss, is why was nobody looking at Elmimore? The moment that they checked, it was too late. it gave enough time for Severine to get that so important frag. But now we have to calm ourselves, as this has been putting us at the edge of our seats. And I would assume everyone in the audience too is as invested, if not more. But look at this now, Asarai. Maybe Made in Thailand, they go for something safer this time around. ONIC, they could potentially go... actually, no, they do the exact same thing. They send one player Dish, and that's going to be Elmi more. So far, Made in Thailand, they go for yet another default. Maybe they're overplaying their hand here. They do get that orb up, so Lone fills. If they do need that res, they're one step closer.
Okay, there is still really good value for Myth here, even though they do have this botch buy. Lots of, as you mentioned, really good ultimates overall. It's not just Phil's almost resurrection. It's the finger zapping from Kadum, and more importantly, Conga Red's Rolling Thunder, which could really help out. Myth at least push this into that overtime. The triple stack onto A. And what's the play here? Whoa, it's the right onto the zip. And they're gonna try to go maybe for the drop play? No, it's gonna be B. I wonder what actually merits them to want to go here. Maybe it is because they can just bleed into the side much faster and much cleaner than A. And if ever they do want to go aggressive and they're afraid of the Rolling Thunder, it's not going to influence it as much. Ooh, that is a weird use onto the fragment! Right in front of his face! WannaFly once again with the shorty! But Severin, he's gone into the site! Oh, he's gone into the spawn! He's got a 1 kill already. One still trapped onto tower. And this is perfect because Conga down. Again, no more Rolling Thunder. There's no stopping the defuse, or there's no stopping the plant onto the spike, and it's all about the solid retakes for the rest of Myth. NC Slasher trying to wrap around. He still knows that one is playing right now into tower, but it seems like the Tower King has been dethroned, and it's all down to Kadum. One angle, one shot is all it takes. He's been spotted. It's a 3 versus 1 all Slasher has to do is reposition. Kadum is a genius, but not enough to really spot out the rest of ONIC, and they take the series, they take the round 2-0 against Made in Thailand.
What happened? I honestly thought that they had a great position for a retake, but ONIC, they threw a wrench in that rhythm. They found their stride late into that round. And wow is really what we can say. I was about to lose my stuff there, honestly. I was very, very close, guys, to just... But again, we have to congratulate ONIC. What a fantastic series. I believe that had to be one of our highest quality games so far. It's been an absolute treat to call Asarai, and wow, what a way to start the day.
I absolutely agree. I just wanted to say, it really did feel like B was the option for them, because, I don't know, this is just my guess, but if the Rolling Thunder was used before the spike was planted, right, at least they can spread out a whole lot more so that there is fewer players of ONIC that could get influenced by that particular ability. That or they scouted it quite well. Whatever the case, we're just going to leave it to the panel to discuss even further, because that has just blown, I don't know how to call it, my brain apart. Anyways, guys, thank you so much. We're going to come back after the break to give you more about that last series. So don't go anywhere.
The eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I rip. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
He's agreeing with me. It was quite a series over there. That Femina, fantastic show from both ONIC and of course Made in Thailand. I'm going out of my mind over here. By the way, guys, Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix back out here again over at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Let us cut to the chase. There we go again. I'm fumbling over my words because of my excitement. Dad Femina, I'm sure there's a lot that's on your mind as we witness that fantastic series, so go ahead.
I mean, honestly, ONIC, we already talked about it in the panel that they always play together, play aggressively, but I kind of want to highlight and give props over.
Hello. Okay, a little bit of difficulty over there, but hey, here we are again. Trix, I'm sure you have something to say about this fabulous series.
I know that maybe Leica might have a question or two about the way Myth was playing on that attacker side, so I'll bring it up to the viewers as well. So we were kind of discussing while watching that map why Myth was choosing to not really split, as we see a lot of teams do on the Fracture. They like to pressure the defenders from both sides and kind of pinch them into the site. But if you look at Myth's lineup, you have that Sage, you have the Chamber, the Brimstone, the Neon, and the Breach, if I am not mistaken. And it just felt a lot like, it's better for them to get that site head on and to just go straight at it, because they don't exactly have that pinch utility. They have more like that Sage Wall, which kind of cuts off the map. They have those Brimstone Molotovs, and they have the Breach Flash that will help with the Neon entry. And then on the flip side, you see ONIC here, who was trying to create all of this pressure on the map, and when they hit that execution, I saw that beautiful lineup, and I can't not remember it and talk about it. But with that KO, right, on that B hit, they had that Neon Wall go up, that KO fragment go down as well with a knife, and it just opened up the side for the Neon to only focus the left side, and I thought that was brilliant.
I mean, I gotta give like the same point that I was pooping on before I got cut off. Unfortunate, but once I come back now, I want to give props to Myth and how they actually cleaned up their attacking. Right, since they were starting on attack this time on Fracture, they were given a lot more chances to be as proactive as they are. That was not the same, I would say, Myth that I saw in that Ascent map. I mean, now that they were on attack, they could start the same play or start the different plays that they want, initiate the fights that they want, and initiate on the type of timing that they want before they could head on to an execute, right? And we saw that with Kadum always going in. It's the Neons that I really want to highlight in this series right now. Both Myth and ONIC were just so stellar across the board. Everybody was just contributing. But I also want to give a lot of focus on how Myth also executed their attacking. If you notice, everybody on Myth, they executed whenever we push on A side or B side. They actually no, especially on A side where they just pushed like a unit. Nobody was separating, and that's something that you would normally see on teams on Fracture. They would separate at least one or two players around drop, but no, they don't want to go for a drop. They don't want to separate. They push as a unit around that A main side, which I kind of realized that in looking at the team comp for ONIC, they do have that double initiator comp, which begs me the question, maybe they were scared or at least aware that the double initiator comp could isolate these split pushes that would have been more, I'd say, in the benefit of, ONIC more than anything on the defensive rounds.
Yes, I feel like ONIC definitely needed to play a little more aggressive, as you point out that they had that double initiator lineup. I like that round where they did go aggressive and you saw that they pushed all the way to T-spawn. There was a lot of frags left and right. It ended up being a 1v1. And I just felt that was the kind of aggression I wanted to see ONIC do more. But, not just go in and then overcommit to it, but go in, get that information, leave maybe one player there that could easily TP out, most likely a chamber. So you get that information on the rotation. You can cut off the attacking side, stack them on one side essentially. But we do have to take note also that Fracture is a large map. There are more than one entryways. And sometimes even if you have one player all the way pushed up, they could always walk on the other side.
Yeah, this was actually the point that I was asking you earlier, Trix. I was wondering, hey, we're so used to talking about Fracture and how you're supposed to utilize both sides of the maps to make sure that you pressure the defenders inside the map. But that wasn't the case, especially on the side of Myth. They were always funneled towards just one side of the map. They would leave the chamber trap near arcade, and that was it. And I was asking you this, and I was just a little bit confused, but then you pointed out the whole initiator composition setup that they had going on, and it was just beautiful the way they executed it. But in the end, they fell a little bit too short overall in this game. But now we have Monyet as the MVP. My God, Trick. This is a guy that Aster I called under my instructions as ONIC the Hedgehog as he was entering the site so fast, and he was just an absolute movement god. Oh my goodness.
He really was. I loved seeing him on that Neon, the way that he would take those peaks, the way that he also wouldn't overcommit to those peaks. He'd get the information, get into a corner that's more comfortable for him, and then peek at a later time, kind of catching the opponent off guard because they're thinking that they have to push the angle all the way. The way that he would use the Neon wall in order to split the opponent's focus, but also having that utility from their KO in order to push the certain side. So I felt that in general, ONIC G just having that solid execution that Fluffy actually mentioned before on Fracture, where it's kind of like that all-in kind of mode. You really want to put everything together. We have that one round that the casters pointed out on A site with the Fade impact as well. They were able to get that kill under A site and then they picked off the Sage that was on the staircase of A. So I felt, ONIC just having really solid executions, but again, it all came down to how much pressure they could put on the map to force the defenders in certain areas.
Yeah, I mean, with how Monyet has been playing that fast lane too, I think we kind of have to put more priority on how he uses a lot of his kit to his own advantage, and not only that, open up the space for his team. Like we always see him go at it, like lead the charge always on both A side and B side. And what do they both have in common? You have to look both ways before you can even commit onto side. And the fast lane just does a really good job of just isolating, just tunnel visioning on one side. So anybody else, they can't really like focus on the fast lane itself, because if you leave yourself too open, then you're not only facing up against a Neon that's running up to you, but you're also facing up a possibility of 5 people just running at you anyway. So it's kind of hard to counter that anyway. And Monyet himself did an amazing job of playing around his fast lane. Not only did he open up the site for himself, but he was also able to even come out of that fast lane as well, and take that mobility to his full potential and took it to the members of Made in Thailand. And honestly, this guy, I wouldn't be surprised if he was like series MVP. Not only is he so prevalent all throughout that fracture map, but there was also a reason why the Ascent map was so one-sided. It's because Monyet himself has the biggest balls to actually make these initiative plays to take key sectors of that map. A main, B main on Ascent, and in this B side, or in this fracture map, actually, he just knew when to push it and when to focus now.
Absolutely. Now with the Battle of the Neons happening over here, I guess you could say you could look both ways before you cross my mind. Never mind. Forget that I did that. Incredible series on the side of ONIC G and Made in Thailand. Made our heart stops every single round, and I can't wait to see more of them as we go into the further lines of the group stage. For now, though, it's time to move on to the next series. We're gonna go look at Group B over here. First up is a team that has the X factor to them. Their phenomenal gameplay is nothing short of impressive. After all, they are our reps from the last APAC that made it all the way to Masters Reykjavik. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. They've conquered the Thailand scene, being the top one in the country, and they hope to do more here once again on the APAC scene. Welcome the returning challengers, Xerxia Esports. Here we have it, the boys from Xerxia Esports. We've got Fox, Surf, Pros, Scary, and Sushi Boys. I sincerely hope that I did not butcher any of these boys' names, because they're fantastic players and they deserve to be addressed as such, right? That Femina?
Oh, definitely. Just the strongest team out of Thailand. They retained their full lineup, as you said, from Reykjavik. So a lot of competitive experience already giving them an edge against teams who aren't prepared to contend against the wrath of Xerxia. They're the current top 2 ranked team in APAC according to VLR, and that's for good reason. They definitely played around so much of their teammates, especially that they have kept their lineup all throughout the seasons anyway. So I want to put a big highlight on how Surf has been utilized. He's not the star of the show because of how unique they play around his first contact. He's always given a lot of freedom thanks to how well everybody uses him as first contact, just as I mentioned it. Either Surf gets traded well at the very least, or he pops up at the most. Either way though, Surf has value in every round. In addition to that, Xerxia as a team throws out the whole Surf and Friends meme because everybody has something to offer to the table anyway. And that's even the scariest part about this, is that anybody can pop off at any given time. You're promised consistency at the least, but they're stealing. You can't just imagine it, man.
You're giving chills down my spine right now, especially after the first series that we just saw, and then you give this type of description. You were right about ONIC G. So now, we're talking about Xerxia. Man, come on, chill with the descriptions. I want to see something in the gameplay. I want to expect the unexpected. I'm thankful that you're giving us a warning over here, but okay, I'll keep my eyes peeled from this team, especially as they'll be faced off with a team that's known as the Kings of PH. Their explosive plays and phenomenal aim have pushed them beyond their boundaries in the play-ins. So now they find themselves in the group stage, and do they have what it takes to keep up with the competition? Let's find out with Regum Qeon. The boys from our very own home country, Trix, Rabbit, Puget, Kelias, Xerxia, and of course the ever-beloved Nexi.
Of course, they, prove that in the play-ins they can be coordinated with clear structure and really play to their strength with that Kelias explosiveness. I feel that, with the Nexi, everyone loves watching RRQ on that split Nexi with those amazing holds. I'm hoping that other teams are coming in a little more prepared, understanding to try and give RRQ a run for their money on split map by forcing that kind of information out of Nexi's hands, forcing RRQ to play a certain way. I remember there were moments of indecisiveness and sometimes not denying enough information, so I'm hoping RRQ really steps up their game, revisits their previous matches, and figures out what they can do better. Because with this kind of malleable lineup, with the way that they play with each other, the fact that they're constantly improving, but sometimes it's really just a matter of falling short in those split decision making, where they have to adapt further than they've already changed.
Now I'm looking at this team. We're always used to seeing the Nexi show on the Sentinel and Kelias, of course, on the Rays that we also love.
Yes.
But is there any other player here that you think is worth shining the spotlight on, Trick?
I really like watching Puget. I feel like he pops off a lot, especially on that controller role, and when he's flexing on that initiator, I feel he's really able to shine. So I'm looking out for those three, Kelias, Puget, and Nexi.
You gotta wonder how they got that synergy with the Nexi Xerxia connection, right? I feel like it's because teams, or everybody, the viewers actually forget that this team, or RQ itself, is comprised of so many duos that came from different esports orgs. We got Flash, Toge from Zeals, SV Empires, Nexi and Xerxia, and DR Esports, Kelly S and Rabbit, although they're not played in the same era, but same team history nonetheless. You can see that they all have this sort of connection that kind of feels celestial, I would say. Very telepathical. They kind of already molded their sort of connection ever since they played with each other, save for Rabbit and Kelias, of course. But now that they're on the main stage itself, I want to see if they can bring that same tried and tested synergy that they always bring to the table in their own regional qualifiers. But I would have to put priority on how they also play just a little bit. I feel like their playstyle is also very good against miscoordinated teams, but against Xerxia, who's all about team coordination, that's just a different piece in RRQ. It's like they have a really big work cut out for them.
And as Trix mentioned earlier, the team that is going to be facing them should be prepared, especially as we go on split, which we'll be talking about over at the map vetoes. We're going right now. Can we pan the camera this way?
Swipe right.
Yeah, perfect, right? Okay. So we're looking at the map vetoes over here, and I can already guarantee it. RQ, don't surprise me on this one, but I've called it before when Dax was on the panel. You guys are gonna ban out Fracture straight up. I'm expecting this. Okay. I called it. I called it, Dad. I called it, Dad Paminya.
Oh my god, that's actually so huge. I mean, it's actually not much of a surprise. I mean, Fracture is not a lot of teams are actually willing to take this risk of taking Fracture, simply because of it being one of the newer maps on the table. Plus, it gives a lot more flexibility on the attacker side, as demonstrated by that previous series or that previous game where when you're on the attack, you just are given so much advantages and so many windows to even attack. Let's play the tempo that you want very much effectively. The split ban is also like pretty understandable simply because RRQ have shown success all throughout the split maps as well. So Xerxia banning this out is going to give them a bit more leeway than they already do. Even now going to be on RRQ side will give that same amount of comfort that they have usually on split, because they like to play with a lurker at times, and that's always been Nexi time and time again. Now that on the breeze, it's always an aim heavy duel, and Xerxia, I feel like they have something to pull out here.
I feel like, you know, with the breeze pick, Xerxia definitely doing their assignments here. Seeing that RIQ hasn't exactly been very successful on the breeze. I know that coming into the APAC play-ins though, they performed a lot better on breeze than even I expected. But against a team like Xerxia that's so calculated, that's so, you know, they've been together for quite some time. They've gone through hardships. They're being innovative. And playing them on these aim-heavy maps, the kinds of maps where you really need to go in on, with Haven, Breeze, and Icebox, I feel like it's a tough task for RIQ to possibly try and take this for Xerxia, especially seeing how on Haven before against Bleed Esports, they did seem to struggle trying to close that map out.
Although we have to remember that they did pull out that Fade, which you absolutely enjoyed as Rabbit was playing it, but yeah, like you mentioned, Xerxia just owning a lot of the maps that we have over here. We're gonna go to Haven, Breeze, and Icebox. With these maps in mind, Dad Femina, what do you think is gonna be the win condition for either of the teams here?
Okay, for RRQ side, you just let Nexi on his own lonesome. You just have to make sure that you have to put a lot of trust on Nexi. He always has that. In our Filipino minds, or in our own culture, we always say like he has his own world, and definitely Nexi just thrives when he's on solo, while everybody else just plays the same tempo that they want to play at. Maybe like make presence around one side to maybe force out an over rotation, while Nexi just takes advantage of that one open area that some teams usually put out. But for Xerxia, they just need to play the same game that they played all throughout their regional playoffs. I mean, if you look at how coordinated they play off of each other, if you remember how well all of these teams have been, or all of these players have been playing for the lineup of Xerxia, they just don't need to over push. They just need to remember their fundamentals, just keep themselves planted, like keep their feet planted onto where they're defending, so that they won't need to leave that window open for Nexi to take advantage of.
Well, now that you've pointed out all the things that we really need to nitpick on as we watch the games, what is going to be your prediction?
I mean, my prediction, we've been hyping them up all throughout, and I kind of get that they're the top team coming out of their own region. So definitely Xerxia on my bank right now. I'm very sorry for the Filipino viewers and the Filipino fans. I'm Filipino myself, and I really want to put my spirit on RRQ, but for Xerxia's sake, I mean, they have just been stellar all throughout the regional playoffs, and with their more flexible playstyle and their team coordination, RRQ's strength is finding those weaknesses that makes teams like, or I'd say miscoordinated teams like show in a lot of their games. But against Xerxia, who team coordination is their main strength, that's going to be one hell of a task to actually make happen.
Well, since you're voting for Xerxia over here, I will be the Filipino representation on the panel, because I think that Trix is going to go for Xerxia too. I'm not too sure yet, but I'm going to go lock in RRQ. I got you guys. I got you. Trix?
I mean, Xerxia has just been doing such a great job. They're so good. And it's the question of, is RRQ going to be able to read them, going to be able to adjust to them? Are they even going to be able to push Xerxia into situations that Xerxia won't be comfortable in? Or are they going to lose that grip on the map, especially on a starting map like Haven, where it's so large? It depends on that proactiveness. Yes, we want Nexi to be on their own, have their own, space, but at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure a team like Xerxia will be able to force Nexi out of that comfortable space. So for me, I would have to go with Xerxia.
I love the both of you, but again, in true Filipino spirit, I'm saying puso. I believe in situations in the past, and I'm sure that they can rise to the occasion when need be. I have full faith in these boys, and I'm really hoping that against an opponent, which is one of the biggest opponents that they've probably faced against so far, other than Team Secret. I hope that they are able to fare really well and, just really put us on the map over here. Really expecting a lot from RRQ, and I hope that they are able to deliver. I mean, I was a little bit heartbroken yesterday when Oasis Gaming did not get that win versus Order. But again, like Trix, I was pleasantly surprised that Order went in beyond what is expected of them.
They were so good,
really
yeah.
good. But now, Dad Femina, we're moving to Haven. So what's gonna go down here?
Oh man, I mean, you're gonna be expecting more utility-heavy comps, especially for Xerxia, who loves to play around that utility. And again, since they want to open things up for Surf to take that full map control and that space that he wants to take for his team, then you gotta make sure that it makes it make his job easier, right? So Crows on Foxes on those full initiator comps, I mean, that's gonna make it easier for Surf to even push through. And again, we've always been seeing Xerxia even play on Haven, especially on the regional playoffs, and it is regarded as one of their more powerful maps. And against a team like RRQ that thrives on more slow kind of taste, then it's gonna be pretty hard for them to even counter this double initiator comp. Although I do like that they want to stick to something a bit more different instead of like seeing a Cypher that I usually see on Nexi. I believe I'm gonna be looking at a confirmation here. We want to go for that chamber instead, and that is pretty understandable. They want to keep that operator. I believe they want to put that operator to full use, and to be accurate, it's more like the sort of force. That then again, Xerxia, they just want to go in. They just need to coordinate with each other to make those plays that they want to set forth. And for RRQ, they just need to stop that before they even have the chance.
Now, I am looking at the compositions that they have here now. If I'm not mistaken, Xerxia did lock in the Sova, right? But recently in the regional games, I think they were locking in the Fate. I was really hoping to see Fate. Again, you know me, I'm a huge fan of the new compositions that we have here. I love it when they bring out the new agent so that for us, the viewers, we get to enjoy how this new agent is actually played on the field. But hey, Trix, what are your thoughts on having the Sova?
I personally love Sova because I
You
just
used to
enjoy the
play
agent
Sova.
myself.
What do you mean?
Yes, so I think that it really depends on what Xerxia's plan is going forward with this lineup. If it's about pushing them back, getting the information, or doing those hard hits, I feel like RRQ has a great lineup also for being able to clear those angles, but that hard intel that you can get from a Sova, whether it's the drone or the recon, might just give them the edge that they need.
I do actually agree to an extent about the Sova. It is one of the more prioritized picks, especially in previous stages as well. But you can do the same things and clear out corners, take space for yourself, and not even need to play back as Sova as a Fade. So if they are able to actually take that Sova to more utility heavy and maybe just take that, or maybe use the strength of the Sova as a whole in this double initiator comp, then I would definitely be surprised, and at the same time maybe not, because Sova itself is like a staple all throughout like the Haven map, and if they are able to take it to full use, then it's gonna be a lot easier for teams to actually take fights more.
Yeah, you bring out the hunter, prepare to get hunted, not haunted, because you don't have a Fate this time. Excuse me, always bringing out
Exciting!
the puns. Exciting, yes. Well, everything seems to be falling in place. Maps are good, prediction on our side are good, and so are the compositions. So I think we're just about ready to go into the next game. Casters, they're all yours.
Hey, thank you so much, Leica, Dead Femina, and Trix. It's us, Quack and Key once more, but man, Hunter or the Hunted, this game is going to be pretty darn crazy. And if I'm being honest, kind of difficult, Marquis. I'm a little bit scared for RRQ.
Likewise, it's Xerxia, and you know what? Today is full of these games, right? It's the best of 4 regions against the play-in teams from the 4 regions.
Yeah.
And today, Xerxia, of course, is not just the best from Thailand. They're also the number 2 team in the APAC. They've had performances. They've been on an international stage every single time, and I think that they are a very storied team. And I feel like they're very consistent in making that top. Like we've seen them reach that top over and over again. Like Team Secret faltered a little bit in the earlier part of this season, but Xerxia since last year, they've been a staple, and that's scary for me. So RRQ, let's see what it takes. They've been pretty good in the Philippine scene, but haven't been able to break into that international scene just yet, and this is one of their chances to prove themselves.
For sure, right? I mean, it's not just once or twice that they've been on the international stage. It's multiple times, even back when they were with X10, now Xerxia. And if you actually take a look at their agent composition, some of those who have been watching the VCT Korea stuff, you might recognize this because this is the exact same agent composition that DRX uses. DRX, formerly Vision Strikers, whatever it is. I mean, it's super fabled, like stuff that we've seen before, and always like eyes are on Surf and how much potential he has as a duelist. Now they're starting on the attacking side. Can Kelly, as the opposing duelist, have anything to say about that? For now, though, it's just default map control. RRQ not really giving anything up.
Yeah, they're getting a feel of each other. I think that's what some teams like to do, especially deeper into a competition. Like for play-ins and early group stages, we see a lot of teams just kind of rush in, and it's different kind of mentalities between the two teams, whether they want to test the other team by playing fast or by feeling out the defense. And Xerxia are playing very disciplined. It's actually going to be a slow B hit where we normally see a pretty fast B hit. Jet dash in, and they've taken control over this B side.
I think it's slow but sudden, and they're instantly just holding the angle, expecting them to push out, and because of these angle holds, they will be able to find 3 frags. Nexi and Rabbit, the only ones left. A couple of players are low, though, and this is where they could find something to turn things around. Fox is the last one left alive, and he just does not have that much health to work with. 20 points only. He's got some shock darts, could go for some lineups, but unfortunately time is of the essence, and he will not be able to defend the spike. It's gotten defused. He gets that 4th frag, he gets quite a bit of money and some health points, but unfortunately the round win goes to RRQ.
Yeah, a bit of a late push there from him. I think he was trying to call the bluff, but RRQ very good at recognizing the situation, wanted to stick it. They had Rabbit watching around. They both got taken on in the end, but it doesn't matter. The round win is the most important part of this. I agree. The shock darts were there as well. Not really utilized. I think you don't really have the angles for this one. It's not clean. And for Xerxia, great plan, but after that, they weren't able to set up the post plans. RRQ were fast on the respawns.
I mean, to me, it's more of the just running and gunning with the frenzies. This time around, trying to do that with the Spectre, but Nexi just shuts that down completely. You will not be able to walk through this valley. And then, of course, a Nebula as well. Unfortunately, getting tagged, though, so that's a bit of wall hacks now. Sushi Boys just walks forward, doesn't care. RRQ, they might have won the previous round, but this force buy definitely caught them off guard. Toge now, it's all up to him. 1v3. And he's putting down some stars to allow him to sneak through. Check out Hell. He gets the first one, but unfortunately, that's just way too many angles to cover. Scary will shut that down, so it's 1-1 now as Xerxia comes back.
And that's an increasing trend we've been seeing in these playoffs.
Force buys?
Force buys on the attacking side if you get the spike down. So very specific situations. You don't force buy all the time, but if you get the spike down, you can afford that extra bit of utility to put you kind of on par with the enemy team on that second round. So some teams like to do it. It's not every single team, but if a team has a plan for an execute with those guns, I think they like going for it. We've seen Global do it, we saw Alter Ego do it, and now Xerxia pulled it off quite well as well. So it's whether the teams have that execute ready, as long as they're confident, and as long as they get the spike down, because again, those 300 creds make a very big difference, especially early on.
And Xerxia is definitely that confident team. I mean, each and every single one of them can frag out of their minds, which is why this is such an opposing game for RRQ. They have to be very careful about how they want to approach these. Every time, each peak, each time you want to contest a site, you have to be very careful about it. And right now, just peeking a little bit, unfortunately, they will not be able to withstand against Fox. That completely blocks off C-Long, and now all they have to be concerned about is basically defender spawn. They managed to push forward, but here comes the flash, and Cruz, he will be able to take all three of them down with a Guardian on round 3. Picks up the Vandal as well. Ooh.
The Guardian off the site was able to take all 3 down. The gun is pretty nasty in the right hands. It takes a specific way of using, but Guardian, people who can use the Guardian are the scariest, because even in low buys or like light buys, the Guardian can be deadly, and we've seen it in his hands here.
It's just such a devastating weapon, especially when your opponents don't have armor, and well, RQ was definitely broken that round. That said, though, full buys come back into the fray, and right now, Xerxia, having tested the waters, they're starting to go in a little bit more aggressive, trying to contest for A long, A short, maybe baiting out some utility, some peaks. That's already the first Prowler that's been spent by Rabbit. So now the site's been softened up. They could rotate around. If they can break down Garage, they could just take C.
Yeah, the hits from Xerxia are just very well calculated. Right now it's a double pronged attack onto the C side. Wow. And they know they have pretty good guns. They do trade 1 for 1 though.
Oh.
RQ trying to hold, but scary. Master of the smokes. So lethal on this Astra, or any controller he plays with, really. I wouldn't fight him on the smokes. He gives me Nat vibes, where you don't want to push the smoke against him. And Surf getting a headshot as well. It's not looking good for RRQ. They had the guns. This was a buy for them, but they just could not hold.
It's definitely not easy to hold, especially against a team like Xerxia, especially when they're going for that split push, and now coming in from the back, it's gonna be Sushi Boys with the Spectre. It doesn't matter. He gets a free weapon upgrade, 3-1 now in favor of Xerxia.
Really showing why they're the favorite team here. And don't forget, this is RRQ's pick. Xerxia starting on the attacking side would really give them the advantage. And I wouldn't say for Xerxia, I wouldn't say that this map is necessarily an advantage for RRQ, because Xerxia's map pool is very deep. And I think that the only map that they probably don't really want to play is Fracture. And, yep, Fracture, pretty much. And so, the thing is, for these map picks for RRQ, it's about being able to beat Xerxia as a team, not on picks. The thing is, when you have 2 evenly matched teams, you can sort of get away with your map win, especially if your map pool is, I would say, not the same against the other team. But Xerxia's map pool is just too good. Like a panel told us that earlier on as well, that during the Thai playoffs, they've been playing so well, and they haven't missed a beat since their Masters run. So, still going to be scary for RRQ. I still think they have a chance if they can find a way to slow down this attack from Xerxia, or at least make the executes hurt. I'm not sure if it's maybe having to play aggressive, because if you look at what Xerxia does, they push on both ends. They don't really watch the deep flanks too much. They'll have the flank watch right after the spike plan, but not early on. So if they can get the timing for this for RRQ, I think they might have a chance to at least hurt Xerxia.
Yeah, I think it's similar to what our panelists had to say about ONIC earlier on. I mean, when you have that much trust in your teammates and you're just able to push up so aggressively, it doesn't matter about the flanks. But right now, Nexi is the one that's defending and preventing them from pushing forward. He spots the shoulder, goes in for yet another peek, able to take down 2, but unfortunately still loses his life. And now that loses A short. Xerxia will be able to push forward. They managed to take down Rabbit as well, and the A site is completely open and ripe for the taking.
Yeah, it looks like they're like going for the extremities. They go slow. They might lose 1 member, but they're able to still push even at the deficit. It was a 4v5, rather almost a 3v5, but they were still able to make it go their way as Surf just looks for all those heads, finding them even, not taking a single point of damage. And that's the thing about Xerxia. It's not just you can't really say that they have one star player. Like whenever someone just dies, like for example, Scary is the one leading the charge here. When someone dies, someone is right up next to bat. Like they're ready for this challenge. Like Fox coming in, finding that kill, anticipating that second peek from that corner. They're just so good. They're anticipating every single thing that RRQ might throw at them. And yesterday, I think we saw some times where the corners weren't fully cleared and a little bit of sloppy mistakes. But when you see Xerxia play, it's just so clean. They know every single corner to watch. They know there's an operator here, but they don't care. They're pushing forward. They're using the smokes. They're using the Hunter's Fury as well to make sure that they get into that site. And it's just so difficult for RRQ to hold.
And just with those pieces of utilities, those ultimates, those dashes streaming into the site, RRQ had no choice but to evacuate. Now even trying to come back for that retake serve just takes him down with the collateral. Nexi had an operator and that thing was rendered useless because of this one duelist. Now it's down to the 5v2. Numbers just do not favor RRQ at all. In fact, they might have to opt for that save instead.
Yeah, the operator especially, it's such a heavy investment. They couldn't even get enough, not even one kill off that operator, and immediately if you lose that, if they lost that here, okay, there you go, there's that first kill, at least they got one. But if you lose this operator, you've pretty much dug yourself into a financial hole for RRQ. So saving this is the right choice. They also got 2 kills, but it doesn't matter for Xerxia really. They just want to try to damage RRQ's economy as much as possible, but their lead is just so big that they don't care that they might lose some guns at the risk of rather at the reward of potentially finding that operator.
Possibly, but it's still early days. RQ, they still could come back into this. They're trying to buy whatever they can get right now. Operator still back into Nexi's hands. The rest of the squad, though, interestingly enough, they've managed to save up quite the number of ultimates. That's 4 that they can work with. Potentially going for retakes, I think, is something that they could do. They've got the Rolling Thunder, the Nightfall. They also have the Cosmic Divide, and that's something that can be very useful and just pushing people off of sites to block off areas and entry points. But here we go. Xerxia still not backing down. Already smoking off Garage. They want to take control over C-Link. Unfortunately, though, they have to be very careful about how they want to approach this because Nexi is just lurking on the other side. In fact, it was all just a play for them to get into the B site. Here comes Rabbit with the Guardian, though. A couple of straight peeks. He manages to get the first one. He knows there's a couple more, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. Pushes them off. Now it's important for Xerxia to actually back up and just to hold it all the way from mid. And, of course, for RRQ to actually find ways to deal with this hold. Unfortunately, they're just going all the way from the front, which means it's all down to aim duels. They have to be very careful about this. Rabbit flicks back and forth, able to find the first one, and then now flicks on towards window. Unfortunately, in all this time, Sushi Boys has snuck onto the site itself, and Draxi has the world against him. I don't know how he can do this because he's run out of time, so now just saving the Vandal, he backs off over onto A.
Yeah, it hurts. Like, seeing them having to save multiple rounds in a row, it hurts. And it doesn't just hurt their economy. Like, they're already losing, and they're getting that 1,000 credit penalty every round just because you just save. They're just having a hard time, and I think one of the stellar things as well from Xerxia, why RRQ having such a hard time, is their site selection. Like, if you've noticed, the sites that Xerxia choose, it looks like they have such a good read over the defenses or over the defensive rotations from RRQ. And every single time they choose a site, they just make it work.
It really is. I mean, they've really got this down to every single play of how they just managed to decipher these sites. And now just looking for these opening picks. They know that RQ wants to take a couple of duels against them. They know that RQ wants to take some of these rifles away. And that's why they just push up front a little bit, hold down some angles, and now it's already a lot of damage done to Rabbit. They have the ultimates, but they still don't quite have the scenario, the situation to use them. RRQ, though, interestingly enough, stacking up on the A site now. And meanwhile, if you take a look at the minimap, Xerxia, they're just chilling. They're holding, they're waiting for these peaks, and Sushi Boy, Scary, they take down 3! What just happened?
They took the bait, pretty much. RRQ just want to make things happen, and I really think that they do have that potential, but Xerxia, reading them like a book right now, and it seems like on the attacking side, Xerxia just have full control, full read over this. RRQ, they're having some shining moments from various players, but I think they have to shine at the same time right now, because it looks like Xerxia are just they have such a good read over the game state, over RRQ's game plan, and it looks like it pretty much looks like they're reading their minds. They're living in their heads rent free right now.
That's the key word. Living in their heads and making all these reads. RRQ are the ones who feel like they are forced to make a move. That's why we see them pushing out every single play. And unfortunately, that's just something that doesn't quite work out. But this time with the operator, Nexi gets the opening pick. Now they need to convert this into even more. Just using that presence should be enough to block Xerxia off of this A site. What about the other sites, though?
They've slowed Xerxia down a little bit. That's exactly what they needed. Nexi, great play from him to go away as well instead of going for that repick. They know they understand the situation, but Fox with the pre-fire immediately takes on Kelly S, makes things a bit even. Toge is still there, trying to hold down Garage for as long as he can. This is the first time I've seen Xerxia have to spend so much time trying to choose a site. They haven't even finalized where they want to go, and it looks like they're starting to inch toward that A site, but haven't really made the complete move towards it yet.
Take flight.
Just trying to give off more bits of information, potentially holding, lurking, and preventing RRQ from rotating. If they can overwhelm the A site right now with Fox just lurking over on B, there is going to be hell to pay, because no way that RQ actually rotates over. Instead, though, they just go for the quick B execute. Cosmic Divide comes up, and they go for that plant. Unfortunately, gets blocked off for a second by the Aftershock, but not that big of a deal. It can just regress off of it, and here it goes. Spike planted. Nightfall gets sent out, but unfortunately does not hit onto anyone. And Fox, the lurker, he comes back in from Gong. He finds a quick double, and that just leaves us with 2 players from RQ to retake this. Sushi Boys has control over mid, and that completely negates Toge. Nexi is the only one left, and unfortunately with an operator, he just can't do too much and does not expect Scary from behind. Xerxia, they've got full control over the map, full dominion, and RRQ, unfortunately, they just look quite lost, Marky.
RQ had a good read off that situation. They didn't bite on the B fake, but because they didn't bite on the B fake, Xerxia actually thought, okay, you're not biting on the fake, we'll make it real instead. They actually made that B play, that B plant, and then 2 lurkers. So Fox turns into the site lurk, where he just hides and in an unexpected corner. And then it was just Surf making his way all the way around, finding that kill as well. It's just Xerxia are running on all 5 cylinders. Look at that Blade Storm. Perfectly timed headshot misses. The right click though. Here's the showstopper. Immediately gets stopped. And what can RQ do right now? They're being sprayed through the walls. They're just getting picked off one by one. It doesn't even matter. Surf did not even give up a gun, but Xerxia trying for some heroics here. Some headshots from the Sheriffs, and they're finding the heads. It's down to 1v1. Rabbit might just make this work, but no, Fox is faster on the trigger, gets the headshot. And Xerxia get away with the skin of their teeth. Round number 9 going to them.
Even in those final moments, it just looks as if Fox instantly knew where Rabbit could have been. And just like that, going for that strafe peek, already prepared to shoot. And that is the thing that makes Xerxia so good. Like you said, they are just reading every single play. That was the perfect opportunity for the showstopper as well. If it hit down in that one spot right in the center, who knows? Maybe all 4 Xerxia members could have been killed, could have been blown to bits. But unfortunately, they were just prepared for such a play. They were prepared for such a peak. And right now, Nexi going back in for a little bit more. He always gets these first few picks, and it's great. The problem is they need to continue to hold down even further. Comes back in for another. That's short gone. That's the 3rd. RRQ, they're coming back in.
I think that round gave them a little bit more confidence, a little bit more fired up, but Surf is gonna cut that short as he gets 1 kill, gets a
Oh my
second
God.
as well. Nexi is still alive though, but the rolling turn is already stopping. He's teleported into the site. It's really dangerous for him
Look
as
at
he's
that.
stunned. That teleport was not great, but then he could not go anywhere. He was trapped in the sewers anyway. So RQ have to play this 2v2. Xerxia have the post plans already. They're setting up for this crossfire. Kelly is trying to go in. Toge though finds the opening. Cruz makes it a 1v1. Has the shorty out. Wants to get this corner peek. He knows where Toge is. Just fakes it, but no, the wrong gun at the wrong time. RQ finally get a second round. They finally find it out off of that triple kill from Nexi.
And just like that, things turn around for one tiny little round. Not too bad, but certainly inspires more confidence for RRQ. Nexi with his operator, especially at these positions, at these ranges, he's still able to do so much. Despite the other push coming in from long, they were able to hold it down just long enough for the rest of the team to arrive on time, on cue for Toga to clean things up. I mean, again, Xerxia, they just look so prepared for everything, but I think they might have thought that Toge was playing a little bit closer. That's why the shorty was being deployed. Instead, it was the long-range duel, and that is how RRQ is able to come back into these games. Last round before the swap, and Nexi comes up huge with the tour de force. Opening pick once more.
Nexi again and again, and
Oh,
RQ
God.
want a chance here. Nexi needs probably another kill because this is going to be yet another A hit as he holds it with the headhunter. This is looking really good for RQ this time around. He gets a triple yet again, and Rabbit is there to stop Xerxia in their tracks. And RQ, this is exactly what they wanted to do. They're finally figuring things out.
I mean, they just fight fire with fire. The prime sentinel himself, Nexi, just shows up with this tour de force, even swapping to the headhunter for the close range duels, especially inside of the Astra Nebula. I think that was one of those impactful frags that Xerxia, they just really weren't quite expecting it. And at the same time as well, I mean, Rabbit coming into support to reaggress, to cover his sniper player is something that helped out so much. 3-9 at the end of the first half. Not the best score, but, you know, people say curses are a thing. I don't know. What about you, Marquis? Are you superstitious?
No, I don't believe in it. I like it. It's funny. Like, whenever there's a 3-9, like, everyone's like, oh, curse, RQ will win. I actually don't think so. And from the way the attacking side went, Xerxia had a very good attacking side, but you know what? Some teams are more attack-sided, I'd say. And for RQ's lineup, I actually like their lineup on attack. I like having the Raze. I like the Breach Fade combo that we're starting to see teams implement. I know that Xerxia's lineup is the DRX lineup, but the RQ lineup, I quite like it. I feel like this is the trend, the new trend, or the new lineup.
Maybe. I do think that it is new with the Raze, the Chamber, you got the Fade as well. It's pretty cool stuff. But that said, I mean, statistically speaking, Xerxia just won 9 rounds in a row on attack. In a row. That is absolutely insane. It's going to be tough. And I think if RRQ does not win the pistol at the start of this second half, it just might be lights out.
Yeah, it just might be because Xerxia, again, we were talking about it at the beginning. It's RQ's turn to try and prove themselves on this regional stage. For Xerxia, they've been in international so many times, so it's about seeing how good they are still, seeing how fresh they are still. And you know what, Xerxia, they really have not missed a beat. All 5 players really showing up at any given point in time. That's the scary part for Xerxia. They're all so sharp, and it's not always just because of Surf, like a star duelist like some teams might have, but it's also because of their support players. Look, Cruz, Scary, Sushi Boys, they're all just fragging out their minds as well.
It's going to come down to RRQ. They have to show Xerxia something that they haven't quite seen before. But look at this positioning from Scary. Nexi has no idea. He turns around at the right time and scares the living hell out of him. Nexi had no idea what just struck him from behind. And now, even as RRQ tries to aggress in towards B side itself, It's all of these positions. Toga hiding inside the Nebula, though, able to find one, but does not expect Kroos to be on the other side. Rabbit coming in from Garage gets ultimately denied, and this is just perfect map control by Xerxia. Like you said, each and every single one of these players stepping up to the plate.
It's really just, you know what? Is there anything that has 5 wheels? I'd say a car, but a car has like 4 wheels and a spare tire. Was there anything that 5 wheels? So they're all moving together, and it's a 5-wheeler.
A dragon boat, maybe?
I guess.
I don't know. You know, one of those. Is this just a weird like Singaporean like Chinese thing? It's dragon boat.
I guess so.
You got the
think I know what you
rollers,
mean.
and then you got the IGL at the front banging on the drums, right? And everyone just works together in sync, that sort of thing. That said, though, RQ, they cannot force buy. They didn't get the spike down, and they don't have the rounds to spare. So Xerxia, they are so comfortable right now, so confident. They're just holding all the way from the back of sight because they know they have that retake potential. Surf even has a round 2 Vandal, and that is just terrifying. Crow sends out the Aftershock. Unfortunately, it's a little bit late, but it does still do a little bit of damage. Goes up front, run and gun. He gets 2, he gets 3. Surf there to back him up, and this is just Xerxia's show.
It's really Xerxia. They look at their retakes as well. They know the site's been overwhelmed, but they only give RQ like maybe 4 or 5 seconds of space, and then the retake is there already. Like right after the plant goes down, RQ don't even have the chance to go for post-plant positions. They're scrambling around because of the utility from the breach, because they've been flashed, because the Aftershock is there. Look at this from Cruz. After the flash, they're running around. They didn't even know where to look. They couldn't even see anything. And I think Xerxia just have complete control over this game, and I think they want to close it out here because taking a look at their buys, they already have 2 Vandals on them.
They win this, they get to match point. RQ will not be able to buy back up on last round. That is just the worst thing possible. So they have to be a little bit more careful than this, honestly, but they're getting a little bit too trigger happy now. Xerxia, they're not backing down. They're firing all bullets through this Nebula, and it still catches players. RQ now investing a couple more magazines, a couple more players for this one firefight. But in all this time, unfortunately, it loses that map control on other spots of the map itself. In all that time, Sushi Boys could have pushed down C Long or something. Unfortunately, he didn't, so he's just still holding fast. It's going to be Rabbit trying to give up some bits of fake info, maybe baiting rotations over onto the C site. There's only one player watching Long right now, and if he falls, if Fox from Xerxia falls, RRQ could take down the A site.
Yeah, I think RRQ definitely has a good read of the situation here. Great patience from them to allow the
down first.
Defense to reset. Yeah, but they do have to take down Fox first. He's calling that they're here. And I'm not sure if there's enough time for the rotates yet. I think that RRQ might be able to run over this map first.
Oh no. Well, they have to take down these defensive players. The contest is good. Cruz comes back in, but here comes Rabbit and Nexi. They managed to turn this into a 2-on-1, and Sushi Boys just does not have anything to work with. A frenzy, a turret. I don't know how Timmy the turret can help you in this scenario as you peek out, and Nexi with the off angle. Again, the Prime Sentinel just keeps his team alive for one more round.
Yeah, one more round, and they have to take this one round at a time, alright, slowly. And as they get string these rounds together, even after that scary start, Xerxia just recognizing they can push and be aggressive and find some kills. RQ were able to recover. They let the defense reset, and after the reset, they take over A, which is, I think, a really good choice, and it just shows that they do have the prowess to come back into this game. Whether they really read the defenses from Xerxia is another story, because right now Xerxia, they can shuffle their defenses, they can shuffle the way they play still. They have a 7-round lead right now, and they have some wiggle room to make things happen.
Yeah, that's the scariest thing, because it's still 7 rounds for RQ to close in the gap. Xerxia, on the other hand, maybe they don't have the economy this round, but they are reading RQ almost like a book. This round, they're getting a little bit eager as they push out, trying to re-aggress, trying to pick up some weapons. They managed to turn things back to an even fight. That said, though, RRQ, they've got quite a bit of space. They got quite a bit of map control, but the spike's been dropped by Crows. Oh, no! They almost had the A side. They just weren't expecting to push up mid. Now it's going to come down to a big firefight, and the Rolling Thunder's been sent out to push them off. Xerxia, they're looking to prevent RRQ from reclaiming this one important tool. They don't want to let them play the objective.
And time is not great for them as well. They have all the utility in the world to delay RQ, and they find utility kills as well. There's a shock dart finding a kill. There's aftershock being used. Another Nebula pop. How are they going to recover this fight? There's the flash as well, but they're pushing through a smoke, and Scary with a Phantom, and Xerxia makes the Thrifty work.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. This started off with a Thrifty, and just because they had players come up from mid, come up to window, they managed to turn this all around. RRQ are playing checkers, but Xerxia, these guys are playing chess.
Yeah, you know what? They also recovered 4 guns, so that was a Thrifty and 4 free rifles. And that's just so ridiculous how coming into that round they didn't have creds. They had to eco. And now they have 4 rifles and enough to buy the next round should they lose this one still. So RQ have a mountain to climb and they don't even have the tools for it. They're gonna have to struggle climbing up this mountain. They're gonna have to climb up this mountain
I don't know.
without tools. They're gonna have to use their bare hands and take down Xerxia.
I think they got a pretty big tool right now, Marquis. Nexi, he does have the tour de force. If anyone could do it so far, he's been doing all the things for RRQ. Might just be able to find some kind of an opening pick. They go out for this A split push, clearing out all the corners. We love to see that. And here goes into its heaven, the opening pick for Nexi. Once again, they managed to take down this A site. Now, they need to hold this post plant. Again, with his DRX composition, the retake potential is really strong. Scary with the 1 Cosmic Divide could make things a lot easier. So the Nightfall being committed by Rabbit just holds them off for a little bit more. A couple more seconds spent. What? But Surf all the way from above! How is he doing this? He's able to find 2 with the wall bang. Tries to hop on down along with the Blade Storm. Toga denies that. But here come the trades. It's the Aftershock from hell. And Sushi Punch from above. He gets the triple to close this out. Xerxia 13-4. And they just don't give RRQ any chance at all in this first map.
The real nightmare here is Xerxia, and RQ right now are not waking up from it because they take control over this game. Xerxia with a dominant victory on RQ's map pick 2.
Oh my goodness, that is just not what you want to see, especially in the second series of the day. We're still in Group B. And even though it's just group stages, Xerxia are just showing that they know this game inside out. Their reads are perfect. Their reactionary plays are perfect. You talked about being truly the real nightmare. Rabbit sent out that Nightfall, but Xerxia just backed off completely. Didn't even care. It's all thanks to Surf all the way from the top of heaven, and he just turned that little spot into a sniper's nest.
Yeah, he even got the wall bang, you know what? It's just so demoralizing getting that headshot through that wall. You thought you're safe, but you're not.
It's just so devastating. Turned into Private Jackson from Saving Private Ryan for a second. But that's what we have for map number 1. Will RRQ be able to come back in map number 2? That's the big question. So we will see that after this break, guys. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat. When it's time for the kill, ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn, I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep. low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but at gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing.
Haunted are the hunters, or so we thought. Xerxia Esports winning the first game on Haven with a 13-4. Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers with your panel, Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Now, Trix, I don't know if I was reading the whole game seriously. I mean, like, the way I read it, because I'm not on the same level of big brain plays as you are. But to my understanding, there were a lot of default plays over at Xerxia Esports. Am I right over here?
They were definitely just trying to take that general control off of the map from RRQ, and I mentioned this earlier in the panel before we threw to the mat, that it, as much as we'd like to say that Nexi could get more control and, you know, do more of his individual plays, which did shine through some of the rounds for RRQ, at the end of the day, it's not something that Xerxia was even willing to give them, that breathing space, that, okay, they aggressed on A, but then you also had two players on mid with a crossfire in case somebody tried to push them there. And the fact that every time I saw a frag on Xerxia's side, or whether RIQ took one out from Xerxia, there's always seemed to be somebody else on the back line, somebody also swinging with them, peeking for them, or refragging for them. And I think that in general was, I don't know, it was fantastic watching them, honestly speaking. It was just, they were so disciplined and so well thought out on what they wanted to control. They also pulled back before they would push sides, so they'd push up a little bit but not far enough to ever get picked off.
a good team can have good reads, but a smart team can do something about those reads, right? If you remember, when Xerxia was on that eco round in one of the latter stages of this game, they decided to go for that multi-man lurk after knowing that nobody was holding down that window in that garage area, which becomes the choice where they could, or members of RRQ could be pushing from. It could be either around C Long or around that A lobby side. It was a lucky thing that they caught out Rabbit while he was trying to rotate over, while right after he tried to make presence around the other side of the map, which then hits the jackpot for Xerxia, even getting that free Phantom and that free spike to secure around that T side. I mean, while everybody was trying to secure that A long and that A short side, they completely forgot that they needed to secure the president. The president himself got shot down around that a very precarious position. I mean, for members of RRQ, this is something that we definitely expected. We talked about on the panel that Xerxia could overwhelm them, but in this kind of level of play, Xerxia just understanding all of the better reads in this map, and not only that, just did the most or made the most out of those perfect reads as well.
I absolutely agree. I remember that specific round you were talking about where they had a tug of war over the spike over at A lobby, right? Now, I was talking earlier, Trix, about the default plays wherein Xerxia would choose a site, split push, plant the spike, and do post-plat. They're very decisive. They're very disciplined, as you would say it. But I was really curious because this is something that I think I failed to see as I was watching this game. How are they able to fish informations as attackers before they were executing?
They are fishing information primarily with utility count. At least that's the way I understood it. And the way that they use the drone to also bait out any players, make sure that certain angles are clear. If it's clear and nobody's pushing up, then they got somebody else going in there. They also have the breach to then force them or blind them so that the jet can just entry and clear the corners for them.
It was absolutely perfect for execution. I think there were certain rounds wherein there was a certain level of aggression from RRQ as defenders, but I did not think that it was as effective, or maybe they were executing it more that Femina during the eco round.
Yeah, I mean, on those eco rounds, you gotta look at who the players are actually who are thriving on those definite eco rounds, and it was always like next to you, right? Whenever he would have that sort of force, and when he also has that operator, when he got that money, he always gets that first contact and that first blood. That would have been windows of opportunity for RRQ to even convert that to the round, but yet they kind of invest too many people on the wrong places. They leave one side open that does become that backfire that RRQ never expected them to do so. We always saw that around that A site, and when they were on that garage area where they tried to play a little bit more proactive, that's when Xerxia fought back with more aggression on their side. And clearly, we can see that Xerxia, they know how to play that time correctly, and even though they play on defense and on attack, one thing is clear, one thing is constant. They know how to play the time, they know how to read the situation perfectly, and when they get their way, then it's kind of easy for them to take control of the map.
It felt that RRQ kind of went into this a default that they wanted to do. We saw the fade constantly on that A-long. We also saw the chamber was also there too, and I just felt that they should have utilized the mobility that the chamber has, put him on different areas of the map, make him pressure other sides of the map. That way, at least keep Xerxia expending their utility in order to clear those angles, rather than just having that trap down and pushing out A long, because at a certain point it becomes predictable, and in that case, there is nothing that stops Xerxia from saying, why don't we just take garage and mid? Because it's open, because they're putting most of their utility, most of their players on A side or C long anyway.
Well, now that you're talking about like taking mid, we're gonna be moving on to a map that has an incredibly huge mid area over here, and I'm talking about Breeze. Trix, what does RRQ have to adjust this time around as they move on to Breeze?
RRQ needs to be more proactive. I know that I say that all the time.
But it's the fundamentals of the game, right?
But it's also that you need to have that refrag, you know? Like, let's say you want to take mid, and let's say by chance you have a KO, right? On Breeze. Then you're on the defender side, you want to take mid control, get the KO to flash for you, peek mid, but don't overextend it. Don't overcommit to it. Let's say there's nobody there. Maybe they're hiding in a corner. Maybe they're pushing another side. You've got players marking that push on another side. Okay, fall back from mid. Maybe take that information and then kill the players that are actually trying to push the defenders. So I feel
talking about. Oh, sorry.
No,
please continue.
Yeah, it's just in general. I feel like it's just a matter of being more, back and forth and knowing how to discipline yourselves and saying when too much is too far.
Absolutely.
No.
And I wanted to add to that. Like, you were saying that there should be some sort of buddy system that Femina also mentioned in the earlier series that we have that we saw in ONIC over here. But wait, oh my god, let me pause for a second. What am I seeing here on the composition? That Femina triple initiator?
Oh my god. Okay, so this is getting me hyped up because it looks weird on paper, but this actually could work on a map like Breeze where you need as much map control as possible. And what better way to assist your team pushing in? Yeah, you don't have that duelist that could make that entry perfect, but you still have that chamber to compensate for it anyway. That could take advantage of that operator to secure any sort of like early aggression. But going back to that triple initiator, I mean, Sova darts, so many utility to push on forward. That makes it easier for them once they convert over to that attacker's side. But since RRQ are now going to be starting on defense, it is a tall task for them to stop this triple initiator throwing so much utility toward your side. I remember the Trix also talked about Sky being one of the more, I'd say, powerful agents if used correctly. If Xerxia can take advantage of this triple initiator comp in combination with the Sky flashes, then I could really see Xerxia taking this all the way to the second game, or the second win, actually.
I am loving the matches in APAC so far. We've had the triple controller. We're getting the triple initiator that I have been waiting for personally. I love Sova. I love that Sky and that KO combination. You've got a high flash paired with a closer flash that the Sky can give, just straight into that Viper curtain or Viper wall. So I feel like there's so much ability for Xerxia to take the sites and take it effectively while making sure that all the corners are cleared. I am so excited.
I am so excited too, but at the same time, I'm really scared for RRQ over here. If Xerxia was so confident enough to pull out the triple initiator, then they came prepared. I don't know what to expect from this game, but then again, I always know these guys always tend to surprise us, especially with the composition that they just showed, just blew us away. So remember that what we just saw was just game number 1 of this series. A lot can change as we head on over to game number 2. I don't know what the future holds, neither do you guys, but I think we're very lucky that we have very capable storytellers on the broadcast. Oh yes, I'm talking to you, our lovely casters. Take us to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Laika, Dad Femina, and Trix. I mean, yeah, we're gonna tell some stories, but you know what? I think they are pretty darn good at predicting the future as well. They are prophets on the panel, and here we are. I mean, talking about things that you really have no idea what to expect. Triple initiator, Marquis.
Yep.
It's crazy.
You know what, Trix looked like she was about to squeal once when she saw the triple initiator, and I really like it. I actually think that initiators provide the most value of any agent in Valorant. Like, a duelist is great, like going for those frags, but imagine a triple initiator. It means that everyone can sort of be a duelist once you get that information. And the information, we saw Xerxia kind of like read RQ like a book. And they're doing that because of the utility usage. And having 3 initiators on a big map means that they'll know where everyone is. And I think that when we see how they pull that off, we'll see why this triple initiator will work.
It's very curious and interesting. But that said, I do think that they have one duelist on the side of Xerxia, and his name is Surf. He might not be playing a duelist per se, but Chamber's kind of a duelist, right? I mean, everyone can kind of agree with that right now. Nexi, I think, plays a slightly different style, but he is still that deadly with the operator, with the tour de force as prevalent from the previous map. if RRQ can pull off similar tactics this time around, they should be able to push us to a map 3, but let's see if that actually happens. RRQ on the defense right now, they're just holding fast. They hear a lot of footsteps, a lot of noise coming from shop, and Hoge, oh no, he's been flashed. Fox is able to go in, and now, well, they actually managed to take a couple because of the corner play, and the trades still favor RRQ.
They didn't check the corner. Actually, Tugi was able to get away with that, even though he was completely flashed. He still got a kill. RQ are gonna steal this pistol round away from Xerxia if this keeps on going.
That just was a little bit chaotic, but that said, the round's not over yet. They don't quite have the sight. The spike's been dropped, and that's the worst possible thing. I think Xerxia went in a little bit too committed to this, expecting it to work, but just these minor inconveniences, and still they're able to turn it back around. Scary gets one, instantly traded back thanks to Kelly S. Surf now, we're talking him up. He kind of knows where they are, doesn't expect where the second player could be though. I think he heard a little something, but all Rabbit needs is one swing because Surf has 15 HP, and RRQ again takes the first pistol round.
Great read by Rabbit there as well. He knows he needs to wide swing that. Surf already had his crosshair on the level in case Rabbit kind of jiggles it or just does a small peek, but Rabbit just an extremely wide peek, and that's exactly what you need. You can see when Surf actually moved his crosshair from the kill onto Kelly S, he actually needed 2 swipes. Look at this. After getting that kill, 1, 2 swipes, and then Rabbit is just like, yeah, you're swiping, I'm wide peeking, and I get that kill. RQ get the pistol on yet again, but we've seen this before. But like I mentioned, if Xerxia don't get that spike down, they're actually not gonna buy. They're not gonna force buy on this second round.
Yeah, this time around being a little bit more careful. I mean, RRQ, especially on such a big map, there are just way too many variables. The site is completely wide open and cut in half. They managed to stick the plant. Now it's just a question of RRQ retaking this. And this Viper's wall, the toxic screen, actually kind of works against them just because it's planted so safe for RRQ to defuse. They already have it halfway. Now it's just a question of locking down the final remaining players. They managed to get 1, they get 2. Nexi, he's just Count Dracula right now. I got 3 kills. And that's 2-0 for RRQ.
And Nexi are really so deadly on those guns with the snipers. He's really like Count Dracula. He's sucking the blood out of Xerxia. But Xerxia right now, they're the ones with the buy. Can RRQ hold this and make it expensive for Xerxia? Or are Xerxia starting their domination from here? This triple initiator lineup, we haven't really seen it work just yet. Of course, it's still early on this map. But they got the plant, but post-plant, still not there for them. So let's see what they have in the bag.
Testing the waters again, possibly. It's not looking as clean as we thought, but this time around, just with the full buys, we certainly should expect something different. Look at this discipline again. They're expecting the peaks always. And RRQ, despite gaining active map control, it's a little bit tougher for them to duel, especially given the weaponry that they currently have. Xerxia now not moving, expecting them to peek. They go in and they find yet another. Oh, and this is going to be information.
That's exactly as he said. RQ, the panel talked about it. RQ needs to find information and deny information, but Fox getting a quick double kill. He only got 1 point of damage, I think, just 1 shot. And right now it's all down to Toge, who only has a sheriff. Fox gonna get the triple kill though, and it's gonna be a flawless round for Xerxia. It's like you mentioned, it's like the panel mentioned. It's the discipline. It's making sure they punish RQ for these active information plays. And while it works sometimes, like they peek 1 by 1 there, and they got punished for it. Xerxia are just, they're reading RQ like a book.
It's only round number 3, maybe. But that said, this is still quite telling of how RRQ actually operates around the map. But it's absolutely true that they do need to deny information for Xerxia, but the thing is, how do you deny information against 3 initiators? Especially when you have a Sky, especially when you have KO, the Suppression Blade, and of course, Sova. There's just so much information being gathered right now, even when RQ are playing so defensive. Look at this. The Seekers go out, and they're completely blinded. They're completely blocked off from the site, which was supposed to be their home. Just like that, RRQ has initiated, and they've claimed the B site. Toxic screen comes up, and more utility gets dumped just to throw RRQ even further back. Surf with a bit of a lurk as well prevents Nexi from dropping down into its elbow. The rest of them continue to push up all the way from arches. They have the pillar, but can they actually go up for these close range duels? Kelly, yes, even with the operator. I don't know how effective this could be. Fox just holds it down alone, along with help from Surf all the way from elbow, and they managed to take this back 2-2.
They just got completely decimated. That the Seekers basically pushed them out of that B site. They couldn't even get back in because of all the flashes, and Surf, his positioning just completely stopped RRQ in their tracks. They couldn't jump down. Short was not open at all, and that elbow was completely clear. The rest of Xerxia just needed to watch spawn, and so good. Such a great position from Xerxia, from Surf, and the whole team. This triple initiator comp, all those flashes coming in, like you mentioned, there's so much information. They knew B side was clear, and they act off that information. I think that's the biggest difference here. The speed at which they act upon the information is just so blazing fast.
It's absolutely incredible. And at the same time, let's say RQ actually doesn't go for these info plays and they just hold. Xerxia, more often than not, they win these duels just because they have the game sense to somewhat predict where RRQ's players could be positioned. And right now, just a quick peek. RRQ, I think they know that the hit's coming towards A, so they want to kind of prevent this hit from going through. Nexi's unfortunately getting completely blocked off, though. A couple of shots with the Sheriff through, and he actually takes down Crows. Fox picks him back up, though, and now they have A site.
They have A site, they have the guns. They got the wall bang as well. Through the wall, Draxi just did not expect that. He thought he was safe. But that wall is soft. It's made out of wood. And Sushi Boys with yet another headshot through the wall. It's all down to Nexi and Rabbit. Sushi Boys gets another headshot through the wall. These walls are paper thin. And right now, Xerxia got away with a flawless round.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe what we are seeing. Yes, that was pretty much an eco round for RRQ, but still, you cannot deny how smart these Xerxia players are, especially with how they take down the site, with how they go in for these positional plays. Just reading exactly where these RQ players could be positioned. They know that Nexi's potentially using the, well, they definitely heard the voice call from the ult being deployed. And just like that, they instantly knew where he would be positioned. Of course it's around bridge. Of course there's a player somewhat around the boxes. And that's the strength of the triple initiator once more. This time around, though, they're going in for full mid control. And this gives them so many options.
Yeah, RRQ have been pushing mid thus far. Didn't really pan out for them. And now RRQ is the one taking over. They're not finding the kills just yet. But I think they're slowly trying to inch towards this B site.
At least just trying to gain an inkling of where RRQ could be positioned. They know that there's something around the pillar, around the left side of the site. What they did not see, though, is Draxi behind back wall. And that could be something that they might be able to use. Hawk confirms more players positioned towards the middle. That is why they're not moving away from the B site. Couple players coming through mid doors, though. They might just be able to do something with this. Rabbit takes down the first one, but here comes the execute. Surf and Crows, they managed to push into sight, but Kalias holds his own. And now,
30 seconds left.
repositioning. Oh no, he turns his back. He did not expect Fox to come out from B main. And this just opens up the B site. Xerxia might be able to get the plant. It's all up to Rabbit now. In a 1-on-3 scenario. Goes in for the peek. Unfortunately, whiffs the headshot, so the spike still gets planted. 1v2 now, and he has to isolate these duels. No, he peeks out, but there's two of them on the other side. Surf just crashes onto him. The waves do not stop, and Xerxia They get that 4-2.
Yeah, they got caught in the undertow, and unfortunately for them, RQ Rabbit, had he been there a second earlier, might have been able to deny the plant, might have been able to be in a better spot, but missing this headshot here because of the animation, because Fox was actually turning around. And then the final duel, it was a double angle from the side of Xerxia. They made sure they swung that together as well, finding a kill onto Rabbit. And RRQ are reset yet again, back to an eco, this time not even a tour de force to their name.
Oh no. Well, Blade Storm, that could be something. It's gonna have to take heroics from Kelly S though. And he's not on the Rays, not sure how comfortable he might be. But look at what's happening on the mini-map. Because there isn't that much map control coming in from Xerxia, it's the big flanks. But we've seen how Xerxia deals with this before. They just push up front. They don't even care. Just like that, they managed to gain control over the site. A little bit of contest coming in from Rabbit, but they still managed to take him down. A player from Halls, and it's all it takes. They have no idea where to look now. Kelly S, it's all up to him, and despite having the Blade Storm, there are 3 targets for him to hit. He goes in, walks up for it, but Cruz instantly turns around, hearing the footsteps, and that is just quick reactions.
RQ just fell one by one. Kelly S couldn't complete the flank just yet. It's the exact Forsaken flank that we love to see, but then this time around, Xerxia just went into the site and there was no carpet for him to pull. There was no rug for him to remove from underneath Xerxia's feet because they've already planted, they've already put down their flag, and they've already gotten into that site. And RRQ, they're looking for answers and they can't find it. Maybe this timeout will give them those answers.
Maybe. I mean, so far, what's been working out for them is when they are actually somewhat going for these retakes and maybe even bits of map control when they have enough information on where Xerxia is headed towards, and they have enough plays to actually resist or go in for these post-plant scenarios. Xerxia, on the other hand, though, they are so prepared for everything that it just looks like whatever you throw at them, they are always in control. These first 2 rounds that RQ won were just because of the pistol and the following round. Other than that, it's been 5 consecutive wins for Xerxia ever since they got their first full buy.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for them because of Xerxia's attack. It seems like they just know when RQ want to go for the active information, when RQ want to go defensive. I think it might be because of all the information they're getting from a triple initiator. They're just finding, like, they're checking the spots, they're using some logical breakdowns to figure out where RQ's defensive are, and figuring out where these defenders are is so good. But right now, RQ, they're doing something different. They're actually pushing with 3 members going forward with all rifles here. They might be able to find Fox, and if they do, that might be a good opening for them. The flash comes out though, as Fox is the one that's getting them instead. He's in Fox's domain instead. He gets 2. It was a 1v3 pretty much, and that flash enables him to get to himself. Rabbit does get 1 kill, but he's the last one remaining, and it doesn't matter because Xerxia are gonna plant this spike on that A site. They don't even plant it just yet. They're hunting for Rabbit. It's hunting season, and Elmer Fudd finds the Rabbit.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe this, Marquis. He's hunting for wabbits. Oh god. RRQ are trying every single possible play that they have in the book. They're able to find a couple of shots every now and then, but when it comes down to it, information and positions given up, and Xerxia just dissects the entire squad. I mean, even knowing that there were players coming out from shop, coming out from A cave, Fox just deals with that all on his own. That is just absolutely insane. And this time around, RRQ potentially playing a little bit more defensively, they might be able to starve that information this time around if they play a little bit more disciplined.
Yeah, starving information, that exactly might be what they need. But right now, it's a pistol round for them. They do have some Guardians. We've seen how deadly they can be with those.
Rabbit.
As I say that, Rabbit gets the first kill onto Surf. I think he's the one that I'm talking about when talking about these Guardians. Really, you know what? It's like a rabbit, like peeping out of a hole and then coming back in, getting a headshot. That's exactly what he does. He gets a Hunter's Fury kill as well. He's like heroics from Rabbit, and next he finds a headshot too. And starting to look good for RRQ as they get 4 kills. Not even losing one member just yet. Crows gets one, but Kelly's is there for the refrag, and RRQ have gotten around.
They come back into the game, and that's all it takes for them. Exactly like what we're talking about. Starving that information. Sudden peaks, and it catches some of these Xerxia players off guard. When they play that safe, I mean, Xerxia, they're just holding. You don't have to go in for those frags. You can make them play down the timer. And at a certain point, Xerxia starts to feel that pressure. They start to make a move. And that's where RQ starts to find their openings. The Hunter's Fury, the Guardian shot all the way from Nest. And it's all at the hands of Rabbit.
Rabbit leading the charge, and right now RQ charging out A as well. Next he's getting a first kill. Rabbit is there for a trade as well, but Surf is getting 2 of his own. Kelly S with the operator. Can he do anything? He's shut down, he's suppressed. He takes Crows down, but that's the ultimate. He can still be revived and respawned. And right now it's a 3v2 for Xerxia. They have the advantage.
And not that much utility on the side of our RQ as well. Oh god, the shots through the Viper's pit! It's not a solid wall, and it hurts Xerxia so much. Toge, he's trying to find something from the top of stairs, but only able to get one as Scary pops up! Like the clown from Nightmares, he comes up and just drags you back down to hell.
RQ, they haven't really woken up from that nightmare that is Haven, and right now it's still a waking nightmare for them as they try to get into this game. They only ever get an inch, and that's all Xerxia would ever give them. 1 round. It might just be a 3-9 yet again, same as the first map. RQ, it's a bit of a better start from them. They got these 3 rounds a bit earlier on, but I would still dare say that Xerxia still have complete control over this game.
Really do, especially when they find their way in some of these pushes. And now all of these smokes completely covering the site. RRQ, Rabbit is able to find one, but here come the trades, and Xerxia already pushing up front. This breaks that formation. RRQ doesn't quite have the defensive positions any longer. They managed to find yet another, but Sushi Boys just finds the trade, and now Trailblazer goes in, trying to push him back, trying to deny that spike plant. Sushi Boys, he's trying to hold it down, trying to buy enough time for Scary to come up from behind. That Jack in the Box, he's waiting to spring, and he's looking all the way up from B main. Toxic screen comes up, and they get a little bit more time, a little bit more of an advantage to close in the distance, close in the gap. Next, he's trying to do the same. He spots the body. He gets the first shot, but here comes Scary, looking for the one-on-one. He swings, he strikes, but Xerxia takes him down instead, and RRQ are back in the game. It's 4-7.
By a sliver of his health, 21 HP on Xerxia, was able to find that kill still off that first kill from Nexi. Great recognition from him to push forward that toxic screen, and Xerxia just disciplined, making sure he's there, ready for the trade in case Nexi doesn't get the second shot, and they finally get yet another round on the board. Already a better first half than in Haven.
Not too bad at all. If they can take one more round, that could work. And again, this one just comes all the way down to Xerxia saving the day. If I'm being honest, RRQ, they get a little bit frantic and chaotic, especially when it comes down to these hyper-aggressive plays when they want to contest for defensive parts of the map, like K, for example. And in that process, they lose players. They're doing the same thing again. Rabbit makes it a trade throw. They need to stay alive. They need to find the numbers advantage. They go in for a couple more peaks, and Kelly S is under fire, has to back off. Xerxia has mid, and now they have the option to push into B if they want. Oh my god, wallbang!
Through the walls, no wall is safe. Scary had some inkling that they would be hiding behind that wall, was able to get that kill, and Xerxia have just run over RQ right now through that mid.
Oh my god!
How does that even... What?
just through the smokes, anticipating the possibility of a player being there. They wanted to suppress and deny that push, hence the suppressive fire, hence the fragment. And now, off the initial frag, they already knew where Nexi was. It's a perfect shot, but Surf was able to react just as fast, and that brings us to that 4-8. Xerxia again with the reads.
Might as well add an M to his name because Surf looking like a smurf right now, and Scary seeing through walls is like he knows where everyone is. He just got that wall bang, got that shot through the smoke as well. This is why he's actually scary, because you don't even see him. He's an insidious nightmare hiding behind the walls, hiding in your closet, under your bed. You don't see it, but it's gonna get you.
It really is, especially with the Reaver Vandal, and then he pulls you underneath the bed. That is terrifying. And now, I mean, that round, with the number of wallbangs that we witnessed, I think there were 2. Aserai, he's happy, you know, it's his thing. It's these walls are bangable. But that's it. Again, it's these reads from Xerxia. That's why they shoot for those wallbangs. They get that little bit of information, they take that tiny inch, and they turn it into a whole mile. They tug on that thread, and they find a whole spool of information, a whole spool of kills and frags and control over the map. I mean, that's just something that they're using to play against RRQ. RRQ, on the other hand, they're constantly pushing out. They're constantly trying to duel against some of these Xerxia players, and it's just not working out right now.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. There's so much information that's going on Xerxia's side. There was some information for RRQ. Draxi saw that ping on mid, but did not expect the pop flash from Cruz over those boxes. And that's the power of the triple initiator, right? They have 2 initiators with strong flashes. They have Foxes, they have Cruz. And it's not just information they're gathering on the side of Xerxia. It's information they're denying with those flashes. They just can't see. And if you can't see your enemies, how are you going to kill them? For Xerxia, though, they don't even see their enemies. They're shooting through the walls, and they're killing them anyway.
Again, it's that game sense. It's playing this comp to perfection, and also just preventing RRQ from doing what they want to do. RRQ wants to get bits of map control. RRQ wants to flank. They want to duel. They want to prevent Xerxia from getting control over the map. They want to prevent Xerxia from getting the spike planted. But every time they try to peek, they get shut down. Every time they try to fall back, Xerxia wall bangs them just because they get that little bit of information. So now that we've swapped sides, RRQ on the attack, maybe, just maybe, if they can do the same thing, if they can find bits of information, take that opening pick, they might have an advantage and they might be able to convert it into a win. Now holding the angles, playing it a little bit safe, they're not seeing anything yet. Oh, but the guiding light.
That's info. That's exactly what the lineup from Xerxia wants to do. Get all this information, and they know someone's elbow Surf takes a shot, also eats up a shot. They're gonna try to dash onto this B site. They show some presence on A just to leave some rotations in, but it looks like it's gonna be the execute. But Xerxia are the ones executing RRQ instead. They take 2 kills. Nexi sneaks in though, but he's gonna get taken out. All down to Rabbit. He takes 1 down, but does not convert anymore as Fox gets a triple kill, and Xerxia get this pistol round.
4-9. And just Xerxia being so collected on the site itself. I mean, they had the information thanks to that play coming in from Surf. He peeked out of Nest and instantly knew, all right, these guys are probably headed towards B. Let's all be prepared for this. And as soon as the guiding light came in, Sushi Boys wasn't affected. As soon as the cloud burst and the tailwind from Kellyes went in, they knew where he was. Each and every single one of Xerxia reacted on time, on cue. And instantly we see RRQ players dropping. This time around, RRQ now just going in for some damage. Unfortunately, they hold fast and they will not be able to withstand these damage coming in from Scary. Fox and Serve now through the toxic screen as well. They managed to do a little bit more, and it's all up to Naxi. He only has 1 round in the Headhunter too. He comes up for the flick, but no, he narrowly misses by an inch, and Foxes instead lands the headshot. It's 10-4.
A game of milliseconds, a game of inches, but right now the lead is a mile long. Xerxia 10-4 right now. They also buy up yet again. They like doing this. They like buying 2 rifles on this round just to make it competitive, just to see if they can sneak this bonus round away. And they really held the site to perfection. RRQ could not even get the spike down.
I can't believe this. Xerxia, they are streets ahead. RRQ though, full buy back into the game, and now they're looking to take some fights. They're looking to take some heads. A little bit of damage though, and instead it's gonna be Kelly's who's be banged up, and now control over Cave. They make it a quick trade. Surface gone. No more Starfragger. No more Vandal. RRQ. Surely they can turn this thing around.
I think they can. They have the guns. They have the players. They have the firepower, and I think they still have the right tools to get into this A side. Losing Rabbit, it was huge, but they still have Xerxia. They still have the flashes to go in, as Nexi also finds yet another kill, pulling some rotation from Xerxia. And this might be the prime opportunity for RRQ to win this round. They find out Crows, and the rotations are coming back. They have to act fast. RRQ are delayed a bit though. That fragment is going to stop them in their tracks. They're running back slowly, and it's going to be a reset. They can't execute on this A site just yet.
It's a lot of these mid-round adaptations, and I'm kind of afraid that RQ might be overthinking this. They need to take Crow down, but you look at him, he's playing these close-range duels, he's popping the flashes, he's going for the frag, he runs in guns, and he takes down Kelly, yes! Thankfully, the trades come back in, though, and Nexi all the way from mid-doors. They did not expect him to be there. He spots out Sushi Boys as well! Spike planted, and at this point, I don't see how Xerxia can come back from this. It's only the Marshal. It's going to take some miracle for Sushi Boys to turn them into sashimi. He walks up front, looking for some kind of a tail, but Toge, all the way from the top of the boxes, throws off his crosshair placement, gets the headshot, and RRQ, they come back.
They come back. They have the economy as well. They can still buy up on this round. A little bit of light armor here and there. But I think that this is their chance to string some rounds together. It's 5-10. Pretty big lead for Xerxia, but not insurmountable. And if RQ keep playing like this, keep dissecting the defenses of Xerxia, they have a very good chance at making this even.
Just gotta keep up this lead. If they can break down Xerxia's economy this round, if they can play it safe and find some of these picks, they should be able to get so much more. The guiding light confirms information, but the positions are what I'm worried about. Look at that double stack on the off angle. No way you peek into it, Xerxia. That's why he's just lurking. The rest of the squad executing onto the B side, but Surf, he's still just deadly. He has the headhunter and he's looking for something, but Elias has wall bangs of his own. Perfect information now, and they have the sight. Here comes Xerxia, though. They kind of know that he was around shop, around cave, and that's why he's not moving. He hears the footsteps, goes in for the spray, but drops the scary instead. Numbers advantage now, handed over to Xerxia, and they could use this to trade their way into a win.
That aim punch just threw Xerxia a bit off, and Xerxia have the numbers advantage coming into the site. This post plan though, if RQ can hold strong, but Fox is gonna start to decimate that. They're gonna start to peek in, but RQ make it even. Scary though, it's gonna get the advantage onto their side. It's all down to Toge. 1v2 right now, still has a snake bite. Might be able to discourage this defuse, as Fox is the only one left, and he dies to the snake bite too! Toge gets the clutch!
Oh my goodness, in the face of resistance, in the face of pressure, he does not buckle. In fact, pulls out utility and just throws down the perfect positioned snake bite. And it just burns down Foxes. Even swaps to the main weapon and is able to take out yet another player. What a play!
That's why he's a Toge monster, and he's definitely the monster right now for Xerxia. Getting that clutch was so important in resetting Xerxia's economy, and for the first time, I feel, in these two maps, Xerxia has the force buy.
Oh my god. But even then, it's just a little bit of a buy, some sheriffs, a stinger, but the tour de force is still so deadly. This is why it's the chamber meta right now, but you know what's even more meta is RRQ's Kelly S pushing up from halls, flanking down Surf. Now he's all the way at the back of site. He's looking to take them down, but unfortunately it just turned back around. And they're able to take Kelly's down with the about face. 3 players left coming in from RRQ now, and they have no idea that Fox is right behind them. This could be painful, Marquis.
Could be, and Fox just slowly, patiently waiting here to see where he can strike. Will not be able to find anyone though at this point, as they actually make their way mid to B. They went on drop and now are playing their way through elbow.
Oh,
it's all down to Cruz. He does have a phantom. He might be able to make it expensive
Cruz.
as he gets a kill through the wall as well. Couldn't even get the trade onto Cruz. He's gonna find more. Yet another kill for him. Does not have enough bullets to convert the third. It's all down to Rabbit, the 1v3. The damage has been done, and 3 members that he needs to take care of. These sheriffs have been sharp.
Now he's just looking for their positions. He sees it coming from tunnel, but no! 2 players, and it just throws him off. Sushi Boys with the crouching sheriff hidden tiger shot. And just like that, Xerxia convert this into a thrifty win. Unbelievable. The initial play coming in from Surf, and then Foxes and everyone else. I just don't believe this.
It's massive. It's the exact same thing we saw on Haven as well, on the defending side when they were forced to eco. They bought a few guns, they bought a few sheriffs, they pushed out forward, got an advantageous position, and converted that into a thrifty win. That time they actually had 4 rifle upgrades, this time 3 rifle upgrades, not too shabby. And who's hard reset right now? RRQ. They're super hard reset right now. They can only buy a Vandal on one, a Spectre on one, Sheriffs on the others, and Xerxia, if they win this, they're on match point.
And that is just devastating. Xerxia, I've never seen another team that has that much potential in winning thrifty rounds. Kelly's, though, looking to pull off similar heroics. Comes in for the right click, but no! He whips! Sushi Boys! Just sprays it down and he's able to take away that Blade Storm. The one glimmer of hope for RRQ. Now the rest of them with a Vandal, a Spectre, some Sheriffs. They're trying to win this firefight. They managed to get some trades, but here comes Sir with the Operator now. He has full dominion over the middle. And I don't think Rabbit can peek this any longer. It's all up to Nexi as he winks back and forward, looks are scary, takes down the head, and Rabbit comes back in just to support. They managed to take control back over the A site, but now, where could these remaining 2 players be coming from?
Scary thought he had the advantage and to jump onto Nexi, but Nexi is the one who peeks back, gets the headshot, and this 2v2 is very doable. Although they have a disadvantage right now. It's down to 1v1. Nexi with a Vandal and Surf with the Operator. If Surf peeks the right angle, but Nexi finds the headshot angle from the boxes and gets the win for RRQ. This is starting to look very competitive for RRQ.
That was such an intense one-on-one. And you could see that he kind of knew where Nexi was as well. Just thankfully, Nexi was able to react a little bit faster, saw his head first, and just like that, turns the round back in towards RRQ's favor. They managed to save themselves from that match point. 4 more rounds, and we tie things up. Can RRQ do it? They picked up that Operator, so certainly Nexi is looking to pull off similar heroics yet again. Oh.
It actually looks like a completely open site. Xerxia are scrambling to go back onto this defense. If they can find Nexi here though, that might be big. But Nexi finds the first kill onto Crow. Surf though, with a headhunter in his hands, gets the first frag, does not get a second as Rabbit finds one. Fox though, gets Kelly's, makes it even, 3v3 right now, and it's full Vandals on Xerxia's side. Same for RQ. But right now, there's the peek out. Scary finds a kill.
And it really just is that scary, the sheer presence of these players coming into sight. It's all up to Toge now. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Immediately leaves his Viper's Pit, comes up from the other side, takes down Scary, and we're back to a one-on-one. Looks for Sushi Boys, comes up close, and he manages to swing onto him. Sushi Boys almost took his head off, but thankfully Toge just sprouts up fourth and takes RRQ to that 8th win.
Yeah, it's really Toge's heroics. The clutch, the 1v2, now it was a 1v3 clutch, keeping RRQ into the game. And now I dare say they're within striking distance of Xerxia, 8-11 right now. And for economy, I think Xerxia, yep, they need to eco.
Keep this up and they make that gap even smaller. And the difference is that this time RRQ on the attacking side, just by these little moments of hope, they are able to turn things around, finding frags, causing chaos, and Fox still, despite getting one, it might not be enough for Xerxia this time around. They've won Thrifties before, but this time, this map looks completely different, given how RRQ has the information. Look at this flank coming in from Nexi. They might know where Sushi Boys is. Scary is coming all the way from the back of spawn. But unfortunately, the numbers just are too overwhelming, and they spray it down all over the place. 9-11 RRQ. They win yet another round.
Was it 5-11 at some point?
I
feel like
so.
RRQ have won 4 rounds in a row right now, and they're starting to look really good. And I know it's an anti-eco just now, but I think the anti-ecos have looked very sloppy for them thus far, but they figured it out. They made it work this time. They only lost 1 member in that anti-eco, and right now it looks like RRQ are finally finding their footing. They're so close right now, 2 rounds away.
Especially when they play to their numbers advantage, especially when they find some of these opening frags and they actually force Xerxia to be kind of lost. I mean, they managed to catch them at surprise sometimes. Now with a tag from the Owl drone, the Hunter's Fury. Rabbit is the hunter now. And he's looking to take even more.
Your trail.
Oh, Seekers as well.
Yeah, Seekers coming out from both sides, in fact. I think that they're just trying to look for more information, and there's going to be a little bit of information coming into Xerxia's side. They know it's going to be a B hit this time around. They don't have the numbers advantage, but Surf is still there on that side. Not finding anyone just yet, but Fox makes it even.
Oh, God. They need these duels. They have the numbers advantage, and now going in for the trades, they're able to find a little bit more. They have the advantage now with the spike planted. Fox even trying to give a little bit of a chase. Unfortunately, gets taken out by Rabbit. Now, all that remains are the 2 players coming in from Arches. And they just don't quite have the advantageous duels. They pick up the operator and opt for that save instead.
Yeah, smart move from them, opting for the save. They know it's getting too close. They can't afford yet another full eco. So they're saving these 2 guns. They're saving their heavy shields as well. RRQ, though, really impressive of them. They finally figured things out. They figured this attacking side out. They figured how to break down Xerxia. And Xerxia, for the triple initiator lineup that they're actually building, it feels like RRQ are doing such a good job of denying that information, or I even would say giving false information to Xerxia that they can't work off it.
Definitely a little bit. I mean, that's why we saw the Sova plays coming in from Cave. It kind of threw Xerxia off. And then the sudden mid-round adaptation to head towards B. Xerxia rotated. Xerxia had players there to defend, but unfortunately the numbers were just a little bit too overwhelming. And now we're seeing RRQ, the kings of kings, somewhat back in their own kingdom, forcing Xerxia to actually call a timeout now. It's 10-11. And even if Xerxia actually takes that win and goes to match point, RRQ has that much economy that they can always buy back.
Oh, you're the economist now, but you're exactly right. Like it's just
I learned from the greatest.
It's the economy that they have. Xerxia, they need to win 2 good rounds. They can't. You know, sometimes when you're on round 11, you win the round, you're on match point, and the enemy's on eco. That's exactly what happened on map 1. That's pretty much like guaranteed that you'd win, more or less. But right now, Xerxia, they're the ones that are playing from... It feels like they're the ones playing from behind, economically. In the current game state, not looking at the score, the economy favors RRQ, which means that Xerxia actually need to win 2 hard rounds in a row. For RRQ, they have a little bit more leeway. They have the economy, they can still buy the next round, so they're going to play a bit more aggressive. And I feel like Xerxia need to be ready for that. And I find that Xerxia... They're starting to play scared.
Let's play.
I think just by a little bit, but honestly, this round could still go either way. The tour de force is being popped up at Surf. Man, he's looking for those waves. He's looking for those high tides, and well, RRQ just trying to play it safer and not giving it to them. They have to be very careful because they do not want to lose a single player. At the very least, not for nothing. Sushi Boy's holding the angle, and it's just a default hold coming from Xerxia. I mean, look at them. You're absolutely right. They're not peeking at all.
They're not peeking. They're just. I mean, I think this is actually better if you're expecting an enemy team. Yeah, he's pushing forward. But if you're expecting an enemy team using the utility from Sova KO to get information, it's much better than peeking forward. I think their confidence is starting to dwindle. They're not playing as aggressive. They're playing a bit more safe, with a bit more respect for RRQ after stringing those rounds over. And RRQ this time around, they're playing slow. Actually, they're trying to get a feel of what Xerxia are doing because they felt, okay, maybe after a timeout, there's a surprise, but it's going to be an A execute for RRQ. They're running into the site.
And it comes out all of a sudden. It's a big burst. And Xerxia might have no idea how to deal with it. That Viper's wall just blocks it off for a little bit more. They go in for the plant. But here comes Surf holding all these angles. What just happened? 4 players gone in an instant. It's all up to Nexi, but as soon as he peeks, Surf was already holding the angle.
Match point.
That's the ebb and flow of this game. It's been low tide for the longest time, and suddenly a gigantic wave crashes onto RRQ, and Xerxia are the ones coming up on top. 12-10 right now. They're on match point. And Surf, such crazy shots from him, getting that triple as well to secure match point for Xerxia.
My god, the 2 snipers in this game, but Surf is absolutely putting up these numbers. Operator in his hand now, and it's going to be Nexi with another operator as well. RRQ this time, instead of going for the straight heads-up duels, they're headed towards the middle instead. They've smoked off Nest, and this could give them a B-split execute, but look at Surf. Anticipates Kelly S, whiffs the first shot, but that presence alone pushes him off. Kelly S on the lurk now, but the rest of the squad still unable to break through.
And find Nexi though, that's a huge kill for Surf, taking that operator down, making sure that the advantage goes on their side. But Xerxia,
oh no,
not a good read from them right now. But then Sushi Boys is the one finding the reads. He gets a shock dart. He gets 1 kill before dying though, so that's good enough. Xerxia rotated most of their players towards B though, so Scary is gonna get killed for free without any trades. And it's looking pretty good for RQ.
Just needs to hold the off angle. Surf is the one that's going up against him, and he just flicks downwards. Oh my goodness, the Thai sniper, and he's got them dead to rights, all thanks to his operator. Rabbit can't even hold it now. It's all up to this 1-on-2. Draxi sends out the blindings, and he goes up for it, takes down Surfer, back to a 1-on-1. 46 HP as well. He goes in for the big, he gets the headshot. Foxes, he drops dead. Turning this back to an 11-12. RRQ, they might be able to push this to overtime.
It's so close. I think overtime might be in the cards right now, and the heroics from Draxi getting that headshot. RRQ really made this round work, even from after that Surf onslaught, getting that flick as well. They made it work. Rabbit getting killed here, but Draxi got this 1v3 clutch. RRQ members stepping up to the plate. We talked about that's why Xerxia was strong. It's because everyone steps up to the plate. And right now, between Toga and Draxi, the heroics, the clutches from these 2 players, RRQ are within striking distance of throwing this to overtime.
They need to make it work. Otherwise, they get sent down to the elimination bracket. RRQ looking to go in aggressive, looking to go in fast. It's going to be Kelly Yes, who goes in all the way behind enemy lines, but unfortunately, they just turn around. Again, the about face. And Xerxia now, this one big green wall just blocks RRQ off completely. Even a battering ram can't break you through that unless you take down S Scary.
Xerxia definitely doesn't want to go into overtime. The momentum was shifting towards RRQ's side. They've been stringing the round. Xerxia stopped the bleeding a little bit, but RRQ won another round. So if RRQ win this, I think they're the ones feeling confident. But right now, Xerxia have the advantage. They're a little bit hurt, they're a little bit damaged. But right now, they still have the positional and the numbers advantage against RRQ.
They sent out the guiding light. And that just confirms not too much on the other side of the Viper's pit. Scary just still holding the angle, and Nexi being down so low thanks to the decay. It's an easy kill. Now the remainder of the team headed towards the A site. It's a little bit all too telegraphed. Look at the rotations. They're already preparing for this. Rabbit gets the first one. Kroos pops the null command, and all of a sudden they're stuck on site. They can't quite move. They can't quite use their abilities. Toge gets one more, but here comes Kroos just holding from the inside of the pyramids. It's all up to Toge now. He takes him down. He buys a little bit more time. He's got 50 HP left to work with, and he needs to take down two. He peeks, but Fox is from the foxhole, gets the headshot, takes off his helmet, and that's Xerxia closing this out 13-11.
Such a heartbreaker for RRQ. They were so close to sending us to overtime on Xerxia's map pick, but Xerxia come up and reign supreme. There was just almost no time. That spike even going down. 0.35 seconds left on the clock when he got that spike down, but it was just too much for him to handle. Not enough clutches in their hands. They ran out of cards, and Xerxia take a 2-0 win on this upper bracket against RRQ. Look at them. They're actually pretty disappointed that it was that close.
I'm not disappointed, to say the least. I mean, there was so much growth, so much adaptations coming in from RRQ. They managed to figure it out towards the end of the half. But that said, even coming down as close as possible, 13-11, they just quite weren't able to send it to overtime. The initial push from Kelly S was all for naught. They weren't able to break those formations. And when it came down to it, Toga was just too low to do anything. Tried to go in for the peak, but still couldn't quite land that headshot. And that's how the story goes.
Yeah, 2-0 Xerxia. The panel predicted it. Xerxia definitely showing why they're number 2 in APAC, of course, only next to Paper Rex. RQ, you mentioned it, there's some growth mid-map. We saw the growth. We saw them finally figure things out. There was a moment of clarity for them. It was just a little bit too little too late, but I find that they have lots of good potential. They're going to go down into the elimination bracket. They're going to go up against Global Esports for, well, tournament life right now.
Yeah, I think that match is going to be a spicy one because both teams, Global Esports, RQ, they're all growing and they have so much potential, but we will only see that for another day. For now, though, the next upcoming match is one that everyone has been waiting for, so do not go away for this because our panel will be back with Paper Rex versus Boom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they stuck. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. from me. All the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up. Look how things will switch. People they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us.
Welcome back. You are still tuned into VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. We always get the meatiest piece of the action at the second game of the series today. RRQ really making Xerxia sweat over here. By the way, it's Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix once again here on the panel. Now, Trix, there you guys go. You guys got the prediction, right?
Yes.
I didn't, but
I
I'm
did
still
get it right.
cheering for RRQ, okay? But go ahead, say your piece. Shove it in my face that I got the prediction wrong.
I mean, to be fair, RRQ did a fantastic job on that second map on Breeze. Really I actually thought RRQ was going to close it out, but Xerxia tying that scoreboard and really pushing to the end, getting that 13-11 on RRQ. Now, I want to talk about the triple initiator that Xerxia is running. It's not something that we have really seen, and on a map like Breeze, which is known to be the kind of map where you want to set up for that retake, especially on the A site because of how large it is and how minimal space that the attacking side have for the post-plant situation, I feel that Xerxia didn't really capitalize on it until the very end after they called that tactical timeout. We saw that they waited behind the Viper wall and that they were setting up for the retake. They got 4 kills in a row and then finally finishing it out with that last chamber that was an A main. And that was the kind of plays that I wanted to see. RRQ, on the other hand, I felt, you know, they needed a little more pullback on the way they were playing aggressively on their defender side. You should play aggressively, but you want to make sure that you don't overcommit to those angles. We saw Xerxia do it on their pistol round on defender side. They just gave it up. They said, okay, there's people here, there's presence here. We're going to fall back and we're going to play those crossfires. So I think all in all, both teams just doing a fantastic job on Breeze.
Absolutely, and this was something that the casters was actually pointing out over and over again, how Xerxia always had a good read of what the enemy was just gonna do. So it all either boils down to the research that they were able to do or just that extreme game sense that this team has altogether. Now I do want to point out that when Xerxia was on the attacker side, there was this one round where they did a mid push, and I guess this is where the triple initiator really comes into play. You know, you throw out the drones, you throw out the recon bolts, you got your trailblazer, 0 point, and then later on, that's for fishing the information, right? And then you got your fragment to clear the corners, you pop a blind, you throw in some shock bolts. It's just so many utilities to gather information and of course draw the enemy out of the site for their push. After that, you give them the site, right? They have the site, they cover all of their bases, which they're incredibly good at. And they just really seem to have a good read of where RRQ is going to come from. They just have that so much control, that Femina.
Yeah, I mean, they retain that same thing where they have that perfect assumption right after they got initial info. That was prevalent all throughout that first map, and in this brief map, I saw a lot of that same thing happen over and over again as well. But this time, at least RRQ actually made it a bit more close. If you could see, Xerxia were actually slowing down when they were on the defensive side. Now that the members of RRQ were given the attacker role in the second half, they have free reign over setting the tempo of the game, and what they want is the slow type of play that can be easily used to dissect their opponents correctly. And that's kind of the reason why they have been getting a resurgence, especially when they were trying to stop them from getting that match point, right? But for RRQ, they weren't able to get that one moment. Look at this, just that one moment that would have pushed Xerxia over the edge. And I really feel like that timeout, as you mentioned, it's just that important to remember that you have moments of refreshing. And Xerxia, they can just fall back on knowing when to use their utility, knowing when to use their teammates in these right directions. And in these sorts of situations, RRQ, unfortunately, not the kings in the empire that Xerxia has built now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as early as, how should I say this? As early as the map vetoes, we already had an idea that it was going to be troublesome for RRQ. We said that the win condition was they had to get Haven because Breeze was not their strongest point. But fantastically, like, they proved us wrong. They performed a lot better over at Breeze than they did on Haven, or at least up against a colossal titan such as Xerxia Esports. But over here, look at our MVP over here. It's Surf. And I guess maybe it doesn't come as a surprise.
Yes, that's not a surprise. That Surf got the MVP. I think
say surprise!
No. So anyway, I think that Surf did a fantastic job, especially in that first map on Haven. Just the amount of space that he was creating for his team, and on that chamber, being able to push up and contest Nexi, putting Nexi in positions that he didn't want to be in. Although, you know, Nexi did a great job. Like, we saw him just get those picks, get that lurk roll in with that chamber on that Breeze map. It's so large. You really want to push the opponents to start considering where you might be and also second guess themselves. And we could see Xerxia doing that later on. But thankfully, they called that timeout, the tactical timeout, got themselves together and said, hey, we're pretty good on the retakes. Maybe we should try to just give them the sights because we can overwhelm them when we're trying to come back in.
Yeah, I mean, they would have gotten that same strength that they had when they were on the attack. They had a lot of tools in their disposal, and with the triple initiator comp, they could have been easier for them to actually play retake instead of like anchoring, since 3 initiators are not really the best anchors that you would have on the site, despite them having like so many players like respond to any sort of play that RRQ had. I mean, for a 5v5 fight that only has like so many flashes, so many things to throw at your opponents, you would want to put that on the retake scenario anyway. But at least in those final moments where RRQ were actually on that rise and potentially were able to get, or actually potentially about to get that win anyway, the Xerxia just played the time correctly, and I feel like that's one of their best strengths that not a lot of teams actually put priority on. It's playing the time, knowing when they can push in, knowing when they can disengage, and knowing when to take the right fights with your team, back them up, and just the perfect amount of coordination across the board for Xerxia just made these series just so good, especially that I picked Xerxia on this prediction.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it again boils down to the discipline that these players have, as well as the trust that they have for each other. These executions would not be possible if they weren't just like, you know what, you got flanked, I'll push for you, like, watch my back. And that's how it always has been, especially for the teams who have been really performing out here. But again, GGWP to both Xerxia Esports and Regum Qeon. Xerxia Esports may have come out on top, but I'm still excited, of course, to see our very own PH reps over here, RRQ. In the meantime, though, we're moving forward to the challengers from Group C over here. Not gonna say group number C anymore, as I did as we started the day. But for the first team, they are quite an explosive team that we got here, because they are the favorite of the MYSU region. Their incredible gameplay that wowed not only the respective region, but the rest of the world. They qualified for Stage 1 Masters in Iceland, and they became a testament to what the APAC region had to offer, finishing 4th across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are, Paper Rec. get an introduction on this team. We've got Benkai, Mindfreak, Sting, Forsaken, and Davai. With a team as great as Paper Rex, Dad Femina, where do we even begin?
I mean, this is the team that defined Hold W back when they had a significant run back in Champions, as you mentioned, being one of the few teams that made Double Duelist work. But since then, they have matured in terms of their identity, moving away from Double Duelist and taking up a more calculated approach, focusing on a type of play that has a lot more options than what a Double Duelist comp can do. But that doesn't really mean that they completely threw out that Double Duelist comp, though. It was demonstrated back when they played in the finals of MYSG against the then Lays, now Gaiman Gladiators, which also adds another layer of unpredictability. It's like a coin you can flip, but you wouldn't know which side of Paper X you'll be facing up against. And I really want to highlight one player. It's always Forsaken, it's always Jing. I want to put the spotlight on Benkai himself. This guy, playing out of his mind, combining both experience from his previous FPS tenure and mechanics carried over to Valorant. Just decisive calls that enabled the strengths of everybody on Paper X, and this man can clutch in multi-man disadvantage. It's like a weird universe where it was Uncle Ben who got bitten by the radioactive spider and swung into the fight with his own Peter Tingle, complementing his fragging potential.
I'm looking at them now. Look at how chill they are.
That crib.
I want to lay back and just watch their games too. I mean, I don't think I'd ever look this chill right before a match because I'd get really nervous, but that's a testament to just how incredibly phenomenal this team really is. Look at that. Let me just strike a laid back pose as well, imitating these players. Now, you know, as amazing Paper X is, they're not invincible. Lays or Gaiman Gladiators was very happy to prove that point, but that is now the next challenge for the team that they're facing. You know, Lays already opened an opportunity to beat this team, and the next team that they're facing has to prove that too. Once again, we have a team that qualified all the way from the play-in. The level of versatility that this team has to offer is beyond me. They've been through difficult games, yet they managed to come back one way or the other. A very impressive feat, so I am very excited to introduce you Boom Esports. Boom goes the dynamite tricks. We've got Frostmind, Blaze King, Flipster, Berserks, and Tebatol on this team.
I love watching Boom Esports play. I feel like their executions are so on point. Particularly, I'm looking forward to seeing Flipshooter again, although playing on that Initiator Sentinel Flex. I feel that he just has this tendency to pop off, which is a little rare considering usually it's more of the duelists that tend to pop off. And on top of that, Tebatol's just pure clutch performance as well on his controller, being able to force his opponents on certain angles. Boom Esports is structured and just seem to adjust mid-round. We know them to have a slow start. I know a lot of casters have pointed this out when watching Boom play. They kind of give up the first couple rounds and then it seems that they figure it out, they bounce back. Sometimes we see that they do the same things over and over again. They have great aggression and really good retakes on their defender side. They also have that tendency to kind of give up the sights, and the way I saw it, they would soften up the opponents, so when they come in for the retake, it's kind of like a cleanup crew.
That's a little bit worrisome for me though, Trix. I mean, it's kind of a pattern for Boom Esports to give up a little bit of space. But again, we know Paper X to be quite the innovative team.
Yes.
So are they gonna have trouble facing against this team?
I would think so. I mean, is anyone not going to be troubled when facing Paper X? Paper X is a force to be reckoned with. So.
This is top 1 APAC we're talking about, man.
Well, since they are the top 1 team, it's not surprising that their win rate across all maps is very high. I mean, this is the team that's known in their region for being the unbeatable ones until Gaming Gladiators gave them a taste of defeat in Master 1. But right off the board over here, no bind, no split over here, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, Boom Esports have also shown play around that split, so I kind of get that PaperX want to limit a bit of their options too. But that's also comes to the same result as well for Boom Esports, just knowing that PaperX can thrive off of that chaos. And what more can you ask for in a map like Bind for that chaotic playstyle, right? Just teleporters that will enable that sort of like fast response whenever you're attacker or defender. But moving on into that map pick, we got Boom Esports taking that Haven map, and honestly, I kind of really like the Haven first map. Now that we've been going through the latter stages of this day, it just shows that teams are willing to go for that default style, maybe even flip up the switch whenever they want to, and just possibilities of lurks coming all around for Boom Esports right now, but same could be said as well for PaperX. But now for PaperX, they could actually go for a more chaotic map itself, and Fracture, the second time that we're going to be seeing it today, it just shows that they have something boiling up into our series.
I'm looking at this right now, and I wonder why PaperX actually banned Split. During Masters 1, this is the map that they won against P2 Esports and the Guards, so I'm pretty sure that this is one of their strong suits, but maybe they're holding back a little bit for us, especially since it is the beginning of their APAC run. But going into Haven, Rex, this is very interesting because I believe that they're the only ones that still pull out the Reyna on Haven.
I do believe that from their national run or from their local run, they were running the double duelist. But I also feel that maybe they've been saving for the APAC stage something different, maybe going into that Fade pick. I know that some people have been excited to see what PaperX has in store for the newer agents and the newer lineups and newer combinations that they can do. I feel that it might be a little difficult for Boom on this side. I know that Boom did very well on that split. I believe it was playing with that Neon and that Breach, which really showed the potential of having that agent combination on a tight map like Split with all of those corners you need to watch for. So I am not surprised that it got banned.
Second map is gonna be Fracture though.
Exciting.
More Neons, of course. We saw that in the first series. Very interesting. I don't even know what to say because I thought that I had my fill of Neon, but if PaperX is gonna go for their usual composition for Fracture, then I'm excited to see some more Neon plays over here. But ladies and gentlemen here on the panel, or lady and gentleman on the panel, I hate to inform you, I regret to inform you that it is time for our predictions.
Alright.
You know, we came in such an energy over here, you know, seeing this fantastic lineup that we got for these players. But then it all boils down to the predictions all the time, bringing our energy level a little bit lower because the anxiety is there. So because of that, I'm just gonna go ahead and lock in my answers because last time I gave you guys, you know, there's the Esports. Give me PaperX this time. I want to win on the prediction. I believe that PaperX has this. That Femina?
Wow. I mean, okay. So like, I kind of noticed a pattern that I've been picking out like the favorites in any sort of like the games that we had today, and I don't know if it's because like day one jitters. Maybe I just want to give myself that credibility as an analyst. So just quick and short, I'm just gonna be simple about it. PaperX, they have shown that they are flexible now. They matured definitely in terms of their playstyle, and against Boom Esports, who have that similar style that they always face up in MYSG anyway, then it's gonna be no surprise if they are able to read everything and just throw everything back at them.
Well, you know,
am I gonna be the odd one out again?
That's a good point that you guys are making over there. That Boom Esports does have a somewhat predictable style. I feel that they have improved a lot since their play-ins. They're a very malleable team in terms of mid-game and in terms of adjusting to their opponents. I do think PaperX is a formidable foe, but I like to think that Boom Esports can take it away.
Ooh, she's going for is it safe to call them the underdog? Like, are
think
people
so.
gonna get mad at me for calling them the underdog? I mean, it just goes on the track record that Paper Rex has a lot of experience, despite being the youngins in this competition.
Yes.
My God, what a track record on the side of Paper Rex. What was I doing when I was their age?
They have
there
the
we go.
numbers, guys. They have the stats pointing towards Paper Rex. But my heart just, boom esports. Let's go.
Hey, that's exactly how I felt about Made in Thailand earlier. That's exactly what it is. I saw their performance throughout the play-ins, and you saw Boom's performance throughout the play-ins.
Yes.
Which is what's kind of persuading us to not go for the obvious pick that most Valorant enthusiasts would also go for. But hey, anything can happen in Valorant. We're always caught by surprise here. We weren't expecting that RRQ was gonna perform over at Breeze, but hey, they did it. And they almost won it at that. I thought that we were gonna go on overtime, if I'm being honest. But here we are, series number 3, Dad Femina. You ready for this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's gonna be I've been waiting for Paper Rex to actually play on the main stage right now, and now that we're gonna see that opportunity, and against Boom Esports, it's a very appropriate fight. I mean, in terms of like who Paper Rex is facing up against, Boom Esports, yeah, I did not put them on the predictions, but I do want to give them a bit more points or a bit more thoughts. Like Boom Esports, they have proven to be one of the more methodical teams. They pick out their perfect timings when they want to explode, and that's when Paper Rex could have that window to be overwhelmed. They are not a perfect team, as you said, and they could have their timings be picked out by Boom Esports. But with that being said, Paper Rex themselves can also be held with the same regard, which then could be reflected now that we're on this Haven map like
okay, so you know what? It was hard for me to predict what Paper Rex was gonna lock in, because they've been so experimental throughout their own challengers and NYSG. So Trick, agents on the board here. Any thoughts?
Expected the fade. I love it. I'm just not sure if it'll get all of the utility or optimized utility that we can get out of the agents, because on the other side, on Boom Esports, we've got that combination of the Omen, the Breach, and the Neon, which is great for the offense. Great for any kind of pressure that you want to put on the opponents. While on the side of Paper Rex, I'm not really sure how they will be going on the offensive. Maybe pairing the Stage Slow Orb with some skills of the Fade also, and Astra's global presence. So I feel it's not impossible, but I don't know. I'm excited to see what Paper Rex has for us, because we all know that Paper Rex has been innovative and they've been working on this, and we've had tidbits here and there from other people in the scene that this is what they've been practicing.
And I feel like now that they matured as of late, they not only, I wouldn't say throw away that duelist comp, I do see that innovation come into this game right now. Like the pick, the Sage pick actually, plus like the vibe they put on that supportive role with the Fade to help out Jig, even take that space while Forsaken still has the same agent that you would want to put with an operator. I mean, they're still going to be playing to their strength. I feel like they just have a lot more options heading their way. But for the other side, we're at the side of Boom Esports right here, not around the Haven map. It's more utility focused, a double initiator comp that definitely will help out Neon pushing in when he needs them. We know Berserks, he can be explosive, but he needs the right resources to do so. And I feel like Boom Esports, they got a chance in this. They got a fighting chance to even contend against Paper Rex.
Yeah, I've seen the combination of the Breach and the Neon Stuns, the contest is there. And I actually love it, especially on a map like Haven. And I can't wait to see how this is all going to play out. The innovativeness of Paper Rex as well going to counter whatever strats that Boom Esports might potentially throw at them. Now, onwards and upwards, I always say. I'm so happy to all of the information that we have now. It just makes the competition ever more so invigorating. So folks, fasten your seatbelts, because here it is. Paper Rex versus Boom Esports.
mainstays of the APAC stage. Trajectory, the only thing dividing them right now. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another day into the group stage. And, well, it's Paper X versus Boom Esports. I am Dax, here at Black and Blue, and my friend, this is pretty much a matchup to watch out for because you have your reigning, defending champions of the APAC scene, Paper X, facing off against really one of the old guard of APAC in general. Boom Esports has always been there, courtesy of the Indonesian scene, always has been quite a threat all throughout the region. But I talked about trajectories because for Paper X, it's all about going on the uptake. Boom Esports, in the meantime, a bit shaky in comparison.
And you know, these two teams, Dax, I wouldn't have expected Boom Esports to have this kind of rocky path that they've taken this entire year, because coming into last stage, last APAC, these are two teams that I thought to be ending up at the very least in the top 3 and to be able to have a real chance of qualifying in the Masters. Now, Paper X were able to do that, but not the same fortune came Boom's way. They really do perform outside of the VCT circuit in any kind of community tournament against some other top-level APAC teams, yes, but when it comes to VCT, we haven't seen that exact result come to fruition. So, opening map here, Haven for this best-of-3 series, and I'm saying best-of-3 with full confidence that we're going to go to that third map. Look at the mid-push being prepped by Boom to start things off, and they're bringing very different tools here than what we're used to, Dex.
Yeah, so Boom, they have been enjoying this neon composition on Haven. They're gonna go for it yet again, blazing though back to that comfort silver rather than the sky. But Paper X, something completely different from what we've seen on the MYSGC. And immediately Paper X coming out of the window. Tebotol getting taken out of the Forsaken as well. And Boom Esports meeting Paper X in pitch combat. The Vidal getting one there, 2v3 scenario. And in the blink of an eye, 5 eradicated from both sides.
The dust settles, but it's still Boom who has an advantage here, Dax. Comes down to that 3v2. Does 5 men fall? 5 still stand. On the peak, Blaze King shows him that, well, there's a reason why he remains with that crown on his head. Divide goes down. It's all on the Mind Freak. Ghost in hand. Has 2 stars, maybe 1. Try and get a concuss here within the sight. He gets a perfect shot on the Blaze King. He has an opportunity here to maybe make something happen. He can go towards either A or C, Alpha or Charlie, either which way. Won't be really a problem, but he was walking into the hands here of Paper X. Just shred him down. Goes for the risky play towards window. They show them the way out. Opening round here, secured by Boom on the initial kind of counter push they had there towards mid.
Yeah, felt so honor-bound to start things off. A small agreement between Boom and Paper X. Hey guys, you wanna play against each other in middle? See who has the best shot of pistol. 1v1 peak mid. Everyone getting in on the action. It's like you're bringing your group when you guys we're supposed to only have a fist fight. But in essence, Boom right now, they have a lot of stunts that can be used in their favor. They have a lot of mobility thanks to that neon in the first place. And on the other hand, Paper X, this is something probably they practiced already, but at the same time, it's completely new compared to what we have seen them run on Haven. Usually aggressive duelist compositions. Now it's all about having Jing be the lone raise there, and not only that, Forsaken on the chamber. But here we have it now, Forsaken trying to find the head, but it's Flipshader finding Benkai instead. Divide also watching out here by C, but Flipshader is a man on a mission. And Boom Esports, while overall their trajectory has been on the downside, there's nowhere to go but up, and through the play-ins, they were able to get warmed up. They were able to find even more of that form that they have been looking for. And Flipshader is himself the captain here of this ship, looking to continue from their success in the play-ins themselves. Jingdo backing on the way. Aftershock is there. Frostbite watching the site itself, but Paper X just using all this time and space to rotate accordingly.
They do some damage here, but not enough. Forsaken though, I do like him being on this chamber. I feel like it does kind of bode better into his playstyle than maybe it would have for a player like Jing. Even Benkai, who we're normally used to seeing on a Cypher, but is able to find an opening here and presses the issue. Tebotol goes down. 1 player only dropping here. Boom. 3v4 on the peak and Flipshader. Great kill. And the hell position, not going to hold on for too long. Mind Freak gets a kill. That's all it really is. Second round here goes towards Boom. Could have been a bit cleaner, but Paper X always so potent in those moments. So they fight back. Now here's a real gun round from them.
And speaking of a real gun, look who's ready. with the to the pause. It's Flipster getting forward with the Marshall, adding into the defuse. A perfect way, perhaps, to suddenly break the upcoming buy round of Paper Rex. Just have basically an op in hand. And this is what Boom is all about. Find that coordination, look to keep the pace in their favor. And while they have had those struggles both locally and regionally against some of the top teams, right now they're coming in from Indonesia as the third seed, losing out only to the likes of Alter Ego and ONIC, the other representatives. Boom is here to prove something else, to prove that they can beat the defending champions. Then again, though, Paper Rex look very cheeky here. Jing up top the wall, tries to peek onto A-Long, but Boom already towards the lobby itself. So a great advance here for Boom. They're able to navigate away from the coordination of Paper Rex. But there we have it. Prowler getting the spot on, and PRX knows now Boom is within the same airspace.
But Boom can still continue this fight as long as they don't overpeak here, Dax, because of how close the angles really are. Prowler out, but it doesn't really find anybody. They are wary of his position by Blaze King, who's giving himself away, and Jing's going to confirm that kill. They can continue to press the issue, but with that smoke, that dark cover being placed on here, now they have to rotate. Holding off the flank, though, you can see. Flip jitter. Oh! Exactly, he gets a double. The collateral, 2 birds, a single stone thrown. But Forsaken finds his way right behind him. They have no real idea where he's positioned himself. Could find the kill, and that he does on the opposing chamber here. And Benkai's holding off the flank. Good for one. Could find a second, and that he does. Neon lights all around, but it's Frostmind here who needs to have these ice-cold veins and nerves that we know he's so popularized for. 1v2 clutch. Garage being held by Forsaken. An off angle. One that isn't too expected. But Frostmind taking the safer route. Going towards a B long. Rather B main to try and make sure he clears out CT on the way as well. He could opt to save, but the real choice here is honestly to go for it. He has the opportunity. He spied Devi out, and that gives information away. Q chamber as well. As Devi cleans up the round. Great lurks here coming from Forsaken and Paper Rex. They secure it, but did come to a pretty dicey scenario at some points there.
Yeah, it got pretty scary, and Flipster got those takedowns. But then again, Boom Esports, they were walking into their own demise, not checking, unfortunately, the spawn side there. And you mentioned it, with Forsaken getting into the back line, there is just really the amount of distraction that Paper Rex can truly do. And that's one thing that Paper Rex does so well, is they're just so active all throughout the game. They knew they were basically held off by the lobby, and what was the opportunity there? To go towards the C site instead, to get that backstab on. If ever someone was at C long, in case in points, that was the opportunity for them to get towards the angle itself. Forsaken now, another angle over onto Tebatol. So PRX, not really as hasty compared to what we usually see from them. They're a very fast, aggressive team, but they're just looking for the picks as much as possible. Jingo blowing up Frostbite into the corner, and fly high, Jing, because you will be able to get the death over onto Berserks there. You also have the Nebula in the way. Paper Rex, there's a good setup towards the C side. Divide right now, finding Blaze King, flips to there, up in hand, but might have to play the save instead.
This operator, too expensive for him to try and play around with, so a save call here wouldn't be out of the question. From Flipshitter, go for an exit, and that's all you really need. You can fall back right on after knowing he's done his job. Good round here from Paper Rex, though, to shut down the guns of Boom so real efficiently is going to help their cause out moving forward. And we see that when they're able to get that forward positioning quite early on, Boom Esports struggle to really fend them off, and now they're the ones in a tough spot. The op has to be saved here. No real choice from Flip Jitter. At the end of the day, Paper Rex looking back onto form, and they make so many different compositions work, Dax, on so many different maps that it's a testament to just their own individual skill as not just a team, but individual players.
It's just so oppressive once you get that enemy territory for your own. You see, coming into especially the post-plant scenario, look at the amount of utility Paper X has right now. You have the Astra, you have the Chamber, you have the Sage, and it just makes it so narrow, really, into the choices for Boom Esports of where they can actually go in the first place, forcing that contact that will be a defining factor later on. And you mentioned it, Boom Esports, it's a struggle right now to stay on those sites. It's a struggle to get those holds, and I think it really will be defined as much as possible by how Flipjitter is gonna play. He has 7 kills right now, he still has the operator, but truly he will be the landmark here for Boom Esports for us holding down these sites as much as possible.
Well, he's got a big task to do. As of the moment, still struggle of a round here for Boom to really try and win on Forsaken. I mean, he's walking into a possible crossfire here being held by Boom, but if he can isolate these fights, it's definitely doable. He's put himself in that forward position once more to try to dip in, but he's held a close angle. Can walk into this smoke. That he does. Finds a kill. Doesn't have his rendezvous to back out and out, but he doesn't have to at the moment. Gets the operator as well. Impresses the issue there towards the A-Link position, controlling it and allowing them to plant safely.
Yeah, just doesn't matter what Forsaken is playing. Despite the slower speed, he's able to get on site and open it up the way PaperX knows how to play. And now it's even harder right now for Boom Esports. Berserks, Frostmine, not even the best guns. Benkai, ambitious there to try and find a pick, but Frostmine is the one who takes him off anyway. Frostmine though, contesting one more time. Jing, keeping an eye out. This PaperX just so overwhelming with the amount of site presence that they can truly get. Forsaken with a third, and speaking of a third, PaperX already with 3 rounds on the board. It's looking pretty heavy-handed right now for PaperX. You let Forsaken in, that door is shut in the faces of Boom Esports.
Slowed things down, and even that said, we don't really find Boom Esports able to try and up the pace. I mean, they were on eco, they punished just a bit of overpeaks, but that's all they really find in this case. Everything going PaperX's way so far. The attacking side looking quite proficient from them. Let's see how this round goes. No operator out once more for Boom Esports. No tour de force as well, as that was used in the previous round. Now Benkai, actually the round right prior to that, scan, but information okay to be given away. Jing on this raise, I think, is a really interesting pick. There's so much you can clear out with a raise here in Haven. The sites, while the entire map is big, sites are quite compact, and it's perfect playing grounds for a raise of his caliber. Nightfall connects. They're haunted by it, and have to be wary of the nightmare that's coming around the corner. Here comes out the showstopper. Kill from that. They can't even find a second as it goes to Jing. Once more, opening up the site. And we talked about how his raise is so potent, especially on a map that can enable him like this, and that he does. The plant, the spike has been put down, and the post plant here looking impeccable from PaperX.
He's just one of the fastest flying jumpers basically on that raise roll, and you can see it there. The hops have been absolutely on point, like Mike here, or I guess we have to say like Jing, how he can fly. But beyond that, PaperX understanding how much utility that they have to utilize coming into the site. You were talking about how the raise can get them some value. I'm looking at angles like graffiti, like the back of A to throw those paint shells. Tepatoldo bottling up 2 of those victims. Forsaken shattering that glass and shattering the breach there. Case in point, PaperX, they set up on site, they get the take, and that's it for the round. Boom Esports lacking really the capacity right now to get the raid take on, thanks to the pickoffs, thanks to the amount of space PaperX is able to garner. And you saw that showstopper. As soon as he realized 2 were there by graffiti, he gets 1, puts some splash damage on the other, and collects them both along the way.
Yeah, and when he fires that showstopper off, it knocks him just a bit off axis to throw Blaze King off his aim as well. Gets him at least an opportunity to find a second kill, and that he does. Forsaken, he hasn't been taking up the entry helm as of recent as much at the very least as he used to when Jing wasn't on the team, when they still had a player like Shiba, and it really was a very different kind of opportunity given to them. The fact that Jing can play this type of entry role for them nowadays. He's been spied on out here, and information has been gathered, but given away as well. Does have that Boom bot to potentially clear on the back to the side, but look at Boom. They respect this push. They've fallen all the way back here towards the CT, but Forsaken's fallen all the way towards the spawn as well. He actually is heard. Forsaken gets a kill. Doesn't realize to check his rear, but now he's giving himself away. Oh, perfect timing working in Forsaken's favor. It doesn't win the fight though. Frostmine in the end gets it, but look at this round. A complete scramble here on towards really the entirety of the map. PaperX, they use that confusion for the plant on A once more.
Yeah, because difficulty here for Boom Esports, as there we have it, the Cosmic Divide into play. They're so hesitant right now. Are they going to go for the Rolling Thunder? They were looking to plan it out for that 5v5, but Forsaken throwing a wrench in those plans, and Benkai over onto the corner yet again. 2 for Benkai already, but Berserks, a great idea! Through the wall, defusing under the noses of PaperX, and on the opposite side, flips to Derp, play protection, and Boom Esports sneakily taking the round.
They had no idea. They're defusing it through the Cosmic Divide. They thought that was it and it was safe, but no, it wasn't. Not realizing rather, just how much they've been played for fiddle here. Paper Rex, they've been doing this thing more where Forsaken is on that lurk as he is a chamber, but it makes me wonder, are they really more potent now that they have Forsaken on that roam instead of being Bankai's job before, where now Bankai is with the main push as he's on this stage? Just curious thoughts here that for the meantime it is working on out, and Divide being that solo initiator, solo information gatherer aside from the Boombot going big, but FlipJitter going even huge here. The script flipped on its head. The Res coming up online for Paper Rex to try and get them back a man, but the damage has been done. 4v5 rather, and with that Res burned, they have no second chances.
Boom just feeling it after that round. You can see that they realized what they could basically get away with, and Paper X, no one there to check as close as possible. Problematic right now for Paper X when you see that Cosmic Divide used against you. Could have been for the dissuade, and because of that fact here, Black and Blue, Boom now has the ultimate still in hand. They still have that Rolling Thunder. They still have that Overdrive. So if it comes to a retake scenario, Boom is still equipped and ready to fight against Paper X this time. And speaking of, FlipJitter to the force from above, watching out from the tower, but Forsaken has sneaked his way by. Blaze King, he should not be assuming that this link is clear. It's dangerous right now, but Blaze King, does he have a semblance of the idea? There we have the stars though being set on up, and Forsaken times to fight with the push anyway. FlipJitter with the third though, already after the scan there, Bankai goes down. It's 4v3 in this situation. Tebatol though on the opposite end. Paper Rex trying to establish even more of a foothold, but Tebatol will throw those feet away, the shoes right now off the wall, and here we have it with the Rolling Thunder. Boom Esports going on in, Divide inside the smoke, and trying to play short with the staff. Berserk though ready with the pulses yet again. Mindfreak though out in the open, wins out the duel anyway. The fault line is there for the setup. Boom Esports going for the defuse at the same time. Frostbite though getting away with it, and here we go again before the fight even ends. It's Boom Esports with the round. Tebatol on cleanup duty, and we are tied up.
Wow, so fortunate there for Frostmind that none of the shots were really connecting. You can see Mindfreak and Divide both trying to spam it left and right, but couldn't hit. Bullseye dead in the center. Forsaken, he got walled off here. I'm not sure if that was... It seemed like at first it was looking to be intentional to try and feign them that, hey, there's no more player remaining here. Although it is a chamber, so he could rendezvous out really if he had his anchors down. But in the end, it did seem like a small mistake that paid really big results in the end. Caught this push. Look at this push. Just shut down by FlipJitter. Not allowing the ambition that Jing has liked to really impose.
And that's one way we saw Paper X fall, actually, in the local stage when Jing is constantly punished by the opposition when they are caught out trying to get that transit, and especially now, Forsaken not on that wingman duty on something like the Jet. He is on the chamber, so there's no quick refrag, no quick amount of space that Paper X can get. And it's something Boom Esports realized they can exploit, especially with FlipJitter having pretty much the game of his life. 2 already here for Flips. Yet again, he's just absolutely on point. A machine on the chamber, getting 3 Forsaken. Finally shutting him down, but the damage has been done, and look who's coming here for the rest of Boom. Blaze King from the short angle, surprising Forsaken, and Mindfreak right now, his brain has been blown off by Tebatol. Boom Esports taking the lead. This vintage form from Boom coming back when they need to the most.
Looking great here, and even the composition that they bring to the table to have that Neon giving them really good results on the defensive side already. And Paper X, we've talked about their comp, we've talked about the configuration that they have here, Dax, and I still have to wonder, you know, Forsaken, as you talked about, if he was there as a duelist, he would have been able to trade immediately, and for them to have him with the main push, I think was really a big reason why they performed so well at Masters Berlin, rather at Masters Iceland at Reykjavik the last time around. I feel like Paper X as a team, as they call a timeout here, do gain more value from having both Jing and Forsaken within that main push, because Bankai has also shown himself to be quite a capable roamer and lurker many times on over. So while the Sage might stick, I mean, we've seen both Forsaken and Jing be quite capable of playing that role to great effect as well. I mean, I'm not saying this is what should be, but results don't lie. For the meantime, though, they can still bring this one on back, but it's Boom who's looking absolutely on point. FlipJitter shutting down so many pushes that Paper Rex have tried to do.
And it just isn't as sharp right now for Paper X, truth be told. Two of these rounds were just diffuses by Boom Esports that they got away with, and Paper X couldn't really punish. It seems like for Paper X right now, they do love to experiment. We saw it a lot on the MYSG side. They're trying to sell some of this information sometimes also that, okay, this can be a composition we can run on this map. But as of yet, it's Boom Esports exposing what can be the general weaknesses of a pace that Paper X isn't really able to play as concisively. And that's a point to make because Paper X, bar none, is pretty much the best at coordinating utility, coordinating that sync in the APAC region. That is why they made that run in Masters Ice Stands. That's why they became those champions, because of the combos that they're able to play. And we're not really getting that as much right now. They have great zones. We've seen from the Vi and Jing that they can make a lot of space for the team using those utilities and Forsaken on the lurk, but it isn't as cohesive to the usual Paper X mold that we are accustomed to, and especially we have been able to witness firsthand in their run for the from the months that came prior. So here we go again. Paper X though, trying to prove that they can still be the units that keeps on getting these wins. Boom though, only having Blaze King towards the side, still has Dart available. Shock Darts are ready as well. So perhaps as soon as he gets a bit of intel thanks to the trademark, he should be backing on away. And case in point, watching out for short. Over to the complete, he actually wants to challenge Lord though. Gonna get thrown. Forsaken will punish Blaze King for his hubris. PRX now towards A side.
Yeah, they have to concede the A side here after giving up that opening pick. The fact that they lose the Sova on Blaze King is huge. Blaze King has been absolutely instrumental many times over for many of the successes that Boom has really found. And just Boom, but pretty much any team that you'll find him on. Paper Rex 5v4 heavily in their favor, but this could all be swung away. That wall is going to be so big as Neon allows him to control that default spot, but Bankai quick on the trade as Berserk finds one. Not much found for as that all connects. Tebutol does get the trade. 3v3, they fall in back. They know they have to concede this round. Can't be one they're going to fight on over. Too difficult and too tight for them to continue to contest for. And that's Boom Esports giving this round to Paper X 5-5. Things have been tied up, Dax.
Yeah, Paper X, so once they get to the finish line of putting that spike down, it's already their lap over, basically. This round goes in their favor yet again, just very oppressive. And I do wonder why we had Blaze King there stay for just a little too long, knowing so many players were coming his way. But then again, perhaps a pickoff can be helpful, but you can see it here. As soon as Blaze King falls, Tebutol tries to go for the trade, tries to help out the setup, but with the slow orb plus the Nebula in the way, Paper X has already set up their success prior to even getting the complete entry towards the site. This is why they're tied up right now. Is a big reason why this composition can be very effective coming into Haven, because the defensive lines are more scattered, the sites themselves are more narrow, and Paper X can just throw everything that they have towards the site that they want to control.
That's what they're going to try and do here towards this B side. For Jing from up above, boosts himself into a kill. Blaze King, though, uses that same opportunity to try and get a trade off. This time, getting revenge. Thrown out here, the Aldron connects, and he's going to be held back by that gravity well, but whatever they try and do to stop him in his tracks, he stays alive. Berserk gets that kill on the opposing end. Here comes out the relay boss, and on the swing, Flip Shadur as well. Chimes into the fight. 1v3. Forsaken, isolated on the back of the site. He's able to try and get these 1v1s going his way. Things could work on out, but he's found himself wrapped around here towards A-Link. Gets one, anticipates the swing of Berserk, but it doesn't give it to him. He can go for the defuse, at least half it right now, as Forsaken trapped between a rock and a hard place. As Flip Shadur, all he needs to land the body with his headhunter, and boom, have secured the 6th round, an equal round, at least an equal half they've taken.
Just so well played by Boom. They're understanding the differential of pace into this game right now, and they're getting away with things that with a usual Paper X composition they shouldn't be. I think the biggest example of that one is Blaze King. This time so much safer on A-Link, and not only that, the Prowler and Gravity Well combination there from Paper X was sublime, don't get me wrong. But without Jing into the field, who can actually chase after that? Where is Forsaken? On the site, trying to keep an eye out on the other link after Berserk gets a pick off. And Boom Esports, they're quite literally running in circles against the opposition, or in this case, running the corners, and are able to just skirt it as quickly as possible. Speaking of speed, though, now it's Jing looking for the kill. Blaze King, though, consistently as can be. A Hunter's Fury secures a takedown as per usual, and the standards of Boom getting up yet again. Forsaken, though, planting it towards the site. A little bit of patience game here for Boom, and I think right now, if Tebatol can get rid of Jing right here, right now, a Rolling Thunder can steal a victorious round here for Boom Esports.
Good C's there, coming from Divide to try and help Jing out, fall on back, but he's a flashpoint. They peek it, Divide finds that opening kill, another flash to come out here, but still everything going his way. Divide finds the third, a new Divide created here on the A-Link. 1v2, Frostmind has his ultimate, can go into the shadows to find his repositioning, but Forsaken pulls out, what a quick draw, and doesn't even fire it. Gets it from the hip, 6-6. Paper Rex secure that 6th round of this half to tie things up, but man oh man, sharpshooter of the West, Forsaken is.
Mate, from the holster to fan the hammer. What a stellar shot there by Forsaken, but this was just a big time from Divide. The fact he was able to flick on away just a little bit to give him some more time against the flash and the willingness to push it. Someone needs to do that for Paper Rex right now, and Divide does not disappoint there into that round. So we are tied up. Already a great effort here from Boom Esports, putting Paper Rex in quite a contentious situation to say the least. Many look at Paper Rex, pretty much the biggest hopes of APAC right now, and seeing that still the region able to keep up with them, looking to be a good sign overall of what this series might entail. And let's not forget the rich history of Boom, how they have been that #1 Indonesian team for quite a while. This time their label, their throne has been basically been shaken up by the likes of ONIC and Alter Ego, but when they're good, they're great. And Flipjider, amazing right now. 18 takedowns from start to finish, an absolute threat against Paper Rex.
And Paper Rex perhaps could have been dissuaded, I think, from what happened during Masters, where they went up against Zeta Division on Haven, lost that 2-13 with the old comp that they run, with Arena to really support things. And they've been trying different things out, but this is the first time we see this exact configuration of them. It just hasn't been working. For the meantime, at least, though, I mean, they get the 6-6, yes, but their attacking side typically is better, especially here on Haven, than their defense normally is. And while Forsaken is popping off, who knows how the results might be otherwise. I've been following these two teams, Dax, for quite a while, even before Valorant, and I know when either side is not looking themselves, and Paper Rex seems to be maybe not necessarily an identity kind of crisis, but more of so just a feeling out process of what they're trying to do here, because it's not a bad comp in theory. It's not something that normally benefits from how PRX like to play.
Oh yeah, I think that's really it. Paper X has made such a defining identity right now in the region, and kudos to them yet again, big braining it up, changing up the composition, and improving how resourceful and how efficient they are at playing pretty much any kind of agent. But still, it's that style that brought them to the world stage, that brought them all the way to 4th place on the global scene, and we're not getting that as often. Don't get me wrong, we see it from time to time, and one of the best things Paper Rex is doing right now is the fact that they can recover so quickly. Forsaken, though, flushed out immediately by the presence of the drone, trying to go for the headhunter play. Will be backing on outs, but it isn't as clear cuts than many would expect, especially if you're not as well versed on the APAC scene as of yet. So, Boom, they make sure that Forsaken stays away from the firefight for now, but instead he's already relocating himself towards seaside, perhaps picking up a heal from Benkai along the way. But speaking of Benkai, he's through the doorways and wants to help out the rest of the roster. Beautiful smoke setup right now in the way. Not only that, we have the slow orb there. And early for Boom, they have to back out right now. They will be rotating yet again and just trying to see what weak point they can utilize versus Paper Rex.
What I do like, though, coming from Paper Rex is the Sage. While, you might see it in your common unrated games in high rank and really high expectations of this, it can have great results, especially those slow orbs that you see. Forsaken opening pick. The nade will force Tebatol off the plan for the meantime, but he's getting tagged up. Quite hurt, actually. The Haunt will confirm his suspicions and on the swing. Devi doesn't even get the kill on Frostline because Benkai is there to back him on up and finds the third. Second, rather, as Devi cleaning up house. It's all his this time around. And he gets the 2 to end this adieu. 7-6. Paper Rex open up with another pistol.
Yeah, the Vibe basically saved Paper Rex's bacon there and kept their control all throughout the plan situation. The C's lineup was pitch perfect. Just give him really a baseball mitt by this point because he just threw that perfectly towards the default and stopped whatever Boom was trying to do and made it quite hesitant. From that point on, the Haunt there for the intel, Benkai right beside him, and despite whiffing the first clip on the Frenzy, he didn't lose confidence. He was the one willing to play CQC anyway, and in that range, that Frenzy is not gonna miss any longer. 7-6, pistol win for Paper Rex. Not only that, the Spectres now will be into play, but see, it isn't as ambitious for Paper Rex compared to usual. Benkai though, with the wall right behind it, has to back on the way because Flipsager keeping the shots together. Slow orb now to throw it out towards B. Boom realizing a small bit of opportunity, but Paper X, this might just be the plan. The Vi lines up perfectly. 2 already down. Frenzy in hand yet again. The Vi is just not done, denying any kind of conquest whatsoever. Paper Rex again on the board.
And that's naturally what's going to happen here with the composition that they're running. Devi, he's going to be that second player in. Now that Forsaken's kind of relegated more, especially a while ago on the attacking side, to be that second in, and now in retakes, it will be Devi really to take up that mantle of being the second person in after Jing, as you know, Forsaken used to be. Doesn't even kill the people who were tagged by the Haunt, rather by the Seas. No, just gets him dryly in. 2 with a Spect, 2 with a Frenzy. Switches his hands to a piece. Both worth it, both worthwhile. End of the round, though, gives him quite a good economy situation for the most part. It will allow them to really focus on this bonus and see what damage they can do.
Well, for Paper Rex, it's just intriguing also that when you look at this composition, it can be more on the defensive favor. And even though they already had that stellar defense, even to those duelist compositions, maybe looking to just tighten up whatever leaks there are and look to play something a little bit different yet again on the regional stage. But Forsaken, one more time, getting hampered by the bullets. Boom, a great angle as they have now the rifle around. And you can see for Boom Esports, despite having that Neon, they are not too hasty with whatever kind of play they want to make. They have some great setup potential between Blaze King and Tebatol for the intel, for the stun, and then they can keep chaining those stuns, those concusses with the Neon Ansu, but still, slower play, very delicate waters. Paper X holding on to A-Long one more time. The seize is perfect, and Tebatol finding Forsaken, who tries to repeat yet again. So Boom, despite seeing adversity, they still win out the first contact there, and now they have the man advantage.
Yeah, they had an opportunity there, but with time running low, Boom, they have to get on this. If they rotate towards the B site, they do have an opportunity because nobody really from Paper X is holding that as of the moment. And I don't think Benkai is going to peek out of the garage to really try and catch him on. Now, if he does, but maybe a second too late. Nightfall connects. I don't know he's from behind, but Benkai on that flank, he's really delaying way too much time here. Jing, Mind Freak, everybody falling, but Berserk's last one to stand, but not for too long, as Mind Freak goes insane. And 9-6, he confirms Paper Rex convert the bonus successfully.
Yeah, nicely done there by Paper Rex. Here we have it again though. Classic PRX Cascade. And what looked to be a good start for Boom Esports was fended off by a quick Nightfall and a sudden surprise of the Benkai and as well Mind Freak welcoming party. You're just getting boxed in right now by Paper Rex, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Despite losing Forsaken, it's alright since they have that utility, since they were basically funneled into a system that works out for them. For PRX, when they see those opportunities, they can seize it as much as possible. Forsaken though, stellar shot onto Tebatol. Garage trying to be taken here by Boom Esports, but they're lacking yet again the hastiness to get into that area. Not only that, PRX already resetting themselves into more stellar positions towards the sites. Awkward now for Boom Esports, and the struggles piling on from this point.
Definitely just building upon what they've already established here on this defensive side. Paper Rex Great kill from Forsaken. Could go for another. Has the op in his hands. And it's not something we want to have to deal with right now. Devi probably going to clean up house here. He's got the Prowler. Gets a bite. Nibble on Blaze King on the swing. Secures around 10-6. This is looking a bit more like the Paper X we know. And as you said, interestingly enough, Dax, their composition does suggest a bit more defensive prowess than it would on the attacking side, which is not something we're normally used to seeing most of the time for Paper X, I guess.
I mean, come on. Paper X, they're just like, attack defense doesn't matter. We'll just do whatever we want. And despite right now, we see they're a bit more clear-cut on how they're gonna stop perhaps the Boom Esports push. You still see those Paper X antics, especially in the round prior to the last one. Just that pinch. And in this case, I do have to say that Devi has just been absolutely incredible on this fade role. Usually we see, if I remember correctly, Benkai is the one who can play that fade, but perhaps transferring that expertise, teaching Devi even more so some of these lineups, the seizes have been absolutely on point. I think that's one thing that can be very hit or miss on the fade itself. That seize can sometimes not get value because you don't throw it really at the right spots. But Devi has found so many ways to keep Boom Esports in truly a circle drawn by Paper X. And from that point on, Boom Esports can't capitalize on that extra bit of speed they can have, can't capitalize on an angle they want to punish Paper X from. And it just piles on with him getting that Nightfall, getting those Prowler incels. This has been quite a performance from Devi, especially right now.
And he has always been capable of doing this, Dax. When Jing wasn't here, he was that second guy in. He'd be playing the Sky or secondary role, secondary duelist, but Flip Jitter shuts down Jing. That's something, a common pattern we've been seeing this entire game, no matter on the attacking or defensive side here. For Boom, Flip Jitters seem to have Jing's number, and we know that's where they do struggle. One series they lost in their local qualifier was when that same aspect kept on happening once more over. So a site could be taken here. Smart by Blaze King to drone this out. He gathers that information on, and with a scan, the Aldrome knows exactly where he's rendezvoused back to. Good Forsaken though once more. Flip Jitter once more this time. Rotating and lurking into the B site. He's taking full control of this. And what this means is that when they do execute here to A, if they, he'll cut off that rotation. But no, they're going to go here towards the B site. They know they have control of it. And Flip Jitter, Trigger Discipline does get that second kill. Rather, that first kill of this site, but the second of the round. Now that gives here a full plan towards the Boom Esports side.
Oh, I'm loving the positions right now for Boom, and perfectly timed by Blaze King to keep an eye out on the left angle. Now then, from the lobby, Forsaken with the up in hand. But Boom Esports understanding here what the problem has been thanks to that pause. Blaze King, though, still towards spawn. B-side completely held together by Boom, and this should be around that Boom will take in quite a convincing fashion. But Forsaken, of course, looking to add salt to that wound. Hurt Blaze King where it counts, take him down. Perhaps one more here as he's waiting with the operator, but no. Transporting himself towards that A site. Regrouping with Benkai, and the round is over here, courtesy of Boom. But as I was saying, these are some of the usual things that Paper X wants to do. Go for that deep lurk, try to get the off angle, but from the initial locations of utility, with the, I believe, the trademark, right? And then B-side being held together there by Flip Jitter. Technically, there was only one weak angle of Boom's flank, and that was from the garage. But since they went towards that B-side, since they were watching from the window anyway, and especially as soon as they realized that the Astra was trying to make a smoke play across the trademark, then Boom Esports had just had the right angles and the right ideas versus Paper X, knowing the enemy before they know you too much. This is looking very incredible here for Boom, just going back to that standard, but the scoreline speaks for itself. It's still quite a road that Boom Esports needs to navigate before they can tie it up yet again.
Yeah, there's a bit of a cushion here for Paper X to still utilize. Operator out for Forsaken, making sure there are no more hijinks, no more flanks comes towards that B side. But it's here in the garage that you can see Flip Jitter waiting. Realizes the trademark place her in garage is going to stop him from really moving too forward. Unless this gets smoked off by Frostmind, and that's exactly what they're going to do. It'll allow him to cross, and Paper Rex, oh, you have to be ready for this. Subjitter has a great position to punish Mindfreak, who is none the wiser of the hijinks of the sly positioning here. Found by Flipjitter, once again on the flank, he gets things going for Boom Esports.
How many times has he flipped the script, written Boom Esports instead as the main characters, but Benkai will deny him of any further glory. Not only that, you get the Rolling Thunder here on the opposite side of the map. Paper Rex had a sniff, perhaps a bit of him towards C, but instead Boom Esports sticking the Hounds over to that A site instead. Frostbite now with the plant. Here we go yet again with the skills into the paint shells, but we have the Shrouded Step to get the hell away, and Berserk's on the board versus Jing. Paper Rex could not capitalize. The reload is there though. Berserk's losing his life, but Frostbite is ready for the trade anyway. 3v2 scenario. Divide the only one left, and Boom Esports one more time. Understanding what was coming their way, the onslaught was approaching, and Boom Esports removing, well, the threats as soon as possible. Should be another round here for Boom. Too low on the HP for Davai. And for one more instance, Boom able to get away with a side take.
Wow, what a sequence. Frostmine did so much in that round by simply being a support. He saw the smoke call there towards that garage position to allow Flipjitter to cross across the trademark without Paper Rex knowing. And then, especially with, you know, that smoke being one of the most silent smokes we have in the game, at least when popped, allowed Flipjitter to flank. And then he's able to get out of that plant spot, one of the only agents in the game that can actually escape that seize. And for him to be able to just stay alive, did so much work here for Boom Esports. They are looking spectacular on this attacking side, but especially Flipjitter, who is taking up a lot of that fragging potential. And his flanks have been a complete thorn in the side here that Paper Rex haven't yet to pull out, and almost seems like if they pull it out of him, it might just ensue the bleeding. Oh. Wait, Dex. We look at the hood up top. You can see how many timeouts have been used.
New.
Yes.
Good job, Prod. I'll give you props
job,
for that.
Prod.
That's an up for Prod today, and it's actually a really good idea to figure out how many timeouts these guys have. Know when they can call for a break when there's a lot of momentum. And speaking of that, Paper Rex looking to break that momentum after all these rounds for me to get away with some of the aspects that we want to fight take. I just want to say real quick that it's a great idea to give that spike to Frostmine because, as you mentioned, he's the one who can get out of it. If it's someone like Tebotol, someone like Blaze King, there is just absolutely no escape. And Boom Esports seeing what's coming already towards their way. Foresight right now being utilized by Boom, but now our sights are clear. Through the fast lane, we go towards short. Faster pace right now from Boom Esports, trying to change things up, but the Vi getting ready alongside Jing. There we have the Dissipate though. The one peeking as of yet scares off Boom for the time being alongside the Prowler. But as it stands, Flipjitter one more time. The expedition to Columbus here of Boom Esports, looking to make a new world and looking to find some order along the way. But Mind Freak timing it right as Flipjitter flicks over to the right. Dangerous waters now here for Boom. A storm is brewing, and it's Paper Rex who's able to control it.
I still think it was a worthwhile gambit here for Boom to take, even if it doesn't work on out. Especially with Mind Freak playing on the back of the site towards the Gong. He suddenly reached a bell he was not expecting, but Jing, opening kill, quickly traded out by Berserks here. Going mad he can. Forsaken quick on the trade, but so is Frostmine. He now knows. Back to the side here, Mind Freak. Oh no, flubs a shot. Not for long though. Information given away. Can get helped here by Bankai, but Blaze King all alone. 1v3. The Hunter with his bow, but with the gun. He says this round is not yet done. 1v3. Has a notion that Divide could be on the flank. The timing doesn't work out for him as Divide with the recon. Hiding, waiting, the timing just peak on point. Perfection in the end, but still, Boom Esports, man, fight back, and even when the rounds are so dire, so close, they make it even closer than you'd ever think.
That's just heartbreak though for Boom Esports twice in this round where they just flick on away at the wrong time and Paper Rex is right there lying in wake. That's really just the again, the active playstyle of PaperX coming to fruition, giving them those opportunities without a moment's bit of hesitation. But pretty clutch from Blaze King. Boom Esports now deciding to just go for commitment this time. Can they actually get on through to the other side? Jing though and Forsaken! Here we go yet again! The dynamic duo starting things off! Here PaperX even getting 4 overall. Frostmind, the only one left. Every line has been drawn by PaperX. And whether too short and long, this split has been absolutely decimated. PaperX now on map points.
Fortunate to have a good read on that A site. They've been noticing, hey, they went C the last time around. Before that, they went A. I wager the pattern continues and that they were right in. Good job here. Good job by PaperX on that shutdown of the push. Boom. Still have, well, at least a few rounds to win before tying this up. 4 rounds, 8-12 right now. Certainly a scenario that they can come back from, but economy from them, well, it isn't the best. They're able to get most of what they want to get. The operator here, coming from Forsaken, could potentially go unchecked, considering there is no counter snipe on Boom's side.
You can see how oppressive really this PaperX defense is in a different manner. All they need to do are hold the angles, and they have the aim and the time to get away with it. And it's time right now for Jing to get his revenge on the rest of Boom. Forsaken though waiting one more for Pixel Peak. And Blaze King almost seen with the cape. Tevatol though, a nice wide swing to just get the hell away from that one. And as it stands, it's Berserks through the window, but look who's coming. Boom's way. Forsaken is not done, and you are never ready for Forsaken. Jing on the board too. Tevatol though, just clanking these bottles. Frostmind on the board, and Frostmind will be down. Devi waiting on the other side, and it's PaperX with the win. Yet again, 13-8, taking it on Haven.
Maybe this composition that they brought out, Dax, was more to address the symptoms of them struggling on the defensive side commonly, at least compared to their attacking side, and that's how they utilize it, because you see that, you know, it almost seems like on the attack, they're like, hey, you know, we're good enough to make whatever attacking composition work anyway, so let's just play this out and have an even better defensive side than what we normally are known for. With that case, it does come close near the mid part of it, but they secure the map in good fashion here. PaperX never really seemed too out of control, even when they were losing rounds, even though Boom were at some point kind of having that pace set, but PaperX always so good at retaliating and having a response to whatever Boom Esports threw at them.
Yeah, PaperX just had so many synced up setups overall that gave them many an opportunity there on the defense, while Boom had those bright spots, had some great adjustments overall. It just wasn't enough with PaperX able to mix things up and conversely also recover as soon as possible compared to what we saw there from Boom. So truly, paper cuts are the sharpest kinds of cuts, and PaperX the one ahead into this series. We'll be right back though, guys. Panel, we'll be breaking it down. Dax here with Black and Blue. You guys are tuning on to VCT APAC. We'll be right back in just a bit.
Nobody did it right. I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars. You know my slimes. I came from the bottom to top. They can define us. They tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same. You can compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? Yo, so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Paper X just showing us Paper X things here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. 13-8 was the score on the board for their game against Boom Esports over on Haven, which, by the way, was a Boom Esports pick. Now, Boom Esports, of course, quite the valiant effort, but fell a little bit short against the very experienced team. By the way, Dat Femina, likable Entrix here on the panel. Dat Femina, I really thought that this was going to be an incredibly close game, but when the round switched, Paper X showed no mercy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it was a pretty rocky start, honestly, not gonna lie. I really feel like it all fell into how they set their team comp as well. Very start of that Agent Select, they decided to play as many attacking rounds and win as many attacking rounds as they could, because I believe that their team comp is more defensive sided. But at least they cut it a little bit more close, and that's like the best case scenario for them. As Boom Esports, they also demonstrated that they can also hold W. They can also like play that proactive game, especially when they were on that defensive side. But when the round switched, like you said, they got a bit more demolished. We saw a bit more Paper X all throughout that round, and I kind of feel like that's where that team comp actually comes into play a bit more than the first half. Like, you let Forsaken do Forsaken things, like you can let him like put down his rendezvous, put out more presence around C long, maybe play around that Roger B side more effectively. But he can also he's also very intelligent with how he uses his rendezvous, right? So he can maneuver himself all around the map more effectively and very much efficiently as well. But even if he finds that pickoff, finds that duel, and sometimes if he doesn't get the kill, he could find himself like really low HP. That's the reason why they picked up Menkai for that Sage, right? So perfect reset for him. He can be able to do more and more Paper X things, like play aggressively more and more utility heavy then, as well as Devi. I mean, this guy, I would like to remark like Jing here, but the guy himself just impressed me. Triple-double across this Haven map. I mean, if Forsaken was the MVP, then this guy was the right-hand man.
I couldn't agree more. I loved seeing Devi on that Fade. It actually inspires me to play Fade myself, even though I've never tried her out yet. But on a different note, I felt like watching this match, especially at the start, it felt a lot like which team was making less mistakes, or which teams were actually punishing the mistakes that the other was doing. And it felt like when that half switched and Paper X was on that defender side, they were a little more switched on, being able to hold the angles, more aware of the position of Boom's chamber, and it just felt like it was getting really clean near that end. You saw that the utilities were coming out, they were more confident, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and I love seeing that in the team.
Well, we talk about Flipster all the time. I mean, this guy was online as early as round 2 or round 3. I think around round 2 he got like a 4K, and as round 3 came, the tour de force was already ready, and he got a collateral kill off of Paper Rex as they rotated to C side. It was just crazy to watch that round. But again, you know, we've already gotten so used to Flipster just showing us his chamber kills. Give him the headhunter, give him the tour de force. He's just ready to knock some heads off. But I do want to point out that we mentioned a little bit about the competitions over here, right? And Tatamino and I were talking behind the scenes on how they had a little bit more on the side of Paper X. They had more of this defensive composition that they had. But I did notice that they had this specific execution on A side, wherein they would wall off not exactly the entire entrance to the site, but they would provide a little bit more space for the enemy to actually come into A side, and then they have to take down the wall. And then there were 3 people, not like the usual one, there were 3 people holding off of Graffiti, waiting for someone to wide swing. One of the people was watching the heaven on A side, and then, you know, as soon as somebody swings from the spawn, like 1 or 2 people would swing from the spawn, you have 2 other people that are watching the swing come to life, and they would just trade it off. They won't allow anybody to actually get into the side. And this is why I think the scoreline was really close, and how Paper Red was actually able to close the gap as the round progressed. But again, Dad Femina, we're talking about as this round switched, it was more evident than ever that the composition of Paper X was more defensive-sided.
Yeah, I talked about like Forsaken like already, but man, you gotta hand it to how Divide like held it down like all throughout that first half. Yeah. I mean, since Forsaken himself was like lurking all throughout that Haven map, in most cases, he also like tries to overreach as well. Divide has been that constant force ever since that first half, and it also translated well to that second. And you know that when Paper Rex tried to at least get their rounds back on that defensive half, that's when their composition started to shine, right? Yeah, they got like specific things that they wanted to accomplish, but I feel like things would have been different and a little bit more easier if they got that double initiator comp that I already saw from Benkai. Like, now he picked up that Sage, he wants to fortify that defense, and yes, they got that set play also in the reader position that I like to call around that A side. But now that we find ourselves in the helm where Paper X actually won so many of their defensive rounds, it just proves the point that they can pull off any sort of team comp, and I don't think that teams, or a lot of them at least, are prepared for it.
God, this is what makes Paper X such a scary team. Again, they're very innovative, but like when they pull these compositions out and just surprise the enemy, what hope do they have of going up against a team that's so ready to pull out these new compositions and just bring on the action? Oh my goodness. But I do want to mention that, Trix, I love your cat over there. Hello to your kitty. I was waiting for the cat to actually pop off of Dad Famina's feet over there, but that wasn't the case. But hey, Trix, talk to us about Fracture over here.
Fracture, one of those maps I love to see that neon there. I feel like it has more impact than it does on a map like Haven. You know, neon needs that information, needs those tighter angles in order to be able to win those duels, force those fights. But I felt like in Haven earlier, it just didn't feel like there was a lot of impact coming in from Boom's neon pick. So coming into Fracture, I hope that Boom Esports plays it more aggressively, because Paper Rex also likes to take those picks early, but they also don't overextend. But we always seem to find that they have a lurker. So I am hoping that Boom Esports is going to get their timing down pat, because Paper Rex just kind of one-upping them there.
I mean, very start, like right off the bat, I mean, that first map, Boom Esports, they just wanted to be that whole W composition there. I mean, surprising Paper Rex very early on. You could see that there's potential as well for Boom Esports to actually pull out so many strats that I don't believe I've been seeing in a few of the mods that I've been studying. But again, we definitely talk about like the potential that a lot of these APAC teams have to offer, and Boom Esports just demonstrating that they can definitely contend against teams like Paper X, but they need to like unlock that full potential, right? They need to make that happen now on this Fracture map, especially now that we're in game 2. Paper X has already gotten that first map, and that was Boom Esports' map pick, right? So now that they're on the territory of Paper X, plus they got that double duelist comp back up and running, aggressive routes back for Paper X. We can see them full force up and coming, just head on, balls to the wall, aggressive positions out from Paper X here. But for Boom Esports, it's all order, but we definitely saw how much potential that they got in that Haven map. I definitely want to see that unravel, maybe the mystery that we are waiting to see out of Boom Esports.
I gotta be honest with you, not looking too good for Boom Esports over here. I mean, track record shows that this past year, Paper X having a 100% win rate on Fracture, that alone is a statistic that's enough to scare the competition away. But another thing is, again, you pointed it out, this is a Paper X pick. They have this down to a science. They're ready to bring it out. So I'm really hoping that Boom Esports has had enough of their research to be able to combat Paper X's reign over here on Fracture. Sometimes I pause and think that if the gameplay that we see here is even real, because it's always so unbelievable to see how they're able to execute these things that they go into the maps into. But I'm slapped with the next highlight, then I realize that, yes, these are actual people who are able to do amazing things in Valorant. And we're so lucky to get to see all of these up close and personal. And honestly, I can't wait to see more. We're off to map number 2, boys. Boys and girls, let's just go. Let's just go at it. I'm excited. Woohoo!
The first seeds so far have proven their dominance all throughout the day. Can Paper X continue that trend, or will Boom Esports be able to break it? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second map of Paper X versus Boom Esports. My name is Dax. I am here with Black and Blue yet again, and coming into the second map, we're going to be seeing the Neons do battle one more time. Boom has had basically a bit of a bias towards that Qeon pick. We saw it there on Haven, but this is a bit more, I'd say, up to the Paper X standard, right? This is a composition that is tried, tested, and a great way to see the Paper X creed. And as it stands, double duelist into play here for PRX.
Definitely so, and not only the compositions that kind of we see on Paper X kind of favor them better than what their Haven looked like, but the map in general, Fracture, is a map that they have yet to really give up in the past, half a year now. So Boom Esports, I do think that Haven would have favored better for them as compared to maybe this Fracture might, but let's see how the results speak for themselves at the end of the day. I do like what they bring out, though, at the very least. That Neon, even though Berserks was struggling on Haven a while ago, on that Neon, he pulls it out here in maybe a much more appropriate map, even though it wasn't necessarily too big of a problem last time. This is a map that does feel a bit more at home for that Neon, but to have both a Neon and a Raze here on the side of Paper X, this is going to be a problem, especially with them starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, one of our concerns there on Haven, without Jing, who will be that entry point? Now you have the biggest glowing distraction in the world, and his name is Forsaken. When we see Paper X play on Fracture, right, it does feel like that Forsaken can be a martyr for the cause. He is happy to go in, make that space for the squad, or by hell or high water, he's happy to die for the cause if need be. And speaking of Forsaken, already getting towards that A side, Paper X, a quick take over to the objective. But look at Boom Esports seeding it to get controls of the hull instead. This forces Paper X to actually play on site itself, and perhaps reinforcements from Job Fusader. A quick warning shot, and the rest of Boom coming into play.
But look how far the rest of Paper X are. They got 2 players way off of the side to make that 3, but Jing and Forsaken, they've got it locked down. All alone, they don't need no help here, really, coming from the rest of the PRX squad. Forsaken, incredible shots he's landing one after the other. Blaze King and Frostman will finally address him. The plant on the second floor. It's gonna be so hard to try and deny, but wait, they can defuse this. There's no real way, but lineups are perfect here, coming from Mine Creek. They concede to play that post plant because they've got the aftershock as well to be able to deny the defuse for days and days, leaving the bait here who can fight back within the site. As Benkai secures around, and Paper X a great set plan they've executed.
Man, only Paper Rex can get away with something like that, I have to say. The fact that you just absolutely trust Forsaken and Jing to play an army of two on site and get these frags by enough time for the spike, get in cover as much as possible to get the timing perfectly with the snake bite. Only PRX can think about thinking of a strategy like that and actually executing it. What a wonky plan just to allow the lineup there for Benkai and Mindfreak to get on the board. PRX yet again, semblance and degrees of innovation pretty much defining the APAC run so far. Divide over the fight off the Berserk, and PRX now mowing down the competition. Boom Esports gonna get boomed here out of the round. It's 5v2, and not only that, PaperX willing to push the limits even more so. Site control absolutely incredible here for PaperX because of the speed that they're able to execute on it with.
And this is more the PaperX style we know. You have Jing on that race, and you have Forsaken on the Neon. Just so much velocity that they can start, so much inertia they can continue because of the duelist compositions that they bring to the table, and the fact that they're just so good mechanically individually allows them to have more experimental kind of strats, like what we just saw in that pistol round. Once again, incredible that pistol round was, but flawless pretty much. This attacking, rather second round of theirs became to be also. Just dodging those shots of the shorty. PaperX, let's see how they convert this bonus of theirs. Always so potent. They're looking like to go for that drop position again. Risky plays they run, but the Gambits, they've been having good results in the end.
Yeah, and Boom Esports playing a bit more on the standard side right now. You see the Brimstone and the Breach. Honestly, Boom Esports can impose their presence pretty heavily towards a single angle of their choosing. But for now, we'll see what they can do with Flipsider in an intriguing position up top, the tower. It seems like they're looking to set up perhaps a stun coming away from Tebatol, but the Ass lane is there. Tebatol, though, ambitiously enough, getting in the middle of all of that. And Forsaken now gonna go on down, but as it stands, Jing finding Flipsider. Sight yet again cleared out here by PaperX. It's 4v4, but look on the lurk. It's the Vi waiting, but unfortunately cannot hit the shot. Boom now, a chance to make it towards the site.
A bit of a whiff, but Mindfreak, he's not going to miss that shot. Not this time around. Flash on out. Peaks not with it, but Benkai's there to try and support him. They're going to both and try to address him. They know where he is. Actually, they don't. They're guessing, searching for a way. Blaze King does eventually go down. The defuse will be stuck. No, half only. Jing keeps him at bay. Can still go for this, but they're not within range to deny him. Tebatol. No way that Mindfreak gets this. No lineup for you this time, good sir. But still, a successful bonus in every sense of the word. They get the plant down. They bring it to a 1v1 at the end of things. PaperX, even with that one, won't come away with nothing gained.
I have to say, Tebatol is such a criminally underrated player in the Indonesian scene. He is just so potent in whatever he basically plays for the squad. And case in point, just the fact that he was able to get away from the fatal range of that boom bot, able to swing onto the first and hold it down perfectly for the second. It just goes to show for Boom, they have these incredible players right now that can step up to the plates on a given round. But it seems like in comparison to PaperX, who has just been a bit more concise overall, Boom is still trying to find that form that can be as optimized as possible. But as it stands now, the rifles are ready here for PaperX. That was an expensive round there for Boom Esports after everything is said and done. And Jing now piling on the cost even more so. No repairs needed. Blaze King and Tebatol go down, so they'll be salvaged instead. Another one bites the dust. Berserks will fall here. And the Vi even trying to go through the canteen and check out what's happening towards the spawn. Convincing yet again, though, from PaperX. The speed of site takes are just absolute good streaks right now. And PRX unrelenting on the round.
What a round here from PaperX. They, combo their abilities so well. And you see there, just the timing of it really is what's more important over the combos of it. With Forsaken throwing his relay bolts, his last relay bolts, by the way, into Arcade, finding the stun and the Tebatol, and Blaze King being basically run down here from Jing. So impressive, but was around that, even though it was only the fourth round of this game, of this half, Boom Esports had to eco because of that lost bonus of theirs. So now let's see how they fare a bit more on the gun round now that they've had time to maybe warm up a bit. They've got the Orbital Strike, which could be a big hurdle here for Paper Rex when they do go for the plant. Can deny that from happening immediately.
Mate, a hurdle is an understatement. Have you ever tried jumping over an orbital strike?
Seems more like a smite from God above.
Yeah, that's a no. It's suddenly a hand that puts an imprint on, but we see Jing yet again imprint himself towards TAGALOG, shattering the glass, shattering his life. And boom, Esports struggling yet again in that first contact, but Berserk's waking on up from the tunnel. He might go on in, but look at Jing challenge! Berserk still slaps him away. And yet again, Hubris now gonna get punished here, but Paper X, they're not done. They made quite a mess and a lot of noise towards that A site, but the Viper wall is in play. Flips to the right behind this setup. And a game of patience perhaps to allow Boom to get the frags here.
By their time. Plant did not be put down because of that orbital strike correctly on time. And now they're going to use it to try and put pressure. Flipshooter walks into the orbital strike of his own teammate. Doesn't really do much damage to him, if at all. Allows him to drop the spike here way out of the hands of Paper Rex. It's going to be hard to even retrieve this in the first place. This should be around towards Boom Esports to bring it 2-3. Unless some incredible heroics and a few costly mistakes are given here by Boom Esports, taken by Paper Rex. Benkai finds one, but only that one. Make that a second for him. They line up, but no good. 2-3, and Boom Esports, they retaliate and respond here with a round of their own. They got the guns.
I like how I just added in. They got the guns now. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like a footmark, a footnote there. Black and blue, 2022. They have guns. Check.
Big words.
Big words.
Yeah,
no,
they have guns.
But the thing is about this Boom Esports lineup right now is Paper X, if they're limited in the options that they can really do, and they don't get the pickoffs onto some utility-based agents on the Boom side, Boom has an overwhelming advantage on the retake. You look at the comp right now, they have that reach, they have that KO, you add in the stun potential, and Forsaken stunning flips the door! Seems like they were looking to see, it's like, why is someone here? And Forsaken now answering that own question by removing the presence of Boom Esports.
Look at this.
Rolling Thunder even towards the spawn. And for Paper X, they want to get even more control, but Boom deciding perhaps we can just bunch on up, come in from one angle. Problematic though because the Viper spit into play.
Could have been a good ultimate if they were really geared up for that retake from the defensive side spawn, but it's okay for them to use it this early because they got 6 more rounds right after this to build that back up, which is
they're playing for the save, man.
Yeah, they realize their economy gonna be a big problem. Don't have the best weapons to utilize and have another round that they do not want to concede to just no avail. If they lose their guns, then they're gonna have to go in another eco right after this, and that's on the position they want to be placed in. So, Boom Esports, smartly enough, arguably, holding here, with all the utility coming on TAGALOG, he's able to dodge that, able to wade the rough waves for the meantime. Boombot doesn't actually catch him, but he swings. Forsaken will punish him. Blaze King and Frostbind fend him off though, so decent round for Boom there after the plant, but it's Paper Rex who gets one on the board.
Not the worst save. I think it's a pretty smart save round, truth be told, by Boom Esports, because yeah, this got awkward. It's like, wait a minute, we don't have a chamber on our team. He's not part of the roster. And Forsaken just shoots him down. But Boom did get 2 ultimates away from Paper X right now. No more Viper Spit. There's no Tour de Force even. And Benkai went for that Rolling Thunder play, so it's really here for Boom Esports, a way to reset the economic side, not just in the guns, but also in the ultimate advantage if ever. But now the advantage goes over to Paper Rex as the Vibe Forsaken to get the takedown. Spike though has been left behind after the frag courtesy of Boom, so at least the pace has been interrupted, but Jing is just not done. Paper Rex keeping up with the pressure, and while we have a flank here from Flipshider, and he catches the Vi after the rendezvous. Goes his position, and look who's waiting, but Mind Freak cannot hit the shots. Flipshider yet again, potent as can be. TAGALOG now with the Rolling Thunder, giving the advantage back towards Boom Esports. But we have now the overdrive, and unfortunately it is stuck into that first gear. TAGALOG with the takedown. Flipshider already getting defuse on, and here comes TAGALOG yet again. Boom! Turning it at the round at the moment's notice, and it's now 3-4.
So fortunate there for Boom. TAGALOG, he was low, but they played that really nicely. I love how he used that Rolling Thunder with no real hesitation to force Paper Rex to have to try and reset themselves once more in that scramble. The entries seemingly working out for Paper Rex at the start. BlazeKing, he finds one, but is traded out by Forsaken, who also got that kill here on the brim. And the cusp of it, really. Boom Esports winning these scrambles. Perfect flash for Tebotal to try and shut down Forsaken, who was stunned from the Rolling Thunder and flashed afterwards. Berserk going for aggression, ambition, but shut down immediately by Forsaken. 2 opening picks on the site. Frostmind will keep him in check for the meantime. Doesn't let them get too out of hand, but looking to contest. Benkai will win both of those spikes, and Mindfreak will get another. 5-3. What a scramble. What a scrappy round here going to Paper Rex.
They're just not playing anymore. As soon as we started that round, it was immediate annihilation courtesy of Paper Rex, and just the speed of Forsaken and his reflexes, man. Left to right, erasing everyone right in front of him. And this was just contact. This was just really Boom Esports getting outdueled immediately. And Paper Rex, when they decide to just hit that win button, it gets very, very imposing from them. But here we go again. Another round now into play. And while Boom Esports has found opportunities, especially in terms of recovery, when Paper Rex pushes a little too deep on one angle, it's still a struggle because Paper Rex is potent as can be. Berserk still finding Benkai yet again. Forsaken Mindfreak now on the board. Still a good pickoff here by Boom, preventing that spike from going down early. And Flipshooter and Frostmind will find the interruption to their success. Mindfreak finding Flipshooter, but he's now the only one left. And prime targets for prime value for Boom Esports. That has been one way to break the speed of Paper Rex.
He's pressing the issue here. Mindfreak. An opportunity to try and seize this round back against the eco of Boom Esports. Looks so proficient with the little tiny gun that could shoot. BME going 4-5. Coming back here, Boom. And once they start to build up some steam, they can explode onto this map and onto this series that Paper Rex might not be ready for.
The biggest reason why the spike carrier dying is the biggest problem here for Paper Rex is because it forces Paper Rex to go back. You see, Paper Rex, they love to advance. They want to use the angles that they can take to get even more opportunities. But if it's the objective that falls, then someone needs to pick up that spike, and that's when Boom can get the right convergence for the correct angles to take care of the Paper Rex business. So stellar work here by Boom Esports. I think really from the play-ins was much needed by Boom just to get back into the format. Oh my! Flipshooter! Shish kebabbing 2 there, Forsaken and Mindfreak absolutely scored. We saw it in that last map. We see it yet again. And Flipshooter is just playing out of his mind right now in this series.
Pierced and penetrated through. Full metal jacket, crushing everything in its path. An unstoppable object here. Just not anything that Paper Rex can do to deny that from happening. The timing working out in his favor, and the advantage here in the man count seeming to be Boom's. Paper Rex, they can find Berserks, they have a chance, but Berserks has got a good position, one that they don't really recognize. And on the swing, Benkai gets a trade, but the damage has been done. 4v2, all in the hands here of the last remaining Paper Rex members, Divide and Benkai. And this might be too difficult for them to see, even with the kind eyes that they've got. 4-5 once more, should be equalized very soon. They don't really have to do much here, Boom, aside from wait and anticipate, as Paper Rex could go for a save call, which wouldn't be a bad decision in this moment. Left. That's might what they're going to be doing, considering the spike is going away, further away. Yeah, that's a round here conceded, given up to Boom Esports. And it all really came as soon as Flipshooter found that double pick with single stone thrown. The rest of Paper Rex, they crumbled.
Now, it's the right call here for Paper Rex, because for Boom Esports, they were just waiting for BlazeKing to get that 0 point. As soon as he throws that knife and gets confirmation that there are 2 there towards that B site, that would have been game over for Paper Rex, essentially. But what a shot by Flipshooter, just absolutely defining the round in favor of Boom Esports, putting a label that says property of Boom Esports, round 10. And now we go for a bit of a timeout. And this is really such a better showcase by Boom compared to, honestly, their most recent stage run. They had those struggles in the Indonesian region. They fell to their fellow contemporaries, and there were these concerns with the gameplay and of course their condition coming into the play-ins because of everything that's happened. But they're proving right now that they can still be the top dog of the Indonesian scene, that they are still a squad to be absolutely respected. And while you look at this matchup, this is honestly one of the most marquee matchups that we could have gotten back in 2021. And Boom Esports is proving right now they can still be up to that standard. PaperX has gone above and beyond. The hype is real for PaperX as the world is watching them right now. But this really proves that Boom is still here to play, and they have been doing quite a great job there to keep up with what PaperX has in store, and especially right now here, Black and Blue, that we get back to the standards of PaperX with that double duelist.
Totally, and this is the composition that we see from both of these teams play currently in their last 2 matches, at least here on Fracture in the local scene. So, going back to the roots, what is tried and true, well tested as well. Jing finding himself here all the way back. I'm not sure if he realizes how close Frostmind is, but so didn't Frostmind. The pick goes on to Tabatol as PaperX gets an opening kill, but the flank here could be huge. The double flank, it can be shut down from Benkai though. Finds one, finds a second unsuspecting victim here. B&B, Blaze King, and Berserks all going down on the flip. Shadur with an operator. Hard to come back from the situation. Gets a pick and scurries away with what little he's been able to thieve.
What is the pause success rate now, man? 100%? Once you get the pause, you get the round win, and PaperX immediately, as soon as they called for a checkpoint, when we hit that green light, they went straight for that site. Overwhelming Boom Esports. A nice lurk there towards the spawn as well. And while we were singing the praises of how Boom did improve, this was PaperX yet again, pushing those hurdles, pushing those limits and boundaries to an even higher degree. They're not able to hit the shot short. He's still trying to surprise Jing, but he knows that game and he knows he can stay away from the corner there. 6-5 now. PaperX taking the lead. And not only that, they should have another successful set play waiting in the wings because they have the overdrive, they have the rolling thunder, and if Boom Esports is a little too adamant with their site hold, that can be their demise.
I like that position actually from Benkai because as a breach, first of all, you wouldn't really expect him to be there, but importantly, he can still influence the fight inside the site with flashes through that A main and with his, well, really fault line. And if it ever comes down to a post-plant situation, he can deny the plant early, rather than defuse early with his aftershock. And here comes a push now, Rolling Thunder out. Still Forsaken doesn't win that fight on Tabatol. Tabatol left with some HP to work with. And Blaze King gets a kill here on the Bankai. Things crumbling for PaperX. And we've seen that when they lose 2 important players early on in the round, they just struggle to get much going. They do get a plant here, though, at the very least, which is a bit of a consolation, but the numbers advantage 2 in the favor of BME. But that's not true for long. Blaze King goes down. He can be rezzed, but no one's within sight to be able to do that. 2v2 with Mind Freak down low. HP not favoring him, and Defy isolates the fight, but he's the one to go down to Frostmind here.
Oh, they found the contact a little too early towards the halls. Flips the dirt though, seeing Mind Freak coming, and Frostmind is the one who just breaks his face instead. Now, we're gonna be tied up anyway, and you mentioned it. You lose 2 on the side of PaperX, options are limited. And for Boom Esports, that's exactly what they want to happen. Narrow down this test of multiple choice. And we go into the second half with a tied scoreline one more time. 6-6. Boom contending with the best that APAC has to offer. And when you have a round here for Boom Esports, wherein they push the angle wherein PaperX is coming from, it doesn't become too effective for PaperX really to get that space because Boom has that flank. Boom can just find the contact there in the first place. And we've seen it happen on the rounds where the spike gets dropped. And in that last round, because they had the utilities, because they had a way to garner that intel very quickly with the null command into play towards the hulls, then it just allows Boom to converge towards that A site. It got very dangerous though, don't get me wrong, because PaperX hit some great shots, and again, the conflict happened a little too early for the rest of Boom to follow in suit. But in the end, they got the crossfire, and they got the round to tie up the scoreline again.
Important round for them to take. And while economy won't go on over, obviously, to the second half, momentum does, Dax. Something that you can see here. It'd be a big playing point for Boom. They tie it up, the final round of the half. 3 players at them with a 6-digit kill, 6 numeral kill. And who knows, maybe summoning some, I guess, powers from down below is exactly what they need to overthrow the shining light that Paper Rex has really cast upon the entire APAC scene. Them being one of those teams that you really look at, aside from maybe a team like Team Secret or Xerxia, to be one of those best hopes for SEA specifically. And with Boom, they've had some of those expectations on them as well. Just haven't been able to really prove it and secure themselves into a master slot, but they've always been so close to doing exactly that, many times on over. This Boom team for them, the last chance of the year to pull that exact intent off. But half here, about to continue. Second half, Dax, of the second map, and seems like Boom Esports, they could really try and split things up or go here early on. I don't think they're going to hard commit to any other site, as Paper Rex seem to want to take A main control and contest that early on. Yeah, basically.
Oh, the vibe Berserks now with the trade, and well, Paper Rex, they do have to scramble here, black and blue. Boom Esports on the flip side, setting up that spike. It's high time though for Berserks to get the angle. Frostbite looking to get the plant on. Paper Rex tries to interrupt, but the aftershock off the mark.
They do have a postman scenario here. Coming in from that arcade is going to be huge because Tebatal, if he can find his timing, things could be thrown for a scramble. You can see Paper Rex being wary of their flank. They know that Boom, they love to be cheeky with these angles. Mind Freak gets an opening pick here on a Frost Mine. They can control this tower position with a shorty. Jin connects. And Benkai does as well. Flawless retake into 3v3. Everything going Paper Rex's way, and they start off the pistol here on the second half. Very strong.
Paper Rex, they just got that first pick towards A site, and as soon as Boom went towards B, they essentially got bothered many times by utilities of Paper Rex. And I think in the series, Paper Rex is trying to prove that on the defense, they're gonna have many ways to put a stop to whatever plan that you have. We saw it there on Haven on a very specialized composition. This time, it's a bit more back to the roots, but it's still the same kind of efficiency. Now the gun advantage in favor of Paper Rex. Will the VC the standard PRX overrun? Forsaken, Jing, on your marks and ready perhaps to go on in. But Paper Rex not actually gonna go for it. Instead, they're looking for a few pickoffs. Blaze King though, they have a shoulder peek to get the incel and the Boom bot to spot him. Beyond that, it's Boom right now. They have an expedition towards the other side to try and find an angle versus PRX.
Continuing on. And the adventure they're setting upon here might just have them landing on Skull Island. Not the position they really want to walk themselves into. Forsaken being the big bad at the end of the story. Only good for one though. They seize him and shut him down quite quickly. 4v4 still favoring Paper Rex. Utility out here for Benkai, making sure they don't cross safely. But there's a bit of a something on this Spectre.
It's a little bit of something.
A little bit. Everything,
Just
really.
something
Sugar,
small.
spice, and everything nice.
These were the perfect ingredients to make what? The SEA super team?
Basically.
But suddenly you had Chemical Jing to add it on for Paper Rex. And, well, the Powerpuff PRX squad now looking to fight crime and fight Boom one more time. The Vido is just enforcing the law here towards Halls. And not only that, Jing is also on the board for Xerx. Well, it's 1v3, and now it's none v3. 6-8 in favor of Paper Rex. This is where Boom now will be tested, because you look again on what they have here. Breach and Brimstone is just such an imposing composition on Fracture to take control of a single angle. So perhaps a quick execute. We're looking perhaps to see what Berserks can do to lead that charge. And we'll see if also Boom can find any of these off angles courtesy of Flip Shooter as much as possible. It's very clear cut here for Boom what they need to do versus Paper X. Because if they're able to get away from the initial positions of Paper X and win out that first contact, it's going to be a lot more successful for Boom Esports if they can get that advantage in the clash. And, well, Forsaken, vision now to go through the doors. We have now also the fast lane and the snake bite, and Boom Esports will have to evacuate.
Blaze King, low HP here. It's a big task to do, but on this A push, this B push rather, Paper Rex, Devi especially, he can get one and back on out. He gets that one, doesn't rendezvous, and allows him to get punched, really. Berserk's good on the trade. The Ghost in the mere hand here, Forsaken, not finding really much. Tepatal gets that trade on the Bankai. Things are crumbling here for Paper Rex. Jing on the swing, finds one, but that's done. 8-7. Boom Esports get around here on the anti-bonus. Could have gone better maybe if Divide and try and fish for a bit more, as well realizes the hook and the line he's got ain't ready for the big fish in the pond.
He just snaps that fishing rod there, and it's unfortunate because that could have been the catch of the century for Paper Rex. You can see it here. The Vice tower position, very effective, but double dipping a little too eagerly, punished instead as he tries to rendezvous out. And this is what I'm talking about for Boom. They can be very imposing as soon as they get towards that spot. Not only that though, the speed in which they can get the executes on, if they can play that game of safety away, then it will be absolutely potent. Boom now, they're not gonna realize this, but effectively they have kept themselves in the game with just staying alive in that first clash, because their flank will have no threat whatsoever. They're covering it right now, and if they do decide to go towards that B site, it's gonna be a lot easier for Boom Esports after fishing out a few utilities and a few positions from Paper X.
Bankai got Frenzy, a mere one, but Forsaken's the one to make opening contact. Doesn't have help though. His fault line needs to be thrown out, but a bit too late to the party it is. Showstopper out here. Bankai gets a trade with a Frenzy. He does have that fault line now coming from him. Is completely blind, and in that, the contour of his health just barrels down. Tebatal, quick trade on Devi, who can't really find much. And the small chances that Paper Rex had here, the tour de force fault lines, able to be utilized. Mindfreak though brings it to a 1v2, and he realizes, okay, that will probably set them off towards the B site. So good rotation for him to be doing here. Good call and good read of the situation. Coming from the cafeteria, won't be there in time to really catch him on the cross.
Almost
does spot them out in a split second, but I think they have information as well on where he was.
And they double swing this. Oh no, Mindfreak able to isolate, but Frostmind there, able to be the better mind in this situation, and truly the powerhouse now of Boom Esports. 12 kills for Frostmind, 8-8 scoreline, and for Boom, it was the path of most resistance, but they were able to win it out anyway because they were able to suss out those positions early on from Forsaken. They just kept at the angle as much as possible, and a great deny towards Jing, a great movement towards the doorways. Those were essential really for Boom Esports to get that victory. I was very concerned though, because while they tried to double peek it there, they just didn't have the right angle versus Mindfreak. But a big win from Frostmind, keeping them alive. And Boom Esports, really, the road of recovery is quite difficult. And it's harder even for Forsaken to recover after getting hit by the firing squad. But the advantage still in favor of Paper Rex. They went for the aggress, and they come out ahead. Mindfreak also, rifle now in hand. Berserk's looking to lead the charge. But look who's lying in wake. His name is Mindfreak. And he's trying to get the round in favor of Paper Rex. But Berserk's able to spot him. Gets that takedown. 3v3 for now. And the gamble for PRX, at least getting some casualties towards Boom.
Let's see if they can retrieve a rifle, though. They can get the one here towards that radar dish, but it's not going to come anytime soon. Jing, a huge position for him to play. Won't have as much potential to use his paint shells here because of how committed he would be once they do actually spot him out, unless he makes contact early. The fault line connects, and now on the swing, Jing doesn't really commit to it just yet. Always behind him. They have no real idea, but now they do. He's let himself be known, and Paper Rex, they crumble there on this eco. Bankai finding a kill. Could find another one, but Frostmind keeps him in check. and keeps the round locked down. Divide this time with a 1v2 opportunity to use.
And Paper X have to scramble, and all they have is Divide with the shorty. This is quite a difficult scenario to say the least. 8 bullets though on the Headhunter. Then it's 2v1. They can get a better double swing this time, if ever. Tempotol watching the tower, giving a chance to Divide to actually close that distance, but Frostmind waiting over onto the default, and it's enough for Boom to take the lead away. 9-8 scoreline. And what's impressing me here for Boom Esports is despite Paper X honestly feeling very sharp on the shots right now, it's still Boom finding the right angles and the right calls to make it towards the site.
All here. Let's see if they answer the ring. Coming for, well, Paper Rex. Boom Esports, great plays and a really good lockdown of the situation. They've taken the lead here. Great fashion, and this attacking side of theirs does look quite better. I mean, it is Fracture, so Paper Rex to struggle quite a bit when it comes to this side of the pond, but I don't doubt that they don't matter. It really doesn't really matter to them. As you say, like to say, Dax, attack or decide, merely a suggestion for a team like PRX here.
I mean, they enforced that right in that last round. They went hard aggress towards the northern quadrant of the map, but Boom has effectively found their footing in this series, are in essence equalizing it over Paper X, and right now they have taken that lead away because of just how they haven't been phased by the pressure of PRX as much as possible. There are these rounds, sure, where Paper X just dominates it immediately with superior firepower, superior aim, and an incredible amount of momentum to chain these kills. But what happens is, overall the series, when do those opportunities come? They're not as often as you think. Boom Esports doesn't feel the pressure as much, and they don't get overwhelmed by the imposition of Paper X as a whole. And really, keeping that cool mind against a team like this is one of the biggest factors towards success. And Flipsuder, he's the one leading that charge yet again, willing to play that lurk now, advancing towards that B side. Orbital Strike also to flush out any kind of tower defense, but a nice angle from Forsaken through the smokes. Catches it 10 foot tall for quite the surprise, rolling down there. Now the play retake is absolutely viable here for Paper X. Berserk finding Forsaken, Mind Freak catching out 2 so far, but Boom, they're stuck here by the tower, and their bones will be littering that staircase as Ascension will be denied from them. 9-9, Paper X tie it up again.
Mind Freak here, playing with the amygdala within every single head of Boom Esports, providing fear at a discount. 9-9 when they finally had the lead for the first time this entire series, really. Well, Mind Freak and the rest of Paper X, they answer him back to tie the game on up. Orbital Strike maybe a bit too early, even though nobody was playing there. So good heads up by Paper X to realize, hey, they've got the Orbital Strike. If we play within that tower, it's probably going to be a free kill. So let's play towards Arcade. They hold towards that Arcade side. It allows them to completely dodge and bypass any real problems that Orbital would have otherwise caused. The Tour de Force here coming out for Boom Esports, the only real tool that they've got aside from the Solo Vandal and Frostmind's hands. They do have the Rolling Thunder, all the ultimates really to try and turn this in their favor, but Forsaken shuts him down. Quick trade from Flip Jitter.
Boom Esports so good on the barter, but now Divide getting the one up on Flip Jitter will go down, snapping all the way. No over-eagerness here from Paper X. I realize as of the moment that Boom has been very effective at making their trade system work. And instead now, finding those isolated duels. Don't worry, Jing, we didn't see those bounces. And because of his own base shells, he goes back towards Arcade and had an angle over one more. Now he comes on in, despite the snake fight. Blaze King though with the takedown. Bedkite though blowing up Blaze King. And nuts and balls are left there for Boom. Paper X will retake that lead. And it all starts with the man himself, Forsaken. 10-9, PRX and their defense. They found a few struggles, sure, but their retakes have been pretty on point for the past 2 rounds.
And the way that they regain control of that site has been really proficient here. And just it's undeniably great in how they do it many times on over. Still, it was against kind of a forced buy. They had the light buy, really, to be exact, here on the Boom Esports' side, and things could have gotten better, but alas, did what they could with what they had. Paper Rex take the lead back once more after tying it on up, and See now, this operator from Divide, crucial piece of the puzzle that Paper Rex were really proposing towards Boom Esports, and those airy rhymes have yet to be solved so far.
Boom, though, they're trying this time to play a bit more on the separate game here. Paper Rex answering with a Viper Spit towards Arcade, but this group, can they actually wade this dirty sea of green and find the prime target there in the middle? But the Vi doesn't hit the shot. Blaze King punishing immediately. Nice tap there. This is incredible to see Boom Esports so sharp on the shots versus Paper Rex. And while we have the time, again, it's just something I've really noticed. Paper Rex cannot play the full scramble because Boom, in those scenarios, can just trade it out. And Blaze King, how are you getting away with this? My voice is dying, but Paper Rex and their forces are dying even more so. Xerxia now towards the side. Drop is absolutely clear for Boom Esports, and they can just set up immensely towards A side.
Well, condolences all around because Boom Esports, they're throwing Paper Rex into a deadly situation. 3v5 with a game score at really the biggest tie it could be, with both being 2 away from that match point scenario. It's a very crucial round here for either side to win, but it looks like it's Boom who's going to take it. No real chance for Paper Rex to retake, and on a map like Fracture, you want to get that early control on either side just to have some bit of space to work with, because retaking just from the spawn, the defender's spawn, is very difficult to pull off on a map like Boom, or rather on a map like Fracture against a team like Boom. So now round has been taken by Boom, tie the score up 10-10, and Paper Rex, they've used their timeout, so no real talking moments here. Have to deal with this the old-fashioned way. Operator out in the hands of Divide. A rifle can be dropped for Forsaken, but if you lose this round, Dax, they're going to be in an eco state, and that's not the trade that they would want to sell.
Truth be told, I'm a little thankful to Boom Esports because they've slowed this series down, and I can at least handle casting it like this. But beyond that, it's because that Boom is able to limit the damage that Paper Rex is able to do at them is why they're in contention of this series in the first place. While we had that time in the last round, I checked back at the stats there on Haven, and sure, Forsaken, he was that top frag, and Mindfree gets on top of Affliction, they're there, but his 2K... his double kills, his 2Ks from that last map, they were limited to around only a handful. And that's a big sign for Boom Esports. That can bring them to success. And not only that, if they can punish Paper Rex again and again, then that gives them an opportunity to move towards the side. But without Flipster there, things are a little bit more difficult, as he has been the sharpest shots of the Boom roster so far. Berserk's now leading the expedition towards the tower. Paper Rex, though, some great positioning towards the main angle. And you can see it here that I do believe that they have the Viper set up that way. They're feeling very safe right now to keep command of A main as much as possible. So here for Paper Rex, they have more opportunities to work with. And it's Boom now in quite a tunnel and quite a predicament.
5v4. Operator in hands of Divide rings out, but doesn't really connect. Berserks, who shuts down the ambition here for Forsaken to try and catch him in the off timing, but so does Jing. Retake coming on alive for Paper Rex, but Blaze King on that flank shows him why his kingdom was named after him himself. 3v3. Could be difficult to retake once again with that op, so they needed to find that early connection with it and really get a pick off while the plant was going on, because now that they've set, much more difficult. Frostbite gets a pick on Divide. There's going to be very, very much difficulty for them to try and flush this tower position out. The all-seeing eye way too high, and Jing gets taken down as Boom Esports take the 11th round. So close to match point.
And that's exactly what Boom needs. Not only those confident peaks from the roster, but Berserk's now leading the scoreline for the squad. He has had some struggles here in the Boom Esports runs, but a barrage there to get the 3K to win it out, especially against Forsaken towards the sites, opening up even more possibilities for Boom to pick up the pace. They're 2 away from forcing a third map. They're 2 away, man, from welcoming Paper Rex into absolute adversity here in APAC. And Boom, they've sat on that count for so long. They've always been respected by the SEA and APAC community, and they're looking to get back to that standard here versus Paper Rex. Tour de force, though. has been brought out by the Vi, and Paper Rex uncharacteristically not hitting the shots that they need early on into the rounds, leading to their demise. Boom has been very effective at taking advantage of that, and this time they have a different plan in action. Rolling Thunder is available. They can do it from by the underpass, and now the staircase is littered by Boom Esports and their footsteps. Forsaken gets the 2 kills that he needs. Blaze King on the board for the trade. Jing right now with the final flipster there with Benkai. What are you doing there on the side? Is he okay? Is he just hiding? Apparently, it's lulling Berserks in a full sense of success and security. Mindfreak finding Blaze King in the end, and Make-A-Wish for Paper Rex because it works out all in the end.
The Shroud of Deception here, pulled over by Paper Rex and Benkai especially, catching him in an angle he didn't even know existed. Boom Esports, the score has been tied upon them. They call a timeout, and even without any real utility here, Paper Rex, they're good. They're more than fine in going for really just contesting it dryly and really using proper timing to shut down this push. Everything could have gone so right for Boom. They initiate with the Rolling Thunder, but you have to realize when you throw it that far around, it doesn't go as deep as you might have liked. Otherwise, as compared to if they were a bit closer. So with that and the null command also popping, Paper Rex go back to their roots, their strengths, where they came from, and realizes we don't need abilities. All we need is a Vandal or a Phantom in hand, and we can get the job done. So they do. 11-11. Still, this round, the stakes getting higher, Dax, and this is looking like a proper classic.
Yeah. Boom has been very competitive. Paper Rex, always quite the showmakers themselves. Bit of hindsight, honestly, there for Tebatol. If could have pushed into underpass a little bit more, perhaps it could have been more effective. But for me, the fact that Forsaken got those 2 kills, exactly giving Paper Rex the biggest advantage they can have, that extra number. They're happy to play those dry picks. They're happy to play that contest. And Benkai kind of scared me. I thought he DC'd for a while, but apparently not just me, but Berserk's baited out there in the end. So Paper Rex now, they can still finish the job off in 2 maps to get these 2 rounds also. But this has been quite a series. Boom Esports has been a worthy contender to the crown of Paper Rex, and they will be backing on away for it now. They have a lot of presence towards that dish, but they realize that Paper Rex will be anticipating that because of, well, just their imposition in the first place. Not only that, though, look at Paper Rex right now. They're happy to go for that holes if ever. They're looking to see if they can push deeper that way. Because if they realize they have that whole south side of the map, it's going to be easier for the retake no matter what site Boom has in store for them.
Oh, but they double back around here, Boom Esports. Hesitation towards that B site will send them back from whence they came. They're going towards this A site. Spike slowly crawling its way on up. And Blaze King. The thing is, Dax, they didn't really make much noise towards B site, so there's no real reason for Paper X to rotate off of this.
Forsaken, though, playing the waiting game. And as we look for blessings here for Boom Esports, Paper Rex right now contending in front. Berserk though can't even see where he's going. And Frostbite burning his own teammate down there in the end after the chip damage. The Vi finding Flipster. Here comes Boom Esports dropping on down. Just to the hands of Forsaken and Jing. You just see them fall in front of you. And it's Paper Rex defying the round and defining the match point scenario.
What an explosion there, cracking the earthly shell of Boom Esports. Humpty Dumpty, they all fell down, one after the other. From the ledge they sat. That is where Forsaken said, we'll leave it at that. Jing connecting as well in the end. That orbital strike going everything going wrong here for Boom Esports. But they have a chance. Final round of regulation. The operator comes out from Mindfreak and Divide. Lots of long-range capabilities, but Berserks, he brings the fight up close. He finds a Forsaken, but so does Jing on the Blaze King. Swing wide! And Benkai finds another as well as Jing finds a double in this round immediately. 3v2, but Jing even went blind! So potent! Berserks, last one left alive. 1v2, isolates the fight. He knows Device within the site. He has a spike on him. He can run his sorry behind all the way to the Bravo site.
Might as well play the great escape, but look who's already anticipating it. Benkai towards the canteen. He's in position for this if ever. And we've known really the eras of SEA of APAC have been defined by these kind of teams, and the Imperium of Paper Rex Will it continue here? Berserks now towards the tower, the fast lane for the cover, but Benkai just lying in wait. And you just witness the greatness of Paper X yet again. In the end, they take the series 2-0. Worthy contention by Boom Esports, but it's Paper X with a win.
Come hell or high water, they just can keep on trucking. No matter if the going gets rough, they get even tougher. And Paper X, they get the job done when it seems like it was almost won here by Boom Esports. We're able to kind of cement themselves later on, but Benkai's got the swag himself. You know that he makes some swaggy content with what he's got there, but not only was his, I guess, play impressive, but just the entirety of what Paper X were being able to do there. Impressive near the opening start and the ending halves of it. That midpoint between the entire game really did seem like Boom Esports were controlling the pace, but they did allow Boom here, Paper X, to shift into that final and sixth gear, and they kept them at least at a manageable range.
Yeah, in that last round, it was just so much of a Paper X round. You see all those kills come, you're just like, okay, this is the Paper X that I know, and they end it in the fashion that they are accustomed to. So they move on now, and we are going to be getting PRX versus Order in the future, but we'll be taking a much-needed break after all the action. The panel will be breaking down what just happened there between PRX and Boom. I'm Dax here with Black and Blue, and as my voice is giving out, we'll see you guys for more of VCT APAC.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough.
We are back over here at VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. We just witnessed the ever so powerful Paper X conquer the grounds of Haven and Fracture. 2-2 against Boom Esports. Here again on the panel is Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. Dad Femina, what a tug of war that map was. Please walk us through it.
Man, I gotta be honest with you. What is it with these back-to-back days of having straight 2-0s on the first 3 series, right? I mean, yeah, definitely we've been expecting like a few of these teams be coming on top, but how close has this day been for both squads? I mean, especially on game 2s, where this time, in this case, ARX, like, I mean, they have been slowing down their tempo. Yeah, and I mean, they have been like experimenting all throughout their Fracture map, and it was more prevalent when they did on their Haven, but I feel like it all came down to how they executed in those later stages of that game, and with Flip's Jitter like being the bane of existence for PRX all throughout. He was like the barricade that they could never like vault over. He always finds those openings and always finds those windows of opportunities for Boom Esports. The fact that Boom Esports actually took it this far against PRX despite the loss, then it's definitely a mark that they have caught up and definitely closed the gap against PRX, but not able to close that gap entirely. And PRX, they're just able to take that win, and surprisingly, it was an explosive end to that game altogether.
Talking about Flip's Jitter, dude. How many times is this guy gonna get some collateral kills over here? He's just out here skewering the competition, turning them into shish kebabs, as Dax has pointed out earlier. What a guy. But here on the scoreboard, we've got Berserks and Forsaken as the MVP. No surprise there, because these explosive Neon plays really popped off, especially on a game as close as this one. But Trix, a lot was going down over here. I mean, even in the first half, it was very neck and neck, 6-6 over at the halftime point.
It felt like the BME I was hoping to see in terms of that 5-man execution. You know, I like to talk about it when it comes to Boom Esports. I love seeing that 5-man execution and the kind of explosiveness they can have once they get into that site, but I felt that they weren't really adjusting it as much as we've seen them adjust to teams before against Paper X. And Paper X just really being able to, you know, take that last few rounds, and maybe from some misplays or miscommunication on the Boom Esports side, but I think in general, fantastic aggression on PRX. Just they weren't afraid of the duels. They like to send in their duelists even without essentially taking that side. So they'd send in, you know, their Neon and their Raze, and then the rest of the support players would go on the other side of the map, and then that's where they would end up being. But they would just put so much pressure and presence against Boom that it put Boom on the back leg quite a few times.
I mean, like, I really do think that PRX just had I wouldn't say clear understanding, but they were able to pick it up like right after one of the longer timeouts that I've seen from both squads. I mean, they needed that refresh. They needed a bit of that thrive to actually go back and maybe remember how they've been winning all around their like runs all throughout the regionals. This moment, I mean, this encapsulates just how chaotic that round was. I believe BME just crumbled under the pressure of PRX now. Their defense, although it was built around just those aggressive duels, just taking those individual fights out alone, but when they're able to take that one man off, those 2 people off against Boom Esports, I mean, that's when they're in their element. They can snowball that victory. They can take that advantage. And of course, they have those tendencies to overextend when they need to. But I mean, that's the identity of Paper X now, isn't it?
Yes, that is the identity of Paper X. And seeing here that we have that MVP on Forsaken, on that Neon, just so aggressive, so much pressure. It was really good. Oh my god. I know that watching the map,
I feel like you're running out of words like
no, it's because I was watching it and all I could for a moment I was watching that match and I felt like maybe I'm not big brain enough for this, because just the way that they were playing, sometimes I'd be caught off guard. Just the sheer speed in which rounds were going through. Like 3 seconds in, there's so many kills already. I'm just like, wait, can you just kind of go back to that for a second? And my god.
Yeah, we need that instant replay every single round that Forsaken and Jing just go into the round. I mean, Dad Femina and I were actually talking about this behind the scenes, how these two players were able to condition Boom Esports. That there was a round when I believe Paper X was defending. BME actually stacked up in B site because of how much aggression that Paper X was just showing. And I think that was a very interesting round, now that I remember it. It's because that was the round that there were still 4 people over at B site on the side of BME. And they actually stayed back and did an eco round. I mean, like, they had their guns out, but they just realized that, you know what, there are still 4 of us alive. There are 5 of them alive over at A site. They popped in the Viper's pit, and I don't think it's worth it. Like, it was very smart on their end to kind of do that eco so early on, or like save the gun so early on, but it did cost them a round, and it was kind of expensive on their part. But again, that is just the result of how Jing and Forsaken was able to condition the enemy team. But overall, what a spectacular performance by Paper Rex over here. Really, really good. Truly world-class. Such a spectacle to behold, and it's always like that whenever they hop onto their games. Now, it's time for us to move on, though, and allow the next teams to impress us this time around. So over here at Group D, I take great pride in introducing the next team, because these guys made it all the way to VCT Champions 2021 in Berlin. They are the world-class Filipino talent that a lot of the fans are rejoicing over. Surprisingly, they did not qualify back in APAC Challengers 1, but the good news is they are back, and perhaps they're back stronger than ever. Let's welcome to the VCT APAC stage, Team Secret. If you guys have been following these boys over on their social medias, you probably have a glimpse of the teasers that they were showing here on APAC. Very creative. Congrats to the team, the creative team of Team Secret. Love that stuff. But here they are, Dad Femina, the ever so fiery Team Secret.
The #1 PHC. Ocha their way into the main line, right? With 2 regional wins, an STA title to their name. They have a roster mixed with years of FPS experience and skill. An already great team that broke their own ceiling, coming together in the same boot camp, flying their Indonesian coach Fade over to the Philippines. Just so many invested into a roster that looks to have unlocked their potential. They have the Paper X effect of recognizing that their usual style of play is easy to counter, resulting in switching up who picks up the Jet, who picks up the KO, and when Jeremy comes into play, that adds just another layer into the onion of Team Secret.
Wait, did you say onion?
Because there are so many layers and they make other people cry, I guess.
Exactly!
Okay, thank you for breaking that down. It's the same thing as when Trix was explaining to me what a Hail Mary was, because I didn't know what it was. I am so glad that I get to learn something new every single day here on the panel. Now, Team Secret, always a team that's close to my heart, probably close to my panelists as well. I've made good friends with some of the players on the team as well, and I'm always very proud of them. Their opponents, though, also include some world-class talent on their roster. They're a fusion of European meets Southeast Asia. They wowed us with their gameplay over at the play-ins, and they somewhat turned Valorant into their own little playground. They're ready to take the world by storm, one shotgun at a time. Here is Bleed Esports. Don't take this team for granted. That's all I'm gonna tell you guys off the bat. These guys are ferocious. They're fearless. And if you're on the other end, just facing them off over here, Trix, just be cautious when you're approaching them. They're so scary.
I think so. Bleed has that trademark, just pure aggression kind of thing. I feel they've set up around enabling that aggressiveness that they can get out of Darion. They have some great angles that we've seen on their defender side, making sure that the flank is set, making sure that nobody can come up from random angles, and just enabling that kind of space that they take. And then if the opponent ends up going to the open areas, right? Let's say they're aggressing on the A side and then the opponents want to take mid, which is applicable to a lot of maps. And what ends up happening is they focus on taking the side that they were playing for pressure, and it ends up being that when the opponents get into that side, they're able to pinch it even as the defenders. So they kind of flip the tide there. Pit and Maxi doing some great plays coming into the group stages. I'm so excited to watch them play, but I also can't wait to see more from Darion. So I'm watching out particularly on how Darion plays, if he's going to be a little overcommitted to his angles, or if he's gonna finally have that discipline that I've been hoping he would show in the play-ins.
Oh, that's very fascinating to hear. How has the adjustment been, especially for the star duelist of this team? I guess that's something that we'll have to figure out as we move on to our map vetoes for this series. Very spicy things coming along from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay. So, generally... Okay, do you want to say something, Dad?
Yeah, I kind of do, but sorry to cut you off there, but this map veto itself against like Bleed, I feel like they're gonna have like similar sorts of like approaches to this series right now, but I really like that TS themselves have also like adjusted. If you compare to how they looked in that previous stage, right? They cleaned up that breeze, they added a bit more layers to what their team composition needs to look out for, and in this map veto, we could definitely see Bleed Esports maybe limit a lot more of their options now, but I don't feel like we've seen the best of TS just yet.
Absolutely. I was looking at the map vetoes and I was actually really sad when I saw that they banned Bind. Not because this is my favorite map, but because I wanted to see Yoru finally be pulled out here on APAC. And then when they picked out Haven, I was like, ooh, there's hope. There's hope. They actually picked Yoru every now and then on the side of Team Secret, so maybe I'll get to see that. And I really do want to see that, so wink wink, nudge nudge, Team Secret, give me some Yoru action over here. But hey, Trix, we're heading off to Icebox for game number 2.
We are heading off to Icebox for game number 2. I'm a little confused with these bans and picks, actually. I'm not sure why Bleed let Breeze through, considering TS has good history on that, especially on their Haven. So I'm just wondering, maybe Bleed has a game plan coming into this on that first map on Haven. But you've got all of these large maps, these maps where it's all about the pressure, it's all about the information and the rotations, especially on Haven. On Icebox, it's about having that retake potential, getting those picks early on, getting out of the site, and then retaking it with the rest of your team. And on Breeze, depending on which site you're on, you have to have enough information and the flank. If you have that flank set out for that retake, you're set. And on Attacker, for all of these maps, I feel like a lot of it is anyone going to dry peek? And if they do, please don't.
I gotta agree with you there. For Team Secret side though, I do want to mention that they have like one particular strength that could come into play into this series right now, especially since they picked out Icebox, which is one of the more bigger maps into our map pool. Plus, the decider being Breeze could benefit them as well once we head into those last 3 games. If we actually get there, but the strength being the usage of that operator with Dubstep willing to use it out. We always see him on that op, especially back in stage 1, and Wits being willing to even pick up that jet whenever that the team comp demands him to play jet and pick up that operator for himself. Just proves that, I mean, for teams that aren't prepared to have that early pick and definitely walking to the crosshair of just a scope weapon of an operator, you're gonna have to think twice about re-peeking that angle, because sometimes Team Secret can get away with just using this operator even though it's like a risky buy.
I agree with you there. I think on the side of Team Secret, Split though was a really good ban. I'm recalling it very clearly that Darian is a menace with the judge or whatever shotgun he's holding on to whenever they head off over to Split. And I mean, now that I think about it, Team Secret has had their struggle here, right? They did lose to, I think it was RRQ, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong, because
I believe so.
Yeah, I can be very forgetful with these things. You know how I am. But yeah, also a little bit confused as to why Bleed did allow the Breeze to come out.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. These are the maps that we're going to be seeing, Tricks.
I'm really hoping that on Haven, Bleed is going to have the game plan on how they're going to counter those kinds of operators. I think it's not surprising to any of us who have been following Team Secret that they tend to thrive on those operator roles. They're able to anchor the sites. That's probably why they're choosing to play on these larger maps where an operator has high value. I'm a little concerned for Bleed, and I think because I find that their play-ins was a little shaky, and I'm hoping that they've polished it and that when they're coming into the group stages, they're giving us their all. And yeah, that's about it.
I think since you and I are in agreement that we're both worried for Bleed, I really think that this map, this Haven map, since it is their map pick, this is their best shot at taking that first blood over to Team Secret and maybe just stop their momentum before they can build it up once we head into that second game. I mean, it's inevitable. Team Secret have shown that they can thrive on a map like Icebox, and if they could try to stop that stride, stop that rise from happening before we even get there, then I think Bleed could have a really good shot at taking Team Secret all the way.
Well, since you guys are worried about Bleed Esports over here, is it safe to assume that your predictions are locked on Team Secret? I think the smiles and the laughter just tell it all.
I hate predictions. I'm just gonna say it. I do think that Team Secret has this matchup. I'm not saying, however, that Bleed cannot prove me wrong.
That Femina, you have anything to add to that?
Man, I mean, we've seen like Team Secret play, and we have also seen them grow, right? They now have the international experience to back it up, and I mean, getting to where we are right now, just a lot to unpack now. The Team Secret, just another story that we can definitely have a good time at trying to dissect here. But looking at it, this is Team Secret all the way. And I believe this is a strong statement. 2-0, in my opinion, against Bleed Esports.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'm all for Team Secret as well over here, but some of the casters over here are actually known for having those 3-game series and breaking the streaks that we have here on the broadcast. Yes, I'm talking to Konki and Komodo right now. These guys are known for breaking the 2-0 streaks and turning them into the fulfilling best of 3 games for real. And we also have somebody whispering in our ears right now. I believe it's Fluffy02 telling us that he believes that the Icebox games are gonna be wild. So if Fluffy says so, we should believe it because Fluffy is very reliable. But before we get too ahead of ourselves and talk about Icebox, the first map we're gonna be going on to is Haven. So here it is. We've seen the usual compositions of Team Secret over here, but you know, I'm still hoping that somewhere along the lines they surprise us like they did back in the PH Challengers But hey, Tricks, some of the agents have been locked in. What do you think? Step on the KO, by the way. Go there.
Oh, I actually did not expect that.
I don't think I've ever seen him on the dubstep before. I mean, on the KO.
You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen him on the KO, but that's not to say he's not going to be a good KO. I think that in terms of utility and team play, Dubstep has always been a team player. Although he does seem to excel on that operator. Darion, on the other hand, yes, playing that Jet, love to see it with hit on that breach, meaning I hope to see a lot of those team plays, especially with Maxi. I know that last time I was watching Maxi and Lexi in particular, they had these kinds of bait setups with the Killjoy utilities, so I am hoping to see that come out of Bleed Esports.
I'm actually not all that surprised that Dubstep decides to pick something different than the Jet that we're kind of used to seeing, because he has been like picking up like different agents as of late. Now that him on KO, it kind of serves the same purpose of him being able to have that entry potential anyway, especially when he gets that null command up and running. Plus, the benefit of having wits on that Jet means that they can flex around depending on the situation, right? Plus, the Spencer, who's always had that improbable rise, man. I mean, this guy has been improving all throughout his run in that regional, and seeing him back on a very pivotal pick, a Killjoy in the map of Cleveland, it's going to be turning the tides whenever he would have that lockdown up and running, especially as well for Porco, who always has been a crush minister for Team Secret. But for Bleed Esports, man, it's the double initiator comp that we always talk about being that pivotal, I guess, team composition that would benefit people who want to make their aggressive player like more aggressive, I guess, make it easier for them to open up the site. Then I would see that happening, especially on big executes on A site, C site. But for Bleed Esports, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up shotguns yet again, man.
I was caught off guard with that pick. Why do they have to do this to us? Like, we study these things, and then you guys you guys just discredit our predictions over here by showing us something new. Oh well, it's part of the job. We're also happy when you guys surprise us, so nothing against you. But again, Team Secret had their fair share of teasers over on Twitter. This was not part of the teaser that they were showing off, but I wonder what they'll be teasing us as we go into the match here on Haven. Bleed Esports, also quite the teaser in the play-ins, so I'm ready to see how they'll fare in their first group stage match. So with much curiosity on our heads happening, I'm happy to fill in the blanks as we progress into the storyline. So with that, let's go to the casting desk. So, whoa there. Let's go to the casting desk so we can begin with the games.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. I am very, very excited evening. Thank you to our lovely analyst desk for getting us into this. My name is Konki, and we've got Komodo with me. Some reason they've let the Australians back on the APAC VCT broadcast, which I'm very happy about, because Komodo, I've got to tell you something, right?
Oh,
right before the pandemic, I got to attend an international LAN event for Counter-Strike back in the day, and two of the players on Team Secret are playing that one. I'm very excited to be getting into commentating over Borkum and Wits again, but also to see what Bleed are going to be throwing at them, a few heavy hitters on that roster. But my man, look, it's going to be a belter, I reckon.
I'm so keen to get into this one as well. You know, being able to follow in with these teams, what they've done so far in the course of their journey in towards Valorant as well. You know, trying to just follow along with a couple of big names that we kind of, I guess you would say, grew up a little bit around in our precedence towards Valorant. But coming into this one, man, I mean, we've got 3 banger maps to, you know, maybe be presented, following along with the whole, you know, we're breaking the narrative of all these 2-0s. It happened yesterday. We, you know, getting quick in toward this one. But Haven, Icebox, Breeze, extremely excited to get in toward this one, and why don't we start straight away here, Conky? Now, both teams running in toward this one with their most played compositions on this map, their most comfortable compositions, which for me is really exciting because it opens up the door for more counterplay ability.
Very, very good. What I'm excited about is we've got a couple of opening maps where, you know, there's some chance for some big highlights. Haven, we've already seen it. Going to be relying, of course, on those aggressive plays, and we can already see the lean from Team Secret. Straight down A long, straight down C long, and it is already going to be that battle. Utilizing the tailwind to get out of there as Maxi does have a bit of a spot, but I think they potentially might overlook Borkum here, who has tucked his way all the way down. They've left it. I love this. This is the perfect way to start a series like this. How long will the trigger discipline last for? He has to keep an eye there because, look, still Lenny. Waiting, not doing anything just yet. Borkum is keeping a firm eye, but the bat has got to have a little bit of a collision, so he will have to deal with it for now. And now we've got to have some sight set from Wits to at least support him.
There's going to be so much sacrifice of utility from Bleed to try and get this spike back, and you can already see that Maxi's fallen as well, so there go the smoke. Spike eventually retrieved, but how do you try and get back in toward this round now as well? Darion had used the cloud burst at the beginning of the round and just then as well, so makes it even more difficult to try to get back in toward this one. The lean back towards A, you're already going to have JC Vash pushed on through to dispatch of Darion, and this pistol is looking really good from Team Secret. JC Vash is going to get taken out, and now it's the 2 versus 4.
Maybe some recompense into this round.
30 seconds left.
In a world where they can do it with that spike in hand, but the quick flank in. Lenny does actually manage to find another, but Dispenser living up to his name. A dispense of 2 so far. Piff does get the trade, but Borkum's happy to collect that one. Him and Wits were basically just little buddies all the way down C long, moving in together as a duo, the tandem, and closing out a pretty strong first. You know, in the end, they do lose a couple of members. It's not as exciting as it could have potentially been there if Borkum had have maintained that trigger discipline. But look, you know, nobody else joined him. They ended up rotating back towards that A position. JC Vash did well, but across the board, you know, good result. There was some great presence there from the Team Secret side, and Bleed didn't really have any sort of moments where they were able to actually execute out anything. You know, no site control, no spike plant, which means that it is just going to be that lean couple of light pistol upgrades and straight into the Spectres here with Wits, dropping back to just the Ghost.
Yeah, you definitely want to see some damage come out through from Bleed before they get in towards their first gun round. You know, it's going to be these bonus rounds that really can be the exciting things. But for right now, Dubstep making sure that him and his teammate in JC Vash are going to be locking down the A site for now. Bit of rotations happening. And again, you know, really just looking for some sort of damage from Bleed and holding on to the guns for the side of Team Secret. Some great damage coming on through. But in the return, it is Max and Darion to find one apiece. And now, with that, the round is done. And I'm keen to see what this next bonus round is going to look like.
Yeah, all sides set, definitely on that one. 3 lives, not too bad, I guess. You know, they're going to be able to maintain those Spectres. What's the investment going to look like? Okay, Wits, I see you. I see you. Investing fully into that operator and, you know, just sort of being that hero play. We do see it from time to time. You know, sometimes it might be, you know, picking up that Vandal to kind of work around with it, but it's going to be straight into the operator, which I do like. You know, that allows for the contest, and it sort of does give us some encouragement that we know something is going to be exciting thrown out early, right?
The biggest thing, and the analyst has touched upon it earlier on, the Team Secret squad, they love to actually get the AWP. I'm counter-striking here. That's what we're so used to with these guys. The operator, they love to get out this boomstick nice and early on to try and catch opponents off guard. So I do think that Bleed will be expecting it to be present here, but the problem for them is on the other side of the map right now. So eventually we're going to see Witch start to shift on through if they want. Otherwise, he's just going to post A and play contact, and that's exactly what Borkum has to do now for more than one, and it is going to be 1.5. Spencer here to assist, and then Dark Cover eventually is going to fade. Is C still the target? Kind of looks so.
Yeah, absolutely. Already all the way up here. It does look like Maxi is relatively close. Dispenser, though, ready. However, Lenny does get the trade-off. A second! What a shot there onto JC Vash. Looking very clean so far, and now it's an awkward one. You know, Team Secret, obviously a lot of eggs in this basket. Still holding on to that operator, Wits and Dubstep. How are they going to go here? Only the Sheriff in hand for Dubstep, which certainly isn't the most exciting position to be in. With that Dark Cover going down, you know, they don't look overly keen to start pushing in. Now, at least, a little bit of momentum. But with that dark cover being down towards the spawn position, yeah, it really sort of calls for it. Do they want to go?
There's so much prize and power in this operator right now that it has to be heading to the next round, but that's the pick that they needed to get started into this one. Maxi in the corner of the pit. How is Wits still alive right now? Maxi to find it and bring advantage back to Bleed, but Wits, he gets the shot. There's no time to get out the defuse, unfortunately, so whether or not he goes up with the spike, that's anyone's guess. Pit's going to get out of that one, so the round is Bleed's. Wits will hold on to the operator, and Conky, in terms of damage in this quoted bonus round, Team Secret getting 4 kills is actually pretty big going into their first proper gun round of their own.
You can already see it. Despite losing the round, Wits certainly had some exciting things to throw at us. Over and above the dark cover, getting the pick and, you know, making them second guess around the other side of the Cloudburst as well. Certainly wanted to make it happen there off the back of the flash drive, but irrespective, he managed to save the operator into the next round. Gonna be happy with that. They will be able to buy in fully around it. Vash having to drop back just down to the Guardian. Everyone else gonna have that full purchase in for Bleed, but again, another majorly important round for them to collect here, a potential swing.
Well, this is looking like a quicker one towards B side at the moment. Darion going to be charging straight in toward this one. Dispenses spray as well. Red in to T. And that's the B side overwhelmed at the moment. Keep an eye on Dubstep. The null command is available with the spike going down. We're getting a 5 versus 5, and we've seen yesterday on the game that we were able to cast that these rounds, especially on this map, can get super chaotic in the 5 versus 5.
We love these 5-on-5 retakes on a map like Haven. Wits, Tailwind popped, creeping his way in slowly towards his link position, but Darion very much ready for it. However, it's Wits to open with one. Will it be a second? No, Darion looking into the face of adversity there as Borkum does collect another, but Jesse Vash as well makes it happen. Lenny, however, already onto that defusal though, and now maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity. Half down, Lenny. Will he be able to live on for long enough? From the bottom of mid, Dispenser already did get it a half, made so much happen, so much work, and he will be able to lock it. I do think he's got just enough time, though, not quite. Spike does detonate, and it is another round picked up by Bleed here, but they've lost so much in the process. Every single member going down.
It was
and also, thank you to the chat as well. It is Jesse Vash, by the way, Komodo.
We'll take that one on, that is for certain. But the difference, Sova, is what I want to make a point and play in towards that round. The fact that Hunter's Fury is available for Lenny after the damage that was already found, it brings them off the spike diffuse because both players were under the 80 HP mark that you need to be over to survive from the bolt. Even with the spike being half ticked, they would have gotten the kill. Lenny would have won that round if he shot out that Hunter's Fury bolt. So really wise play to bring it out, get them off the spike diffuse and secure the round in the end. Now, you mentioned that everyone dies on the side of Bleed. It's okay because the guns that Team Secret are going with in this new round are not really there. It's just the pistols. However, maybe that's nothing to write home about.
I've seen too many of these rounds, Komodo, over the course of this competition so far where the classics have got up and damage is already dealt. Look how low Darion is as well. Certainly makes it awkward. I mean, Blade Storm's available. Can do some flashy maneuvering if necessary. Maxi looking back for the clear. Nobody has made their way down. Borkum happy to just sit back, happy, relax on C. A little bit of forward thinking from Dispenser on B. So realistically, the presence across the map from Team Secret is satisfactory, right? They're pretty happy with it. It is going to be tough to, you know, one-man hold potentially towards C and B. But there is a rotation now over from Dubstep. Does have that Sheriff available. However, they are setting their sights back. Yeah, I think exactly right. Did Wits try and go down to try and get the orb? We'll have to see, but he is in the line. Is he going to be ready for it? Absolutely not. Now can get the Cloudburst up, and the movement is there. There's the Blades. Will he hit that connection, though? No. Maxi gets the response, and it's back to a 3-on-3.
There's a big priority for those Blades to come out massive in that round as well, because there was no dash. He couldn't escape in it, but it's still trading around this A side. A 1 versus 2 for Borkum, and this is plausible. Spotted out where Maxi is and knows where the plant is going down as well. The star to go on the floor, and it's going to be off on the dissipate. The challenge now is for him to find Maxi, who's really low, and take the fight against Lexi as well, but you know they're going to be playing on the back of teammates' information here. That's exactly what they needed. Lexi on the right angle, and it's going to be Bleed, starting with 2, but more importantly, Conky taking the lead.
Man, those rounds Always super close, and I guess off the back of that, though, you know, now Team Secret are going to be in a very comfortable position. Lockdown's ready. Same with the Cosmic Divide. 4 along the board. And look, Wits, you know, he tried to make the right play there, pulled out the Blade Storm. It was a little bit of a narrow miss there, but, you know, they're certainly feeling the pressure here, Bleed. Despite the fact that they did manage to get that control, it certainly still is an awkward one, you know, losing so much to just those pistols. So they're keeping the economy honest here, Team Secret so far, right? Couple of members down towards that low economic position for Bleed. And now Wits goes for a very aggressive pick. There is a lot of utility to lock him out of it, but Darion is straight behind it. Looking to get into B. There is the utility available, and that is going to be a massive Rolling Thunder straight in towards the garage with Borkum dipping and diving around this dark cover. I think he's actually managed to avoid it. Massive play out of Borkum there. Wits also managing to collect as well. The Jet is ready. He is here straight on through, and Jesse Bash another. All left on to just Maxi, who is closed out, and Team Secret exploding back into this half.
What a brilliant round to come through from them as well. Just the sheer momentum and the positioning that's working out 100% in that round for them as well. Only losing a single player. Cash is concerned. They're okay with this one, but Borkum, man, a little bit of luck to come through. Jesse Vash narrowing it down on the C side, holding the fort as well with his teammate with that overlooking operator from Wits. So again, another round of brilliant team play and reactive play from Team Secret. Now coming into the next round where things should look a little bit better for them. The resistance force for Bleed is a couple of Vandals, pistols for the rest of them to still make sure that they can have a comparable purchase coming into the next round. And it's these sort of rounds that you don't want too much overconfidence to drop it before it does come into your play. Wits to start off though on towards Lenny, and the jig is kind of up for Bleed's early stages in this round.
Hunter's Fury getting the job done, maybe a second as well. That was a little bit of a saving grace there for Wits, but, you know, not popping the tailwind, not utilizing it to get out of there. I suppose Darion is up very, very close. It's a great flash drive out, but unfortunately it doesn't quite connect. However, Jesse Vash on this Sova has been putting in work these last few rounds, managing to decimate the offenses of Bleed, albeit a little bit weaker, right? As you mentioned, they've taken a step back. They're not looking to put all their eggs into this basket. They are trying to just sort of work their way into the next. They are going to have a purchase into what will be the 8th round coming up, but there's been so much explosion so far here, Komodo. We know a map like Haven, very, very forthright on that attacker's side, and on the defenders, you also have to try and take that early control. So Darion spots out Jesse Vash just outside of the cubby here. Looking to move through sewers, aggressive, and maybe a little bit over-aggressive there. A great utilization of the aftershock from Pith, but now Pith looking to get that flash point out. Are they going to be able to get to the position? Wits flashed off. Borkum, good response, but Borkum closes with 2. Certainly an opportunity there for Bleed, but it is put down.
Yeah, a world where that could have worked out for them in the 2 versus 3 as well. You know, it takes a little bit of prowess. A wide swung line attempted, but Borkum does deny it from the heavens. So really big things to come through from him and kind of back-to-back rounds, right? We saw it dipping and diving in the dark cover. Again, great utility usage, just nullifying, really mitigating what Bleed could kind of do in that round as well. And because of that, Bleed are actually going to be using their timeout here on the attacker's side to get everything back in order. We've seen a little bit of to and fro between these squads, but the real power of this Team Secret side is the confidence in this composition as well, right? Looking toward it, the last 8 times they've played Haven, 7 of them they won using this composition, and the only one that they lost in those 8 was a different lineup on this map. So you can just see the confidence and team dynamic around this squad, around these agents that really can shine through, and it makes me even more excited when they get onto their attacker's side, because that's the side that they've predominantly been even more dominating on.
So far, it looks like everyone's sort of stepping up to do exactly what they need. You know, Lexi always a bit more challenging to play that Killjoy on the attacker's side, so we will give him some time. But the full investment is here. Vandals up. Guardian for Maxi does have the From the Shadows available, so an opportunity to utilize that. Lockdown also in play for both these sides. Borkum has the Cosmic Divide. But, you know, it's still very, very early days, right? We open up this series. It was kind of one of those ones that we had the number on, right? Paper X just before, up against Boom. Also a very exciting series. Really moving into the meat and potatoes of this competition now. The groups, you know, the top 4 seeds are finally playing their matches today, which this will be the last of those matches. And we start to move into, you know, qualification and elimination over the next couple of days for those playoffs. So very exciting time to be a Valorant caster, Komodo. And once again, it's Bleed. They have that lean slightly towards A. There is 2 members ready to defend. Wits also on that long rotate. So they do seem to have some sort of a read as the Aldrone goes down towards the sewers, but they're not going to spot anything just yet.
Well, Jesse Vash doesn't have the Hunter's Fury available to deny Lexi's lockdown, so it would be the only counter lockdown from Dispenser. So I do wonder in that to and fro what
it is going to look like in the ultimate realm. But Bleed are putting a lot of presence on toward this A-long position and leaving Lexi to lurk on the other side of the map. And that suppression is actually going to reveal a lot of information late in the round. Darion, though, on towards Wits is a brilliant opener to start to get things in towards this A site.
Can they hold on? However, it's a little bit shaky. Jesse can't quite connect, but Dubstep still here, does have the fragment, but he is going to be taken down before he can utilize anything there. Lenny, great response. And this is going to be a tough one, right? There is the opportunity to get those ultimates down, but Pith, he does still have that aftershock available, but it's going to be Borkum. Are you joking? Walking straight through the dark cover. Does manage to get the jump here, but now Dispenser has the tough challenge. One lining, but Maxi holds his teammates' hands here. The double up from Sweden, get the job done. And still, Bleed responding time and time again. It's not an economic break yet, just for Team Secret. They have to take a little bit of a bend, but it's just such a tight game and exactly living up to the standard of what we need. Borkum, are you joking? Like, getting that catch so quick outside into the retake.
There was, again, a little bit of luck going their way on the timing to come through from Bleed in that round, but that's one of the real, 50-50s to actually come out of Wits, right? Posting on a line with the operator, if it doesn't go your way, can give a big opportunity to your opponents to get in towards your face, overwhelm a site, and completely hold it down. So it was really cool to see those little aggressive picks again from them, and he's shot it again. I mean, why not, right? The sheer confidence, back yourself in towards this game, in towards this map, and you can go a long way. But it's a bit different at the moment. Team Secret, they peek A long, they peek A sewer, they see nothing, they rotate over towards the C site, and with the Rip of the Hunter's Fury, it's go time to C.
Very much so. Caught in the back of the site here, but does manage to kick on. Borkum. Dispenser will be the saving grace here for one, but a little bit of a shaken shot there as Pith does get the response, and another from the veteran here. Managing to get that site control, lockdown engaged, and the rolling thunder to force them away. Very nicely done here from Bleed. Good control, but a response from Wits, making it work. We'll be able to fall away, but the dust will settle rather as they reinvigorate for the retake.
3 versus 3, the lockdown utilized and the rolling thunder. So some big ultimates here from Bleed. And Dubstep creeping around is going to be taken out from the courtyard. So now there's a lot of pressure and Ritz on Jesse Vash to get back into it. An operator is always a risky thing in the one-on-ones. And Maxi will take Witz's head clean off. And that just has to be the concedence of the round. Jesse Vash to take the operator. See if he can hold it into the next, which means back and forward, time and time again. You know, these rounds, now it's Bleed once more in the lead.
That's exactly the thing. You know, Haven always seems to be one of those maps where it's either incredibly close or a one-sided affair, you know. So used to it. Am I seeing these stomps where, you know, there might be that momentum on that defender's side? Like I always sort of comment this one, you know, coming from, you know, a different FPS titles background. This one now, you know, having settled into Valorant for a couple of years. A map like Haven, there is nothing else sort of like it. 3 different sites. It doesn't really leave the defenders much space to kind of try and take that extra, you know, control. They can't sit back and allow the opponents to kind of come to them because otherwise they'll be broken apart. So it's a thing where it encourages you very much so to try and take that early control. And we've already seen that here from Team Secret. But now that they are on the back foot a little bit, again, as you mentioned, it is going to be Jesse Vash sending that operator over to Wits. But Bleed have the driving power. They have the foot down on the accelerator. And despite the fact, like, this is the craziest thing, right? You look over at these kills. Team Secret are actually leading in the frag department by quite a margin. Yeah. Bleed have the round on them.
Yeah, no, it's, you know, a couple of those trades, spike plants, downs, eliminations as well to come in there, a couple of these rounds. And, you know, the ultimates really assisting Bleed more so than Team Secret at the moment. So these are the sort of rounds that the timeouts are crucial. Again, you sort of look at when timeouts are called and if the team after calling the timeout will take out on the victory. I'd love to see a proper percentage on that and see how impactful timeouts actually are in Valorant, because you only get 1 per half, right? And you got to make it count. Both teams using it already right now with a couple of rounds to spare is, you know, nice timing. So we'll be seeing if Team Secret can capitalize on the back of that going into this Hail Mary, you know, golden gun round with Wits on the operator, the rest of them on the pistols. It's going to look to be the C-sided lean from Bleed early on, and that operator is here. Will Wits be able to make it sing? Drone out, and, well, he has to try and escape, and it's looking awkward.
So awkward. So very awkward. But look, still with that operator in hand, there is always some magic to be made. Not super keen, though, to go back for it. We did see him dive and leap over and above that dark cover a couple of rounds ago, but it's very much Bleed again with that forward control. Dispenser, a little bit wild there, trying to get back into it. Jesse Vash also taken. So I think this round's sort of one that you kind of, park in the corner. Which definitely looks like he's going to be going down. Maybe an exit frag or two. He does drop one. Blade Storm's available, but, this one might be a little bit too much.
He can make it costly.
However, how much do they want to give Komodo? That's going to be the question. Lexi does keep an eye, knows he's not going to be in garage, actually pulls out. I like this. Very smart. You can't over Xerxia. Lenny does have the flank in, picks him up from garage, and sends him home. So 6 rounds for Bleed. That means they are going to be having a very, very strong half so far. They can actually extend it out to a potential victory as well. 2 more rounds left on this attackers for them, Komodo. And it is going to be the full reinvestment here for Team Secret. So it's going to be their time to make movements happen now. And I guess on for us to work out, is this going to be the 2-0 streak, the curse broken again?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, you're always going to understand why Wits has gone down C long to try and get the aggression, try and get a pick, be that Hail Mary player to get yourselves into the little eco-ish round there, but doesn't really work out. Nice Sova drone pushes him off the line. And now, as you mentioned, lead 6 rounds attackers side. They have at least secured the tie in the half, but we've got 2 more rounds to play. And in this one, everyone's got the weaponry. Darion's got the Blade Storm with a Bucky behind it, which is always very fun to see.
Yeah.
Another missed shot, though, from Wits on the opener, and the pressure is going to be building up around him around this A-long area, but Jesse Vash one and done. It's 4-4.
Yeah, good response. However, so much damage dealt onto Darion. Does recover the Vandal, but, no shield to back him up either. It's going to have to be the reliance on the remaining 3 members in Maxi, Lexi, and Lenny. Borkham, very, very forward position here. Maxi is going to go for the clear and punishes it. That cheeky little stutter step on the Phantom. Teleport up to the box. I don't think he was actually meant to be going that far, though. Dubstep can respond. Now it is going to be a very, very quick response here. Long way away, however, is Wits. So do they wait or do they go? Do they try and find this back? It's going to be the lockdown being destroyed here. And it's the Null Command engaged as well. That means it is going to be Dubstep going down. Can be revived, but Dispenser is here with 2. To make it nice and easy for Team Secret. A 5th round here secured, and that resurrection, as we mentioned, comes on in. So this could be a tied up half at this point in time, Komodo. I just need to see that economy from Bleed. I think they do have enough for a nice solid buy. Should be real comfy for them. But yeah, look, it has just been that tirade of back and forth right now. There hasn't really been any moment throughout this half so far that's kind of lent me either towards, any of these teams. And obviously we know the desk, right? The analysts, they did say that it was going to be all out for Team Secret, but Bleed has definitely been in it to win it.
And you can see the power in that round as well from what Dispenser was able to do in that dark cover, right? Even though there was a little bit of the Bleed members kind of spread out, which I guess not really needed for the retake at all. Even Dispenser being heard in that dark cover, still managing to peel away with 2. Maybe using Dubstep as a bit of bait with the Null Command there. Just locked in, secured the round for Team Secret, and surviving with 3 required to have such a stable purchase coming into this new round as well. 5-6. Pith has decided to bring out an Odin, so I do wonder if there was a weapon dropped on the floor for him to exchange over. But to the B site, we are already in. Hunter's Fury ripped as the spike goes on toward the floor, and Dubstep, he does manage to get the allocation still on towards Maxi, who does manage to stay there, but Lenny does not. 2 in the B site. They haven't been able to take him out from it whatsoever, and this post plant is looking better for Team Secret on the retake.
Exactly right. Look at the forward position from Darion. He was trying to get that catch on the Jesse Vash, but by doing all that damage that Dubstep dealt, it made it just so awkward. Now, with the spike planted, he can jump in onto the other side of the Cosmic Divide. No bullets are going to be connecting there at all. Pit's so far away, and that is just going to be the round done and dusted like that. 5 alive. It's not going to matter because we do switch sides. And who is going to be the exploding side on this pistol? We did see Team Secret pick up the first, and, they were pretty happy to start off this match, but it was a Bleed to respond very, very quickly. So I don't, again, really have any sort of feeling on who is in the lead at this point in time at all. There has been not one point where I've kind of lent either side of these teams. Team Secret started strong, but Bleed have had an answer.
Yeah, and look, this half might be the differentiator, right? I may mention too that attacker side for Team Secret is something that is so powerful, you cannot disregard them whatsoever, and I still think we have seen enough from Bleed on that attacker side to get them into a comfortable scenario. Now moving on to the defense, are we going to see aggression to come out from Darion more so as well? Try and shift out, do a little bit what Wits was doing here and there, or are we going to see a more passive Bleed come in, more of a strategical style? The Killjoy, of course, can look to lock down one site specifically, and you can position the Sova with wherever you want to try and get out a hit. So there is a lot of things that both of these teams are going to be thinking on to change up on the switch of sides, of course, right now. But one of the more interesting things to me is is the difference in the agents. You know, how is Pith going to look on toward this defensive side compared towards Dubstep on that KO? Because if you're getting that KO blade on towards Lexi, that can technically be an open site, because you would typically think that Killjoy would lock down a site by themselves. And if their utility's gone, well, then it's just trying to overwhelm them as a unit, as a team, essentially against that one Killjoy.
As we mentioned, right, you know, it was always that sort of thing. You see KO in the release notes and you're like, oh my God, this agent looks so strong. And then not really many people picked it up super early, right? It was kind of like a later position that it really leaned into the meta a bit more, and we're seeing it so much more regularly across a broader spectrum of maps as well, which I really, really like. Like, as you mentioned exactly, it can really just crush out, you know, an agent like Killjoy and some of the others as well. Cypher, obviously, utility. We're seeing less Cyphers now with Chamber coming into the meta, but just overall, KO can have so much impact. You know, thinking back to Disco, how good he looked on Breeze the other day. My word, that was nutty. So, again, to kind of summarize our position of everyone watching along at home right now, this series is living up to what it should be, right? You know, Team Secret coming in as that highest seed. They had an opportunity to have, I guess, quote-unquote, a break, bleed, very, like, big amounts of pressure on their backs going into
and on
this
that,
one,
actually, Team Secret as well, having presence made at Champions.
Yeah, exactly right. Mate, we saw how far APAC got at Masters last time. I think they'll be looking to do a similar run, seeing Zeta Division. Obviously, Paper X getting into that top 3 as well. Crazy stuff, showing the Asian powerhouse that we do have available. Look at Wits. Straight in is going to be that utility, however, to at least sort of force them back for now.
He's in their
spawn. Not a permanent decision. Yeah, he's pretty happy to kind of run around, because now it's going to be that A site split, I suppose. Good work from Pith, punches. Wits does get the response back, and now him being up in heaven, being able to sort of lock off this stairs position. If he overpeaks, it could be a bit awkward, but I don't actually think Maxi was looking. He was trying to get that dark cover down. Now this is going to be
one enemy remaining.
A couple more, but are they going to be able to lock down for any further? It is a clean sweep for Team Secret, only losing Dispenser, and that was Pith so long ago, it feels like. And yeah Team Secret have an astonishing start to this half.
The fact that Wits is just able to secure so much space, get in front of Pith through the B site, find the little sidewinder on towards Lenny, opens up the A site, where we'll disregard the fact that he did miss out the shots on towards Maxi, but the whole team, full information, you know where all of the players on Bleed are coming through from that retake, trying to get in before you can establish real control of the site yourself. An attempted retake completely crushed Team Secret, both pistols in this map so far, and now on towards this little save round of a Bleed. They're immediately walking in towards the crosshairs of these Team Secret members. Down on good for 1 in return. Damage is indeed what they are looking for in this round, but I mean, at what cost as well, right? You gotta be careful. Still coming in toward this one for Team Secret. They're gonna be bowing out, and if Spencer doesn't check this corner, it could be the free gun given over. This is
what I mean. How many times do we see it? You know, a team getting a little bit too complacent. Team Secret, they, you know, kind of had a similar position last. Borkum does manage to respond, but he's taken a lot of damage as well. You know, Dubstep got turned up. Exactly right. The rotation is quick. Wits, no! Pulling out the pistol at the wrong time. Flicking around the knife. You know, that's the animation that does bait you out. Look how far Dubstep is away. That's round done. There is absolutely no way back into this round unless Dubstep pulls off something phenomenal.
You got to put more priority on taking the Vandal into the next round if you are Dubstep. 25 HP. Look, you could maybe make something happen if you're on the full 150, but it would need to be very magical from him. He's just going to have to take a knee. A bit of a falter in the round from Team Secret. I'm not going to call complacency. We'll choke it up to a couple of good shots from Bleed as well, you know, in the single choke point where damage can be dealt out from the pistols, and then maybe some ill timing to come through from them in the weapon shuffling as well. So props up to Bleed to be able to take over this round. It does mean that the quote proper bonus that should be happening is no longer going to be happening with this Thrifty that'll pop up on the screen expected in a moment. But again, you know, you talk about the hype, the delivery of what this game should be giving us. Mate, 3 maps. This one looking tight as it is right now. And I think we're going to be in for a hell of a series.
I just think the craziest thing is that, you know, this is basically as close to sort of tier 1 Valorant. Oh, no way. He did not. I was just like literally leaning on that, right? Like, this is a very high level game. And still, to this day, we see pistol rounds being secured. Free weapon in a classic, by the way. There was the Sheriff upgrade here and there, but like, this was just a perfectly played round. When you find yourself in a position where you understand that you're with the lesser weaponry, you take a few more risks. You can allow yourselves to do things that you normally wouldn't when you don't want to lose that upgraded weaponry, and that's exactly what we've seen here. And Maxi with that prediction shot to be able to find the close, dropping out the Vandal. It is an absolute horrible situation to be in for Team Secret. But they do move in quick, spike planted, and Lexi gets the opening, but let's see how much further it goes.
Well, apparently B-site has already had the spike planted into water, and the defense now is what Team Secret have to shift in towards. An early swarm grenade popped by Dispenser as well to buy some time, wait for that dark cover to fade, but it is going to be difficult when you've only got these pistols to try and secure it from the distance. I'm not so sure if there's any more nanos on the spike anymore, which is why the fragment's gone out early. So the target directive of Bleed is to push on forward, find these frags where they can, tap on toward that defuse, bait in Team Secret, and that's exactly what's happening right now. Dubstep shooting will at least find Lenny, so another consolation frag in this round, but the spike is going to be defused on the back. Maxi with the 3k, now one away from the shadows, and it does mean Bleed are back into that lead.
I think a microwave's been used in your house, by the way, old mate Komodo. Unfortunately, so just to give you all a little bit of an update at home, when Komodo has someone use... Yeah, I can hear it right now. Komodo. Oh, this is funny. Apologies if I've just talked over my co-caster just there. He has an issue where if someone uses a microwave inside his house, his internet disconnects. So I think that's exactly what has happened just there. But he is sort of somewhat back in. We'll let that happen. Darion gets one and a second. Very nicely done with these quick scopes here. Lenny also in position. Does manage to spot out Wits into the long position. Tailwind pop, but whether or not it does need to be utilized doesn't look like it. Two members still sitting, waiting. They have at least pulled off on this rotation. I'm sure that after those frags from Darion, he was pretty confident that he could actually pull away. There was going to be no further aggression. Now our drone sent up over the top to have a bit of a spot into the sewers. But that dark cover will keep them back, and that does allow a little bit of a response back in as Piff drops down Wits. So Dispenser Borkham backs up against the wall here.
Yeah, I apologize for the problems with the internet there. Sometimes it do be what it is, but for Bleed, you know, this round should be the nail in the coffin for surviving it, balancing the economy of their own as well, resetting out Team Secret. Unless we see some heroics come through from Dispenser and Borkham. One away from that cosmic divide,
30 seconds left.
Will it be utilized in a round such as this? Peeking from Lenny in towards Dispenser, perfectly timed on that flashpoint as well. And now for Borkham to get traded out, exactly as you love to see from Bleed. 9th secured, maybe even the 10th if we don't really see too much of a purchase in from Team Secret. And, you know, this is the comfortability of Bleed now finding their stride on this defense.
I was just about to say, how good is Piff? Like, the amount of control that he's been able to find and just happy to sort of sit back and wait, allowing for the aggression from his teammates. Mid-round plays. Like, that was perfect, you know. Flashpoint goes out, allows the peak. Fault line to kind of respond back just after it. So even though there was a trade out, there was some further momentum that could be thrown down. So Bleed really starting to kind of make themselves known in this series. You know, 9-7. A few rounds behind them. Another Rico for Team Secret. Wits going for a very, very bold play. You know, desperately wanted to make sure those blades did get picked up. But again, it's the utility from Pitt once more. Good damage from Dubstep. Darion can respond, but whether or not Dubstep's got another in him, does get the flash drive out, but it is going to be Darion to respond nice and quickly. Maxi also good. And just on to Borkham. So nothing to really get too excited about. Just another eco. Team Secret, I guess the only thing that, like, caution can't be thrown in the wind here. They need to make sure that they double down on a couple of these rounds coming up. Borkham also needs to make sure he clears the right position. Piff in the corner. Borkham actually goes back. But, yeah, what are your sort of thoughts so far? Yeah, like, Team Secret have gone a little bit, I feel, almost complacent these last couple of rounds. And they're making mistakes that are kind of playing into the hands of Bleed a little bit.
I think the pebbles have been laid by Bleed ever since that thrifty round that they're able to find, right? Because that can be a bit of a tilter over towards Team Secret and not really having comfortable purchases leading in. You're getting red pretty much to a T as well in your attempts to get back into a couple of these rounds. Bleed are playing more of a structured forward in the beginning and falling onto these passive lines, these crossfires that, are really well placed for them, that it is so difficult to break down. And now they're in the realm of ultimate territory as well. So this is where the rounds can definitely be brought back over towards Team Secret. But, how much reliance are we going to see on the ultimates from them? Dubstep has the null command to try and bring in, but Lenny's already taken out Dispenser right now. As far as damage is concerned in this round, it is going over towards Bleed's way, but Maxi being taken down does mean no more smokes.
So much confidence from both of the Jets just there, taking the solo plays. Dubstep 1 point of HP. And he is just tucked forward. I don't actually think they're going to clear him. Darion already in behind the flank. Gets 1 and a second. That's going to be the spike drop here, Komodo, as well. All left onto Borkum as Lexi does manage to drop the very, very weakened Dubstep here. And all I got to say, guys, is, hey, remember how they said that Team Secret was the firm favorite? Look.
Oh, don't call it too early.
Exactly. Look, I will cast a curse it. Do you know why? Because I want this game to keep on kicking. It's already been very excited. And also, it is Bleed's map selection. Icebox is next. And Fluffy's been saying some kind of crazy stuff in the chat. He's saying that there might be some wild agent selections. We'll have to see, but it is a 1v2, Komodo.
30 seconds. Spike is down in the sewers, and Borkum doesn't know if Lexi is here. If you want to try and 100% this round, you could drop that lockdown, but there is still time to retrieve Spike and get out of here. So Borkum has so much running through his brain right now. And if you're Lexi, you could probably go in for a retake in this 1 versus 1 as well, because then there's only a finite amount of positions Borkum can be. But hello, he's walking straight in toward this one here, Conky. And if Borkum plays his cards right, he could not win this round, unfortunately. That is going to be the one. Didn't look at the right angle at the right time. Lexi peeking out perfectly. 11th for Bleed. And I think to the credit of this series, getting all 3 maps, right? Haven is probably the one that Bleed has to win, thinking about it, thinking over towards Icebox for Team Secret to get over towards Breeze. So I am very happy in terms of the longevity of this series that, this performance from Bleed is what we're seeing here on Haven.
Yeah, no, for sure. Got to step up. It's the opportunity to do so. Group stage, as we mentioned, right? The opportunity to go over to Masters, play against the rest of the world, finally show who's boss. There is always that debate of, who's strong. Is it EMEA? Is it NA? Finally seeing some big things from Asia as of late. But now Darion narrowly misses that shot, obviously, with the null command being popped. It makes it very awkward, but Lenny does get a couple here. Now Dubstep in position. Maxi actually going to drop him as well. Can't even get the flash drive off, but it's going to be Dispenser. Only one, and unfortunately done, as Bleed will be taking map point here on their selection of Haven.
There's only one round that we've seen Team Secret be able to get on this attacker's side from them, and I was kind of hyping up the attacker's side. It's something that in the history they've really been able to push forward on this map here of Haven, but right now, Bleed have their number, have their name. They have the secret source of what Team Secret are trying to throw at them. Some great shots coming out from Lenny here as well. Really a nail in the coffin for them, and the 6 feet under burial is what they are looking for coming into this potential last of this map. It's 5 map points of safety for Bleed. And you look towards what Team Secret are fighting into this round with. It's a couple of Spectres, some Vandals, a couple of Ultimates as well, though, that can go a long way. But, it is a mountain that they have to climb from here.
They've actually managed to slot into position this time around. It appears that they're going to be much more ready. Cosmic Divide to come out. It's only a paranoia to at least kind of stem the bleeding on this attack of the site right now. They are going to be able to find that control. The lockdown does go in, but they've invested absolutely everything they need to, though, right? Last potential round here if Team Secret do let it slip, but it is going to ease back into the El Clasico. 5 versus 5. Haven retake. Is it going to work out? Can Bleed close it here, or will Team Secret respond, Komodo?
There's such a passive hold from Team Secret on the back of this open plant as well. There is Lexi's lockdown going down, and it's a bit deep, it's a bit off the spike, allowing control for Team Secret to still try and see what they can do, but a big reveal at the back of this long position as well, and everyone's just charging in. The defuse is already there. It's half stuck by Maxi, and he's just going to hold it right now. The flank isn't even coming in through the garage, and that's it. It's 13-11 to Bleed. No one even really died in that round, Conky. It was a phenomenal quick retake to come through from the Bleed squadron, and 13-7 on the opening map pick of their own. Team Secret have some chatting to do in this near break.
Yeah, look, all I'm going to say is, I think I cast the curse at the absolutely wrong way, right? It almost felt like I sent Team Secret into the wrong realm. It almost sudden, like, we were talking about how close that opening half was. It ended up being, super solid. Team Secret came straight on out with that really dominant win on the pistol. And then the second they lost the classic defense,
it's just
nothing
defeated.
else happened, right? They literally lost all of their momentum. There was absolutely nothing they could do. And unfortunately, that means that Bleed have all the momentum going into the next map of Icebox. But I guess this is the perfect time for Team Secret to just kind of, toss it over from the 3-point line over to the side for a second and just set their focus into the next map, because that's absolutely all they can do right now. It's the opening map of the series, right? All the pressure is on their shoulders. But look, we'll let the analyst desk break it down as per usual, doing the awesome thing, and we'll see you guys after a short break.
Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know? Delilah, don't you know
We are back over here at the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix still here serving you guys the stories. It's always the fourth series of the day that always gets sidetracked from the patterns. Like yesterday was a 2-0 all day up until the last game, and again, here it is again. 2-0 all day with the groups that directly qualified from their national VCTs being on top. But this time around, it's the team that actually came from the play-ins that was the first winner for the first game, right? So Bleed Esports getting that momentum over Team Secret. Now, Trix and I did see Bleed Esports' growth from the play-ins, but I want to know what a fresh pair of eyes like yours, Dad Femina, has to say about Bleed Esports.
I gotta start with the team composition that Team Secret wanted to put out, right? They still got that Jet, but since Dubstep was a surprise, but then again, I also checked out the stats, and it's not actually the first time that they picked up that KO for Dubstep. I believe he picked it up before. I believe it was previous stage or beforehand, but again, it does show that he knows how to use that pick. But in this Haven map, he's not able to pull out like the full potential that KO could have actually offered into this Haven matchup as well. We've been seeing like Wits himself just popping off, but other than him, other than Borko maybe taking like a lot of like pivotal kills, they're not really doing anything other than like maybe taking that perfect timing. You remember that first round where Borkum himself was just playing around that trigger discipline, just hoping that somebody else would like push that in. But I kind of feel like that's the problem for Team Secret, is that they're reliant on certain conditions in that team drop. I really feel like they usually have a good understanding of fundamentals, but this time around, it felt like a different Team Secret that I am not used to seeing against Bleed now, who definitely have remember this time.
A lot of interesting plays from both sides over here. Now, the round started really close between these two Tricks, but I think it was the pivotal timeout that was able to give that reset to Bleed Esports that ended up giving them this whole momentum throughout the rounds.
Oh man, Bleed Esports just doing so well. I love the way that they're playing. I said it in the play-ins. I'm glad that they're coming in a little more polished. They're more disciplined. They're more tactical about their approach with everything. They have those refrags set up. So I feel like Bleed just kind of stepping up their game, and Team Secret, maybe it's the first match for them. Maybe they're waking up a little, but I felt that some angles were left uncleared. I just felt that some rounds could have definitely gone a different way. But Darion also on that operator, just being able to shut down players from Team Secret, shut down the pushes, and with the support of their breach, oh my, it was just a treat to watch.
Speaking of Darion, there were instances that he was holding really close corners, and I loved it because it's not the type of thing that you're expecting, like, your team clears out B side and then he's over at A link just holding a rifle to his chest waiting for somebody to cross his path, and he takes down Dubstep, he takes down Wits, and there's just a lot of manpower advantage right there, right then, just because he had the perfect angle to hold and he was just playing it off for his teammates. Now, I'm looking at this now, and I'm really sad for the side of Team Secret. Obviously, we all are. We had a unanimous prediction over here. But again, we have to remember that this is Bleed Esports' map pick, right? So there is still a lot of things that could happen, especially on Icebox, which is going to be the next map that we'll be seeing. And that is a Team Secret pick, right? Team Secret's going to pick on Icebox. So very interesting how it's all going to boil down. When I'm thinking about it, it's like an irony because like it's Icebox and then I'm saying boil down. Anyway, beside the point, my brain is just funny like that. I think that there were mistakes made. As early as round 2, they already bought the Vandals, but it did not pay off, Tricks.
I love seeing the Vandals, but I think that when you pick them up, I also prefer a slower pace. Because you're trying to feel it out, you don't know exactly what the opponents are buying up, you don't know what positions they're playing. You have Vandals, you will do better in those long-range duels. So guarantee yourself that long-range duel, guarantee yourself a fight with advantage. Don't just blindly force your way in just because you have the better rifles, essentially.
Kind of want to like give a bit of a shout out to how Bleed actually played out that second half. I mean, it definitely was close in that first half, especially with how high octane the action was when It was on the defense when Team Secret was trying to stop Bleed from ever trying to push on in. But now that they were on attack, they could have had a lot more freedom. But for Bleed, they were pretty successful at choking out so many potential options and entrances for Team Secret that ultimately it all came down to how slow-paced and how easy they would be able to find those openings, and that's slow-paced. But honestly, for Bleed, they are able to understand and take those openings like really well. And honestly, the snowball effect from that operator from Darion as well just put that final cherry on top. A really good Sunday served up on silver platter for the Bleed Esports squad. For Team Secret though, this is definitely not over yet. It's a 0-1 in our series right now. This icebox map is their best shot at trying to equalize it against Bleed.
And to the viewers out there, I kind of want to explain a bit more why we appreciate the way Bleed is playing right now. You have that aggressive play from Darion, but he's also, for example, let's take that A short on Haven, right? That sewer pick. You have him playing aggressively. You have the Sova on the A long side. You have the Breach pairing in the A short side, ready with utility in order to assist. And I feel like the non-overextension on Darion as well. He gets a pick, he falls back a little more, he gets another pick, he dashes away, and then you see the Sova switch in so that the Sova is paired with the Breach instead, and then the operator is holding that long angle in A long. That's the kind of discipline I wanted to see from the play-ins, and I'm glad I'm seeing it now in the group stages.
Just really quickly, I just want to give one small recognition from one player of Bleed Esports, and that's Pip. Pip just really understands when to use his utility really well. If you could see, sometimes even though they don't have the hard info that they need before they initiate some sort of wide peak, Pip is you know what? You want to go for that? Eto pera. Here's some money. Said in Filipino. I mean, it's kind of like you're giving some spare change so that you can be able to give that small allowance for your players to actually thrive in those sort of moments. It's not that necessary. They would win that duel anyway, especially since I believe one of those players were pretty much isolated. But then again, if it's something that will give an advantage to that 1v1, then Pip is definitely willing to give that. And not only does he thrive in those sorts of situations, but in situations where Bleed actually needed that definite entry, and sometimes when they need to slow down as well the pace and the tempo of Team Secret, Pip has always been that pivotal member that always has been so influential with just his presence alone.
Well, you're talking about Pith, but why don't we talk about Lenny too? I'm sure that Trix has a lot of ideas when it comes to this person.
I love a good Sova. It's one of the reasons why I was also a fan of Jesse Bash, but I'm starting to be a bit of a fan of Lenny as well. We could see there was that one round, he pulled out the drone, he got a tag, and then he just immediately, when his teammates were fighting down mid, he also used his ultimate to kind of pick the players off, force some more space for the Bleed players on mid side and garage side to push a little more forward, and I thought that was just the perfect play. And I'm not sure if it was coordinated or if it was a split decision on Lena's side, because I wanted him to kind of show up a little bit more. I felt like it was a little underwhelming watching him in the play-ins, but today I feel like he was on point.
When you were talking about Sova's pulling out something, I thought you were talking about Jesse Bash pulling out that Titan Mail mace once again. I was keeping my eye out. Maybe he'll get another knife kill over here, the Tondo things that we like to see from this guy. But hey, a lot is on the line today, especially since it is their first step into the APAC waters during this stage. So I don't know when we'll be seeing some knife kills from Jesse Bash, but when it happens... Oh, wait, Trix is asking me what's Tondo?
Sorry. Yeah, I don't...
It's a place, Trix. It's a place in
I'm
Manila.
only half Filipino. What do you expect from me, guys?
Okay, Tero is actually answering in our talent chat over here what it actually is. Now, as you kind of catch a grasp of where or what Tondo is, I do have a question for you, Trix, which is also something that I was trying to point out with that Femina, but I'm not very well versed in explaining this.
Yeah.
Why is it that most of the teams that we have here on Haven, Team Secret is no exception to this one, why is it that on eco rounds, they prefer going to B side?
B side is generally an easier side to take. It's faster. You only have to clear the close corners. All you have to do is smoke the sides. Usually, as we've seen all of the teams do it, they have one player that's always back at Gong. A lot of the times, though, teams will give it up because when the opponents are on an eco round, it's a lot of close duels. You don't want to risk it, so they just play for the retake. It guarantees you that spike plant, which guarantees your team more economy, and then after that, it's just a matter of post-plant situation.
I guess I kind of like see that there could be limitations when you try to push that B site, especially when you are on either eco rounds or pistol rounds. Bless you, by the way. Tricks, I hope you're doing a wonderful day. But again, going back to that B site to execute, but it is like pretty short range. I do get the idea. Yeah, I completely understand. Sometimes teams just have to respect that short range gunfights that is going to be prevalent whenever you are using pistols and eco rounds. But
Yeah.
again, I kind of feel like it's also pretty easy to retake for defense. But to contradict myself, that I would say like the end goal for eco teams are just to get that extra money, right? And the surefire way to get 300 credits to your pocket is just that spike plant. So on that B
Yes.
site for that early plant, okay, I can understand that. Clearly, that B site is definitely something that shouldn't be ignored.
And you know, if you have those opponents on the defender side getting a little overzealous, trying to want to punish you, not give you that plant down, more often than not, the attackers can get a pick on them, and that gives them an extra gun to use later on in that round. So it's just, for me, I feel like there are more benefits to taking that B site than negatives. But if you play against something like a Killjoy or a Breach, it becomes infinitely more difficult to get that spike down because they will just use all their utilities to stop you.
And speaking of using all of the utilities over on B side, this actually sparked a memory that happened inside the game. I think this was during the last round of the first half, wherein they had this whole post-plant retake that was happening on the side of Team Secret. So the spike was already planted, but Dubstep retook B side. He cleared all of the corners, he cleared Gong, he cleared everything. And this is when Borkum lays down the Cosmic Divide right in front of the spike. And so all that's left for the rest of Team Secret to do is one has to be dedicated on defusing the spike, and the other two would at least have a crossfire so that nobody gets through the Cosmic Divide. And that just worked out perfectly and enabled them to close the gap for the first half. But this is just one perfect execution that I was thinking of as you guys were explaining how utilities really come into play and how it is able to really counter that post-plant situation over on B side. But overall, my god, I was just on the floor for this game. I loved it, every single bit of it. I may be cheering for Team Secret over here, but it's no doubt that I'm happy to see some of the teams over from the play-ins really step it up, especially when it matters the most. And I know, Trix, we've been together since last week. You've been enjoying Bleed all the way, and is there anything specific that really caught your eye as they evolved from the last week?
Their discipline. It seemed like they were no longer playing or relying on those early picks. They were relying on early control. And I feel like that was the main difference for Bleed then and Bleed now. It's that if they don't get those picks, they're still ready because they're still controlling that area.
Well, that is something that we hope that they continue for their sake, of course, over at Icebox. Because for us, our predictions are on the line as well. But moving on to a map like Icebox, I have to really mention this because it was Fluffy's simple request. He says that he predicts Team Secret on Icebox will be wild with the agents. Well, he was right. He told me, Yoru, Omen, Breach, Fluffy, what kind of fifth sense is this? You're crazy. You're crazy. Oh my goodness, Fluffy. If you were in the panel, I would just be on edge with this guy.
Excited to see that.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, Trix. Carry on.
I'm always excited to see something new, guys. You all know this. The moment a team decides, hey, we want to try something different, we're going to try it on the stage because we've been trying it on our own, I get hyped up. I think I don't see Yoru enough. Personally, I only see Yoru in rank when people are trying to throw the game. So I'm excited to see how it's going to turn out with Team Secret. Paired with that Fade and that Omen though, usually we see that Viper because they like to cut the lines. But I'm not certain how the executions will go. if it'll be as easy for Team Secret or if they might struggle with trying to enter the sites.
Kind of get the idea actually of this Team Secret team composition. Yes, it's switching out some meta picks that we usually see them pick out. No Sova this time, no Viper that Borkom likes to play. It's the Omen, it's the Breach, and Yoru instead of the Jet that we always see the duelist of Team Secret pull out. But let me give you like a bit of an idea what the idea of this team composition is. The core of Team Secret's idea is to enable Yoru without having to compromise with him alone using his kit to enable him being able to collapse onto enemies a bit more frequently. Imagine, since like the flash of Yoru is not that reliable on its own, what if you pair that up with another flash from Breach himself? Then, once he teleports, what if there's an Omen teleporting himself onto the enemy team as well? Pair that up with two aggressive, like collapsing teleports over towards the opposition, then that's something that's going to be surprising for anybody who's not prepared for that sort of collapse.
I guess the only question I have for that then is what happens when your Yoru gets shut down?
Man, that's I mean, honestly, that's it really looks good on paper. Honestly, in theory, that could be really good, but it also demands that you have that condition where Yoru has to be alive when he does that combo. He could be traded out by that Omen, yeah, but it also relies on if that Omen can also like smoke out the right places, because it's pretty shallow compared to like the Viper smoke that's always reliable on Icebox, right? And since like it's not that big compared to the Viper that we always see meta on Icebox and Breeze, then he has the smoker, which is Borkom, has to pick out the perfect places and perfect timings to use those smokes. And I kind of want to see Team Secret utilize that fate effectively now that Jeremy is going to be in instead of the Spencer who has been subbed out of this game. We have to see this lineup work in order for them to keep their stride in the upper bracket.
Sounds to me like that's all Dubstep's problem. But I really hope that all of the players out here really bring us what they've got. Again, Team Secret with not the usual pick that we get to see over here. That's perfectly fine, because over here at the VCT stage, it never really goes the way we expect it to, but that's what I love about VCT. More of the action coming your way as we go into game number 2. Team Secret versus Bleed Esports.
Now, the thing I love about this game, Komodo, right, is you can never really expect anything to come in as you sort of are planning it all out, right? It's been a long time since I've casted a Yoru, and now I have to do it again today. And on Icebox, of all maps, thank you for that, Dubstep. Very excited to see, though, how it will all play out, because it can be very, very impactful utilizing that dimensional drift.
Yeah, well, if you guys wanted a normal standard game of Valorant on the map of Icebox, this is not where you go. It's over that way, because right now we're getting something fresh. We're getting something cold. Ice in the veins is what we're expecting from a lot of these players in this lobby right now. And just to make mention of, if you guys didn't catch it as well, a bit of substitutions happening on one of these sides, not just in the agents. And if you guys throw it back, if you watched last map, you would know that something I like to touch upon here and there are map statistics and composition lineup statistics. For this, I got nothing, because this is new.
Exactly the way we like it, right? You know, a lot of this is new for us. We've been doing our research into the APAC region sort of as of late. You know, there's plenty of familiar names, some that we've casted quite a long time ago, but this is all sort of new, fresh waters for us, and it's awesome to be a part of it. You guys are super supportive of it as well. But yeah, all the game comes down to now. It's such an important moment here for Team Secret. It is only map number 2. Will it continue that curse of the 2 O's? I hope it doesn't, and I hope it's still us that get to drive on these 3 mappers, because we've had some bangers, and I'm hoping for another one here right now. Icebox is one of those chaotic and excitable maps, so hopefully we are going to be seeing it. But, you know, relatively stock standard on the side of Bleed in their composition. It's wild, wild west, though, for Team Secret.
Yeah, I guess you'd say you've got your real combo lineups on Bleed, something that you're very, very knowing of what to expect on both sides of the map for them. But for Team Secret, I mean, if this is fresh, if this is new, if this is something that works, maybe teams out there have a little bit of discussions to do to change things up. But for Team Secret, they're essentially locking themselves in towards the A site right now. That's both shock darts used out from Lenny, and with no damage really delivered. This is going to be Team Secret going in towards the A site now.
Yeah, look at the rotation though. All of them here fanging it straight through mid. Dubstep is in that forward position, but with no utility available right now. Lenny, very, very close. Cheeky little one-way on that dark cover, but will his Tootsies be spotted out? Not quite. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake almost, unless Dubstep has something to say about it, and he does for just a second, but Maxi Pith gets the response, and now it's on to Wits to at least have a recovery as well. Great shot from Jeremy, and a second as well. Nice and clean on the fade here with 3. And another pistol picked up for Team Secret, but we have seen that they haven't exactly always taken those to 2-3 rounds.
That was a little bit interesting to come through from them as well. You know, Dubstep gets very far forward in towards the position of the A site, and then the rest of the team waits just a little bit to allow a state of confusion for him to work a little bit of magic and mystery in toward it, finding that pick, and everybody's collapsed on toward the site for Team Secret. Had a little bit of, you know, mockery thrown in the mix with the spike not being able to go down with that defense of them when trying to get it in, but for Jeremy, picking up 3 kills on the fake hit, as you said, and that plant as well, getting everything that you would want in towards that round. And now back again with the guns for Team Secret. They're holding a little bit of these pistols to see what guns they can get out properly in the next round when we see Bleed's purchase here, Conky. But, I mean, right now, everybody's around this A site bar, the dead members, and it's probably going to continue this way. They get 1 frag, and that's it.
Nice and clean, exactly as you need it. Team Secret with a solid recovery there. They're going to have a strong into the bonus position. Looks like obviously the Vandal's still going to be in the hands of Dubstep. Wits sitting back, wanting to work slowly towards his tour de force. We'll be able to utilize that one in a little bit. Judge also picked up, so an exciting looking bonus. But yeah, look, I'm happy so far. I think the big thing's going to be obviously Jeremy, you know, as we spoke about very briefly, coming in for Dispenser. He's had a good start, which is exactly sort of what you need to see over these next couple of rounds. Jesse Vash also had a big one in the previous. Hoping to see some results from him. But our eyes perfectly focused on Bleed. And Pith does exactly what he needs to do in that opening. But that's going to be, of course, only the lack of weapon that Wits did hold taken down. They've still got 4 up in this bonus.
Yeah, Sheriff and Headhunter, see what you can do in that round. Apparently it's nothing, unfortunately, but it is the bonus. Jesse Vash with the Judge in possession. I wonder if that's going to come into play as well. But again, for Team Secret, it is grouping up around the A site. No real budging in the defenses for Bleed either. Information from Lenny on the back of that owl drone, however, means we may see a bit of a shift from them. They are still playing this kind of passive out default as the barrier wall goes in and the horn. All the utility for Team Secret. That wall, pretty perfect timing just then from them. And the dimensional drift actually utilized here from Dubstep.
Oh, he's been punished straight away. That's a big, big burn there of Dubstep to try and make something happen on the Yoru, and as a result of it, Bleed take, what, 55 points of damage there? A little bit more than that, obviously, if you account for the shield, but Darion, closing out strong.
Crush, by the way.
Oh, yes,
it's been a little bit since we have seen the Yoru. The name's there, but...
Fake out, blindside, gate crash, dimensional drift. Say it with me, we'll get there.
Yes.
Well, it's like, who plays Yoru, right? Like, internationally. We've seen it occasionally, and, like, I guess, obviously, everyone always leans towards, like, seeing 10s pick it up, but...
It's very niche.
It is very, very niche. And look, I'm hoping that it calls for a win, right? I think I saw it, like, once or twice in Oceania, because it was always kind of those players who, you know, you almost thought were trolling picking it up, but they certainly make it work on the odd occasion. Jeremy, another opener, very strong, taken quite low though, has the Nightfall now to be engaged. They are going to start pushing in. Darion does manage to drop Dubstep, minimal impact on this Yoru so far. Another response though from Jeremy, still very low, but that should be some site control. The rotation already here, Komodo, and straight out is Pith. Jesse Vash drops Darion, so that's more and more damage, but Pith, knife straight through the dark cover, and another as well. Maxi also here. Again, it's the veterans in the Swedes, and a third for Pith to close a second solid round for Bleed, and that is going to be Team Secret onto the back foot into the next round.
You talk about a player, You talk about a killjoy, combining them here in Pith as well with the brain and position and experience. Absolutely playing that round on the defensive side too. A T dancing around the dark cover as well, not putting a single foot wrong, not even playing on the back of his utility, right? Nano Swarms no longer, neither for the turret or the bot on the floor either. So really well placed out from him, coordinated with his teammates as well. That alarm bot, I mean, we haven't really seen too much from it just yet for him. He is playing more towards his B site right now, so it's kind of understandable, but a big round to come through from Bleed. And now we've got some aggression from Darion, but look at this on top of the wall. Dubstep taken down, and now it's also the challenge from Wits. Jesse Vash falls. Everything's coming up Bleed in this round.
Absolutely. Really did get to see a few moments of Darion activate, but I definitely think there can be more, and we're already seeing it so far. Jeremy continues to look clean with it, but does get traded very quickly by Lenny. And now he will look to take some control. The orb picked up. Will that take a step closer? It will. My God. Just basically like style points at this point in time, right? Nothing super exciting in the round itself. Just an eco. Punishing it. Keeping 4 alive. But now look at the ultimates that are starting to come through. Blaze Storm, Lockdown, and the Resurrection are available, where over on the opposing side, only the couple. But the big thing that I've sort of seen so far in the APAC VCT games that we've commentated so far, Komodo, has been that very, very occasionally are we seeing that From the Shadows utilized on the Omen, right? It seems to only be like here and there on occasion, nothing else.
It's almost like the player, whoever's on the Omen pick, needs a very convincing position to utilize that. And it's more often than not that spike play to pick it up and get back towards position, right? On Heaven and Hell TPs are like the most convincing argument to be using it. But here, very going to be interested to see what Borkum's going to do. However, in towards the B side, it might not to be used unless getting space behind enemy lines. A lockdown on the floor for the side of Bleed to try and stall things for now.
Yeah,
but when that does fade away, it's going to be time for Team Secret to go.
And I think it will be the Dimensional Drift utilized. Dubstep pretty keen to throw that one. Does have all of his utility available, but they're still slow. Clearing everything that they need. Rendezvous up for Wits. He's waiting to see if any mistake will be made. And look at Bleed's position. Obviously already all of that control from Darion straight into the spawn. But it's a good opening from Dubstep. He's going to be happy with that one. Lenny dropped a very impactful member here. And now look at the positioning from Dubstep. The fake out was sent. Happy to be sitting back.
Who's next?
Waiting patiently.
Ooh,
there it is. It will be popped now. Tour de Force also engaged. And he is having a bit of a look. Gets the info up in Heaven. Lenny gets the Resurrection, though, onto him from Lexi. And now it's Wits opening up strong. It is going to be 4 members that they still need to work on. And now they've settled back into the post plan.
No dark covers for Borkum at the moment, though, and with that deeper wall, it's trying to isolate these fights out. Hunter's Fury used nice and early. He's going to force Wits off the line and completely disconnect him from the engagements. Borkum down Lenny in with the Hunter's Fury for a couple. Now it's Team Secret trying to clinch onto this round, trying to hold on, but Jesse Vash is nowhere here. The aftershock, is it going to reach, though? It needs the shot. The defense from Maxi has to get off it. It's just going to work wonders, but the shot's out. He finds the first, nearly the second, but no, Pith will hold on. And with that defuse, it does mean that Bleed are going to be able to secure the 4th.
My word, it was like I saw a similar moment. I think it was the last round of the first half back on Haven. Similar story, right? He was so far away, the breach, trying to get back in before the defusal did happen. This time he does manage to get there. Was close. Very, very tight in the round. But look, I guess great damage from Wits, you know, at least allowing something to come through in the end. Team Secret unable to close, and Bleed continue their dance upon the graves of what feels like Team Secret at this point in time. Fought for them, momentum all to boot. You know, and Jeremy, he's come into this map looking solid so far, but like top fragging, that sort of says some things about the rest of the team. But it's still early days, still the attacking side for Team Secret. We will give them the benefit of the doubt. As always, we want this one to go to 3 maps, as we said. Now the Haunt goes up. The opening, very strong from Dubstep. Now the weapon responded. Fake out will be destroyed. And now they're just waiting. Borkum, look at this wrap. Look at this flank. Can he do some further damage? No, he absolutely cannot, but the Rolling Thunder certainly looks to. Darion, he's in a precarious position, but he is quick with it. There's one. Now the aftershock to go through. Actually dashes over and above the top, but it's on to Jeremy. See what he can find. Lexi will be punished, and now all on to just Jeremy. He does have the Nightfall. Does he want to burn it? It is that 1v2. So much to fight. Got the Vandal now, so it's almost winnable, and he's also got some space to actually rotate out to B if he chooses.
1 versus 2. Silence to come through from Jeremy. A Nightfall for the post-plant, potentially. The Haunt here as well. But he's looking for a little bit of this timing. Maxi, very audible with his stomping away, and they're disconnecting as well. This could be beautiful timing for Jeremy. Here's Lexi, but that wall is just a little bit of safety, and Lexi's even looking for this one right now. The lurk about, though, is Jeremy going to decide to go back to the A side? It certainly looks like it for now. Lexi, he's on the perfect line to be able to hold this for bleed, and the scope in at the right moment as well. The one tap is, I guess, disregarded because of the extra shots, but hey, a round is a round for bleed, and they've got another.
Yeah. Again, I feel like it's a thing of where all the pressure is really sort of amounted onto Team Secret right now, and Bleed have just come in. They know that they're the underdog, quote-unquote, in this series, and they're just looking really confident. They're very happy to play off each other. You know, you can definitely tell that the synergy's really started to build within this roster. They're happy to trade out for each other, and even just that confidence, like Darion, to be able to find that frag and give at least enough time, utilizing the updraft to get into position to have Lexi come in and trade. So they've done just so well.
You got to remember that Bleed have come through from the lower part, right? They had to play in already to get into this part of the group stage. The play-ins, they did their damage, they did their work. So they have a lot more, I guess, to quote, prove in here towards a team like Team Secret, where they got that next invite slot right into here. So they're backing on the back that they've got a lot of these map victories. They've got a map here in this series. But now, Dubstep is going to try and upset the balance. Lenny in for that trade. And around the A side, everybody is trying to see what they can fight and find. Pith in for one of his own, but these trades again happening 2 versus 2, and Jeremy with the shuffle. He is going to have to simmer down for a second, however, as the Cloudburst is just going to be waltzed on through. But Jeremy, he's holding his own in this game right now. Lexi and Wits in the 1 versus 1. Spike planted, though.
More than just that, my word. Really, really working strongly here. Now it's on to Lexi to try and stick this to half. Absolutely will. He's actually pretty... Okay, that was a bit overzealous there. Maybe you would have thought to drop off for half, but at least it's a response here for Team Secret. Confident from Lexi. Almost makes it work, but a very, very solid round in the end. Losing a lot for it, I suppose. You know, the economy is still in a weakened position for Team Secret. They are going to be able to invest. Just under 2k now rather for Jesse Vash. But yeah, look, another really sort of scrappy round. Jeremy is doing bits on this fade.
Mate, I'm very impressed with what Jeremy has been delivering in this one so far, but I guess to your point in that 1 versus 1, right, you got to back yourself. If you hesitate, if you second guess, you're probably going to lose out the round. So he's gone in with the decision of trying to stick the defuse, and Wits manages to hold on the fort for Team Secret. Back again towards this A site, however, as that gate crash target is the back of the site. Barrier wall still available for Lexi, as those slow orbs have been used, and all of this utility. Dubstep is just to try and get him to the back of the site, and will he be able to open it up? The answer is yes for at least one. Traded through. Pith now here as well, and things are really stepping up for Bleed again. Pith is a menace around this A site, and once more, it's Wits to see if he's got himself into this round, or if he's on his wits' end.
Pith, an absolute monster. Another 3k on the Killjoy of all agents. Really, really picking up where the rest of the team is leaving off. And the utility over the top as well. The Nano Swarm keeps Wits at bay. Doesn't get tagged up by it, but now he does. Maybe, just maybe, he's been heard. And Darion seems to be aware of it, and he will be able to close. Like, my word, Pith, the amount of impact that he had in that round in both fragging and utility departments is just incredible. I was about to say earlier, he's probably the oldest in the server, but then I realized, I was like, this guy, you know, he's sort of edging on a little bit, but then I realized that I'm older than him.
You're here.
So, yeah, jeez.
I didn't want to say it, but I didn't want to say it, but I was going to let you run with it because I pretty much knew that you were going to say that anyway. But I mean, I got to say, right, it doesn't matter in the competitive era that we are in right now of these esports titles. If you have the drive and if you have the wants, it doesn't matter how old you are, man. We're looking at players enjoying themselves, putting forward their best in towards their own respective title and delivering what they can. And Pith, I mean, he's been sensational so far on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, Icebox still kind of does have a little bit more of a defending-sided lean, but Team Secret taking a very, very necessary timeout. Good opportunity to have a chat, see what sort of not working out for them. You know, Dubstep has been able to create that space, but obviously on the Yoru, you know, you have to really dig deep and go fishing very, very far away from the rest of your team. And Team Secret, I suppose, haven't really been able to fill in the gaps behind them. They haven't felt that confidence, you know? It's almost like Dubstep's sort of positioning isn't gaining them too much. He's getting info, but like at what cost, really? Like what does that sort of mean for Team Secret? They're not able to kind of find the holes in the defenses because Bleed aren't really showing many. You know, some of the big moments have been already, again, solo performances from Team Secret, but this A site is just being decimated by Pith on these retakes. And he's done it again. A mid-peek, a mid-walk, and a strong open. Lexi also looking shot. Oh, man. I mean, again, just an eco. You're not going to stress out about it too much, but, like, just he's everywhere on the map is what I'm going
for. Oh, he's even looking for more. And when I say he, I mean the squad of Bleed apparently right now. Pith will be taken down, but you're just trying to nullify damage in this round from what Team Secret are going to be trying to find. So for them, Borkum, Jesse Vash, see what you can do. Now it is just going to be Borkum. This is going to be the lead for the half here for Bleed if they do finish it out. Timing, might have hit, but Borkum is going to be walking through, taken out in the end. The 7th found for Bleed. How far forward are they still going to find on their defensive side? Because I really haven't seen any, strong plays come through from Team Secret that they are 100% comfortable in going without having ultimates available, right? Dubstep pushes in towards this A site with the TP, and the team trying to assist him to at least get him into opening is only one part to what they have, I'm hoping.
All I can say is it's just an interesting position to be in right now. Like, Team Secret have not been able to pick up the momentum since they got ecoed back on Haven.
Yeah, right.
Like 15 rounds ago, more even, potentially up towards 18 if I do my maths correctly. But Bleed have just had all of the momentum behind them. Again, as I mentioned, little to no pressure. They come in as the underdogs. They're here to boogie and here to show us how strong they are. And, oh man, the Singaporean region has so much to offer, and we're seeing it now. Good response from Wits. At least able to pick up one here. And then he also in a bit of a predicament. Pith getting close to that dark cover. Doesn't want to peek a little bit further through. Maybe an opportunity now for Team Secret to kind of get their way back on this attacker's side.
Of course, Lexi's dead, so no access to any resurrection or any heals. So for damage done, it is delivered. Dubstep now going to be trying to get in toward the site. And actually, I don't know if Maxi's secrecy has been found in the smoke, and it hasn't indeed. 1, 2. Oh my, what? Joking. That transfer is absolutely superb. Getting away with a monstrous 3K. And now the round is back for Bleed. Maybe for Darian. It's a 1 versus 2. It is on the other side of the map.
Oh, geez. That rogue bullet from the Viper there of Maxi almost doing it all. Darian. Close to the dark cover. Borkum definitely tempting fate here, wanting to potentially look to push through. Jesse Vash also just a short distance away. Darion. Jeez. They can breathe for a millisecond, though, it feels like, as that round again almost turned on its head. I believe that was, a 3-on-5 that went back to a 2-on-2. And Bleed almost do the unthinkable as Team Secret are just kind of keeping their heads above water. So close to drowning here on Icebox. And the water's cold.
Man, I'm so taken aback by what we've just seen in that round as well. The fact that Maxi is just sitting in his own poison cloud as well, overlooked by Dubstep, where we had a small glimpse. Maybe it was a bit of a spectator issue there. We don't know, where he saw the TP come through, right? The gate crash was noticed, but not seen in the reverse way. But anyways, we're seeing some aggression right now from Bleed in the last round of this half. It's a bit mitigated on that one, but it's still going in their way. Lexi with that res, and this is just going to offset things absolutely completely. But Wits, what have you got for us here, my friend? 2 in the piece. And I think it has to settle down. Dubstep is behind enemy lines.
No!
That's a right-click miss.
He's given the opportunity. At least there is some support there. Wits up close, though. He's found a third here. Komodo just on the line. 2 bullets left in that tour de force. Is he going to be able to connect with this one? Tempting fate. Darion swings, though. And he gets the close. 8 rounds here for Bleed. And it was all again on those individual performances. And this is what I mean. Dubstep, he was in their spawn. But by the time he gets there, his whole team's dead. What can he even do? Jeremy trying to make things happen. But yeah, Wits like 3K, and again, it just still feels like they didn't have an opportunity in that round at all.
It just feels like there's a little bit too much disconnection, unfortunately, for the side of Team Secret on that that attacker's side from them, where I get the feeling there was a lot of reliance upon Dubstep finding openers, finding really clinch plays to get them back in towards these rounds or open them up. Jeremy went a little bit silent towards the end. Wits tried to do what he could as well, but that was taken out. So for Bleed, a beautiful half to come through from them on Icebox here. But Conky, you know, this is not over yet by any stretch of the imagination. There's still another half here to play on Icebox, still another map around the corner if Team Secret are able to get back here. And you know during this halftime pause that they're going to be doing everything in their power in the conversation to figure out how to get back into this. Because remember, this is a very known composition that Bleed are playing, right? So you can come up with counters, you can come up with things to best them. The problem is they're doing it with a comp that, you know, they haven't played in an official before. So it is potentially a little bit difficult in that regard.
I'm seeing the word experimental thrown around, and it's such an interesting place to do it, right? You know, Team Secret, they come in as one of the hard favorites to win the entire thing, right? Playoffs in general. Obviously, you know, we've got Order doing big things, Paper Rex around the corner, Xerxia also looking strong. Like, there's so many teams that can kind of be put up into that upper echelon of the top 4 to top 8, but irrespective, you know, to be able to have the confidence to throw out a composition like this, you know, Fade, obviously still relatively new as well. It is there to counter the Viper in Maxi, but neither of them are really sort of doing much, right? It hasn't been the kit of the Fade that has been winning rounds for Team Secret. It's kind of been just some big individual performances with the weaponry systems, right? And Bleed, they've had an answer for almost everything here. So we move into that pistol. Well-needed rest in the halftime pause. So hoping that Team Secret will show something to us. I desperately, really want to get to that final map, but at this point in time, it's just not looking likely, right? You know, it could continue the trend of the 2-0 for the whole day.
Well, this is the time that we have to see Team Secret really pull forward, right? What differences do they have on? What deterrents are they going to be able to figure out on this defensive side? You know, the difference between the chamber ability and Wits can kind of get some information in a single line. But in this pistol, we're getting aggression right now from Borkum up towards the belt, but he has to fall down. Darion low, but remember, Sage available. That's the heals from Lexi already happening.
Enemy mark. So it does slow down a little bit. Very nice tag there.
Here.
From the Owl drone. Patience. A couple of wish shots as well. Darion will be the first to be punished. Jesse Vash getting that opener. Wits also with some further control. So again, Team Secret have been looking very comfortable. Another for Wits as well. Dubstep hasn't had to do anything. Did hear the footsteps of Pith, but now the shrouded step over the top. Jesse Vash, even the fine Lexi. Unfortunately, it's all on Pith. And again, playing that lurk, playing the killjoy. Dubstep will spot him, but he's tagged, he's punished, and he's done. Only a very minor amount of damage dealt to the Team Secret side as they pick up another pistol. But Komodo, I have to remind everyone, that is 4 pistols, and they could still potentially lose 2-0. Something needs to be done in Camp Team Secret, and whatever I can sort of feel about it is that they just don't appear to be firing on all cylinders as a unit right now.
You got to remember as well, over on Haven, right? The fact that they got the pistol in the very first opening round and the second, then they dropped that secondary round in the next half, right? So of those 2 pistols that they got in the first map of Haven, they only converted 1 of the secondary rounds, and things went awry from there. Here, Team Secret have gotten both pistols, and for right now, they're going to try and wrestle the fact in this round if they can get this as well, because they did it in the first half, but remember, this is where it fell apart in map number 1, so if it follows in, Bleed with it, win this round.
Have to make it all work. Dubstep, very good opening. Desperately needs to pick up. Fake out will be sent. Now, it's really just going to be all onto what they can do in this position. Lenny does punish. Dubstep goes down. Was obviously taken low earlier. Prowler doesn't really manage to spot out much either. Getting the C's down. Actually managed to catch, so that's not a bad result here. Jeremy also with a frag of his own. Jesse Vash is here too. I mean, look, yeah, Komodo, there's been damage dealt, right? But at least it is still looking like it is a lean towards the Team Secret way. They just need to keep their composure now. Spike in the hands, it can be peeled away with Lexi. How do they play the rest of this one? Jesse Vash to drop him, and it is all going to be just on Lexi.
Yep, just a surroundment around this B site right now. Some damage delivered from Bleed. Two frags. I mean, you'll be okay with that one. 3 would have been a lot better, and a spike plan as well. Did just keenly little notice there that Jesse Vash was trying to get the aftershock on the back of that wall to the 90 plant, but it actually hit the map wall position, not the Sage wall. So, yeah, a little neat thing there. But, I mean, for all intents and purposes, right? The conversion to that round for Team Secret means that on the back of Pistols and the Pistols, it's 4 rounds that they've gotten in this map. They're still trailing. So coming in towards this bonus round right now, if they can gather it, it's going to build so much more confidence for the viewers, for us, for themselves in the game as well, to get back in towards this one. So I'm keen to see what this purchase is going to be looking like for both sides in this one. And over on the side of Bleed, I mean, they've got everything that they need, but look at that radar. Look what's happening right now. There isn't anyone from Team Secret around this B side, so this is where things can get really weird.
Yeah, absolutely. They are rotating very, very quickly, though, so are they going to be ready for it? Full sets of weaponry. Secret on that bonus. They can slot into position. It's Wits to open up strong. Very nicely done. He is taken low, but now the swing. Now the ding. Jesse Vash drops one. Jeremy gets another, but Lexi, Maxi are also doing big things here. Piff also gets the spot on the catch, but Jesse Vash does get across. Very nicely done. Borkum, the Shrouded Step, and from the shadows, he will explode on the Omen. Closing around for Team Secret. Finally, Jesus, finally we have a game.
That's what I'm talking about, right? Getting the bonus is what you need for Team Secret, and they throw absolutely everything in towards that B site when they were in mid, trying to spot out a little bit of information earlier on, but they see the Viper wall come on through towards that B side. They know what's happening, they hear the ice wall, and they know exactly what they have to do. Dump a little bit of utility, throw in a couple of flashes, see what they can do to just upset Bleed's balance, and it completely cut them open, right? There were no bandages to help things over on the side of Bleed. That bonus round to Team Secret, not only does that get them back in towards this game, it forces the timeout early from Bleed they no longer have access to, and it just most importantly, it brings them back into this game.
Again, finally. That's exactly what we've been hoping for, right? Feels like there hasn't been much of that in the last little bit. It's just been Bleed in the driver's seat looking really, really dominant. But now that Team Secret are showing some more bits of life, you know, Borkum, important frag, hasn't really been having the best game. It's very much been on, you know, the supportive agent of Jesse Vash, who's been doing big things. Wits also, he's going to have a lot off the back of this too. You know, by securing that bonus, that puts them in a very solid position. They should be able to tie up the scoreline at the very, very least here. They still have the favored advantage on that defender's side, and now, you know, the momentum off the back of it. So they just have to be certain, they have to be sure that they don't overstep. They play this one nice and intelligently, and they don't allow Bleed an entrance back into this map.
Yep. If I'm looking at a composition like Team Secret, I was probably thinking beforehand that it would be more, you know, kind of attacker side inclined, but apparently right now it's defensive. Early on, though, as well. So remember that dubstep. A couple of numbers being drawn towards his kill direction. Looking for another one if potential. There's his third. Easy as you like it. Head on a swivel. The Maxi spike non-retrievable at the moment. Although getting a frag or two is going to be really nice for him. 1 versus 2 now in this attempt of 4. And it could even be a little bit more dire than we think about. If they are able to pick apart this round and get back in toward it with really nothing to play with, and it'll give Team Secret a little bit of a rocky boat to try and recover those waters in. A minute to go here, Conky, for Maxi. How's he played out?
This is where they've struggled. You know, Team Secret having the heavy advantage in a round and starting to give it up just a little bit. You know, we mentioned the spike being dropped. Coverable position from Maxi now.
He's got the pit too.
Yeah. I guess the only thing is that Borkum is somewhat back on the line, you know, clearing around from that kitchen position. Has a look now, but it's going to be that timing game. Can actually recover a Vandal if he was in the right position. But no, it's Team Secret getting a very important round, as we sort of spoke about. The money is okay. They have to do a lot of reinvesting, though, here. So the operator is going to be sent over in the hands of Wits. It's a tied-up scoreline now. But this is the Thunderdome, Komodo. This is going to be the first buy-on-buy that we've seen in quite some time. And it's finally with, again, Team Secret, some momentum behind them. So Maxi basically put the team in his backpack for that round. Makes it close, but it's not enough. But the test will be, again, this round of 17.
We love a good backpack play sometimes, don't we? It's it always makes it look entertaining. For the other team, it makes it look a little bit awkward, though. To the B site, we do start and engage. And already offline for Wits, forced back by the drone, but he's going to tempt fate with the rendezvous still available. Ooh. And there's that shot. There's the redeploy. He has to get out of this. And look at that. Dubstep's got the gate crashing over as well. So they've got the defensive, but there's that pit to protect.
Going to be so quick here as well. Just on the outside. Dimensional drift. Ready to be popped. Will he go for it? Looks like he will. And he's keen to dive in. Spotting around, checking to see what he can. He's got all the info around yellow. He's going to send little bit further info out, teleporting back, moving around everywhere. Dubstep, does he get the right strike? The answer is no. Pit, Lenny, all responding, but Jeremy, as I say that, opens up the pit as he will find 3, but it does fall on to just this clutch situation, one-on-one, as you mentioned.
This is really, this is a big situation for Borkum as well, right? The lockdown here, if he had his ultimate, he could technically stick it, play it when the lockdown pops, but he's not too far back, Conky. He's still got position of that spike right now.
30 seconds left.
It's just going to be all that slowdown.
Recalling my
Very much the mental game here. Pith have to think. Where's he going to look? Borkum's just done the right thing, just completely complacent, standing still. Great utilization of that nano swarm. The paranoia narrowly misses.
He's locked into the fight.
Bomb in a rough one, exactly. Has to take the duel. Borkum, the pre-fire, the stutter step, and gets the job done. Team Secret, can't believe I'm saying it at this point in time, take the lead. And the experiment inside the laboratory seems to be potentially starting to come to fruition.
Yeah, well, maybe we need a little bit of a word with Dexter to get back into this and cook up a little bit of, you know, a masterclass right now. Because from what we've seen with all the frags happening in this round, Jeremy just absolutely locking it down. But then Pith, 3 kills in the end, and he's looking for that last one. But with that time ticking away and that lockdown, you know, trying to bait out Borkum, trying to force him back to retrieve the spike, he's waiting for an engagement during the lockdown, it almost feels. And then with the 10 seconds to go before trying to engage onto the spike, he's locked into that fight and loses it, unfortunately. So it's one of those situations where, again, you try to back yourself, but maybe a lot of people would kind of question the play a bit. For now, we're not going to be doing that, because you want to know why? We got another round on our hands where Team Secret are looking to take control of this map. Wit starts off on towards Pith just to let him think about what happened in the last round a little bit more. And there's
go. Nice and clean from him. Lexi and Maxi, though, respond again. Team Secret need to be careful. Resurrection is there. Nightfall engaged, though. Jeremy, very, very keen, but why are you fighting this fight, my friend? Something you desperately don't need to be doing, because now Jesse Vash is all up in the grill. Like, Team Secret, hello? Like,
this is
what is going on?
E-code.
Yeah.
I think is the appropriate term. When you think the Team Secret are having a phenomenal defensive side, which they are, don't get me wrong. It's, I would say a little bit Oceanic-esque, right? This would be one of those classic rounds to be bringing in that we here in our region see, unfortunately,
it's not just us. It's not just us. That's all I can say, right? Like, we feel like that in this point in time. But, like, we've seen a classic again. And I mean, look, there is a world where potentially Wits finds this one, but does he even want to take the fight? He loses so much if he does. But all I can say is, like, Team Secret... sorry, Bleed didn't win this round. Team Secret lost this round for themselves.
And remember, they did utilize that Nightfall as well. So that's a costly ultimate that could be very well placed for denying Bleed when they're, you know, the time's ticked down low and they're trying to establish control back to a site to get the plan, or if there's a retake happening. So very costly investment. And we're going to see what Wits can do. And I mean, if he does lose this operator, he's still got his tour de force into the next round. Because if you want to get 2 operators out or 2 snipers out on this defensive side for Team Secret, you look at the composition, you're kind of questioning who would be picking it up alongside Wits, right? So it's probably just going to be this operator still in toward that next round as the hunt is on. But finally a round to come through from Bleed. Doesn't matter that it is on this thrifty nature. They're going to be, you know, going back in. They've still got an attacker side to be playing here. And now we finally actually get to see, you know, another proper gun round. Oh no, the credits aren't actually there for Team Secret, so it's not even going to be the best for them.
It ain't great. Like, they've been losing so much in the process. That's sort of what I'm thinking about right now. Like, the amount of digging themselves their own grave that Team Secret have done here is more than just losing that round. They've been damaged. They've been punished. They have been put up against the wall. And it was all after they made so much headway into returning this to a 3-mapper, taking it to that final map. But it just doesn't appear to want to happen right now. They don't really want to be playing Breeze, apparently, Team Secret. However, still, the operator could be a big moment.
Yeah, Dubstep's actually choosing to get it for the first little bit of aggression peak here as well. And I guess if they get the opening pick, maybe Wits is going to be popping his tour de force, right? So that's the kind of game plan for them right now. Collapse around this A site, gather the control as the Prowler is going to hit the wall. It's going to see nothing but darkness for itself. And for Bleed, they've got a minute to go.
Clearing out.
Nowhere to run.
Once again, you know, it's something that we have seen big things from Pith. His utility usage has been awesome, but
that hit
Jeremy. It's going to be Lenny. Opening up strong. Dubstep little bit low as well. So once again, Team Secret back up against the wall. It's going to be that rotation coming in from Witz, who has made up a lot of headway. Borkum, though, does get the dink on the Darion, but it's not quite enough just yet. Dubstep now has so much to do with this operator. It looks like Witz has actually shifted his position as well. And they're backing out. No, they're hesitating. This is the concern that I have, Komodo. Team Secret don't appear to be all on the same page. I mean, I understand this position. Witz has obviously popped into it, of course. He doesn't have that into the next round, but not having his teammate with him because Jesse Vash has found another. They are starting to engage here, but Witz, very low, needs his teammates to support him as Pith punishes Jesse Vash. They're stuck up behind the wall, and Dubstep's already made this call. There's no way in, but imagine if they actually decided to potentially go together in this round. They don't. They make the wrong choice, and Bleed take 10. At least we're going to have that operator into the hands of Witz into the next, but I am just not liking what I'm seeing from Team Secret, and I am surprised because, again, I've been casting these players for a long, long time now, and I was expecting really big things coming into this map and this series in general. However, maybe it's going to be a moment where it kind of humbles themselves a little bit, and they think taking risks in these picks might not be the best choice now.
If it is an upset here and a disappointing loss for Team Secret, it's not elimination. It's not the end of the world.
Correct.
They can still get through in a lower bracket run where they will be playing FW Esports if that does come out. But again, facing elimination every slot of the way and then going in towards the next stage with the playoffs in a bit of a lower seed, you know, it can play a little bit of hesitation with them coming in later on. But for right now, I mean, we're not going to count them out, of course, guys. Remember, this is still anyone's map. This is anyone's series from here. Bleed, though, are going to be starting off this new round by finding the opening pick onto Borkum, an instant trade on towards Lexi, and things are kind of disconnected around the map at the moment for both of these teams. There's entryway in towards A for Bleed, the spike retrieved for Pith. Will he rotate towards the rest of his team? It looks like the answer is yes, but Witz is just going to cut off that rotate.
Finally, this utility is really starting to pay off for Dubstep there. The fake out to kind of get the further info, the gate crash to move on out as well. So now he's back to spawn. He can sit back from Snowman, keeping a little bit of a look over towards that B site. Wit's there to support. Darion, very much in position here, though, at the top of the A site.
No charges
Spike
left.
not too far away. Also does have Lenny there, so it is going to be that rotation back in once more. But 4 alive for Team Secret. Can Bleed lock into this post plant strong, or will Team Secret continue this series bold to stick that plant, but they get it done?
Timing, because the Seas was a little bit late. It didn't lock them in to stay with the Aftershock, but back at the back of a single box, they are taken on through. Pith and Lenny to see if they can hold on. They're doing it. It's happening right now. The recovery in this round, and the turret's even going to be spotting out Witz, isn't it? No, it's a little bit on the wrong angle, allowing Witz to creep up here, but an operator, he needs to hit them both, and he needs to do a quick three as Pith says no with the decapitation, and that's another round from Bleed. They have brought it back in that one just now.
Look at Pith, checking the stats, 19 and 13. This man is a monster, but again, the big difference here, I suppose, you know, I'll give a little bit of a lean off Team Secret, right? It's only Borkum that's a bit quieter on this Omen so far. He's had little to no impact, and you can't criticize because it's definitely not him that's the problem at this point in time. But you look over to the side, of course, of Bleed, and just everyone is doing what they need to do. It's not even the Jet that's sitting up towards the top. It's the Killjoy, it's the Sage, it's the Viper, all putting in work. And that is showing why Bleed has a mission statement right now. They are looking very, very strong. And Dubstep does get some forward positioning. Witz obviously back onto this Headhunter. Like, they just have to make something work of this kind of scrap together buy right now, Team Secret.
Please don't forget as well that there were 5 rounds in a row to start off this half from Team Secret to make it 9-8. And it's just now Bleed starting to activate on this attacker's side. So remember, people, you know, you might call bias or whatever throwing at us, but it's these players, these teams doing the damage, doing the action, and they're making it look wonderful right now. Bleed again trying to get in towards the A side, but it's all happening left, right, and center. Left, right, good night. Now Witz once more in a similar situation. He's seen a lot. 1 versus 2, but you're exactly right. The Headhunter finding Lexi. And now Lenny's repositioned. He's got so much utility. A drone, a dart, but he's opting for silence.
Always the right choice in these 1v1s. You know, sometimes getting that utility out can really throw you, but he takes the high ground. It's going to be on who has the correct resolution, but oh my god! Witz the flick up to take the head of Lenny. And again, finally, some more light on the map of Icebox. It is still so tight. Like, I can't believe that the map is as close as it is. It feels like Bleed have just been leading the charge so firmly, but Team Secret are still here, and is this a potential chance at a swing round? I think it almost is. I mean, not quite. Like, there is going to be those ultimates coming back up, so Darion, he'll be able to pick up the Blade Storm, can drop a weapon over to a teammate, so no, it's okay. They're going to be fine. Bleed are going to have the money to keep fighting the good fight, but Team Secret, they're just on the precipice of doing something and taking it to a tied scoreline, 11-11.
You talk about swing rounds, and in this crucial one right now to potentially disallow full regulation, to disallow overtime, Team Secret have access to some massive ultimates. You've got, you know, the Dubstep rocking out the Dimensional Drift. You got Jesse Vash ready and available with that Rolling Thunder. Even if you want From the Shadows from Borkum, it's there to quickly reposition around. So for the denial factor right now, it's huge, and that's an even better start. A 1-to-1 trade, but you've taken out Darion.
And look at how much control is there over the site. The rotation is slow. They're taking their time, though. That's the only thing, right? They actually had that entry point in. Borkum tried to deny as much as possible. Wits not too far away. Rendezvous down. And so will the barrier wall. The Pith going to engage that lockdown. This should be them taking the site nice and confidently. But that is going to be the Rolling Thunder straight on out. Wits is keen. He's looking for it, but he's actually been punished by Lexi early. Dubstep gets one, and Jeremy with another. Looking for more, but Lexi will deny. And now it's back into a 2-on-2 in the most important time of the map, but it's going to be Lexi stepping up, but needs to do more. Has the resurrection. Nightfall comes down, but it's going to be left, right, good night for Jeremy, and the darkness will veil down from the fade.
Oh my lord, shutting the eyes of Bleed. That is an absolutely weird resolution of a round if I've ever seen one, but it was confidence from Team Secret to go in together with that real one ultimate in the end from Jeremy to try and just offset the balance, get it there. But that Rolling Thunder, man, the timing to come in, the lockdown denied, the aftershock as well. You've got to give credit to Jesse Vash with his utility usage in that round to assist the retake. Absolutely perfect, but I mean, wow, Lexi, shots coming out like that, access to the resurrection. You think you can get a teammate back into from the beyond, get back into that round. No, 11-11 as we mentioned it. This map is going the distance. We're getting all of the rounds of Reg and a Hunter's Fury to start off this new one. I mean, why not, right?
He's lucky. Shrouded Step to get away from death. And now Borkum has the paranoia ready. It's been all eyes on this A site here. Dark covers are down, but they're just waiting patiently. Still not setting their sights in just yet. Jesse Vash not overly keen, but nor is Bleed. They are showing a little bit of hesitancy here. Now Wits has found some control inside mid, falling away. However, now Darion, he pops the tailwind here, Komodo. This is going to be the fight of the event so far of what we need to see. Jeremy gets one done. That's going to be a very important member in Darion done here. Can they find more as the pit goes down, though?
Well, you think the challenge is going to be within the pit, but Lexi, look at that one, two in the mix, and he's got that res as well. It's going to be bringing Darion back with the Dimensional Drift from Dubstep. He wants more. He wants the info. Is he going to blindside himself out of this? No, it's back towards his corner. He's home right now as well, but Wits on towards Lenny, as you mentioned, a missed no-scope. The Headhunter to fix it. He's got 3 in the round, looking for the ace technically, as Dubstep's decay is taking him really low. It's a team shot, but through the smoke, he's able to find it. Pith is down, and now Maxi with the pit of his own devices as well. A blindside in. And it's all on toward this sensational gamer right now. The shots on through onto Dubstep and a pre-fire to Wits. He's so low, the decay's a factor, remember? And the shots from Maxi are there. It's Bleed, the first team to 12, and now they find themselves on series point.
Oh my god, Dubstep really went fishing, but unfortunately inside a green pit, there's not really much of a prize to catch there. Unable to take down the snake of Maxi. And that keeps the pit up, keeps the blur of the vision for Team Secret. Oh my word, I was gonna say the moment that there was that additional frag found, maybe there was a simple chance and Wits really did all that he could to try and find a way back into that round, and Dubstep even the flick, but that's what I mean. Takes down Pith, it's not Maxi, and Maxi living on for that length of time manages to mean 12 secured for Bleed. The only option for Team Secret is overtime and the tour de force for Wits.
Borkum with From the Shadows as well, but we haven't really seen too much Omen utilization on that ultimate. A massive round of Wits is going down the tube at the moment as well. He's looking for a fight. The Pith is absolutely going to deny that. It's a bit of a clothesline through the wall there. Hanging him out to dry. Player advantage to Bleed. And everything does start to settle around this A site, doesn't it? Borkum with the one-way, trying to see what he can do. Gets out a secondary one, but Darion already in front of that. Tailwind activated. He's seen the shoulder. He's seen the clicks as well. And this might be looking to be the finale right now, Conky. Jeremy, though, on towards Darion. And Borkum taken down. Now it's a 2 versus 4. Can Team Secret get this back?
Dubstep is so far away as well. There's no utility at all. Actually, just noticing for the fade of Jeremy there, nor Dubstep. It is a very awkward one right now. The rotation call has been made, sending him over towards CT now. And as the wall does get destroyed, Guardian picked up, has to get moving now as the time is ticking on this spike. It's the final moment, the final chance for the favorite seed in here, Team Secret, to get their way back in. And it's Lexi who denies in more ways than one as the round is closed. Bleed has found the victory here at 2-0 for the entirety of the day. And your victors are the underdogs here in Bleed.
Oh my lord, put some status on their name, give them the respect. They have just played a fantastic series against one of the teams that has gone so far in Valorant since its inception. Team Secret are knocked down into the lower part of their group, and I mean, they can make that lower bracket run, of course, but for right now, 13-7 on Haven, 13-11 on Icebox, and when you needed it the most from Bleed, when you thought that they were behind, right, 9-8 that I mentioned, the crawlback, 5 rounds in a row to get back from the half from Team Secret. That was the time on the back of that Thrifty again, Conky, again the Thrifty being the decider to get a team back in toward this one, and Team Bleed make it work. Lexi, everybody putting in the work, and I gotta give massive props towards them. That was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, no, a massive, massive one from Bleed. I definitely think it's an awesome thing to see. Like, when it came to team dynamic and the way they were operating all together, Bleed had absolutely all of it. They were looking super strong unit. They were very, very comfortable. And all I can say is if it's a perfect one for Team Secret to actually go back on, because all I can say is, like, as much as I don't ever like to criticize, it's the opening map. It's not elimination. They're going to have another game. They're here for a reason, as high as they are in this competition. But they made it so hard for themselves, is all I can really say about that series.
No, absolutely. And I mean, look, big props towards Bleeds to take that one. But now they've got another challenge coming towards them a little bit later on in Fancy United as well. So it's going to be really cool to see what they are going to be able to do. And then, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, FW is going to be the team that Team Secret have to take on next. But usually, you know, we haven't been doing any sign-ups with any sort of sign-offs, rather, with any sort of thank yous or anything like that. But I do want to give a shout out to everybody watching as well. You know, the things that you've been saying towards this game, these teams as well, and us here, we absolutely love you guys for that. So thank you very much from us.
It's a pleasure to be here, but we will throw it on to some other beautiful people in our desk. So we'll take a short break and send them over to them to wrap up the day.
Bleed Esports really making their enemies bleed, and for Team Secret, they are no exception. That was the final series of the day, GGWP to Team Secret. Here on the final panel of the day as well, it's the likable Dad Femina and Trix. Bleed Esports so deserving to win that one. Their executions were just huge, Dad Femina.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I gotta give a pretty big focus on both teams here before I make my huge analysis on both sides. Team Secret and Bleed, they definitely had very provident defensive maps. It's different stories of the same genre where Bleed recognized the TS. They do have unique tools to take space, but Bleed themselves knew how to counter that anyway. It would have been really good for TS to utilize the strength of their team comp, which is to take advantage of the amount of utility that it can throw at them, so that it's kind of hard for Bleed to even try to respond to that, since they have so many to shoot, so many to avoid, right? The flashes, plus you have to destroy the Yoru ability so that he won't have that ability to even teleport behind you or have any sort of way to even take space for Team Secret to even capitalize on. But Bleed just did a really good job of showing that they can adapt. They do throw caution to the wind sometimes, play a bit more proactively, play that Providence style that TS were trying to do so on their defensive rounds. But when we head into that second half, that's when we saw both sides actually went in guns blazing, just so aggressive all around. They just showed that both of these teams definitely don't have anything to lose, especially for Team Secret here, and I feel like that kind of pushed them over the edge, especially against Bleed, who have run into so many fortunate moments that definitely went into their way, that potentially or definitely became the snowball effect that Bleed needed to win.
Oh my god, this game was something else. It may not have been the same pattern from today. Again, it is a 2-0. But looking at the scores from all of the series today, this is the only series wherein the top team from one of the challengers or other challengers from the countries was not the one that won. It was actually the team that from the play-ins that was able to make it through in this first encounter. I'm running out of words. I don't know why, but it has been a long day and it has been a long fight. Maybe it's also the cause of me being a little bit heartbroken over the loss of Team Secret in this series, but it do be like that. You win some, you lose some. But Trix, oh my god, what a game. At the end of the day, Bleed Esports was just the better team.
It do be like that. Bleed Esports, honestly, surprisingly, the amount of, and I said this earlier, I feel like they've come in from the play-ins with more discipline, with more polish to their plays, in the way that they're playing, the way that they're taking information, the way that they actually have more refrags now, even when they play with aggression. I know that was one of the that was one of the things I was nitpicking on with Bleed. I felt like they could work on having that refrag ability, that refrag person always on standby, because it always felt that they were so far from each other. But this time, really, they're playing together, and I think that it was a well-deserved win on Bleed's side. Team Secret, I would have liked some more discipline, considering how much experience these players have in their pockets.
I mean, sometimes recent experience can be more much stronger than experience, general experience as a whole. I mean, if you look at how Bleed have come up to this point, they played through the play-ins, and I feel like that's a lot of amount of practice that they came into the series beforehand. They definitely polished so much into how they have been attacking, and they definitely diversified every single round. For TS, they really surprised us with how they performed here. I mean, I got a question how they're doing right now, especially now that they're knocked down into this lower bracket. But Bleed Esports, I gotta say, they definitely deserve this win. They just got the number of Team Secret, and it's no secret that they are able to become the better team this time.
I completely agree. And one thing that I do want to point out, which I already mentioned before, was that your national qualifiers or the region where you're from is not the same when we go into the APAC stage. I mean, looking at Bleed Esports, they were not the top team from their area, right? They were from the play-ins after all, so that means that they weren't the top team from where they were coming from. But hey, over here on APAC, they have been performing every single time. They're a team that is able to adjust to what is needed here on the APAC stage. Like, no matter what team they're faced again, they're just ready to adjust, ready to just bring out what they have to the table. Now, of course, Trix, I don't think this comes as a surprise for you. It's Maxi.
I'm so happy. Maxi did such a great job. I felt like his controller was so on point, the way he was able to push things back, the way he was just hitting his shots, isolating the duels, which I love to see, especially in those clutch situations. Some he didn't win, but the majority I felt he always had the upper hand. It's great. I think that Maxi really did so well. Of course, in the first series, there were other players that I pointed out, but I feel Maxi definitely deserved the highlight, especially when Icebox came along.
Well, other contenders for the spotlight over here would probably be Pith. He was a monster too, despite being a sentinel. We saw him as the top frag in some of the rounds, and it's his proactiveness also that was really shining throughout the rounds. I mean, this is the Blade Esports that we wanted to see ever since we saw them in the play-ins, right? From time to time, how should I say this? It was a little bit rocky for them, but here they are. They always try to prove that their synergy is improving. They always try to prove that, hey, the Blade Esports you saw yesterday is a completely different team at this point. We're better than we were yesterday. We're growing, and you guys better watch out. So do not underestimate our play-ins teams over here, guys. They may have come from the play-ins. I know it's not as enticing compared to a group that came in directly over to our group stage, but hey, Bleed Esports is a testament that teams can outperform and go beyond what is expected of them. So that is insane. Now, of course, with Maxi being the highlighted player for the series MVP, this is where our series comes to a close. And again, that was the final series of the day. Excuse me. And what a rewarding way to end the day. So, Dad Femina, this is your first day here on panel. Take a look at the recap that we have here and tell me how your day's going so far.
Man, this was a very exciting day actually for the second day for group stage for VCT APAC stage 2. I mean, just demonstrating how powerful a lot of these teams can put to the table and how much of a high ceiling that they can definitely breach through once they reach into the latter stages of this tournament. I do feel like the first 3 games were some of the expected results that I foresighted before I head into this day of group stages. But this last game definitely was like the surprise that I definitely did not expect. Like I did say 2-0, but I didn't expect it to go Bleed's way. But then again, since they did have that amount of practice and since they also had a really good idea on how to counter the unexpected picks that Team Secret actually pulled out in the series, and definitely they are deserving of where they are right now. And among these teams across all of the groups, I mean, look at the standings of everybody else. I mean, it's gonna be hella bangers for the next stages or the next days of VCT APAC.
Absolutely. We saw from Group A, it was the ONIC the Hedgehog win that got them through that fracture map. And you were looking at Group B, Trix. Oh my god, Xerxia, Esports, and RRQ. Obviously, again, I was rooting for RRQ, but my predictions are a little bit off for here. So Trix, this is actually the only prediction that I got right, which was Paper Rex.
Yes, I got this one wrong. I loved watching Paper X and Boom Esports. It was one of the matches I was looking forward to the most. But I think out of all of the matches that went down today, definitely my favorite performance came in from Xerxia. I can't wait to watch them again. And I am really excited to see that Order Paper X match.
And of course, the heartbreaking Group D, at least for us. Of course, for the Bleed Esports fans over there, you guys are rejoicing and you guys deserve it. Because this team was phenomenal today. Again, Maxi. Not just Maxi, Pith, everybody on the team, starting from Haven all the way to Fracture, just really outperforming and exceeding the expectations that we had from them. I hate to admit it, but I guess a part of me was kind of expecting more from Team Secret, especially since, again, they were the top PH team, and we were looking at Bleed Esports, who came all the way from the play-in. So you kind of have your expectations set from those track records alone. But yeah, I'm not too disappointed. All of these wins or all of the predictions that went south for me were still a pleasure experience to see, because they just really came to show that, hey, we're out here and we're gonna do the best that we can, regardless of what you think for us. But you guys saw the schedule that is set for tomorrow. So for those of you guys who are watching right now, you better mark your calendars. We're in for quite a challenging and event-filled days up ahead. I don't know what other adjectives I can best describe it, but you know how it is here on VCT. You know how it is here on APAC. There's always action, there's always excitement, and there's that.
And I think a little unpredictable at that.
All the damn time, madam.
Yes.
I can't get enough of it. But again, today was something. Some warriors rejoiced, yet some giants conquered. Come back tomorrow to see how the stories continues. Here on the panel though, bringing you the stories, again, it has been Likeable, Dad Femina, and Trix. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth is rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.